You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. You smell what? Gas? Where is this? E70 what? On what floor?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
You'll have assistance right away. Yes, sir. Right away. No, just stay where you are. The officers will be right there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I am captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Immediately after I turned out the platoon, I went down to the 6th Division office at the 17th Precinct, 163 East 51st Street, where Inspector McBride had called a conference of all precinct commanders in the division in connection with the enforcement of certain new regulations of the State Liquor Authority. After the conference, I got into sector car number 2, Patrolman Daniel Mercado, operator, and we started back uptown toward the station house where the paperwork had piled up because of my days off. When we got within the boundaries of the precinct, I instructed Mercado to go uptown on First Avenue so that I could check on some complaints that some new construction was unduly blocking traffic. And I had a lot of trick questions, Captain. You know, that could be answered logically either way, on the true and false especially. Like an automobile accident occurring in a public garage and resulting in personal injury shall be recorded as a vehicular accident impersonated. Why'd you put down for that? I put down false because it didn't happen on the street. Only if it happens on the street between building lines is it recorded as a vehicular accident. Otherwise, it's a straight aided case. That's right. How do you think you made out, Mercado? Well, pretty good, I think, Captain. I can tell you more when the answers come out. I'm sure glad it's over, though. All that studying's rough. Yeah, it takes a lot of studying. That's the biggest jump, patrolman to sergeant. There's lots of competition. I know it. Do you know how many wrote the examination? Over 7,000. There'll be some list, yeah. Yeah, well, they'll have to make a lot of sergeants with all those men coming into the job. Yes, sir? If I'm in the first 300 or 400, I figure I ought to get made within a couple of years. My wife was helping me with the studying. She knows the rules and the manual as well as I do. She can recite articles, section, and paragraph. Mine was the same way. I told her she ought to write the examination. This is going to be close, Captain. Yeah. What'd he say? A gas case? Yes, sir. Okay, Mercado. Let's make the run. Yes, sir. Mercado turned east on the next street to avoid traffic and went up York Avenue to 76. When we pulled into the block, I could see sector car number 1 was on the job, so was the sergeant's car. There was no sign yet of either the ambulance or the ESD car. 618 was a 5-story tenement building. A few passers-bys and neighbors were beginning to gather on the sidewalk despite the cold wind. There's the spot. Pull in, Mercado. Yes, sir. Let's go. Right with you, Captain. That's either ESC or the ambulance coming now. Yeah, keep the sidewalk clean, Mercado. Keep them off the stoop. Yes, sir. All right, folks, let's get through here. You, come on, let's get back off the stoop. Mercado. Yes, sir. Keep the people away from those doorbells. Okay, Captain. Now, look, I told you to get off the... Sergeant Waters? Captain Cronin? Second floor, Captain. Right. this is the police. What is it, Sergeant? Beats me, Captain. We haven't been able to locate it. You can smell it. Yes, sir. Open up in there.
Well, I guess nobody's home here, Captain. We've been hitting every door. I sent a man up to the third and noticed to the fifth floor. We're calling everybody out. I don't think it's on this floor.
Holly! Is it located?
He's on the fourth floor, Captain. The whole hall smells of gas. There's no telling where it comes from.
Who put in the call?
Super. Tenant smelled gas in the hall and she rang in.
How about the main feed line?
I sent a man into the basement with the super to turn out the valve.
Good.
Come on, folks. Move. Don't stand there and talk about it. Out on the street. Now get on the sidewalk. You folks open your windows on your doors. Out of the building.
Come on, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Anybody covering the third floor yet?
No. I told these people to clear out. It's not them.
Yes, let's try that one.
It smells pretty strong here.
Police officers, open up in there. Police officers, open up.
This could be it, Captain.
Open up. Holly.
Come on, down here.
This is it, I'm sure.
What do you want to do, Captain? Push the door in?
Yeah. Yeah, all right, let's go, huh? Together? Ready? All right, again. Now. Is this, Sergeant?
We think so, yeah. Let me see if I can kick it in.
All right, go ahead. Try it again. All right, once again. Oh, this is it, all right. Keep low on the floor. Holly, hit that window. I'll get this one. Yes, sir. Let's see it on the floor. Sergeant, hit the stove. I got them off. Good. How's the other window? There it is.
She looks pretty bad, Captain.
Here.
Every burner was turned on in the oven. I wonder how long she's been out.
Holly, keep the hall clear.
Yes, sir. Looks like she's really gone.
Yeah, open them up. Get her tongue out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going to watch it now. I'm going to loosen the neck band. On her stomach, huh? Let's go.
Okay.
All right, roll it over that way. Now turn her head.
How's this?
Good.
The gas is clearing out all right.
Yeah, get her around there. Start some artificial respiration until the insulator gets here.
Yes.
Okay? Go ahead, huh? Holly! Yes, sir. That's the SD. Get on the street. Tell them we need the insulator. Okay, Captain.
Feels warm.
Yeah, keep it up. Let's see if I can get a pulse.
Yes. Anything?
Can't find anything.
I don't think she could have been out too long.
No, it might have been just long enough. Watch it there. Keep her head clear.
Okay. It's getting kind of cold in here, Captain. My legs ought to be covered, at least. How about my coat?
Now you keep working. I'll use mine.
I'm not getting anything.
Now keep it up. All right, you ready? Here goes. Now watch it.
Go ahead. All right. That'll warm her up.
Yeah.
There you go, in there. Emergency door, Captain.
All right, bring it over. All right, come on with it. Keep it up, Sergeant. We gotta get hooked up. Doesn't seem to have been out too long. It's warm, but couldn't find a pulse.
Okay.
All set? Let's get in there, Sergeant.
Okay, come on ahead.
Wrap the mask on. Keep it up, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have some oxygen, huh? Good. Good. Hold it.
Captain.
All right, coming. Hold the mask here a minute, will you? Yes, Coley?
This is the super of the building. Captain Cronin, Mrs. Romero.
How do you do, Mr. Merrill?
Is she going to be all right?
Okay, you're going to have
No, can't tell. Now, what's your name?
Campton. Louise Campton.
Mrs. Romero, look, we better step inside here, huh?
All right.
Make it a little richer, will you? Sergeant. Yes, Captain.
Oh, she's a sweet
Sergeant, the gas is cleared. I'd better shut the windows.
to do
It's
a
too
thing
cold
like
in here.
that to herself.
Okay, Captain. Right away.
Right.
How old could she be? 20? 21? And pretty as a picture. What?
Sure, I don't know. She live here alone?
With her husband.
Oh? Why'd he?
At work? Well, I don't know. If he works.
Did you see him this morning?
No, I didn't see him.
What's his name?
Mr. Campton.
Yeah, his first name.
Oh, Bill Williams.
Yeah. Anybody see her around this morning?
I didn't. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, what happened? How'd you find out about this?
Well, I was in my apartment downstairs in the basement. I was down there, and one of the tenants, Mrs. Thompson, she came down and knocked on the door. She said, Mrs. Arnell, you better come upstairs. There's something the matter. I smell gas in the hall, so I came upstairs. And I smelled the gas, too, but I couldn't find it. I didn't know where it was coming from. I looked on the third floor. I looked on the second floor. I looked on the first floor. It smelled like it could have been coming from any place. It was all over. So I figured the best thing to do was to get the police over here. Let them handle it.
Yeah, that was the best thing to do. Let
So
them
I
handle it.
went back downstairs in my apartment, and I called.
You don't know where the husband works, Miss Amaro, where he can be located now?
No, I don't know. How should I know? All I know is he pays the rent. That's all.
Does she have any other family?
Well, I never saw nobody.
How long they lived here?
Oh, 3-4 months, that's all. In the fall they moved in. September, October. I could check for you. I could check on it. I've got my rent receipt book downstairs.
No, it'll be all right.
Captain, you want to look at this?
Huh?
There was a note on the sideboard over there.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Sure eliminates any possibility of an accident.
Yeah. Yeah, sure wasn't much possibility of an accident, not with all 4 burners and the oven on.
No, sir. Guess there wasn't.
All right. Save it for the detective, huh?
Yes, sir.
Oh, a pretty young thing like that. How could she do it? How could she do it to herself? There must be something wrong with her in the head. I always figured it was something like that. She don't talk to nobody. She just goes in and out and doesn't even say hello, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Never talks to anybody.
Captain.
Yes.
We're getting some response.
No, excuse me.
Yes, sure.
You going to be all right?
Breathing naturally. I got some pulse.
Well, that's good.
I don't know how good it is. Both the breathing and the pulse are pretty weak.
Aren't you going to keep up the oxygen?
Yes, sir. I want to change the mixture. That's the ambulance. I hope there's a surgeon aboard. A shot of stimulant wouldn't hurt.
She's not conscious, is she?
No, sir, not yet, but she's liable to come around any minute.
Good work.
We were just in time, I think. She's lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know whether she'll think so.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. If you're enjoying the holidays during this between Christmas and New Year's week, don't be careless when you're driving. Roads may be slippery, the days are shortest, and the nights longest at this time of year. Death takes no holiday when he comes upon the careless driver. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio. Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Cronin.
The ambulance, fortunately, did have a doctor aboard. As the emergency service patrolman continued to administer oxygen to the gas victim, Mrs. Louise Campton, the surgeon made a preliminary examination. Under his supervision, the inhalator treatment was continued for another 40 minutes before it was felt she was strong enough to be moved to Beth David, the nearest hospital. Meanwhile, Detectives DeLuca and Goldman of the 21st Squad arrived to take charge of the investigation. I returned to the station house where I completed my paperwork. Then I signed the blotter and left for my meal, after which I went on patrol of the precinct. When I returned, it was nearly 3 p.m. I walked into the muster room where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was now on telephone switchboard duty.
Captain.
Just as soon as I signed the blotter, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What is it you want to know? Yeah, they have examinations for police department candidates all the time. Well, sure, there'll be lots of jobs. They're supposed to increase the authorized force by 5,000 this year. Well, I'll tell you. Why don't you call the Department of Personnel? That's Cortland 7-8880. 8880. Or better yet, why don't you go down there? Well, that's 299 Broadway, Duane Street. Broadway and Duane. Okay. I'll mention it.
Yes, Sergeant.
That woman over there is waiting to see you, Captain.
Yeah? Who is she?
She's the mother of the one that took gas this morning, Mrs. Campton.
How's she doing, did you hear?
She'll recover all right. Lieutenant Gorman just talked to the hospital again a little while ago. She'll be okay.
Oh, good. All right, I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir.
You want to see me, ma'am?
Are you the captain here?
That's right, I'm Captain Cronin.
Well, maybe you can give me a little satisfaction.
Hope so. What's the trouble? What's your name?
Mrs. Binnon, Mrs. Edna Binnon.
Are you the mother of Mrs. Campton?
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. What's the trouble, Mrs. Binnon?
I want to register a complaint about the way I've been treated.
Here?
Upstairs by the detectives, or they call themselves detectives. They're making a report that my daughter attempted suicide. It was murder, attempted murder at least. That's what it was.
No, I was there, Mrs. Binnon.
I don't care what you were. You don't know the circumstances.
Maybe you better come into my office.
Oh, I'd be glad to. And I hope you're more considerate than that lieutenant upstairs.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I remember his name, Lieutenant King, Lieutenant Matt King. I'm going to write a letter to the police chief or whoever it is. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, well, supposing you sit down here, Mrs. Binnon.
If I don't get any satisfaction, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Mrs. Brennan, I know you're upset, but it's quite obvious what happened. She wrote out a note.
Yes, I saw that.
Turned on all 4 burners of the stove, turned on the oven, and bolted the door from the inside.
I know she did.
Then how can you say she didn't attempt suicide?
He drove her to it. He's to blame, just the same as if he held a gun to her head and pulled the trigger.
Who's to blame? Who's that?
Her husband.
Oh.
I warned her when she first started to go with him. I told her what would happen, how things would wind up. But do you think she'd listen to me? It was like talking to a stone wall. Well, you see what happened, don't you? You see where she is. Well, I want to have him arrested.
There's nothing he can be arrested for.
He's ruined her life, and he's caused me 2 years of aggravation.
And why doesn't she leave him?
He's got a stranglehold on her. Can't you see that? She's afraid to death of him. She's so afraid of him that she'd rather do away with herself. I warned her he'd never amount to anything. I warned her what he'd do to her. All right. I want him arrested.
Mrs. Brennan, if you want to make a complaint against Lieutenant King because he wouldn't arrest your son-in-law, you'll have to make the same complaint against me.
My complaint goes deeper than that. I told those detectives I wanted to prevent him from seeing her in the hospital. I want him to be kept out. And I want him to be kept out of their apartment till she can get her things away from there.
He's his wife, Mrs. Brennan. There's nothing we can do to keep him from visiting her.
Oh, isn't there?
And it's his apartment as much as it is hers.
I demand that she be protected against him.
Mrs. Brennan, if she wants protection, all she has to do is ask for it herself.
She's in no condition to ask for anything, thanks to him.
Has he been over there to the hospital?
Of course he has. So concerned for her and carrying on an act. It's nothing but an act to make people believe that he cares about what happened to her. He doesn't care. He doesn't care a thing about her. I saw what he was doing when I got there. There's another thing I'd like to know. Why did you have to go out of your way to find him, and I had to find out about his roundabout? I'm her mother, after all.
Well, if the detectives hadn't been able to get in touch with Mr. Campton, they'd probably notified you.
I'm the one who should have been notified in the first place.
The husband is considered the next of kin.
Well, where did you get that information? I never heard of it.
It's the law.
It surely shouldn't apply in this case. You know what he did? Instead of calling me himself on the telephone, he had some girl in his office call, a stranger calling me to tell me my baby was in the hospital.
Well, he probably wanted to get right over there himself.
The man should have had the decency to call me himself. That's just like him.
Well, I'll tell you, Mrs. Brennan, it seems to me the detectives handled everything in a correct manner. I can't tell you not to make a complaint, but I think you'll only be wasting your time and theirs and, well, a lot of other people's time if you do.
All right. If that's all the satisfaction I'm going to get.
I don't think you'll get more anyplace else, Mrs. Brennan.
I'll be at the hospital in case you change your mind.
I've nothing to change my mind about, Mrs. Brennan.
Well, we'll see about that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Brennan. Sergeant, I'm going upstairs to the detective.
Oh, Captain.
Yeah.
Vitale came in with the husband of that Mrs. Campton a few minutes ago.
Oh, did he?
Yes, sir. He took him upstairs. From what I understand, it's lucky he and his mother-in-law missed each other around here.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Hello, Captain.
Well?
Skipper?
Hi, sir.
Hello, Captain.
That's it. Lieutenant King, this office?
Yes, sir, he's in there.
Yes. Captain Cronin. Oh, Matt? Captain. This is Captain Cronin, Mr. William Campton. Mr. Campton?
Hello?
Sit down, Captain. Thanks. I just met your mother-in-law, Mr. Campton.
Oh, yeah? Then you can understand what's been going on.
I met her, too, Captain. So she told me, man. We had quite a session. Doesn't seem very fond of you, Bill.
Oh, that's the understatement of the year. She thinks I'm the worst thing that ever came into her life. When Louise and I got married, it was the tragedy of the century.
Well, what's the story, Bill?
Now, there's no story.
You've got an idea what made her turn on the gas, haven't you?
Well, she's been threatening to do it for a year. I never believed her. I didn't think she meant it.
This note sounds like she meant it. Bill, darling, I'm sorry. I love you too much. I can't be without you. Please forgive me.
Can I see that, please?
Sure. It's her writing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's her writing.
What does she mean, I can't be without you?
Well, we had a fight last night.
What about?
What do you think about? About her mother.
Must have been some fight.
Yeah, it was.
You told her you were going to leave her.
Yeah, look, Lieutenant, I'm nuts about her. I really am. You can see that, can't you? Can't you, Captain?
Well, then why did you say you wanted to leave her?
You got no idea what I've been through the last 2 years. That old lady has been making our life miserable. She keeps telling Louise that she's got no business being married to a guy like me. She says I'm nothing. A lousy salesman that just barely got through high school. She says Louise is entitled to a lot more. The old lady kept interfering in our lives. She was always wanting to give her things, furniture and money and clothes.
That sounds pretty generous.
Oh, there wasn't anything generous about it. She just did it to show me up. Every time she gave Louise something, there was a moral that went with it. Now, your husband should be doing this for you, she'd say, but look, your mother has to do it. Now, what kind of a husband is that? Now, she was just trying to break us up, that's all. I don't call that generous.
Well, what did you do specifically to try to break you up?
Everything. Everything she could think of. I'd tell Louise not to take anything from her. And then she'd come around and give Louise $20 or $50 or whatever it was, and she'd say, don't tell Bill about this. Go out and spend it. Have a good time. Have lunch at a nice place. Take one of your girlfriends. Go buy something for yourself. Well, this went on and on and on, and I was getting pretty sore about it. I was getting sore because the old lady was becoming like a stone wall between Louise and me. You know, she'd tell Louise to lie to me. You know, lie to me about where she got a new dress or a new sweater or something. And finally I said, look, honey, you've got to make a choice. Either be a wife to me or go home to Mama. So she said she'd be a wife to me.
That was good, wasn't it?
Well, I thought it was going to be all right until I got out of the Army.
Well, when was that?
In September. The old lady wanted to set us up in class. Well, I didn't want to be set up in class. I wanted to make my own way. So I said to Louise, look, baby, we've got to look around for a place we can afford. Well, you saw what we could afford.
Yeah, I saw.
I mean, Louise was okay about it. I mean, she wasn't tickled to death that we had to move into a place like that, but she knew it was within the limits and things would get better. Louise understands that, but her mother, she thought it was a rat hole. Now, she couldn't see her daughter living there, so things got worse with her whispering into Louise's ear. They got worse and worse and worse. And Louise and I were having a fight almost every night. It got so I hated to come home.
What happened last night?
Now, that was the payoff. I got home, and Louise told me she'd been with her mother that day, so right away I smelled something was cooking. I said, what does she want? And Louise told me her mother said that we should come live with her. She said she's got a big apartment, she's got plenty of room, and that her daughter has no business living in a rat hole like this.
Was that the cause of the big fight?
No, that was only part of it. Her mother is leaving for Florida for a month, see? So she wants Louise to come with her. Yeah, leave me here in New York and go to Florida. All expenses paid. I said, honey, nothing doing. I mean, this has been going on for almost 2 years, almost since we were married, things like this. And once I went to the old lady and I said, please, leave Louise alone. You're running her nuts. And you know what the old lady said?
No. What?
The old lady said that she would pay for the psychiatrist. Now, how do you like that? It's all right for her daughter to go nuts as long as she goes to a Park Avenue psychiatrist.
You had this fight last night.
Yeah, but we patched things up as good as they could be patched up before we went to bed. She said she'd do whatever I wanted her to do. And then she started again this morning. And as soon as she started, I said, honey, I've had it. I mean, I love you, but I can't take this anymore. I'm through. This is it. Goodbye. And I went out the door. Well, I guess that was a mistake. I should have realized the mental condition she's been in. You know, she's really had it rough getting pulled from both ends like that. I made it a little bit too final. I went a little bit too far, I guess.
Sure looks like you did, Bill.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't know how sorry I am. If there's anything I can do to make it up to her, I'm going to do it. You can count on that.
You're just lucky we got there in time.
Oh, don't I know it, and I appreciate it. You know, the doctor over at the hospital told me she wouldn't have had a chance if it weren't for the emergency squad. Not only the emergency squad, but all you fellas. It was really great, and I appreciate it.
Right. What are you going to do when she gets out of the hospital? Start fighting all over again?
Well, not if I can help it, but I've just got to get this settled. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I've got to get it settled. You got any ideas?
No, not me. My specialty is thieves. Mothers-in-law a little bit out of my line.
After Bill Campton left to return to the hospital for another visit with his wife, I remained in Lieutenant King's office for a while. We went over several applications for pistol license renewals in the precinct, each of which must be investigated by both the precinct commander and the detective squad commander. We discussed our independent findings in each case. When I returned downstairs, it was nearly time to turn out the platoon for the 4 to 12 tour. As I came into the back room, Sergeant Lyons, who would supervise patrol during the tour, had the men lined up for inspection. As I walked out into the muster room, I saw the front door of the station house open. Inside came the crew of sector car number 2. With McCarter was Bill Campton. A few steps in back was his mother-in-law, Mrs. Bennon, with Cola.
I want him locked up. I want him locked up so he'll never do a thing like that again.
Look, it'd be a pleasure if it would keep you away from him.
All right, folks. Step up to the desk, will you? McCarter.
Yes, Captain. What have you got here?
What's the trouble?
I thought he was trying to kill me.
We answered the call, Captain. A disturbance at the main reception desk, Beth David Hospital.
That's what I charged him with,
yeah.
trying to kill me.
Let the officer tell me the story, lady.
She's making the arrest, Sergeant. We didn't see it.
Do you want him arrested, lady?
I certainly do.
She's his mother-in-law, Captain.
Yes, I know.
Well, Captain, I told you he was a murderer. You didn't take my word for it. He struck me with his fist.
Is that right, Bill?
Yep, that's right.
You said you wanted to get it settled. Do you think this settles it?
Captain, I saw Louise again. Her mother had been there talking to her.
Of course I've been there talking to her. She's my daughter, isn't she?
She's my wife.
All right, folks, take it easy.
Florida isn't far enough. She wants to take her to Europe now.
And Louise wants to go. It will do her good.
That's not what she told me.
It's what we decided.
No, it's what you decided, and I decided that she wants to stay here, and she agrees with me.
Mrs. Bennon, you sure you want to have him arrested?
I most certainly do.
What effect do you think it'll have on your daughter, arresting her husband? She's in a pretty bad mental state right now.
Well, he offered to apologize. I don't want to be unreasonable.
Well, I don't see why not. It's a perfectly natural condition.
Bill.
Oh, that's all right, Captain. Let her arrest me. It's worth it. I haven't felt this good in a year.
Go ahead, Sergeant. Book him.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Hey, what? How old is he? He beat up badly?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Martha Greenhouse, William Redfield, Abby Lewis, Bill Quinn, and Ralph Camargo. 21st Precinct is written and produced by Stanley Niss. Art Hannah speaking.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Sergeants and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was a busy night in the precinct. At 8:20 p.m., Patrolman Joseph McGill rang in, stating he had reason to believe there was a dice game in progress in the rear of a barber shop on his post. The desk officer, Lieutenant Patrick Gorman, conveyed this information to me, and I instructed him to notify the 6th Division plainclothesmen, whose job it is to enforce the laws relating to public morals in the 21st and the other precincts of the division. At 5 minutes after 9 p.m., 4 plainclothesmen arrived in the precinct to act on the information. With the assistance of Patrolman McGill, 2 men from Sector Car Number 2, and myself, the suspected premises were raided. A dice game was, in fact, in operation. 17 men were placed under arrest. The patrol wagon was summoned. They were brought to the station house for booking. The muster room was swarming with suspects and police officers. As Lieutenant Gorman took the pedigree of the first suspect and entered it into the arrest record, I stood behind the desk.
All right. Keep it quiet. Where do you think you are?
All right. Next.
That's this one. Come on, step right up there.
What's your name? That's the traffic, Captain? Yes. Joe Iwood. First name is Joseph? Joseph, yeah. What's your middle name? Joseph C. Joseph Carl Irwood. C-A-R-L? That's right, C-A-R-L. How do you spell the last name? E-R-W-O-D. Hey, look, I want to get this straight. I wasn't shooting crap. I was in the barber shop to get a haircut. You can ask anybody. How old are you? 32, in March. Where do you live? 3420 Florence Avenue. In the Bronx? In the Bronx, yeah.
All right. I don't want to tell you.
What's your occupation?
Keep it quiet.
Electrician. Electrical contractor. When McCarter rings in, I want to talk to him, Sergeant.
Okay, Captain.
Search him, McGill.
Why, does he have to? There's a bondsman coming. He's on his way.
Do what the lieutenant tells you. We don't want to be here all night getting the guys.
Okay, but I was only there to get a
Let's see
half.
what that woman wants, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Lady,
Everything,
over here,
honey,
please.
too.
Everything.
Excuse me. I didn't want to be any trouble.
What can we do for you?
I want to talk to someone, the policeman.
What about?
Well, I don't know how to...
Excuse me.
Yes, all right.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Well, Lieutenant Gorman is busy now. What'd you find there? Yeah. All right. Wait just a second, will you? It'll be just a minute, lady.
All right. Don't worry.
Captain, would you mind handing me that aided card on the desk there?
Oh, which one, sir?
That's it, right there.
There you are.
Thanks, Captain. He's in Roseville Hospital with a possible fractured leg. A right leg.
Take the call, Sergeant. I'll talk to the woman. Yes. I'm Captain Cronin.
How do you do?
Pretty busy here. Suppose you step into my office.
All right.
All right, just move, Joe. Stand over here.
I don't mean to be any bother.
Right in this way, please.
Stand on your own 2 feet there.
Is it like that all the time, so busy?
No, not all the time. Would you sit down, Mrs.
Mrs. Deason. Mrs. Eva Deason.
Sit down here, Mrs. Deason.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, what can we do for you?
You know how many times I walked past the police station? How many times before I came in?
Oh, what's the trouble, Mrs. Deason?
Trouble, all right. So much trouble I don't sleep nights. I don't sleep nights for 2 weeks.
And what trouble?
Instead of coming into the police station, maybe I should have kept right on walking by.
But you're in now.
Yes, I'm in.
Please, sit down. You want me to tell me about it?
All right. But I'm married 15 years, going on 16. If I tell you, I might as well move out. If I don't move out, I'll get kicked out 15 years.
It's something about your husband?
Yes. And no, about his brother.
What's the trouble with him?
Crazy, insane.
Well, Mrs. Deason, that's not our job
He
here.
shot his wife. He killed her.
Oh.
Crazy.
When did this happen?
6, 7 weeks ago, I don't know.
Where?
At his home, Brooklyn. He came home one night and took a shotgun. The shotgun he used to hunt ducks. He shot her and she's dead.
Why'd he shoot her?
No reason. Crazy.
He must have thought he had a reason.
He said she was running around. He said she ran around with all different men. He said it for years.
Was she running around?
No, nothing. She stayed home all the time, a nice woman. Just scared all the time. Scared he was going to kill her. And he did.
What's his name?
Who? My husband?
No, his brother.
Just like my husband. Decent. My husband's John. He's Fred.
Where's he now?
Fred?
Yeah.
I don't know right now.
Wasn't he arrested?
They didn't catch him yet.
Are they looking for him?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh.
They knew right away it was him that killed her. It was his gun. The lady downstairs from them heard the shot. She came out in the hall. He was running down the stairs. He ran down the stairs and out on the street.
And they haven't caught him yet?
No.
This was in Brooklyn 6 or 7 weeks ago.
Yes, Brooklyn.
The police have been working on it, haven't they?
Oh, sure, all the time. From as soon as she was shot. The detective came to our house and told us about it. We went to Brooklyn with him. To some police station there. We went to the place where they had her laid out in a... what do you call it? A morgue.
Yes, sir.
They asked us a lot of questions.
Who is us?
Me and my husband, John. They asked us all about him, and they asked John if he knew where his brother could be and everything like that.
Did he know?
How could he? We don't see Fred very often for a long time. He lived in Brooklyn, us in Manhattan, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. You know.
Yeah, sure. Does your husband have any other brothers or sisters?
No, just him, Fred. So a day or 2 goes by, and he still isn't caught. We went to a funeral and everything like that. There were detectives at the funeral, too. Same detectives that talked to us. They said they thought maybe Fred would come, but he didn't. After the funeral, one of the detectives came to our house. He waited there, and then another detective came and also waited.
Have they still got detectives planted at your house, Mrs. Dayton?
Planted?
Yeah.
What do you mean, planted?
Well, I mean, are they still waiting there?
No. After 10 days, or maybe 2 weeks, one of them came in for a cup of coffee with John and me, and he said the detectives, they thought Fred had gone away from town, Pennsylvania someplace. He said they wouldn't wait at our house anymore.
Well, what's the problem now, Mrs. Dayton?
The problem is, John heard from Fred.
Oh, I see.
Fred called John on the telephone at his place of business. 2 weeks ago.
Didn't John call the detective?
No.
Why didn't you call him?
I didn't know. I didn't know until the day before yesterday. I went to put money in the savings account. I saw $200 was taken out, $100 once and $100 again. When John came home, I showed him the bank book. He told me his brother called him on the job and told him he needed money. He called him twice for money. Twice he went to the bank and got it out. $100 each time.
Why didn't he get in touch with the detectives?
He wouldn't do anything against his brother.
You said he's out of his mind?
I say he's out of his mind, yes. Detectives say he's out of his mind. Everybody says he's out of his mind. Everybody except John. John don't believe it. He sticks up. His brother could kill 3 wives and rob 4 banks. To John, he'd still be all right. It's a loyalty. Stick up for the family.
Yeah, but doesn't he realize his brother's liable to get violent with him?
How could he realize that if he don't realize he's crazy?
I see your point.
I can't mention it around the house. One word that anything's wrong with Fred makes John mad. He thinks it's a reflection on him. He thinks people will say it runs in the family. He's insane, too. He should realize it. I asked him who's kidding who. Wasn't Fred in Harlem State Hospital for 2 years? I asked him, why did they send him there? He said to get a rest. What are you going to do with something like that? You can't even talk to him about the subject.
Well, why didn't you come and see us before? Or call the Brooklyn detectives?
Because before you'd already seen Fred and the money was gone, so was Fred. What good would it do? It just gets me in a big argument with John, that's all.
And now?
I noticed today the bank book was gone again. He took it when he went to work.
I see.
It was back after supper. Back where we keep it, all the time in the drawer with his socks. Another $100 was drawn out.
You think he saw his brother during the day?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because also after dinner he went to paint the pipes under the sink. He took off his good pants and put on his old pants. The $100 was still in his good pants.
Then you think, Mrs. Deason, that he hasn't seen his brother yet?
I don't think it. I know it.
Maybe he's seeing him tonight?
No. Tonight, right now, he's playing 7-card rummy with a neighbor. The neighbor's flat downstairs.
Where did you say you were going?
86th Street to the movies.
That didn't make him suspicious?
Why? Whenever he plays rummy, I go to the movies.
What time does he expect you home?
11:15, 11:30, when he finishes the rummy game.
All right, Mr. Deason. In the meantime, I'd like to take upstairs to talk to the detectives here.
If you want, all right. Now?
Yes, please.
Captain,
Yes?
I don't want you to think this is because John took $300 from the bank to give to his brother.
I didn't say I thought that.
$300 takes a long time to save. To give it to a maniac that goes around killing wives is not right. I'm loyal also. But there's a time and place to do the right thing. That's what I made up my mind. Enough's enough.
I agree with you, Mrs. Deason. Enough is enough. I took Mrs. Deason upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad and into the office of Lieutenant Matt King, commanding officer of the squad. There, she went through substantially the same story she told me. As Lieutenant King and one of his detectives began to question the woman in greater detail, I left, walked down the worn stairs and through the back room out into the muster room. The crapshooters were still being booked at the desk as I went to my office and closed the door. At my desk, I dug deeper into the pile of reports and communications to be signed in time for the precinct messenger to take them to division headquarters with the morning mail. Yes?
Lieutenant King.
Come in, man.
All right, now, keep quiet.
How, Matt?
Yeah, what's going on out there? It's like a convention.
It is. Convention of crapshooters.
Well, how many of them did you bag?
17. Sit down.
Hey. Is that all? Looks like more.
The others are plainclothesmen from division.
Oh. Lieutenant Gorman is going to have writer's cramp before he's finished with that haul.
Yeah. What did you think of this Mrs. Deason's story, Matt?
Looks pretty good, Captain.
Well?
I called out to the 62nd Squad.
Uh-huh.
They had such a case. Fred Deason, the husband of the dead woman, is still a fugitive. The squad commander wasn't there. His assistant is on the job. He told me they suspected the man might turn up at his brother's. As a matter of fact, I remember they spoke to me a month or so ago that they were going to put a plant on an apartment building here in this precinct.
Where are you going from here, Matt?
Well, their case, this acting squad commander I spoke to and the detective carrying the squeal are on the way over now.
What are they going to do? Put a tail on the husband, see if he takes the money to Fred?
We thought we might do that at first, but we decided over the phone to pick him up tonight.
Why? If this John Deason is anything like his wife says he is, he's taking a chance. He might just shut up. The other way, he'd probably lead you to Fred.
We thought it out pretty much. He might have had a date to meet his brother today and missed him. We could tail him around for 2 or 3 weeks before they make contact again.
Yeah, well, maybe, no.
Oh, what I wanted to see about, Captain, is I sent DeLuca and Novak over to the flat a little while ago to pick up Mr. Deason and bring him in. The wife's upstairs. Thought maybe I could talk to him in here for a few minutes before I took him up to the squad. If you're not too busy.
Oh, sure. It's all right, man.
I told the sergeant on TS to ring in here when they get back to the house with him. Or I can wait out in the muster room.
No, stay right where you are.
They're due back now.
Mrs. Deason told you he was playing cards in a neighbor's flat?
Yes, so she told me. I got the name and location from her.
Oh. Oh, I got something I want to show you.
Yes, sir?
My recommendation for departmental recognition of Sergeant Lyons and Patrolman Nelson in connection with that gunfight they had with that stick-up man before Christmas.
Oh, yeah. I ought to get commendations out of it, don't you think?
Well, I think a commendation for Nelson. Sergeant Lyons ought to do better. He ought to get honorable mention out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Excuse me, man.
Yes.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain. Is Lieutenant King in there?
Yes, right here.
DeLuca and Novak are here. He asked me to stop them when they got back to the house and ring in here.
All right. Hold on. Matt, DeLuca, and Novak are out at the TS.
Well, ask them to come in, Captain, if it's all right.
Sergeant, have them come in here.
Yes, sir. In the captain's office.
Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
how you doing out there with the dice players?
The lieutenant's got about half of them booked, Captain. It's slow.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Come in, lad.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Deason. Drag somebody away from a peaceful rummy game.
Novak, you better go on up and catch while Whitey takes his meal. Sit down here, Mr. Deason.
I know nothing. I told the detectives from Brooklyn I know nothing. I told this detective tonight I know nothing. I tell you, I know nothing.
You don't have to know anything to sit down, Mr. Deason. This is Captain Cronin. I'm Lieutenant King.
How do you do?
Hello.
Mr. Deason, I don't suppose there's any need for me to tell you how important it is for us to apprehend your brother.
Everybody has already told me.
As important as it is for us, it's just as important for him. His safety is involved, and his health.
Nothing wrong with his health. Never anything wrong with his health. He's as healthy as an ox.
Is he?
Yeah, as an ox, yeah.
He looked well when you saw him.
Yes, when I saw him a week before his wife died.
Do you think there's any doubt that he killed his wife?
I think nothing. I only know what I know.
It's been established beyond all doubt that he killed his wife, Mr. Deason. You know that.
I don't know that. I was not there.
But he did.
Were you there, Captain?
The evidence is quite conclusive.
I
Mr.
don't
Deason.
give this for the evidence.
Is that why you've seen your brother on several occasions?
When?
Since he's been a fugitive.
Who said I saw my brother?
Didn't you?
Eva has been talking to you.
You saw him on two
I
occasions.
know it was Eva. No, it was her because that's what I said to her. I saw him twice. Man can't even lie to his wife without the police becoming involved.
Why did you lie to your wife if it was a lie?
It was a lie because I had to tell her something she'd believe about what I did with the money. You know about the money, too, huh?
Yes.
Sure. Tell a woman a secret. I took the money out of the bank for other personal reasons.
What other personal reasons?
Pay somebody I owed it.
Who'd you?
At my place of business, the shipping clerk takes bets on horses. I owed him.
$200.
$200, yes.
Then why'd you draw it out of the bank $100 at a time if you owed him $200?
Because I told him I would pay him $100 at a time.
Settle the $200 you owe.
That is right. 1 and 1, that's 2.
And what was the other $100 drawn out today for?
Sneaked a look at the bank book tonight, too, huh? Where is she? I could give her a piece of my mind. Is she here?
What was the $100 today for, Mr. Deason? Also for the bookmaker?
Yes.
Thought you only owed him $200.
I was trying to win back the $200, so I lost another $100 also.
$300 altogether.
$300.
That's what you paid him, is that right?
$300, yes. Except I didn't pay him the last $100 yet. I still have it in my pocket. You want to see it?
No, it's all right. What's the name of this shipping clerk?
Bookmaker?
Yeah, what's his name?
His name is Al.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
You work in the same place? You don't know his last
We're
name?
in different apartments, a big place.
All right, we'll find out.
Woman who runs to the police with lies. Her husband tells her wife a lie about some money, she runs to the police. You ever hear anything so ridiculous?
That's what's the matter with lying, Mr. Deason. Keeps getting people in trouble.
The interrogation of John Deason continued for some minutes. It was a difficult job for Lieutenant King. He needed information regarding the whereabouts of the killer, but he couldn't afford to press too hard for fear that the witness would stop talking entirely. He skirted the subjects that were touchy to John Deason, kept going over and over the ground previously covered, in the hope that the witness would be caught in the tangle of his own lies. It didn't work. At 10:30, Lieutenant King and Detective DeLuca left my office with John Deason, took him out into the muster room where the process of booking the gamblers was continuing. I stood in the doorway of my office, watched them go into the back room, up the stairs to the second floor, on their way to the office of the 21st Detective Squad.
All right, Mr. Deason, inside.
Well, I have to be at work at 8 in the morning. I hope you realize. Eva, family secrets. Family secrets, you tell her.
Family secrets about a wife killer?
Family secrets,
About a
yes.
maniac?
Folks.
The maniac part, that wife killer part, that don't bother you.
All right, let's settle down.
The money, the $300.
You're crazier than he is.
He is not crazy.
Lud.
Now, you get that through your head?
All right, Mrs. Deason.
I got enough
please.
through my head
He
already.
is not crazy.
Now, Mr. Deason.
Let me go now. I can talk to my own wife.
Your wife, yes, but not for long.
What do you mean, not for long?
I mean not for long. Only for as long as it takes me to pack my clothes and go to my sister.
Eva, after 15 years.
After 15 years?
Why?
Because I can't live with a man who don't know right from wrong, even after 50 years.
It's right. I know it's right.
How do you know what he's doing? Maybe he's killing somebody else. Maybe right this minute.
Eva, please.
Sit down, Mrs. Deason, please.
I'm not going to sit down. I'm leaving. I'm going. I'm through.
Sit down, Eva. Please.
No.
I'll talk to him. I'll tell him.
All right. If you tell him, I'll sit down.
I met him. Yes, twice. He called at my place of business. He said he needed some money. I went to the bank and I got it, and then he called again. More money.
Where's he living?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
You have more money for him now, don't you?
Yeah. He called on the telephone yesterday. Here's another $100. I took that out of the bank today.
When are you supposed to give him that?
Tonight at midnight.
Where?
Told me to be on the subway platform, 77th Street Station. He's to get off the train and meet me at midnight.
He'll be met.
He's got a gun, pistol. He said he'd shoot. He'd shoot anybody. He don't care. He said if I didn't get him the money, he'd hold up places. He'd shoot the people. That's why I got it. I didn't want anybody to get shot. That's why.
John. Oh, John, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. Very sorry.
You'll be on the subway platform, John. We'll all meet him.
No, I'm not going. Not me.
We need you to point him out.
Not me. I won't point out my own brother. Don't ask me to do that, please. Let me be that loyal.
All right. We'll get him without you.
Arrangements were begun immediately to plant the 77th Street subway station of the Lexington Avenue line in order to apprehend the fugitive when he stepped off the train at midnight. Lieutenant King conferred with me and requested assistance in the form of members of my command to cover the stairs leading to the street of both the uptown and downtown sides of the station. Detectives were posted near the change booths, at turnstiles, and at frequent intervals along the 100-yard underground platform at which the trains pulled to a stop. Other detectives were assigned to board each train as it stopped at the preceding station. We waited. Several locals stopped at the station. Several express trains went through on the inside track. No one resembling the fugitive had gotten off a train by 12:10.
Here comes another train, Captain.
Well, looks like an expressman.
Yes, sir, it is an express.
Well, the locals shouldn't be far behind us.
12 minutes after. What? 12 minutes after 12.
Yeah.
Think he's going to show?
That beats me, Matt.
It would beat me worse if John wasn't telling the truth. If he was supposed to meet his brother some other time in some other place.
Here comes the local.
Yes, sir. Looks like everybody's set. Better be on this one or the next one if he's coming.
6 cars.
Not many passengers, Captain.
No.
Way down there, the last car. Look.
Yeah.
That could have been him getting off.
Listen. Salute the man. Come on.
Gotta talk to him. For crying out loud. Lud, watch it! Come on!
There he is! That way! On the track! He jumped on the track!
Lud, are you all right?
He got me with one in the neck.
Ring in for an ambulance! Come on, Captain.
Bring in for an ambulance! He's on the track!
Look out, jumping down, Captain.
Yeah.
Watch the third rail.
Oh, yeah, all right.
There he goes!
Hold up there! Hold up!
Crossing over.
Watch it.
Hold it, Matt. I see him.
Get over! Get over! He's on the left side!
Come on.
There he is! Hold up, mister!
Let's cross over, Matt.
Train coming! Train coming! Train coming!
Watch it, Captain. Downtown Express. Yeah. There, see him? There he is, across the track. Out of the way! See him, Captain? No.
There he is! Come on!
Come on! Sergeant!
Yeah. There we go! That's the track! That's the track!
Fred! Fred, hold up! Get off the track!
He's going to hit the third rail!
Oh! No, Fred!
Fred, watch it!
Oh!
What is it?
He's down, he's down, he's down. Watch him. You see that spot? I saw it, yeah, I saw it. Threw him 10 feet. How'd you make it so fast, Sergeant? I crossed the track up above. All right, watch him now. Grab his gun. Got it. Fred? Fred? He's had it, I think.
How is it? Everything okay?
It's okay. Well, at least one thing, Matt. What, Captain? He did his brother a favor. Won't have to plead insanity in court.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Why do you want a policeman? What's the trouble there? Yeah? Well, whose car is it? Yours?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct Transcribed, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Bill Zuckert, Abby Lewis, John Sylvester, and John Larkin. 21st Precinct is written and produced by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Lyons. Who's shot? Well, where is this? Wait a minute, don't talk so fast now. That's 1487, is that right? Yeah. In the restroom?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah, right away. You just wait there, show them where it is. Yeah. Just wait right there. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It had been raining hard when I came on the job, and it continued to rain throughout the night. After I turned out the platoon for the 12 to 8 tour at midnight, I went on patrol of the precinct in sector car number 3. I returned to the station house at 3:30 a.m. to read and sign reports and communications. I caught up generally with the voluminous paperwork that plagues commanding officers. Because he's on the job more than 16 consecutive hours when he works night duty, it is both permitted and recommended that the precinct commander get some rest during the early hours of the morning, if conditions permit. So, shortly after 4 a.m., I went to sleep on the couch in my office with instructions to the desk officer, Lieutenant Snyder, that I be awakened in time to turn out the platoon for the day tour.
Captain? Excuse me, Captain.
Huh? Yeah?
I'm sorry.
Oh, what is it, Sergeant?
We've got a homicide.
Oh? Where?
1487 Lexington, a restaurant. The pastry chef. You know, the baker. He was shot twice.
The car on the way here for me?
Yes, sir. I put out a call. It'll be here for you in a minute.
Okay. What time is it, Sergeant?
5:25.
How was it? Robbery?
Could be.
It's still raining?
Yes, sir. You'd better take your raincoat. The information we've got so far is that the pastry chef comes to work at midnight.
Uh-huh.
The restaurant closes at 1 in the morning, but the pastry chef works all night in the kitchen alone, baking. Kitchen help starts coming in a little after 5. First one to come on the job found the baker on the floor and place a wreck.
Car's outside, Captain.
Okay. As soon as I sign the blotter.
Well, here goes. That's probably the press starting to burn in here.
What detectives role, Lieutenant?
Vitali and Howard, Captain.
First precinct sergeant.
What about Lieutenant King?
They notified him at home. He's on his way.
He was around here till after 2. Probably didn't get a chance to even get the bed warm.
Well, there's a sure cure for that, Captain. You can have his phone taken out.
Yeah. Within a few minutes, sector car number 2 had driven me to 1487 Lexington Avenue, the scene of the homicide. It was still raining hard when we pulled up to the place. The front of the restaurant, a large and popular place, was dark. The flashlights of police officers inside could be seen poking around the empty dining room. I instructed the operator of the car to pull around to the kitchen entrance on the cross street. Parked there were 2 sector cars, the patrol sergeant's car, the detective squad car, and an ambulance. I got out of my car, crossed the sidewalk to the kitchen door, where a patrolman had been posted by Sergeant Lyons to keep out unauthorized persons. The patrolman opened the door as I approached. Okay, Maestro. Sergeant?
Hello, Captain.
What do we got?
Want to take a look?
Yeah.
It looks like robbery. The fellow was in here alone.
Uh-huh.
That's just the way he was found. You see, one shot got him in the shoulder, the other one in the forehead. His name is Eugene Francis Wilmot. According to some cards that were in his street clothes hanging on the hook over there, he resided at 2119 Mill Avenue in the Bronx. And he's 31 years old. He's the baker here, Captain. He comes to work at midnight. He's here all alone after the place closes at 1 a.m. He makes rolls and bread, pies, cakes, and so forth. He works all night until 8 a.m. You want to take a look over here, Captain?
Yes.
The boss usually doesn't get in to open the safe till after 8 in the morning. The place opens for business at 6:30, so it's been the custom to leave about $100 in coins and small bills locked in this drawer right here. The early cashier has a key to the drawer. He uses the money for change until the boss gets in.
He really hacked away on that drawer, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did. Apparently with that meat cleaver there. Must have taken a good 10 minutes to get it open.
No sign of the gun around?
No, sir. He must have taken it away with him.
He or they?
Yes, sir. He or they. The detectives, they're talking to the fellow that found him right in. That fellow over there, Emilio Aguada. He's the fry cook. He's due in here at 5:15.
Now, slow then.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you don't need all these men around here, Sergeant. Get some of them back on the job.
Okay,
I
Captain.
thought he was sick or something. Fainted. That's what I thought.
All right, take the car.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Charlie? Captain? Oh, what?
Captain, this is Emilio Aguada. He found the body. He's the fry cook here.
I come in, and there he was, right in the middle of the floor, dead. Blood all over.
How'd you get in, Emilio?
Well, just like every morning with my key.
Door wasn't standing open. It was locked.
I used my key.
You always worked alone here at night, Emilio?
Yeah, we bake all night, so we have fresh rolls, bread, cake, so forth in the morning. You see, we got a sign in the dining room. All baking done on the premises. He did it, Wilmot.
Did he always work here alone?
Oh, yeah, all alone, yeah.
And you were always the first employee here in the morning?
Always. I'm the fry cook. I got to get things heated up. The deep fat fryers for the breakfast rush. You know, French fries like that.
Was the baker always here from the time the restaurant closed at 1 a.m. until you came to work?
Yeah. We have to have rolls and bread and finishes.
Did you ever see anybody with him? Or did he ever tell you he had friends then visiting during the night?
Well, yeah, once in a while.
Oh, once in a while what?
Once in a while he had company. He didn't come into work until midnight. Once in a while he had a date. He'd bring her in the kitchen. He'd work. He'd keep him company.
Did you ever see a woman in here with him?
Oh, yeah, once in a while.
Oh, always the same woman?
Yeah, he went with her.
Well, do you know her name?
Well, she's a married woman. She's got husband. I don't like to make her any trouble.
Well, she's got trouble whether you make it for her or not. Don't you think so, Emilio?
Yeah, she's got it.
All right, what's her name?
Edna.
Edna what?
Edna, I don't know.
Here's Lieutenant King.
Yeah.
He said Edna what, but I don't remember.
Hello, Captain. Mind? Boys, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, this is Emilio Aguada. He found the body. Lieutenant King, Emilio, is commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad.
How do you do?
Mr. Aguada, what's it look like, Whitey?
Oh, a drawer where about $100 was kept was broken open, Lieutenant. Robbery, maybe. But Emilio here says the victim never opened the door for anyone he didn't know. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I forgot my key one morning. I had some time convincing him it was me before he'd opened the door.
Well, this time it looks like he was convinced. Within a few minutes, detectives of the Manhattan East Homicide Squad arrived to aid the 21st Squad, and the investigation got underway. Detectives of the 21st Squad and the Homicide Squad were assigned to various tasks in this connection. Detectives Vitale and Howard, for instance, made a call at an apartment building on West 101st Street, an address found in the victim's wallet.
Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
Well, it's about time you... Oh,
You Mrs. Edna Hovland?
yeah, that's right. You'll have to excuse me. I thought you were somebody else. I thought you were my husband. What is it?
We're detectives.
All right, where have you got him? Every time I turn around, I'm being waked up at 7 o'clock in the morning because he's in some jail. He's always getting in some kind of trouble.
May we come in?
Sure, come ahead. I'm used to it. Don't mind the house. I haven't had a chance to straighten up yet.
That's okay. I'm Detective Howard. This is Detective Vitale.
How do you do?
Mrs. Hovland?
Well, what did he do now? He was down in Jersey, in Trenton. He wrote me he'd be home last night, 10:30 at the latest. Did he show up? I ask you, did he show up? He did not. Never seen a man like him. It's a wonder I stuck with him this long. I've been wanting to leave him and wanting to leave him, but I stuck like a fool. What's he in for now?
Well, we don't have your husband, Mrs. Hovland.
You don't?
No, we don't.
Well, what do you want, then?
You know a man named Eugene Francis Wilmot?
Sure, Gene. I know Gene. Is he in trouble? What did he do? He's never been in trouble before.
He's dead.
Gene? You're kidding.
Well, I wish I was.
Oh, no. That's awful. When did it happen? I only saw him yesterday afternoon.
Sometime during the night.
You mean he just died? What from?
No, he didn't just die. He was shot.
Shot?
He was alone in the kitchen of the restaurant. Somebody came in there.
Do you mind if I sit down? This is some news.
No, go right ahead.
You never met a sweeter guy in all your life. You never met a sweeter guy. Who did it?
That's what we're trying to find out. How long have you known Gene?
Oh, I don't know. 3, 4, 5 months, something like that. I was thinking of marrying him.
You're married already, aren't you?
Married? You don't call this married, do you? That husband of mine. I've been wanting to leave him for years. It's no life with him. He works out of town all the time on road construction. He's an operator of one of those big machines they use to build roads. He goes on these jobs like the one down in Trenton. Never sends me any money, hardly. And when he's in town, he's always raising some kind of fuss. Accuses me of running around with this one and with that one. No kind of life with Phil. It's no kind of life with him at all.
How often did you see Gene Wilmot?
Oh. 2 or 3 times a week. I don't know. I was going to get a divorce and we were going to get married. At least we were thinking about getting married.
Your husband know Gene?
Phil, oh, sure, he knew Gene. He didn't like him, though.
Why not?
On account of me, I guess. On account of I was interested in Gene. He didn't like him at all.
Where is your husband now?
Look, don't ask me where he is. I don't know. The rent was due 5 days ago. Here I am with hardly a nickel in the house, and he hasn't shown up. He got off his construction job there near Trenton last night. He was supposed to be home. I thought you were him at the door.
You said your husband didn't like Gene. Did he hate him?
I don't know. I guess you could say he hated. Listen, you don't think Phil killed him, do you?
What do you think?
Don't ask me. I don't know.
I didn't ask you what you know. I asked you what you think.
Well, I wouldn't put him past him. I'll say that. That no-good bum. I get a chance to do something decent for myself. He'd do anything to break it up. It's just like him. Poor Gene. Such a nice guy. Really a nice guy.
Yes, so we understand.
I guess it always happens to nice guys, huh?
I guess.
It couldn't happen to a bum like that husband of mine. It's got to happen to a nice guy like Gene. Well, that's life for you.
The investigation into the homicide continued. In addition to assigning detectives to run down what leads existed, Lieutenant King and members of the 21st Squad and Homicide Squad remained at the restaurant to question all employees as they came to work and to talk to the proprietor. I stayed there until it was time to return to the station house to turn out the platoon for the 8 to 4. When I signed the blotter, the desk officer informed me of a teletype message calling a special conference of all borough, division, and precinct commanders in the lineup room, Police Headquarters, 240 Center Street at 9 a.m. The conference, called by the police commissioner, lasted until 11:15. At that time, I returned to the station house in order to change into civilian clothes and, finally, go off duty. Oh, Sergeant?
Captain?
Oh, what's doing?
Quiet tour. Just a lot of calls from the press in that homicide, that's all. And a couple of messages for you. Nothing that looks important.
Oh, sign the blotter?
Yes, sir.
No, take that call, Sergeant.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Okay. 19.
Oh, Sergeant.
Lieutenant King, how's it going?
We still need a break.
Well, Matt, you all through up there?
Yes, sir.
Your messages, Captain.
Oh, thanks. Well, what's it look like, Matt?
Well, it looks like robbery, Captain. The money is missing out of the drawer.
Uh-huh.
There's another angle, too. This Baker Wilmot was going with a married woman. The husband was supposed to be home last night and didn't show. We want to talk to him.
Is the husband that kind of a guy?
Well, I don't know. Any husband can be that kind of guy.
Then you think robbery's out?
No, not necessarily. The money was taken. I had a long talk with the owner of the restaurant. This Wilmot was pretty cautious when he was working there alone. Wouldn't open the door unless it was sure of the person that wanted in. Well, if it was robbery, I figured it had to be someone that Wilmot knew and someone who knew where the money was kept. A former employee, maybe.
That could be.
The proprietor told me about a kitchen helper he fired last week. He came in drunk and nasty a couple of times. Let him go.
Did Wilmot know him?
Yeah, he knew him. Got a couple of men out tracing the boy. His name is Julio Fernando Viesca. Moved from his address last week. The people there said they thought he went up to Connecticut to work. Bridgeport.
Man, it doesn't look so good.
No, sir. At the moment, I'd like the burnt-up husband angle a little better.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look a little better.
Precinct Sergeant Collins.
I've got Howard and Vitale over there planted, waiting for him to show up at home.
Yeah.
Captain Cronin?
Yeah.
Dr. Husberg, yes, 88 is calling in for you.
All right. I'll take my office.
Yes.
I'm interested to know how it comes out, Matt.
Yeah, so am I, Captain. Well, I've got to get upstairs.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin. Ah, yes, Dr. Husberg. Oh? Uh-huh. Well, I was supposed to go off duty at 8 this morning, but, well, we had a homicide break. See. Yeah. Well, I'll be back on the job 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Will it keep till then? Uh-huh. All right, Doctor. Sure. Sure, I'll stay around, meet you here. Well, look, could you make it before 1:30? Oh. All right. All right, goodbye, Dr. Husberg. I had 2 hours to wait before the visit from Dr. Husberg, the principal of Public School 88, on what he described as an urgent matter. So I began to read and sign reports and communications from this and the previous tours. In the meantime, Detectives Vitale and Howard maintained their plant at the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Philip Hovland, waiting for him to return. Detective Howard watched out the front window down onto the sidewalk as Vitale sat on a studio couch. The woman of the house, Mrs. Edna Hovland, was in the kitchen.
What do you see down there, Whitey?
Nothing.
You know what?
What?
When I went to the candy store to ring into Lieutenant King, I called my wife.
Oh, yeah?
I told her I got stuck. We had a homicide and I wouldn't be home.
What'd she say?
Well, she said bring home the evening paper so she could read about it. I said, honey, I'll tell you all about it. No, she wants to read it in the paper.
You mean some sputter the papers don't carry, huh?
You telling me? I'm supposed to be off the job at 8 o'clock in the morning. Where does she think I'm going to go at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Beats me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where he is. He
See what I told you about his being unreliable? You can't depend on him.
Yeah, we see.
You know, it's getting around lunchtime.
It is?
Yeah, all I got in the kitchen I can whip up is a can of soup and some saltines.
Oh, well, we're not hungry, Mrs. Hovland.
Well, I'm getting hungry. You don't mind if I fix them for myself?
No, go right ahead.
Man with a suitcase getting out of a cab.
Oh, wait. Is that your husband, Mrs. Hovland?
Yeah, that's him. That's Phil.
All right, let's get away from the window.
Imagine, I got a can of soup and a few saltines in the house, and he takes taxi cabs. You see what I mean?
Mrs. Hovland, my partner and I want to wait in the kitchen. You answer the door, all right?
Yeah, all right, but I don't get the production.
Well, I want you to break the news to him about Jean.
About Jean being dead, you know.
That's the idea. But don't tell him that we're here.
I shouldn't.
No, he'll know soon enough. All right?
All right with me. What do I care? I guess that's him.
All right, you go ahead.
Hey, no, don't close it.
That's good.
Okay. All right.
Hi.
Well, look what the wind blew in.
Is that all you got to say to me? Look what the wind blew in?
I got plenty more to say to you.
What?
What? As if you didn't know.
Well, tell me.
Sure, I'm just itching to, as if you didn't know already. Jane Wilmot got killed.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Who killed him?
Well, a couple of cops were here and told me about it. They got a sneaky suspicion you did.
They're out of their minds. I was in Trenton. I just got off the train.
I'll bet.
Look, if I was going to kill somebody, you don't think I'd kill somebody over you, do you?
You told him to stay away from me. You told him to stay away from me or you'd kill him.
You forget you ever heard that.
I'll forget nothing.
You didn't say anything to the cops about it.
What if I did?
If you did, I'll break every bone in your body. I swear I'll break every bone in your body.
A fine husband I got. He don't come home when he's supposed to. If he does, he brings me nothing but a load of dirty laundry, and now he's going to break every bone in my
You're
body.
asking for it, Edna. You're asking for it right between the eyes.
Yeah, well, why don't you go ahead, wise guy?
I don't need much encouragement, I'll tell you that.
All right.
Who are you?
We're police officers. You just stay right where you are.
Wait a minute, listen, what's the idea?
You'll find out what the idea is.
Okay, why do you take a look in that bag?
Yeah.
All right, you hold still.
What are you looking for? I got nothing. If you think I had something to do with that baker getting killed, you're out of your mind. I got off the job in Trenton last night. I took the train this morning. I just got here 15, 20 minutes ago. That's where I was. Isn't that right, Edna, Trenton?
That's where you said you were.
You and Wilmot didn't get along so well, hmm?
Listen, I was out of town breaking my back on a job. He was chasing after my wife. Would you get along with a guy like that?
He wasn't chasing after me. I was chasing after him.
You stay out of this.
I think you'd better stay out of it, Mrs. Hovland. Just sit down right there, hmm?
He's a liar, a born liar.
Nothing in the bag, Pete.
Even if he wanted to tell the truth, he wouldn't know how.
What are you trying to do to me?
Just better sit down there, Mrs. Hovland, and listen. What did you do in Trenton?
I wasn't exactly in Trenton. It was outside of Trenton on a road job. I ran a bulldozer.
Well, for who?
For the state of New Jersey on a road job.
And you got finished up last night?
That's right, last night. I got finished up and paid off.
Where'd you spend the night?
Down there in Trenton, this rooming house where I stayed.
Uh-huh. You stayed there last night and took the train this morning. Is that right?
I told you it was right.
Have you ever been arrested before, Phil?
What do you mean before? Am I arrested now? For what?
Were you ever arrested?
Well, yeah, I was arrested.
He was arrested and big.
Keep your mouth shut.
You ever do any big time?
Yeah, I did some big time.
Where?
Sing Sing.
For what?
Felonious assault. I got in a fight with a guy.
What'd you get out of it?
I did 22 months.
You must have come close to killing him.
It was touch and go.
Yeah, well, Phil, this time it looks like you made it. Here's your hat. Let's go.
It was 1:45 when I finished with Dr. Hussberg, the principal of PS 88. As soon as I left my office, I went upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad. The suspect in the homicide case, Phil Hovland, was sitting next to a desk where Detective Howard was taking his pedigree. Detective Vitale was on the telephone on the other side of the room.
What year was that?
1945. Excuse me, Whitey.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant King in his office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thanks.
Was it an honorable discharge?
Yes, it was an honorable discharge. What made you think it wasn't?
Yes.
Captain Cronin.
Come in, Captain. Yeah.
Matt?
Captain.
I know you're up to your neck, Matt. Sorry to bother you.
That's all right.
Look, this Dr. Hussberg, principal of PS 88, was just in here. He's got 3 boys over there, been flashing a lot of money around the school today and yesterday. He says he thinks there's only one way they could have got hold of it, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're pretty bad actors, he says. Thinks we ought to take a look into it. I asked him to come up here with me, but, he had to get back. I told him you'd send a man around to talk to him, okay?
Yeah, sure, Captain.
Good.
I'll send someone over there this afternoon.
All right.
Yes. Come in, Vate.
Trenton just called back with him.
Yeah?
Hello, Captain.
Right.
They checked out that road project and the rooming house both.
Uh-huh.
Phil didn't stay at the rooming house last night, and he was fired off the road job on Monday. He didn't work yesterday like he said he did.
Well, looks like that wraps it up, huh?
Yes, sir.
Tell Whitey to bring him in here again.
Yes, sir. Whitey.
Yeah?
The lieutenant wants him in here.
Okay.
He was at the rooming house the night before last, they said, but not last night.
I've got a pretty good idea where he was last night.
So have I, Captain.
All right. Go on in, Phil.
Come on over here and sit down.
Where?
Right there. Shut the door, Whitey.
Yes, sir.
All right, Phil, what do you say we stop wasting time?
I'm willing.
By your own admission, you didn't like Wilmont. He was running after your wife.
If he asked me, I would have given it to him.
You killed him, and you know it.
I was in Trenton.
You were, huh? Let's get this straight. You worked until yesterday afternoon. You slept in that rooming house last night. You took a train from Trenton this morning, went right from Penn Station to your flat.
That's what I told you.
You've been telling us nothing but lies. You were in New York. You went to that restaurant, knocked on the door. Wilmont knew you and let you in. When you got in there, you shot him. You broke open that drawer to make it look
That's
good.
not so.
I've got that, Lieutenant.
I was in Trenton. That's where I was.
21st Squad, Detective Battalion. Oh, yes. A bender on the straight line for you, Lieutenant.
All right, thanks. 21st Squad, Lieutenant King. Yes, Bender. Yeah. Oh, he did, huh? All right. Yeah, you coming in with him? Okay, good. Why are you lying to us, Phil?
I'm not lying, and I didn't kill him.
I know you didn't kill him. That was one of my detectives on the phone. I got the man who did.
Who was it, Matt? The kitchen worker?
Yes, sir. They found him in a flat on 124th Street. He had the gun there and the money he took. He made an admission.
Well, how do you like that?
I told you I didn't do it. How many times do I have to tell you?
Why did you have to lie about where you were? This is no spot to lie if you want to get straightened out. If you were in New York, you should have said so.
I wasn't in New York. I was in Trenton. In jail.
Oh?
Yeah, I got a little drunk the day before yesterday afternoon. I got in a fight with a guy. I wound up in a can. I didn't want to say anything about it because I still owe a little short time from that bid I did. Getting in jail down there could have got my parole revoked. You're not going to say anything about it, are you?
Well, if I do, you'll hear about it from your parole officer.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so long. I'll see you.
Leave it open.
Yeah.
Here. Captain, did you ever see anything that looked so good, blow so high, so fast?
No, but one killer's as good as another, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Well, do you want me for anything else, Lieutenant? I'm carrying a pocket full of squeals.
Yeah, V, take a ride over to PS 88 and talk to the principal. He's got 3 boys he's kind of worried about.
Yes, sir. Right away. So long, Captain.
Reed?
Kitchen worker. I had it pegged the other way. I had it pegged on the husband for sure.
You did?
Yes, sir. Well, that's what I got for trying to share la femme.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. What do you mean he's missing? Missing from where?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Jack Orison, Louis Van Ruten, Wendell Holmes, Joan Loring, John Sylvester, John Larkin, and Bill Lipton. 21st Precinct is written and produced by Stanley Niss. Art Hannes speaking.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. He jumped or he's going to jump? Oh, where is he? On a ledge. Where is it? East 70 what?
You are by transcription in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll send assistance right away. You just stay there. Wait for the officer. Yeah. Wait right there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. When I returned from patrol to the precinct at 2:20 p.m., the desk officer, Lieutenant Gorman, told me he'd received word from the district attorney's office that 9 of my men, Sergeant Collins and 8 patrolmen, had been instructed to appear before the New York County grand jury at 10 the following morning. All the men had been present at the scene when a gang of 5 safe burglars were apprehended in the act 3 weeks earlier. I took the teletype communication concerning this matter and went upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad on the 2nd floor, discussed it with Detective Dan Goldman, then came back down to the muster room.
Captain.
Yeah, Red, what's doing?
Got a piece of bad news.
Yeah? What?
A woman called in here. She said she was a neighbor of Sergeant Waters and his wife.
Yes?
She said that Mrs. Waters just got a telegram from the Army. Her boy was stationed at Fort Devens. He was killed in an accident this morning.
Oh. Oh, Red, that's just bad.
Neighbor said she was calling from his house. The doctor's there for Bill's wife. I think he ought to come home right away.
Where is he?
On patrol, Captain.
All right, Red, you better call him out.
Yes, sir. Sergeant, put out a call for Sergeant Waters.
Okay, Lieutenant. Sergeant Collins at the 21st. Did you have 651 call from?
How'd it happen, Red? Did they know?
No, sir. Just a telegram notifying him so far. Neighbor said it didn't say much.
And how old was the boy?
About 19, 20.
His only child, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. His name was Bill, too. William Jr. Always talking about that kid. They loved to fish together. That's all he used to do when he was swinging a wagon on the night tour. Go fishing with his boy. I hate to be the one to tell him.
Have him come into the house, Red. I'll talk to him.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yeah, fellow. Captain.
Yeah?
This is Detective Goldman. He checked. They don't need any of our men for the grand jury tomorrow.
Okay.
That was some deal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Some deal.
Sergeant Collins. Hold on, will you? Lieutenant Gorman, Sergeant Waters ringing in.
All right. 21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman.
Box 18, Sergeant Waters.
Come on to the house, Sergeant.
What's doing?
The skipper wants to talk to you.
What's the trouble?
Just come in, will you?
All right, I'll be right in, sir.
Yeah. He's on his way, Captain.
Let's send him into my office.
Yes, sir.
A large part of a policeman's job is conveying bad news. Hardly a day goes by that we're not required to notify a wife or mother or father or a husband that someone close is dead or sick or in serious trouble. These notifications are difficult enough when total strangers are involved. Telling a man you've known and worked with that his only son is dead is twice as hard. I waited in my office. I tried to read over a few of the reports that accumulated, but my eyes turned automatically through the open door into the muster room. Finally, I saw Sergeant Waters walk in. He approached the desk, talked for a few seconds with Lieutenant Gorman. Sergeant Collins busied himself filing aided case cards. When Sergeant Waters crossed the muster room toward my office, my attention turned to the file of reports in front of me.
Captain?
Come in.
Yes, sir.
Shut the door, will you?
Lieutenant Gorman said you wanted to see me, Captain.
Yes, that's right. Sit down, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir? Bill, I've got some bad news for you.
What kind of bad news, Captain?
A neighbor of yours called in and...
Nothing happened to Ruth. My wife's all right.
No, she's all right, yes. Well, it's your boy.
What happened to him?
The Army sent a wire. He was in an accident.
Yeah?
Yes.
He's not dead.
Yes, Bill, yes. I'm sorry.
Are they sure? Are they sure it was Bill?
All we know is what your neighbor called in and told us. That's all.
How did it happen? What kind of accident?
I don't know, Bill.
Dear God, what am I going to do? How am I going to tell Ruth?
Well, she knows already, Bill. The wire came to your house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 19 years old. That's all. Just 19 years old. When he got out of the Army, he was going to try and get on the police. I told him all the time, you don't want it. Get into something where there's more money. But it made me feel good that he wanted to get on the police. Like I was setting a good example.
Yeah.
Well.
No, sit down.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks.
No. You stay in here, huh?
Poor Ruth.
Well, there's a doctor with her, Bill. I think she'll be all right.
Oh, that's good. It's going to be kind of rough on her. Got nobody else besides me and him. That's all she's got. Just me and him. Just me now. Just me.
You stay in here. Or, you want me to stay here with you?
No, sir, that's all right. You don't have to stay.
All right. All right, whatever you want.
What I want, I can't have.
I'll be outside.
Yes, sir.
How is he? You all right, Captain?
Yeah, I guess so, Red.
You think somebody ought to stay in there with him?
Well, he wanted to be alone.
Oh.
Hello, Captain.
Gorman?
You got the message about your men not being needed at grand jury tomorrow.
Yeah, I got it.
You know what happened at the lab? Somebody down at the DA's office. Oh, what's the matter?
Bill Waters just got word his son was killed.
Oh, that's rough.
A nice kid. I met him once. He was in here. Captain, don't you think somebody ought to be in there with him? I don't know whether it's good to leave him in there alone. He ought to have company.
This is one time when a man doesn't need company, Red. When he's crying. In about 20 minutes, Sergeant Waters came out of my office. He changed to civilian clothes. I offered to have a man accompany him home. He refused. The rest of the afternoon was quiet. I turned out the platoon for the night tour at 4. From 4:30 to 6, I completed my paperwork and dictated a special report regarding changed conditions in the precinct in connection with new parking regulations. Shortly after 6 p.m., I signed the blotter and left the precinct to go off duty. The following day, before I reported for my night tour, I drove to the home of Sergeant Waters in Queens. And I found the street with little difficulty, but every house was alike, except for the numbers on the doors. I parked my car and headed up the flagstone walk. Number 72 was a little different from the rest. There was a crepe on the door. Hello, Bill.
Oh, Captain. Come in.
Thanks.
I hope you'll excuse the way things look around here.
Sure.
Okay. All that's happened and Ruth's so broken up, there hasn't been much chance to get things straightened out. Mm-hmm. They brought him home late last night. For a while, she's all right, Captain. Then, you know, I can't blame her. I feel that way myself.
I understand, Bill.
Rose, this is Captain Cronin.
You have my deepest sympathy, Mrs. Waters.
Awful.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Captain.
He was going to be 19 next month. To raise a boy and see him like this in your own living room. He just got made corporal. Just the day before.
That's rough.
The CO called me on the phone last night and told me how the whole thing happened. Would you like a cup of coffee, Captain?
No. No, thanks.
Some on the fire in the kitchen? No.
I don't mind.
I think I'll have some myself. I haven't had a thing hardly since I first found out. Would you come in the kitchen with me?
Sure.
I'm just going in the kitchen, Rose. I'll be back. He's in bad shape. Terrible shape. I don't know how she'll be able to get through the funeral. In here, Captain. Are you sure no coffee?
No, I don't think so. Thanks.
19 years old, that's all. Just 19. It was a hit-and-run driver that did it.
Yes, I know. Lieutenant Snyder told me when I rang in this morning.
Yeah, he was here last night. Sit down, Captain. He and everybody from the day tour. Everybody to a man. Makes you feel good. Well, as good as you can feel.
Did they get the driver?
No. It was in town. You see, Bill was made corporal, and the next night he got a pass and went into town to celebrate. You know how a kid is. Everything calls for a celebration.
Yeah, I know.
Had this other soldier with him, and they went out and celebrated. I guess they had a beer or two. I don't know. He wasn't much of a drinker. Just a beer or two. That's all he'd ever touched. Anyway, they were walking back to get the bus for camp. Guess he stepped out into the street, and this car came along fast around the corner. The other boy got out of the way all right, but Bill didn't.
Did the other boy happen to get a look at the car?
Yeah, he got a look at it. Said it was a black two-door. That's all he could see. Oh, the only thing he did say is he thought it was a soldier driver. Couldn't even be sure of that. They're working on it. MPs and state police up there in Massachusetts. I hope they get the guy. Are you sure no coffee, Captain?
No. Thanks.
I hope they get him. I raised that kid from nothing to 19 years old. I put about half of me into what's laid out there in that living room. Whoever it is, I want him to pay. I wouldn't want him to do that to another man's son. I want him to pay hard.
I talked to Sergeant Waters for a few minutes more, and finally his wife came out into the kitchen. She seemed a little better. He stayed out until Monday. When he reported back on the job for the night tour, I talked to him in my office for several minutes before I turned out for platoon. He seemed fairly composed, considering the circumstances. He told me his wife had overcome the initial shock. After I turned out for platoon, I met with a committee of 3 Lexington Avenue merchants who complained of high-pressure solicitation of funds by little-known charitable organizations. I referred them to the Department of Welfare, then phoned and made an appointment for them to see the Deputy Commissioner the next day. At 5:30, I went on patrol, returned to the station house at 7:10, signed the blotter, and walked over to TS where Sergeant Waters was on duty.
A couple of messages for you, Captain.
Yeah?
And there's someone waiting for you.
Huh? What?
He said he was...
right, take it.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. But where's that? Yes, ma'am. We got a call on that from someone else a few minutes ago. There's an officer on the way over. She'll be there any minute. You're welcome, then.
Oh, is that right?
Family argument over at E67.
No. Who is it waiting for me?
Well, Lieutenant Nayet, Captain. He says he's with the 1st Army Military Police, RD.
Nayet? Where is he?
I asked him to wait in your office. I told him you were back in the house in any minute. He's back in there.
Okay, Sergeant, thanks.
Yes.
I'll be in my office.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. All right. 27.
Lieutenant Ned?
Yes, sir.
I'm Captain Cronin.
How do you do, Captain? Lieutenant Richard Nayett, First Army MP, R.D.
Glad to know you. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
We've got an arrest to make in your precinct, Captain.
Oh, you need some assistance?
Yes, sir, I think we will. But that's not the problem right now, sir.
Now, what is the problem?
This fellow is AWOL. We've had the house staked out since last night. His wife's apartment, that is. We're 90% sure he's up there, but nobody's shown their head out of the place since we've been watching.
Yes?
Well, we thought either he or his wife would come out today. We'd like to wind it up, but we don't have a warrant. And being federal officers, we can't go in there without a warrant.
We can't go in there either, Lieutenant, not under these circumstances. We've got to have reason to believe that there's evidence of a crime or a fugitive from a crime inside. And by crime, I mean a felony, not AWOL.
He's also a fugitive in connection with a felony, sir.
He is?
Yes, sir. The Massachusetts State Police have got a warrant out for him on manslaughter. He's suspected of driving a hit-and-run car that struck another soldier and killed him.
What was the name of the victim?
We got the request to apprehend from the MPs at Fort Devens. I didn't notice whether it was mentioned in the report or not. Oh, yes, sir, here it is. Corporal William Waters, Jr.
I think we can be of some assistance to you, Lieutenant.
Well, thanks, Captain. Anything you can do will be appreciated.
I'm glad to do it. The victim's father's a sergeant of police in this precinct.
Oh, is he, sir?
Yeah.
Huh. That's a strange coincidence. That doesn't happen every day. Funny, huh?
Funny?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. That's not exactly the word, is it?
No, Lieutenant. No, not exactly. I told the MP officer the case was properly in the province of the detectives and took him upstairs. Lieutenant King was not in, but the MP officer told Detective Goldman and I that the soldier's name was John Deason, private first class, age 22. He said that Deason had a 24-hour pass on the same night Corporal Waters was run down, and he'd failed to report for duty the following day and had been AWOL ever since. This information had been forwarded to the 1st Army Military Police by Fort Devens MPs with a request that Private Deason's listed residence be checked. I assigned Sergeant Waters to the raid detail. He appeared to accept his instructions as he would in connection with any other duty assigned. We left the precinct house for the East 76th Street address at 10 minutes to 8. MP Lieutenant Nayett spotted the two men he had planted watching the buildings. He signaled for them to join us. The detectives, Lieutenant Nayett, Sergeant Waters, and myself, would lead the way up the stairs to the 4th floor. Two MPs right behind us would proceed straight up the stairs to the roof of the building to block an escape that way. The other officers would remain on the 3rd floor landing.
All right. You. Stop off here.
Yes.
Let the detectives and the MPs handle it, huh, Bill? We'll stay in the background.
Yes, sir.
Right. We'll keep away from them, boy.
Yes, sir. All right. Up quietly now. The door in the front. You two. Up to the roof. Okay. They're in there. I hear them.
Who is it?
I want to talk to John. I'm a friend of his.
John isn't here.
And I want to talk to you. Open the door. I'm a police officer.
What do you want?
Open up. Open up.
All right.
Where's John? Where is he?
He's not here.
Isn't he?
All right, he is, but please, he's scared. He's scared half to death.
He told me about the accident. He did. He said he didn't see that soldier. It wasn't his fault. It really wasn't.
Then why didn't he stop the car?
I don't know.
Where is he?
We don't know why either. He just didn't, that's all.
Where is he?
In there, in the bedroom.
Is he armed? Does he have a gun?
No, he doesn't have a gun.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute, please. I don't know what's the matter with him. He's sick, I think. He came home and he wouldn't leave the house. He wouldn't let me leave, not even for food. He hadn't anything to eat all day. He's sick. I know he's sick.
All right. You stand there. You. Take care of him. Okay. Let's get him. Jan, open up.
No. Stay away from there.
Open the door.
Stay away. I'm telling you.
He said he'd jump out the window. That's what he said.
Jan.
All right, let's kick it in. Give us a hand, huh? Sergeant, give us a hand here.
Yes. Together.
Stay away.
Again. Once more.
Don't come any closer.
Get out of that window, boy. What are you trying to prove?
Don't come any closer. I'll jump. I swear it.
That's 4 floors down to the street.
I know what it is. Don't come any closer now. I'm warning you. Don't.
Now, look, John.
Stay where you are.
Jump. He really will. He said he would.
We can stay here all night, John. We got all the time in the world.
You can stay there if you want. But if you come any closer, I'll jump. I swear I will.
Ring in for the emergency truck and an ambulance. Tell them what we got. Okay, Captain.
Come out of that window, boy. Get some sense.
No, I'm not coming out.
This isn't so bad. It's not worth dying over.
Isn't it?
Can I talk to him, Captain? Sure. Well, go ahead, son. Listen, son.
I'm not listening. Don't try to con me.
All right. You're in a little trouble. Everybody's been in a little trouble.
Stay where you are. I'll go out, I swear.
That'd be a smart thing to do, wouldn't it? That's going to solve everybody's problems, huh?
It'll solve mine.
What about your wife? And what about your folks? Have you got any folks?
Look, don't try to con me. Stay where you are now.
Come on, get out of there. Why make things worse than they are? It's not that bad.
Plenty bad.
Not so bad. For other people, maybe. Everybody knows you're sorry about running down that soldier, and AWOL isn't anything. It's nothing.
I'm telling you, stay away. I'll go out.
Did you know the soldier you ran down?
No, I didn't know him.
Then what are you worried about? Come on out of the window. You're throwing your life away over something that doesn't mean a thing to you. You'll probably get out of the whole thing anyway. It was an accident. The kid stepped off the curb right in front of you.
He did. That's what he did. I had the light with me. It wasn't my fault. I didn't even see him. I just got a little excited, that's all. Just a little excited.
Come on. Let's sit down and talk about it, John. Just tell us about it.
What'll I do to me?
Not so much. Take my word for it.
What's your guarantee?
I don't have any guarantee. You'll have to take your chances. But look at the chance you're taking going out the window.
All right.
Now close the window. Sit down in that chair.
Yeah. All right.
Here's a cigarette.
Thanks.
Smoke and relax. Oh, that's good work, son.
Thanks, Sergeant. I really didn't want to go out the window.
I'm Lieutenant Mayor of the MPs.
Well, that figures.
He's your prisoner, Lieutenant.
You're all right, Sergeant. You're okay. Thanks.
I've just got away with boys.
Yeah, you sure have. You must have one yourself.
No. No, I don't, Johnny. No children.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. What's the matter with him? How do you know he's dead?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's case were Santos Ortega, Lawson Zerby, Les Damon, John Aston, and Elaine Ross. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Hugh Holder speaking. 21st Precinct. It's just lines on the map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tours of duty vary like the weather. Some are quiet, others are stormy. This tour was a stormy one. When I came on the job at 7:30 a.m., a 3-alarm fire in an old brewery near the East River had just been brought under control. 2 city firemen had been overcome and taken to Metropolitan Hospital. At 8:16 a.m., a bus and a taxi cab collided on 2nd Avenue. The driver of the cab and his 2 passengers were injured. Shortly after 9 o'clock, there was a call that a paint store on Lexington Avenue had been burglarized during the night. I was still at the scene of the accident when Patrolman Farrell, my operator, rang into TS from a call box and informed me of the burglary. We made the run to Lexington Avenue. The men from Sector 4 and Sergeant Tierney were already on the job. Farrell parked between their cars in front of the paint store. All right, let's go.
Hello, Captain.
What do we got, Ross?
A safe job.
Yeah?
They hauled it away. They just rolled it out the front door, carried it away.
All right.
Don't touch the door, Captain. That's the way they got in and out.
Okay.
Sergeant Tierney says the detectives might want to try it for fingerprints.
All right, stay on the job here. Keep the sidewalk clear.
Yes, sir.
What time do you usually open the store, Mr. Ristolis?
Same time, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock every day.
Hello, Sergeant.
Captain. Mr. Ristolis, this is Captain Cronin.
How do you do?
Some mess to come to work to. Some mess, huh?
Mr. Ristolis is the proprietor, Captain. Mr. Peter Ristolis. He opened up this morning and found the place had been burglarized during the night.
The whole safe picked up. The whole safe. You'd think the safe would be safe. The whole thing.
Did you notify the detective, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I rang in as soon as I saw what it was. Sally was catching. He notified the safe and law squad, and he's on his way over here himself.
Oh, where was this safe, Mr. Stone?
Right back there, Captain. Right back there in plain view with a light on it. I always make it a practice to leave a light on it. Right here, in between brushes and wallpaper.
Oh, what kind of a safe was it, Mr. Stoller?
A black one.
I mean, do you know the name of the manufacturer and the style number?
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, no.
Now, when did you buy it?
Well, let's see. I had it when I removed to this location. I had it about a year then. I've been here 9 years, so I got the safe about 10.
It's important the detectives have a description of the safe. Don't you have the manufacturer's name, the model number written down someplace?
Well, yes, tell you the truth, I think I do. I think I got the original invoice from when I bought it.
Oh, good. That's all we need. Where is the invoice?
In the safe.
That figures. How was the entry made, Sergeant?
Street door was Jimmy's. Neat job, Captain. They got a bar in between the door and the frame and just snapped off the latch.
Yeah?
And when I walked up to the door, I could see something was screwy. I touched it and it opened.
The lock was broken off.
Listen, I got my insurance policies in the safe, too. How does that make me stand on the insurance?
Well, you don't need your policies. Just get in touch with your broker. Do you have any cash in the safe?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's why I keep the safe, principally.
How much?
Oh, $600-700.
Your receipts from yesterday?
Well, most of it, $400 or $450 is the receipts yesterday. The rest is extra cash. I just keep it on.
Huh? Why?
Well, to tell you the truth, Captain, it's a couple of $100 I had. I didn't want my wife to know about. You know, mad money.
Uh-huh.
She knows everything I'm doing and how much I got in the bank to the last nickel. You see, I'm the president, and she's the secretary-treasurer of this little corporation we got, Restore Paints Corporation. And she takes her job serious. I figure I'm entitled to a couple of $100, you know. No.
What is it, $600 or $700?
Well, between, I don't know. I'd have to figure the register and so forth.
What else did you have in there, Mr. Stoller?
Oh, a couple of dollars in stamps. Oh, for crying out loud, my war bonds. My war bonds was in there.
You won't lose anything there. You have a record of the serial numbers, don't you?
Yeah, also in the safe.
You sure had a lot of faith in that safe, Mr. Stoller.
Well, who'd have thought, you know? Listen, the government will make good on those war bonds, won't they? That's my hard-earned money in those bonds. What happened?
You better get in touch with the Treasury Department as soon as you can, Mr. Stoller.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Anything else in there, Mr. Ristolis?
Oh, my accounts receivable. Listen, how much chance is there of getting them back? I mean, the bonds and the accounts receivable. I don't care about the cash. You know, this could develop into an expensive proposition. The Treasury might give me a hard time, and without the accounts receivable, well, to tell you the truth, I'm a dead duck. Accounts payable, who cares? The people I owe, if I don't pay them, will let me know, but the people that owe me aren't going to come around here and volunteer money. No, sir. You think I can get it back, the contents, besides the cash, I mean?
You probably will, Mr. Stoller. All they want's the cash. Ledgers and war bonds won't do them any good.
Oh, that's good news, if only it comes true.
Oh, what'd they do, Sergeant? Roll it along here?
Yes, sir. You can see the track. Right down here and out the door. Must have had a pickup truck or a car waiting.
A car? Oh, they couldn't get that safe into a car. You know how big it is? Well, it comes up to here. I'm up to here. There must have been 9 guys to move it. Look, I haven't had it out of that corner for 2 years. It was so heavy. Look at the dust back there.
You all alone in the store, Mr. Stoller?
No, that's right, all alone, except on Saturdays. My wife comes down to give me a hand and work on a book. She's got a job down in Wall Street. On Saturdays, she comes to help me out.
And you've always been alone in the store?
Well, yeah, for the last 3 or 4 years. I used to have help, but it got more than the traffic could bear. I couldn't keep them, and I always had their problems, plus my own. I figured it didn't pay. 12 guys there must have been to roll that safe out of here. Believe me, it was this big. It was this big and heavy. Now, who could that be on the phone? It's a fine time.
You
to
better
call.
answer, Mr. Stoller.
It's a fine time for business as usual.
Some deal, huh, Captain?
Yeah, some deal. Had to roll the safe out, cross the sidewalk, up onto a truck. Where was the patrolman on post?
Beats me, Captain.
What fellas, Saint?
What time do you think they broke in, Sergeant?
Who?
He closes the store at 6 o'clock. He didn't open up until 9 this morning. Could have been any time in between.
Yeah.
Sergeant, give me the names of the 2 men who were on post here for the night tour and for the lake tour.
Yes, sir.
I want to know why they didn't see this burglary in progress, or at least discover that the door was Jimmy's.
Hey, listen, Captain, that telephone's for you.
For me?
Yeah, I answered it, and somebody says, who's the cop in charge there? It was a dame, some dame. I said, there's a captain here. She said, let me talk to the captain.
All right, where's the...
It's back there on the counter, right next to the cash register.
Okay. You don't need all those men here, Sergeant. Get some of them back on patrol.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may get back on your regular job. All right.
Captain Cronin.
Are you in charge of the cops there?
Who is it?
Now, that's not important now, Captain.
Oh, it's important if you want to talk to me.
Well, look, if you really want to know who it is, I'm the guy who's got the safe from there.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah, that's so. I want to make you a little proposition.
Well, I don't know whether I want to talk about a proposition with you.
Well, whatever we talk about, let's make it fast. I don't want to give you a chance to find out where I'm calling from.
All right. I'll make it fast. What do you want?
I want the combination.
You don't want much, do you?
Look, we've been trying to get into that thing all night. We've been trying to rip it. We've been using a torch on it. All we want's the dough, that's all.
Well, that's very nice of you.
The deal is you give us the combination. I know he's got a lot of other stuff in there he wants besides the money, but that's all I want, the money.
What's your proposition?
Give us the combination. We'll leave the stuff where it can be picked up without getting hurt. We'll leave the whole safe.
And if you don't get it?
If we don't get it, the safe winds up the bottom of the river. And Restolus never sees anything else he's got in there. Now, that's fair, isn't it? How fair can you get?
All right, hold the phone a minute. Now, talk it over with Mr.
No,
Restolus.
I don't hold any phone. I'll call you back. Captain who?
Captain Cronin, 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll call you back there.
Hello? Hello?
What's the trouble, Captain?
Well, that was the burglar.
The burglar? Did you say it was the burglar on the phone?
Well, that's who he said it was.
What does he want?
A combination to the safe.
The what? Who does he think he is?
He can't get it open. He said if he gets the combination, you'll recover everything else in the safe except the money. All he wants is the money. If he doesn't get it, he says, the whole thing goes to the bottom of the river.
You mean I could get my accounts receivable and my war bonds back?
That's what he said.
Well, who cares about the money? I'm covered by insurance for that. I'll go along with him. I'm inclined to do that.
Well, I don't know whether I will, Mr. Restolus.
Now, look, whose stuff is it? I've got a lot to lose.
We'll talk it over with the detectives. They'll be here soon. See what they want to do about it.
Well, I know what I want to do about it.
I've been out a long time in this job, Captain. I never heard of anything like this before.
Oh, you learn something new every day, Sergeant. Every day in the year. Within a few minutes, detectives of both the 21st Squad and the Safe Loft and Truck Squad, the central office specialists who handle safe burglaries on a citywide basis, arrived at the scene. Sergeant Tierney gave them such information that he had collected, and I told them of the phone call from the man who purported to be one of the burglars. The detectives took over the investigation, and Sergeant Tierney instructed his men to resume patrol. I returned to the station house where I signed the blotter, went into my office to read and sign reports and communications which had accumulated since I was last on duty. At 20 minutes after 10, I'd almost finished the paperwork when I looked up and saw Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, and another man standing in the doorway. Yes, Matt.
You got a minute, Captain?
Yeah, sure. Come in.
How are you, Captain?
Fine, Matt.
This is Detective Gordon Sawyer of the Safe and Loft Squad.
Glad to know you, Sawyer.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Matt, sit down.
Yeah.
We'll let you handle over.
Well, that was an odd one this morning, wasn't it?
Sure was. How do you figure it, Sawyer? You fellas ever hear of anything like that before?
No, sir. It's new to us. Guy must be a psycho trying to swing a deal like that.
Well, he didn't sound much like a psycho on the phone, Matt. How you fellas got to figure, Sawyer?
Well, a couple of things, Captain. One, Mr. Ristola said it was a woman on the phone when he answered, and you picked it up, and it was a man.
That's right.
Two, from the description Ristolas gave us of the box, it sounded like a certified 600. Now, a safe man who really knows his business wouldn't find much trouble getting into a box like that. He'd try ripping it, and if that didn't work, he'd use a cutting torch, get inside of it that way, especially since they carried it off and can work on it at their leisure. They aren't red-hot iron men, that's for sure. Whoever they are, I don't think they've been long in the trade.
How many of them you think there were?
Well, that box weighs 600 pounds. There must have been at least 3 of them, maybe 4.
And what about the girl on the phone?
I don't know, Captain.
I think I've got an idea about that.
Yes, sir?
If this burglar is going to put the proposition to someone, who'd be the logical person? Not the policeman on the job. A logical one would have been Ristolas. I don't think he wanted to talk to Ristolas. That's why he had the girl put in the call.
You mean you think Ristolas might have recognized his voice?
Yeah, might have.
Yes, sir, that's a good possibility. But why the girl? There must have been at least 2 other men in the deal. Why the girl?
I don't know. Maybe his friends didn't think it was a good idea. Maybe they gave up on the deal when they couldn't get the box open. No, any number of reasons.
Sawyer, let's check out some of the people Ristolas knows.
Okay, Lieutenant.
He said he used to have help in the store, but not anymore. How about his former employees?
Yes, sir, there might be something there. You going to be around here all day, Captain?
Well, I was going out on patrol again this afternoon. That's about all. Why?
Well, we figured this bum might call back here to see if the deal will go through.
If he does, we've got the switchboard here. One of us will be right out there. We'll keep one line open to the telephone company to get the location of the phone he's calling from. As soon as we can get the location, we'll have a car go right over there.
He won't stay on the phone long. He wouldn't this morning. He knows we're looking for his call.
Well, he's got to stay on long enough for you to give him the combination.
And you want to go along with him?
Well, part way. We'll give him a phony combination. That might give us a chance to get to him.
If you take long enough to tell it to him, Captain.
I'll take long enough.
We'll be out at the board and start to work on every call that comes through to you, Captain, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
If you'll just take a few seconds longer to get to the phone than you normally do, we might have a chance.
If he calls again.
Well, he's got the safe, and we've got the combination. If he had the nerve to carry that safe out across the sidewalk, he's certainly got nerve enough to make another telephone call.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. This year, there's something brand new in campaign news coverage, an innovation by CBS News, which is always on the lookout for new ways to illuminate and enlarge its news reporting. It's the CBS News Campaign Cavalcade, a 12-man unit of top CBS newsmen which will be touring America in 2 specially designed and equipped station wagons, heading always for on-the-spot coverage wherever political news is breaking. Perhaps the cavalcade has already visited your locality. Perhaps it's on its way right now to cover the political situation there, not only from the candidate's point of view, but yours. Be on the lookout for it, for the CBS News Campaign Cavalcade is on its way. And now back to Captain Cronin and the 21st Precinct.
I remained at the station house for the balance of the morning. Detective Sawyer of the Safe and Loft Squad posted himself next to the telephone switchboard, ready to use another line to trace any subsequent call from the safe burglar. He got head starts on 2 callers who had asked for me, but both of them turned out to be ordinary police business. At 11 o'clock, Patrolman White, who had worked the 12 to 8 tour on the post where the safe burglary occurred, came into the precinct house and stopped to talk to the desk officer. About the same time, I finished my paperwork and started out of the office into the muster room. I saw Patrolman White and asked him to come into my office. What are you doing back in the house, White? Weren't you off at 8 o'clock this morning?
Yes, sir, but I had to go to court on an old case, and I left something here I wanted to pick up.
Come on inside.
Yes, sir.
You were assigned to post number 6 from midnight to 8 a.m., is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You familiar with the paint store on Lexington Avenue run by Mr. Peter Ristolis?
Yeah, that's on post number 6, Captain.
Did you have occasion to notice anything unusual at the paint store during your tour of duty?
No, sir.
Did you try the front door at all during your tour?
Well, I did on my first time around.
You saw nothing unusual during the balance of your tour?
No, sir.
Did you notice any truck parked on your post near the store?
No, sir.
White, sometime during the night, burglars jimmied the front door, got in the store, rolled out a 600-pound safe.
They did?
I'm telling you they did. Rolled it out the front door, crossed the sidewalk into a truck. Where were you?
Well, I didn't see him.
I know you didn't see them. I'm trying to find out why.
Yes, sir.
After your first time around, didn't you try the door again during the course of the tour?
No, sir.
Well, why not? Can you explain why you didn't?
Yes, sir.
Well, go ahead, explain. That's what I'm waiting for.
Well, a little after 1 o'clock, there was some trouble over in a bar on 3rd Avenue.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, 2 of the patrons got in a fight, Captain. One of them hit the other over the head with a beer bottle. The man was unconscious, and I had to go to the hospital with him.
And what time did you get back on post?
At 2:23, Captain.
Did you start around again?
Yes, sir.
Did you try any front doors?
Well, I started to, but it was along about that time that the alarm hit for this fire in the old brewery on the river.
Yeah.
Well, Sergeant Collins drove by and instructed me to leave my post and go over to York Avenue.
Well, what did you do there?
Well, the firemen had lines strung across York Avenue. There are about 30 pieces of apparatus there. I was instructed to reroute traffic off York Avenue and onto 1st and 2nd.
How long did you stay there?
Until I was relieved.
What time was that?
20 minutes after 8 o'clock this morning. I came into the station house, changed into my civilian clothes, and I went down to court. That's where I was until I got back here.
Okay, White. Go on home.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain. Bye, Captain.
Oh, leave the door open. 21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
This is Sawyer, Captain. There's a call coming through for you. I think it's our boy.
All right.
If you'll hang up and let it ring 3 or 4 times.
Okay. Precinct, Captain Cronin.
You know who this is, Captain?
I think so.
Well, what about the deal? You ready to go through with it?
I think so.
Well, what's the combination?
Now, wait a minute. Look, first, I want your assurance that you're not going to throw that safe in the river. The man wants his property back.
You get it back.
Well, I just want to make sure that you're not
going to do. You're trying to stall for time. I'm not going to stay on this line long enough for you to trace the call. Believe me, I'm not. Now, what's the combination?
All right, just a second, Al. Let me find it, huh?
Take more than a second. I'm telling you. Don't take more than a second.
All right. I'm getting it.
What is it?
Just a second.
I'm telling you.
All right, hold it. Yeah, here it is.
What?
Let's see. 2 full turns to the right.
2 full turns to the right. Write that down, honey.
And stop at 71.
Stop at 71.
Mm-hmm. Now, back left past 71, stop at 6.
Back left past 71, stop at 6. What? 6. Yeah, then what?
Now, look, you're going to keep your promise, aren't you?
I'll keep my promise if you'll keep yours. What's the rest of the combination? I haven't got all day here. I know what you're trying to do.
All right. And right to 98.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, goodbye.
I think we got a chance, Captain.
Oh, I couldn't keep him on the phone any longer, Sawyer. He knew what we were up to.
We made it.
Good. The girl was with him again. Apparently, she was standing right alongside him and taking down the combination as he repeated it.
It was from a pay station.
No, that figures.
A drugstore on Astoria Boulevard. A car from 114th is on the way.
Good. Maybe they'll make it.
I'll call the squad out there and ask them to take a look, too.
Okay.
I'll do it from the board. Oh, excuse me, Lieutenant.
It's all right. Go ahead.
We got the call, Lieutenant.
You talk to him, Captain?
Yeah, Matt, I gave him the combination. They traced it to a pay station and a drugstore on Astoria Boulevard.
Well, he's probably gone by now.
Yeah, well, the car's on the way. Sawyer's calling the 114th squad and having them take a look, too.
Astoria, huh? That's right.
You know something, Captain? I had Vitale and Novak over there talking to that Mr. Ristolis for the better part of the morning.
Yeah?
We've been going on the possibility that maybe your suggestion is correct. The man didn't want to talk to Ristolis on the phone because he might recognize the voice. They asked him all about his former employees and friends and relatives, anybody that he knew who was familiar with the store or worked there.
They get anywhere?
No, no place much, but one thing came out.
Oh, what's that?
Ristolis' wife has a brother who's been in a little trouble.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah, he did one bit for grand larceny. He's been out for 2.5 to 3 years. He hasn't got jammed up since. Ristolis said his brother-in-law used to clerk in the store on Saturdays once in a while. No, just to help him out a little bit in a rush. He said he wasn't much account as a clerk, though. He didn't know varnish from enamel. Said he hasn't seen his brother-in-law in about 7 or 8 months. Doesn't think his wife has either.
Well, it's nothing in itself.
Ristolis would know his brother-in-law's voice over the telephone.
Yeah?
And his brother-in-law might think that Ristolis is a pretty good mark.
Well, it's a possibility, Matt, but I still don't have much.
Do you know where he lives, the brother-in-law?
Astoria?
Yeah, Astoria.
Well, I guess you want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. I guess we do.
In another minute or so, Detective Sawyer came into my office and told me that he had spoken to the acting lieutenant in command of the 114th Squad. 2 detectives from there were en route to the drugstore on Astoria Boulevard to see if they could locate the caller. It was determined that Detective Sawyer, accompanied by Detective Vitale of the 21st Squad, would go to Astoria and talk to the brother-in-law of the victim. The fact that the brother-in-law lived in Astoria and had a criminal record was considered more than a coincidence. After they left my office, I turned my attention to other business of the precinct. At 1 p.m., I went out on patrol and returned in time to turn out the platoon for the night tour at 4. The precinct was calmer than when I came on the job in the morning. The storm had abated. After the men marched out the door, a call came from upstairs that Lieutenant King would like to see me in the detective squad office. I walked through the back door where several of the men who had just come off duty were standing around talking, climbed the rickety stairs to the second floor, and walked into the 21st Squad. Detective Sawyer was sitting on the edge of a desk talking to a small blonde woman. I walked over to him.
Well, I was just doing him a favor. That's all I was doing.
Sawyer?
Oh, hello, Captain. How are you?
After all he asked me to do was make a telephone call for him. If a girl can't make a telephone call for a man, well, what's this world coming to?
Captain, this is Eleanor Mohall.
How do you do?
I'm sure. I didn't have anything to do with breaking into that store. I wasn't anywhere near the place. I didn't know what it was all about. He asked me to do him a favor, that's all, and I did. I didn't know what it was all about.
He asked you to write the combination down, too. When he got it from the captain here, you knew what that was all about, didn't you?
Well, not exactly. He's not the kind that tells you everything.
You got it about wrapped up, Sawyer?
Yes, pretty much. Vitale and I went to this house in Astoria. We found the brother-in-law out there and her.
I told you I was just visiting. That's all I was doing. I was just visiting.
We took a look in the garage, and what do you think was there?
The safe?
Yes, sir, the safe.
I didn't know it was in there. I don't look in garages. Why should I look in a garage? I was just visiting him, and he asked me to do him a favor. You can't kill somebody for doing a favor.
Oh, where's the lieutenant in his office?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know what it was all about. That's the honest-to-goodness truth. He asked me to do him a favor. That's all.
Captain Collins.
I wasn't anywhere near the place. I just sit him.
All right.
I thought you'd like to meet this man, Captain. You talked to him over the phone, Lee Kangley.
What are we waiting for? You got the safe, you got me. Book me and get it over with, will you? I'm tired.
Because you were up all last night?
Because I was up all last night, yes.
It was a very smart thing you did, breaking into your brother-in-law's store, wasn't it?
Oh, that was smart enough. The stupid thing was leaving a safe in my garage. I should have found someplace else.
You find out who was with him on the deal last night, man?
Yes, sir. He told us. Sure, I told you. I told you everything. Why should I keep anything back? They walked out on me. You think I want to be in and them out? Not me, brother. I weaken easy. When I go down for the third time, I take everybody with me.
Why did you pick on your own brother-in-law?
I wanted to keep the money in the family.
That was very thoughtful, wasn't it, Captain?
Very.
We're sending a truck out after the safe, Captain. I'm kind of anxious to see it. Sawyer told me they clawed at it and hacked at it and burned it with a torch, tried to knock the knob off. They couldn't make a dent in it.
That must be a pre-war safe. Do they build them like that today? I'll say they don't. Who's got a chance of one of those things? And it's work. You know that's work, to get it out of the store, onto the truck, and out to the garage. Then to have to go to work on it. You know we worked on that thing from 2:30 this morning till almost 8. We couldn't make a dent in it.
Is that when you got the bright idea to call me?
Yeah, that's right. I came over to New York, walked down the other side of Lexington Avenue to see what kind of a rumble there was from the deal. When I saw all the cops parked out in front, I went in a candy store and called.
Well, who was with you? Just Eleanor?
Yeah, that's right, just Eleanor. I had the idea out in the garage, but the other boys thought I was crazy. They wouldn't have any part of it. I said to them, look, I'm not 2 feet away from where all that money is, not 2 feet, and I can't get my hands on it. If you don't want any part in it, get out. I said to myself, I'll do it myself. And they got out. All that work, not a dime out of it. That's what gets me, backbreaking work. Are you going to bring them in here, those boys? I'd like to see the looks on their faces. They take a fall, don't get a dime out of it. I'm laughing. It's a big joke.
All right. Come in, Mr. Stoller.
Yeah.
I'm Lieutenant King.
How are you? I'm pleased to know you. Lee, I don't know what to say.
Say hello.
I'm ashamed of you, Lee. I'm really ashamed of you. My wife's own brother to do such a thing to me.
What do you want from me, Pete? I did it. What am I going to do? Say I'm sorry?
You would really throw the safe in the river? Your own brother-in-law's accounts receivable and bonds at the bottom of the river? I can understand how you would do it to me, but your own flesh and blood is my wife.
Don't knock yourself out, Pete, will you?
Why did you do it, Lee? Why didn't you come to me if you needed money?
I needed money, but who needed a song and dance along with it?
Captain, do you understand it? I don't. A grown man, look at him. In his trade, he can go out and make $25 a day. $25 a day, and he's got to go get himself in trouble like this again. What's the answer? $25 a day.
The answer, Mr. Restorer, seems to be that he prefers night work.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Tierney. Who's dead? Who? How? Where is this? Where? 8080 SWAT? Yeah. Yeah, who is this?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Joe DeSantis, John Sylvester, Miss Leslie Woods, Bill Quinn, Larry Haynes, and Eric Dressler. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Roger Foster speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Well, what do you mean he hit a woman? With a car? Where is this? Where? Was she hurt? How bad is she hurt? Is the driver still there?
You are by transcription in the muster room of the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, tell them I'm sending the ambulance right over there. Yeah, right away. And some officers. They'll be there, too. Okay.
"21st Precinct. It's just lines on the map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. At 2 minutes to 8, Sergeant Waters on TS rang into my office and told me the 8 to 4 platoon was ready to turn out. I got up from behind my desk and walked out the office and crossed the muster room. Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, pressed a button that rang a bell in the back room, and the 47 men who would patrol the streets of the precinct for the next 8 hours marched out in a military manner and formed ranks in front of the desk. The roll was called for entry into the block. McNeil, Underwood, Eisman, Morelli, Jacoby, Weber. All right, you men. Few things. All public schools in the borough of Manhattan will hold fire drills sometime during the week. All men are regularly assigned to school crossings will inquire of the principals exactly what time the drills are scheduled. The school crossings will be covered during the fire drills. Secondly, a special detail of Department of Sanitation inspectors will be at work in the precinct beginning today through Saturday. Now, their job is to see that trash cans are kept covered and sidewalks are clean in front of the buildings and that rubbish is not swept into the street. Now, there'll be a lot of summonses issued. You men on post have a lot of information in regard to habitual offenders of this nature. Now, you'll see the Department of Sanitation man around. Give them all the assistance you can. That's all. Sergeant, post the platoon. Platoon, attention. Right, face. Forward, march.
Captain.
Yeah, Ren.
What about that strike over there at the laundry? It's still quite by noon. Can I take that man off the fixer over there?
Oh, yeah, if they're still down to one ticket, Ren.
Yes, sir. Well, they were yesterday.
Just a second, Ren. I want to see what this is coming in.
Yeah.
Well, if you heard bad? Pedestrian struck by a cab, Captain.
All right.
Stay right there and wait for the officers. Yeah, I'm sending the ambulance. Okay. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters, CB. A female pedestrian struck by a taxi cab at 73rd and 3rd. Yeah, send an ambulance. Over the call box there. Okay.
What have you got, Sergeant?
A woman struck by a taxi cab at 73rd and 3rd. That was a cab driver rang in on a call box.
Is she hurt bad?
He says she's unconscious. Pretty old woman, he said. Stepped out between two parked cars.
All right, I'll roll on it. Notify the detectives.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to get a car in here for you, Captain?
No, one of them ought to be out in front of the building by now. In relief, I'll grab it.
Okay, Captain.
As soon as I sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is sure a fine way to start a new day.
Don't worry about it, Sergeant. It's not as bad for you as it is for that woman. After I signed the blotter and went into my office for my coat, I walked out onto the sidewalk in front of the station house. The crews of Sector Car number 2 and number 5 were waiting for the men who had been working them on radio motor patrol from midnight to 8 a.m. to show up for their relief. Sector Car number 2 was the first to arrive. As Patrolman William Kane made a quick inspection of the car and recorded the mileage and gasoline gauge reading as required, I instructed the recorder, Patrolman Eugene Dillon, to report to the desk officer that I would take this car to the scene. I got in and we drove to 73rd Street and 3rd Avenue. As we neared the intersection, I could see that a considerable crowd had gathered. On hand were two other sector cars. Get in there as close as you can. All right, give me a hand with the crowd. All right, coming through here, please. Open up there. Police officer.
Hello, Captain.
Scobie. Huh? Doesn't look so good, does she?
No, sir.
What about the ambulance?
Oh, the call came over. Ambulance responding.
All right, wait a minute, so more and put in another call.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's this?
Oh, it's the property she was carrying. Shopping bag and a pocketbook.
Where were they?
Well, the pocketbook was still around her wrist. Shopping bag was knocked a couple of feet. I brought it back. I don't think she's going to make it, Captain.
Oh, huh? Where's the cab driver?
Oh, I told him to sit in his car.
All right, you stay here. You want to talk to the driver?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dad?
All right. Hey, you want to open the door?
Yeah. I've been pushing a hack for 12 years. The first time anything like this ever happened to me. I never even scratched a fender. She stepped right out of it in between those two cars, right in front of me. Look at me, I'm shaking like a leaf.
Yeah, it's all right now. Just calm down, huh? What's your name?
Ardino, Phil Ardino.
And how do you spell that?
A-R-D-I-N-O.
How old are you, Phil?
33.
Where do you live?
931 Avenue Way. How is she? She gonna be all right? She didn't look very good to me. I mean, I got out of the cab. I saw her laying there. It looked like curtains. I don't know. I didn't hit her hard. I don't think I was going 25 miles an hour. She walked right in front of me. I hit her before I even had a chance to put on a brake.
Yeah, can I see your chauffeur's license?
Yeah, sure. I got it right here. Just wait 1 second. Look at me like a leaf. I can't hold still.
Yeah, all right, okay. Calm down.
I'm trying. Here you are.
All right. Oh, that's your car, or does it belong to a fleet?
No, it belongs to a fleet. A small fleet, Agno Transportation. Isn't there no ambulance coming for her? I mean, how come the delay?
It's coming, all right.
It's like I'm sitting here for hours.
No, it's only been a couple of minutes. It'll be here.
You think she's going to be all right?
Well, we'll see when the ambulance gets here.
I hope so. Why don't people look where they're going when they cross the street? Everybody's always got something on their minds. I don't know where they get the idea that if they don't look, nothing's going to hit them. That if they don't look, there's a charm over them. I mean, she's an old lady, and that has to be taken into consideration, everything like that. All right, a driver of a car's got to be careful, but he needs a little help from the people who cross in the streets. I mean, they got to look. She stepped right out from between those two cars. Bang, what could I do?
Yeah, you didn't have any passenger in back.
No, I was riding light. I mean, she's supposed to cross in an intersection, isn't she? She was crossing almost in the middle of the block. Honest, look, she comes out from between two parked cars. What could I do?
You never had an accident, huh,
I swear, never. I've been pushing a hack since I got to the Army. I never even scratched the fender.
You gotten many summonses?
For traffic offense, you mean?
Yeah, so.
Well, a couple of years ago, I got a summons.
For what?
For red lights.
You pay a fine?
Sure, I paid a fine.
How often have they had you down to the hack bureau?
Well, I haven't been there for about 2 years.
And what was that for?
Well, I parked the car. I jumped in for some coffee. A hack inspector gave me a violation.
What'd you get out of it?
I got a day suspension. Plus the day I lost going down to bureau. Honest, she stepped right out from in front of me. I swear I couldn't have missed her if I was going 2 miles an hour. It was like she had her head down. She started to run across the street. She didn't look nothing. Hey, you think that's the ambulance?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Oh, I hope she's going to be all right.
I hope so, too.
Guess this day's shot for me, huh, Captain?
Yeah, the detectives will want to talk to you.
Detectives? Well, what are we going to need detectives for? I mean, it's clear what happened. I got a witness who's seen the whole thing. A fella standing right in the corner. Got his name and everything. He said he'd tell you what he saw.
Yeah, you give that to the detective, huh?
All right. Sure.
Just sit here, huh?
Where am I going to go?
All right, now, I have to get back on the sidewalk. Go on. Get back there, please. Back there.
Okay, let him in here, will you? Now, move back.
Hey,
Move
get
back.
him.
Come on.
Get those
Let 'em
people
through.
back on the sidewalk.
What was he hit by? Car?
Yeah, the taxi cab.
All right, let me take a look. Hello, Captain.
Hello, Doctor.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Officer, would you hold your head?
Yeah, sure.
Just put your hands over both of your ears so you're facing up.
All right.
Look, how many times I have to tell you people, huh? Get back on the sidewalk. There's nothing for you to say here. Hey, Dylan?
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well done.
Nothing we can do for her, Captain. She's DOA.
Well, yes.
Yeah, she must have gotten a pretty hard smack. I'm sorry.
All right, Doctor.
We'll roll, okay?
Yeah, all right. Go ahead.
You got a name on this?
No, not yet.
Okay. I'll see it.
Well, it didn't look like much else, Captain.
No. Jane, Dylan? Yes, Captain. Look, why don't you ring into the desk officer, notify the medical examiner, get a policewoman over here. Oh, and we need a waterproof covering. If you don't have one in the car, ride to the station house, get one. Kobe?
Yes, sir?
Got a 95 tag in your book?
Yeah, I got one, Captain.
All right. Get out your memorandum book.
Okay.
Get a pocketbook and shopping bag.
Yeah, I got them.
What's the matter? Why didn't the ambulance take you?
He was DOA, son.
You mean she was dead?
Yeah, inside dead and around.
Oh, that's terrible. That's awful. It wasn't my fault. You know that. I didn't mean to do it. She stepped out right between those two cars. I couldn't have missed her if I tried.
Yeah, okay, fella. Just take it easy. huh?
Terrible.
Open up the pocketbook, Colby. See if there's any identification.
Yes, sir. Well, there's a letter from the New York State Employment Service addressed to Mrs. Mary Quatovy, I guess. It's K-L-A-T-O-V-Y, 728 East 97th Street.
You think that's her?
Yeah, it must be.
Let's see. It instructs her to come to the office in regard to employment as a domestic.
What does that mean? She's a maid or a cook? Something like that?
That's right.
Let me see. A Social Security card made out to a Mary Quatovy.
All right. Colby, put it back.
Yes, sir. What about the shopping bag, Captain?
Oh, take that into the house.
Okay.
I don't know. That poor old lady. Why does it always have to happen to somebody like her?
Well, because you guys always got the rich ones riding in the back seats. That's why.
A UF-95 identification tag was placed around the wrist of the victim, and the body was transferred to the Bellevue mortuary in the morgue wagon, which arrived shortly afterwards. All uniformed men, with the exception of Patrolman Jacoby, were directed to resume patrol. As soon as the morgue wagon left and his other duties at the scene were completed, Patrolman Jacoby took the victim's pocketbook and the shopping bag into the station house, and the desk officer recorded the property in the blotter.
Oh, Lieutenant, I got the property of that accident victim here.
Yeah. You all cleaned up over there?
Yes, sir.
What's in the purse?
Let me see. One black pocketbook. 2 letters addressed to Mrs. Mary Kletovi. Let me see. One is in Polish or Hungarian or something like that.
Yeah.
Pill box. Doctor's prescription. Pair of glasses. bifocals, I guess. Handkerchief. Comb. Change purse.
How much is in there?
$1, $2, $3. No, $3.40, 50, 63 cents. 2 subway tokens.
All right. What's that?
Oh, that's the shopping bag she had with her.
What's in there?
There's newspaper stuff on top there.
All right.
3 or 4 paper bags in the bottom. Pair of shoes.
All right.
Let me see. A couple of aprons. Look like housewives' aprons.
Yeah?
Brother.
Is she running a bank?
That stuff real?
It's real enough.
There's more on this one here.
Where'd she get all that money? Well, you know what housemaids get in this day and age. I'm going to become a butler. All right, Jacoby, start counting it out.
Yes, sir. Let me see. 50, 100, 150, 200, 300, 350, 400, 450, 550, 650,
a mint.
750.
A regular mint.
850. Let me see. 900, 1,000, 100, 200, 250, 350.
He hasn't made a dent in it.
400, 450, 500, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city. Clarity, impartiality, and insight are 3 words which well describe the distinguished radio reporting of Edward R. Murrow. Clarity guarantees that you'll get all the facts you need. Impartiality guarantees that the facts are presented as is, without bias or coloring. And insight guarantees that the facts are presented interestingly and vividly. The moral manner of news reporting compels attention and respect. Listen to CBS Radio every weekday night when Edward R. Murrow reports the news on most of these same stations. And now back to Captain Cronin and 21st Precinct.
Within another few minutes, the count of the money in the victim's shopping bag was completed. It totaled $9,463. In the meantime, the cab driver had been taken to the station house by 21st Squad detectives, whose job it was to determine whether any criminal negligence was involved. Detective Louis DeLuca had been assigned by Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Squad, to make an investigation and locate either relatives or close friends of the victim. His search took him first to her apparent address, 728 East 97th Street. After examining the contents of the room and interviewing the superintendent of the building, he drove to an apartment house on West 186th Street in Washington Heights. There, he took the self-service elevator to the 4th floor and walked down the hall to apartment 4D.
Is this the residence of Mr. George Provost?
Yeah, who is it?
Is Mr. Provost home? I'm a police officer.
What's the matter?
I'm Detective DeLuca of the 21st Squad. Is Mr. Provost home?
Yeah, he's here. What's the matter?
I'd like to talk to him. Are you Mrs. Provost?
Yeah, that's right, too.
Thank you.
George! Got the news on in there. George!
What?
Someone here to see you, George.
Give some food to the handicap.
A detective.
Just waiting for the chance to show you how well they can do
You
their
listen
job.
to every news, too?
I listen.
Same news you've got to listen to over and over again.
Boy, I'm telling you, here it is in the middle of April, and politics flying fast and furious already. Think the election was tomorrow. You're a detective, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Louis DeLuca of the 21st Squad.
Well, what can I do for you?
Mr. Provost, do you have an aunt named Mrs. Mary Kletovi?
Yeah, that's right. It's my mother's sister.
She lives at 728 East 97th Street.
Well, I don't know just where she lives. I haven't seen her in years.
I think she does live there, George.
What's the trouble?
Well, I'm afraid that I've got some bad news for you, Mr. Provost.
Yeah?
She was walking on 3rd Avenue today. She stepped out from between 2 parked cars and a taxicab hit her.
She heard that?
Not dead, is she?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. She is dead. I'm sorry.
That's too bad. That's too bad. From what I remember, she was a pretty nice lady.
Yeah, I understand you're the only relative, Mr. Provost.
Well, I guess so, in this country. My mother's dead. Her sister was a widow for 20 years. She never had any children. I suppose I am the only relative, yeah.
Well, what are we supposed to do about it?
Well, we'd like Mr. Provost to come to Bellevue and identify the body.
Why?
Well, it's just a matter of procedure. We always try to get a close relative in cases like this and notify them.
Well, I'm not what you'd call that close a relative. So.
But you are the closest, aren't you?
Well, what does that mean? This is my aunt. I haven't seen her in years. Not since my mother's funeral, as a matter of fact. Now, look, mister, I'm sorry and all that, but I don't think it's any of my responsibility.
We haven't heard from her in years.
That's right. I got my own family. Got my wife, my 2 kids. What am I supposed to do about it? What do they want me to do? Arrange for the funeral and everything?
Well, we thought you might like to, being the closest relative.
Well, supposing she was my 3rd cousin or something like that. Would you expect it if I was still the closest relative?
We'd notify you.
Does she still live in that furnished room over there all by herself with nothing over there?
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Provost.
Hey, wait a minute. She was hit by a taxi cab, huh?
Yeah, 73rd Street and 3rd Avenue.
Well, whose fault was it? Taxi cab? I mean, was it the driver's fault? Did he just hit her and run away? Was it his fault?
Well, we can't say whose fault it was yet. But she was crossing the street in the middle of the block. She came out from between 2 parked cars. He was going slow.
Oh, then it was her fault.
It could have been.
Well, I don't see why they expect us to take care of the funeral expenses and all that. We got no money for that, and she didn't mean that much to us.
Well, nobody asked you to take care of any expenses.
Well, somebody will if we get involved, making arrangements and all that. Don't go, George. Don't be a fool.
I've got to be to work at noon anyway. I can't go down there. I can't lose a day's work from the job.
But you still have time to come to Bellevue and make an identification.
Now, don't do it, George. You'll only get involved. You got no responsibility.
That's right. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get stuck for any of the expenses.
Well, I don't think you will, Mr. Provost. It appears that your aunt had a little money.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I hope it's enough to cover the funeral expenses.
It is. And then some.
What do you mean, and then some? How much more was there?
Well, we're not sure altogether, Mr. Provost. She might have had some bank accounts in addition to the cash.
What cash?
She was carrying nearly $10,000 in cash when she was hit by the taxi cab.
$10,000?
Yes, that's right.
Are you sure it's my aunt?
Of course he's sure, George.
Yeah, it was her.
George, if he needs you to make an identification and arrange for the funeral, I think you ought to. After all, she was your closest relative.
Oh, sure. I intend to do everything I can.
As I remember, she was a nice old lady. Really nice.
Yeah, she was always good to me when I was a kid. She was crazy about my mother. I'll do anything I can to help you, Detective DeLuca, yeah. Anything. I just want to be of all the assistance I can be. I want to help.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can come over to Bellevue with me and identify her.
And then what?
And then, just as soon as the medical examiner releases the body, you can make any funeral arrangements that you want.
Well, where's the money?
It was taken to the 21st Precinct Station House.
It'll be safe there, won't it?
Well, it couldn't be much safer. It's entered in the blotter and will be turned over to the property collector department.
Oh, there's no aspersions, man. I was just concerned. I'm the closest relative, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Meanwhile, at the station house, Philip Ardino, the driver of the taxi cab, had been taken to the 21st Detective Squad on the 2nd floor. The detectives got his version of what had happened, and he was asked to wait for a while until the tests made by the accident investigating squad on his vehicle had been completed. He sat on a wooden bench in the corner of the office reading the morning tabloid. Finally, Lieutenant Matt King, the commanding officer of the 21st Squad, opened the door to his office and walked toward the bench.
Mr. Ardino?
Yeah?
I'm Lieutenant King.
Oh, how do you do?
You come into my office for a minute, Mr. Ardino?
Sure.
In here.
Okay. Everything's going to be all right, isn't it? How long do I have to stay here?
Sit down, man.
Okay.
I had to send the detective who's been talking to you out on another case.
Oh, that's all right.
He told me what your story was. He told me that he spoke to the witness whose name you had written down. The witness verified your story.
That's the absolute truth. She stepped out from between 2 parked cars. Nobody could have seen her. Right in the middle of the block there. Anybody who happened to be coming along at that time would have hit her.
Yes, that's what he said it looked like.
And the officers who checked out your car just called me, said the brakes and the steering apparatus and everything are in working order.
Absolutely. My fleet wouldn't let a car out of the garage unless they were in perfect working order.
So what we're going to do, we're just going to let you go. If there's anything else develops in this case where we need you, we'll be in touch with you.
Oh, by all means.
Okay.
You mean that's all?
Except one thing. As a matter of form, a report of this accident will go to the Hack Bureau. You'll be able to hear from them.
I knew I could count on that.
Now, if you come on downstairs with me, I'll get the keys to your cab for you. The officers who checked your car left them with the desk officer.
Yeah.
I'm going downstairs. I'll be right back.
All right, okay, Look.
How do you feel, Phil?
Well, still a little shaky, you know.
Go ahead. What are you going to do the rest of the day? You're not going to work.
Me, I should say not. Take that car up to the garage and leave it there. I'm going to knock off the rest of the day.
Good idea.
Telling me. Where something like this can really start you shaking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right. Right over to that desk, Mr. Ardino. Hello, Matt. Red. The keys to his hack were left here. Can I have them?
All right.
Yeah, sure. There they are. Pick them up, Phil.
Yeah.
Are you all straightened away, Matt? Oh, yeah, Captain. We're fine.
Captain, I'd like you to know I appreciate everything you fellas did. Under the circumstances, it was pretty tough for me. I want you to know that you and the men around here were okay, and I appreciate it.
Okay, Phil. Thanks.
Who's going to get all that money she had with her? Can you imagine carrying around almost $10,000 in cash? 9 million people in the city of New York, and one with $10,000 in cash in a shopping bag has got to step in front of my cab. How do you like that? Huh? Why did you have to pick on me?
Just walk right over there, folks.
Hello, Lud.
Oh, Lieutenant. Hello, Captain.
How's it looking?
This is Mr. and Mrs. George Provost. He's a nephew of that woman who was hit by the cab this morning.
Oh, yeah. How do you do?
Hello.
How are you? This is Phil Ardino, the driver of the cab, Mr. and Mrs. Provost.
Oh.
Listen, I want to tell you I'm sorry. These officers will tell you it wasn't my fault. Honest, she walked right out from between two parked cars.
Mr. Provost, I want you to know that there's no evidence of criminal negligence in this case. We're releasing Mr. Ardino. We're releasing his car.
Well, I understand that. It's just too bad it had to happen, that's all.
That's the way I feel about it. I appreciate your attitude.
All right, Phil, you better get going.
Well, how will we know where to get in touch with him if we want to?
It's in the records. Go on, Phil.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm awful sorry.
Well, is this where they got my aunt's money?
Yeah, that's right. In the custody of the desk officer.
Well, he's the closest relative. How does he get it? I mean, after all, it's ours, practically. It is ours. He's got nobody else. Can't we get it now?
No, you can't get it now.
Well, I don't see why not.
Well,
We're giving her a nice funeral. Do we have to lay out the money for that?
Money to cover the funeral expenses is what we release.
well, at least, why can't we see it?
You can't see it.
I told you that, Mr. Provost. I told you that you couldn't see
Well,
it.
whose is it? It's mine, isn't it? Or it's going to be?
The money is going to be sent down to the property clerk of the department. If you're not left a will, the will will be probated, and this becomes part of her estate.
She didn't leave a will. She's from the old country. She didn't know anything about wills.
Well, then it's up to the public administrator to distribute it to the heirs on direction of the surrogate's court.
Look, why do we have to go through all that rigmarole? We're the only heirs. She had nobody else, just us. Why all the red tape?
It's the law, Mr. Provost.
What about what's in her room over there? Understand there might be some more money over there and some bank books, maybe some bonds and things like that. What about what's over there?
The public administrator will go over there and make an inventory. You can arrange to go with him.
Well, what can I do about it? I'm entitled to get my hands on that money. It is mine.
I suggest you see your lawyer, Mr.
Wait
Provost.
a minute. We're entitled to some information.
All right, you will
Yeah.
talk to the desk officer over there. Yeah, he'll give you all the information you want. His name is Lieutenant Gorman. Matt, you want to come in my office for a minute? Yeah, sure, Captain. I'll see you upstairs, lad. Right, Lieutenant.
Is that right? What's wrong? That's
All
wrong.
right, Matt. Well, those are the first people I've ever seen who were so nice to the driver of a car that killed their relative. Why shouldn't they be nice, Matt? He's the one that found $10,000 for them.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who? What happened? Fell off a truck.
21st Precinct transcribed, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Frank Marsh, John Laren, Bill Zuckert, Mandel Kramer, and Elspeth Eric. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Roger Foster speaking. Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. What do you mean he was robbed? Was he held up? The fellow what? Talking to the phone, I can't hear you. Well, what was he doing on the stoop? Was he drunk? Oh, what's his name? What? How do you spell that? You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. All right, tell him to stay there. I'll send the officers right over there. Where is that? The southwest corner? All right, they'll be right there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. After I turned out the platoon, I went into my office, where I read and signed reports and communications until nearly 9 o'clock, when Sergeant Collins rang into my office to inform me that Sector Car Number 3 had come by the house to take me on patrol. Occasionally, the commanding officer of the precinct has unpleasant duties to perform. One of these is the investigation of complaints by civilians alleging delinquency or misconduct on the part of a member of his command. In connection with such a complaint, I instructed my operator, Patrolman Farrell, to drive to 521 East 66th Street, a new 16-story apartment building overlooking the East River. I got out of the car and crossed the sidewalk. The doorman admitted me, and I headed across the lobby to the elevator. Going up? Yes, please. Mrs. Edith Oakway. What apartment is that? 14D. Yep. Nice weather, huh, Captain? Yeah, it's fine. It's about time. Mm-hmm. You know Mrs. Oakley? Yeah, I know her, sure. She a young woman? Yeah? Yeah. Maybe she thinks she is, but I don't. There's young and there's young. You know what I mean, Captain. Yeah, I know. She's like in her 50s. What's the trouble, Cap? You got a problem with her? No problem. That's good. Because I don't advise you to tangle with that one. 14. Yeah. That's the third door on your left. Okay. Thanks.
Yes?
Mrs. Oakley?
Yes, that's right.
How do you do? I'm Captain Cronin, the 21st Precinct.
Yes, of course. Would you come in?
Yeah.
Well, I was just about to write a follow-up. Shall we go in here? You'll have to excuse the apartment. This is Fanny's day off. Oh, I'll take your hat.
Oh, it's okay.
All right. I thought there'd be somebody here the very next day.
You wrote to the police commissioner, Mrs. Oakway. Your letter was forwarded to the chief inspector and then down through channels to me.
Well, I understand that. But I certainly expected more prompt action than this. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
After all, that policeman was neglecting his duty and heaven knows what else. And when I see something like that, as long as I'm a taxpayer, I'm going to want to do something about it. Do you agree?
Well, if he was neglecting his duty, something will be done about it.
Hope I can depend on that. Not only neglecting his duty, but he was drinking.
Well, you can depend on it, Mrs. Oakley. Your letter to the police commissioner was dated the 14th. You said that last night you observed the officer in the back room of this delicatessen with his jacket unbuttoned, smoking a cigarette, and drinking from a can of beer.
That's right.
This was Friday night, the 16th you're talking about.
Well, if I wrote the letter on the 14th and said it was last night, it must have been Friday night the 13th I was talking about, don't you think?
I just want to make sure.
I don't see what's so important about that, anyway. Exactly when it happened.
It's very important, Mrs.
It was Friday night, and I wrote the letter Saturday morning as soon as I got up.
I went downstairs and I mailed it. I went downstairs immediately.
Will you tell me just exactly what you did and what you saw, Mrs. Oakley?
It's all in the letter.
Yes, but, well, I'd kind of like to hear a little more detail.
I don't see why.
But I would.
All right, if you'd like to. You see, my husband was away on business, so I was here all alone. Well, that is, except for Bon Bon.
So?
My poodle, Bon Bon.
Oh.
A little miniature. Oh, there she is now. Here, Bon Bon. Come on to Mama. Come on. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Oh, come on up now. Come on. Oh, that's a good girl. She's very shy when I have company, Captain. She hides in the kitchen until I call her. Don't you, Bon Bon, darling, don't you? Oh, poodles seem almost human, don't they, Captain?
Well, not quite, Mrs. Oakley.
Oh, she is. She's just a little high-strung, aren't you, dear?
Oh, what time was it when you took the dog out for a walk Friday night, Mrs. Oakley?
Well, I'd say it was about 8:30.
About 8:30.
As a matter of fact, it was almost exactly 8:30. I had just finished talking to a friend of mine on the telephone. She was going to theater, and she said, oh, my goodness, it's almost 8:30. I better hang up if I want to make the curtain. I can give you her name if you want it. She's a very good friend.
No, that's quite all right. You took the dog downstairs and you walked directly over to York Avenue. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Directly over to York Avenue.
And would you say it was about 20 minutes to 9 when you got there?
Approximately.
And what did you do on York Avenue?
Well, I passed this delicatessen that was open, the Fairland Delicatessen, they call it.
Yeah, I know the place.
And I said to myself, wouldn't Bon Bon enjoy a nice roast beef sandwich when we got home?
Your dog?
Yes. She loves roast beef sandwiches. Of course, I don't let them put mustard on it or lettuce.
No.
So I went into the delicatessen, and I was the only customer. The man asked me what I wanted, and I told him one roast beef sandwich on rye to take out. Bon Bon will only eat rye bread. Isn't that right, dear? Yes. Well, he was making the sandwich, and I just stepped back there to look over what else he had. Now, there is this little table in the back, and I saw the policeman in there. Sitting down at the table, and his jacket unbuttoned, almost off. I mean, it wasn't a way to be presentable. He was sitting down there, and he was smoking a cigarette, and he was drinking beer from a can. Now, was that right? When that man was supposed to be out protecting the public, he's got no right in the back of a delicatessen drinking beer from a can.
You sure he was a policeman, Mrs. Oakley, not a doorman or, somebody else in uniform?
Oh, he was a policeman, all right. I could recognize a police uniform and a police cap, and the man had a gun. He had it strapped right to his belt there. Anybody could tell he was a policeman.
Would you know the man again if you saw him?
Absolutely, positively, no question about it.
And how close were you to him?
I was standing at the counter there, and he was sitting at the table in the back room. I could see him right through the door.
How far would you estimate that to be?
No farther than from, here to where that ottoman is, over there.
About, 12, 15 feet?
About, yes.
In your letter to the commissioner, you reported his shield number 32489.
Yes, that's right.
You were able to read the number on his shield or cap device from 12 or 15 feet away?
No, I wasn't able to, and that's why I waited outside.
Outside the store?
Yes. I was really annoyed about this whole thing, so when the man finished making my sandwich, and I paid for it, I went outside, and I stayed on the sidewalk there. I waited 10 or 15 minutes until that policeman came out, and finally, when he did come out of the store, I said, I am going to get the number on his badge. So I saw him come out of the store, and I walked right up to him, and I asked him which way it was to Sutton Place. Well, he was telling me I made a specific note of his badge number.
You're sure it was 32489?
Absolutely. I'm positive of it.
When you spoke to him, did you notice anything unusual about his appearance, his speech, his manner?
Do you mean was he drunk?
Yes.
Well, I'm not an expert on such things. I just made a note of his shield number. Is that what you call it? Shield number, badge number, what?
Shield number, yeah, that's what it was.
Well, wrote it down in my little notebook that I carry in my pocketbook, and then I said, come on, Bon Bon, let's go. Come on, Bon Bon. We came home and we came upstairs. I was so upset about the whole thing. I was so mad I almost called someone right there, and then I decided, what good would it do to call? So I wrote a letter. Now, what I want to know is, what are you going to do about this? Are you going to take some action?
I'm making an investigation, Mrs. Oakley. If the results warrant action, there'll be action taken.
I only hope you will, because after all...
You don't have to hope I will, Mrs. Oakley. You can depend on it. Complaints by a citizen against a member of the police force fall into two general categories. One, alleging abuse of authority or the unnecessary use of force. The other, alleging delinquency or misconduct. As the former is the most serious type of complaint,
A special civilian complaint review board comprising 3 deputy commissioners of the department has charge of investigating and hearing the complaints. If the facts so warrant, the board recommends that the member of the force stand departmental trial. In more serious cases, the evidence may be turned over to the district attorney of the county and criminal proceedings instituted. Complaints alleging delinquency or misconduct, such as the matter at hand, are referred to the chief inspector, who assigns a superior officer of the department to make an investigation. On receiving the communication from Mrs. Oakway through channels with instructions to make an investigation, I determined that shield number 32489 was assigned to Patrolman Paul Vaccaro. The charge that he had left his post and neglected his duty was easy to prove or disprove because of the extensive departmental records kept on the movement of members of the force. The second charge, indulging in intoxicants while in uniform, presented more of a problem. At 10:45 a.m., I returned from patrol, walked into the muster room and behind the desk. Lieutenant Snyder was desk officer and Sergeant Collins was on telephone switchboard duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Hello, Skipper.
Lieutenant.
What's the trouble over there?
What's doing? Good, sure, Captain. Well, it's good.
Well, lady, if the landlord's going to make repairs on the building, there's nothing to complain about.
Okay, Lieutenant. Yes, sir.
They're doing the hammering.
I'll be in my office. Okay, Captain.
Well, what time did they start hammering this morning? In a second, Captain.
Nothing.
Well, lady, 8:30 is a reasonable hour to start working. There's no reason for us to send an officer over there. Well, why don't you call the landlord and register your complaint with him? No, there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, you're welcome. She's upset because the landlord sent a carpenter in to fix the stairs. She can't stand the pounding. What are you going to do?
Yep. Sergeant, have you got the telephone switchboard record for the 4 to 12 on Friday, the 13th, handy?
Yes, sir. Right here. The 4 to 12.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And what post was Vaccaro assigned to?
Post number 8, Captain.
And what time did you take his meal?
8:15 to 9:12.
Where? Go ahead, take it.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yeah. All right. 17.
Where did you take his meal, Sergeant?
861 York Avenue.
Are you familiar with the place? What is it over there?
Oh, yes, sir. I know it. It's a delicatessen, a Fairland delicatessen.
All right. Well, what's Vaccaro working? He's not swinging.
Oh, no, sir. He's still on the 4 to 12, Captain. We got some trouble, Captain?
Oh, Vaccaro might have some trouble. I'll put a note on the board from to see me, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
As soon as he comes into the house. The telephone switchboard record shows the hourly rings of patrolmen on posts into the station house, their meal periods, and where they can be located during their meal periods. Patrolman Vaccaro had not left his post without permission. As shown in the records, he was in the back room of the delicatessen where he had reported he would be during his regular meal period. Consequently, part of the complaint against him by Mrs. Edith Oakway had proved unfounded. But she had also charged that she had observed him drinking beer from a can. It is contrary to the rules of the department for a member of the force while in uniform to use intoxicants of any type, whether on his meal period or not. That portion of her complaint remained to be investigated. The rest of the morning was quiet in the precinct, and I completed some paperwork. At 12:30, a car came by the house to take me to a luncheon meeting of the Lenox Hill Kiwanis Club, where I spoke to the members and answered to their questions concerning the police and community relations. After the meeting, I went out on patrol of the precinct once more and returned to the station house at 3:30 p.m. The men who would work the 4 to 12 tour were coming into the house and heading for the locker room to change into uniform. After I signed the blotter and started toward my office, I saw Patrolman Vaccaro, already in uniform, come out of the back room and approach me.
Captain?
Yes?
There's a note on the board. You wanted to see me, Captain.
Yeah, that's right, Vaccaro. Come on into my office.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Just a second, Vaccaro. I'll make a note of something while it's still fresh in my mind.
Yes.
Vaccaro, did you work the 4 to 12 last Friday, the 13th?
Yes, sir.
Can you get out your memorandum book? Turn the pages covering that tour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now you got them there?
Yes.
Friday, April the 13th, 4 to 12 tour.
Yes, sir.
Now, what time was your meal period?
8:15. I rang back in at 9:12.
Where were you during your meal period?
At 861 York Avenue, Captain.
Oh, what is it over
It's a delicatessen. The Fairland delicatessen.
there? You eat there frequently?
Yes, sir, I do when I'm working a post at night. There's not much else open on the post. During the day, there's a couple of other places I can eat, but on the 4 to 12, this is just about it.
It's not a delicatessen and a restaurant, too, is it?
No, sir, it's not. There's no tables out in front, but he makes sandwiches to go, and he has a table in the back. He lets me and the other men that work the post, some doormen, people in the neighborhood he knows, eat in back there. Have their sandwich.
Friday night, you have a sandwich in the back room?
Yes, sir.
What else do you have?
He makes pretty good coleslaw. I had some of that and pickle, I think. And some of those cupcakes that come in a package.
Mm-hmm. You have anything else?
No, sir. That's about all I ate, as I remember.
Oh, excuse me, Captain.
Yes, sir.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Collins on TS, Captain. Lieutenant King is ringing downstairs for you.
All right. 21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Lieutenant King, Captain.
Yes, ma'am.
Captain, we're going to make a stab tonight at curing that siege of drunks being rolled.
Oh, good, Matt.
I tell you what we're going to do. There's 4 men coming up here from the pickpocket squad.
Yeah.
A couple of them are going to plant themselves as drunks on stoops and park benches and so forth. We'll have detectives watching them to see if anybody approaches and attempts to roll them. What I'd like is for you to make an announcement at the turnout about what we're going to do. So your men won't be running any of the detectives into the station house as vagrants or, well, maybe spoiling a collar.
No, sure. Be glad of that.
What I'll do, I'll come down later and give you the exact location where these plants will be. And if it's all right with you, I'll talk to the men on post there and to the men in sector cars.
Sure. Fine with me.
Okay, I'll be downstairs before 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, Matt.
I'll see you.
All right. Oh, now, Vaccaro, what did you say you had to eat at the delicatessen?
Well, if I remember, Captain, I had a cheese sandwich and some coleslaw and a package of those cupcakes.
Is that all? Didn't have any coffee?
No, it's not a restaurant, Captain. He doesn't have any coffee going over there.
Did you have anything to drink?
Yes, sir. I had some soda.
1 bottle and 2 bottles?
1, Captain. But it wasn't a bottle.
Now, what was it, then?
The fellow that runs the place, the night man, Joe, he asked me if I ever tried any of the soda that comes in cans. I said, no, I hadn't. It was kind of good, and he suggested it. He suggested grape.
And you had a can of grape soda?
Yes, sir. That's right.
It wasn't a can of beer?
Oh, sir, it was a can of soda. You've seen them. They just come out, the soda pop in cans.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, well, that's what I had.
Vaccaro, supposing I told you that we have a written complaint from a civilian that you were in the back of that delicatessen last Friday night drinking a can of beer.
Me?
There was a letter to the police commissioner to that effect.
That's not so, Captain. I told you what I had. I had a can of grape soda. You can check with the night man over the delicatessen. His name is Joe. He'll tell you what I had.
All I can tell you is that the complainant reports that you were drinking a can of beer.
Well, Captain, it might have looked like I was drinking a can of beer, but that's not beer. That's soda pop that comes in a can now. I don't drink beer ever.
No, sir?
No, sir.
You drink whiskey?
No, sir, I don't.
You never take a drink?
Well, I drink wine occasionally. It was always on the table when I was a kid. So occasionally I take a drink of wine. I never have any whiskey, and I never have any beer.
That's pretty easy to check on, Vaccaro.
But you can check, Captain. I want you to check. I never drink whiskey, and I never drink beer. I don't care for it.
All right, Vaccaro. Get back on the job.
I don't care what kind of a letter the commissioner got. That was a can of grape soda I was drinking. That's the truth, Captain.
I'm glad it's the truth, Vaccaro, because you'd sure be in a jam if it wasn't. After I turned out the platoon, I went in my office and telephoned Mrs. Edith Oakwave, from whom the complaint about Patrolman Vaccaro had been received. I informed her that I had made an investigation of the matter and had found that Patrolman Vaccaro was in the delicatessen during his regular meal period, and what appeared to her to be a can of beer was actually a can of soda pop. I then called the clerical patrolman into my office and dictated a report of my investigation, in which I stated the complaint was unfounded. I instructed the clerical man to prepare the report for my signature to be forwarded to the chief inspector direct. I remained at the station house until 6 p.m. when I signed the blotter to go off duty. Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer during the 4 to 12, was then in charge of the 64 men patrolling the precinct. Among these, of course, was Patrolman Vaccaro. At 8:15, he walked to a call box on York Avenue, intending to ring into the station house.
Precinct, Sergeant Collins.
Box 14, Patrolman Vaccaro.
All right. You're going your meal now, huh?
Yes, Sergeant.
Where'll you be?
861 York Avenue.
Okay.
Hey, officer, excuse me.
Yes?
How do I get to the subway?
Which subway? Where are you going?
The one that takes me to Astoria.
Oh, the BNC. 60th Street and Lexington Avenue.
I was going the wrong way.
Yeah, you were.
Where is that? Am I 4 blocks?
Well, this is York, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then Lexington, down 61st Street. You can get the crosstown bus there.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'll walk. Nice night.
Yeah, sure is. Well, this is where I go.
Well, I'm much obliged.
It's all right.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vaccaro.
Hi, Joe.
I'll be with you in a second, just as soon as I finish cutting this up.
It's all right. Take your time. I'll see what looks good.
Everything looks good. The policy of the house.
How's the turkey?
Brand new. Delicious. I had it myself.
Yeah, that looks good.
There's some delicious stuffing in there. On rye with a little stuffing on the side?
Yeah, good. Well, go ahead. Finish what you're doing.
No, it's just for a customer that calls. He'll be in here for it at 9 o'clock. I thought I'd get it ready. Now, isn't that a beautiful bird? What do you want, white meat or dark?
A little of each.
Oh. A little coleslaw besides the stuffing on the side?
Yeah, a little.
And what about the drink? Oh, you like that soda in the can?
I thought I did, but I don't.
What's the matter? It's good stuff. It's the latest thing.
Give me some root beer, and in a bottle.
Okay.
Now, a second thought, you better not make it root beer. You got any cream soda?
What do you mean if I got any cream soda? If I didn't have cream soda, I'd have to close the door. Uh-oh. The lady with the dogs that don't like lettuce on the sandwich. Madam, you'll have to carry the dog or keep it out. I can tell her 1,000 times.
All right, Bonbon. This is going to be mean.
This is going to be me.
A roast beef sandwich on rye, no lettuce. Very rare.
Yes, ma'am. As soon as I finish the other order here.
Oh. Good evening.
Good evening.
Say hello to the nice policeman, Bonbon. Did you see her? Did you see her nod?
Yes, ma'am. I saw her.
You want some pickle, Mr. Vaccaro?
Yeah, sure, Joe.
Still or sour?
Either one.
Are you in this neighborhood all the time, officer?
Yes, ma'am. This is my post.
Well, that's nice. It's very nice to have a bright-looking, upstanding young man protecting us.
Thank you.
What was it you wanted to drink, Mr. Vaccaro? Cream soda?
Yeah, that's right.
Coming up.
Did you ever try that soda in cans?
Yes, ma'am. I tried it.
I think it's very good, don't you?
Oh, it's very good, yes. But I prefer the bottle.
So do I. It's hard to get used to soda in cans. Bon, will you stop squirming? Now, you stop it? Oh, she gets very restless. Don't know what's the matter with her lately. Stop it now. Oh.
Here you are, Mr. Vaccaro. All set.
How much is that, Joe?
55, 75, 85, I'll call it square.
All right.
Out of $1. Thank you, and call again.
Yeah.
Why don't you go in the back room? Make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
Do you policemen get regular lunch hours?
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
Well, I didn't know that. It's always nice to learn something new.
Yes, it is. If you want some dessert, holler.
I will, yeah.
That's roast beef on rye, lady. No lettuce.
No lettuce, but a little butter.
Okay.
Unless you prefer something else tonight, Bonbon. Would you rather have turkey? Turkey looks very good, doesn't it, sweetie? She'll have the roast beef.
Yes, ma'am. Very rare she like it?
Very rare.
Yes, ma'am. A little butter?
Just a little.
Salt and pepper?
No. Absolutely not.
You want me to trim the sandwich? Does she like the crust?
No, never mind.
Yes, ma'am. Will there be anything else?
No, that's all.
No pickle?
No, thank you.
I once knew a dog that loved pickles. Couldn't keep his head out of the barrel.
Well, that was a dog. This is a poodle.
Oh, excuse me, lady. I didn't know there was a difference. 55 cents.
You're sure that's fresh roast beef?
Fresh as it comes.
All right, you are.
55, right.
Well, good night, and say good night to that nice policeman.
Yeah, I will. Good night, Bonbon.
Wave good night to the man, sweetie.
Call again.
Well.
Fresh meat. It's fresh. Boy, is that one a character, Mr. Vaccaro?
Yeah, she's harmless. What do you want from her? She likes the dog.
Yeah, it'd be all right if she only liked him. She's nuts about him. Say, how's the turkey?
Good, huh? Didn't I say so?
Yeah, fine.
I'm telling you, that one could cause trouble. A dame like that is a troublemaker.
Don't worry about her. She's harmless. Absolutely harmless.
First Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yeah? Where's this? Yeah. Yeah. They're beating up a man. Who is? Which corner is it? Downtown corner, east side. On the east side? There's two of them. How many of them did you say you were?
And so it goes.
All right.
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribes a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the police department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Alan Hewitt, Ted DeCorsia, Amsey Strickland, James McCallion, and Louis Charles. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Dan Cubberly speaking. Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. No, the captain's over there at the scene. No, I haven't heard about that yet. Who gave those instructions to the emergency trucks to go back to quarters? Well, you want to talk to the desk officer about it? Yeah, we still need the...
You are by transcription in the muster room of the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. As soon as I know anything here, I'll give you a call. Yep, just as soon as we get word. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. Immediately after I turned out the platoon at 4, a call came through reporting armed robbery of a drugstore on 2nd Avenue. Then a call reported a child struck by an automobile on Park Avenue and 77th Street. Shortly afterward, 2 detectives of the Manhattan East Burglary Squad chased the suspect from Lexington Avenue and 86th Street to 87th and 3rd. They fired a total of 5 shots at him before he was finally stopped by a bullet in the leg. The patrol force and detectives in the precinct had a busy 3 hours as a result of these occurrences, but by 7 p.m., things had quieted down. I returned to the station house, cleaned up some paperwork, and at 8:30 p.m. went out for a meal. Things were still quiet when I returned, and sector car number 2, Patrolman Cole, the operator, came by the house to take me out on patrol.
And that's rough, I'm telling you, Captain.
Yeah, I know.
About 6 years old. Car must have knocked him 20 feet. There he was. I knelt down next to him. What do you think he did? He smiled at me. Couldn't talk, but he smiled. How do you like that? And what do I do? Like an idiot, I smile back.
Yeah. Well, what else could you do, Coley?
He's laying there. He's got both legs broken. Who knows what else? And he smiled.
Oh, who's that on the post there? Mikado?
Yes, sir, that's Mikado.
Pull over, huh? I want to talk to him.
Okay, Captain.
Mikado.
Evening, Captain.
Mikado. You keeping your eyes on these parked cars?
Yes.
Well, there's been a couple of thieves working in this neighborhood tonight. I've hit 2 cars already.
Yes, sir, I know. Sergeant Collins told me about it.
All right, keep your eyes open. Take a look at all the cars on the post, see if there are any packages, suitcases, clothing, the seats. Those are the ones they'll be after.
Yes, sir. Oh, here comes my favorite psycho, Captain.
Oh? Yeah?
He's very fond of me. Won't leave me alone. Get a load of this.
Officer. Officer, don't go away.
Oh, I'm not going anyplace, Mrs. Shandon.
You know what happened?
Those spies aren't after you again, are they?
Oh, no, not tonight. They haven't bothered me tonight. They haven't been following me. I guess the gorilla scared them off.
The gorilla?
Are you a policeman, too? Oh, of course you are. You must be a sergeant.
He's the captain, Mrs. Shandon.
Oh, the captain. Will you be interested in this?
You just tell me, Mrs. Shandon.
No, I want to tell the captain.
Yeah, all right, you can tell me.
Well, I was in my apartment, and I was listening to some very nice music on the radio. And all of a sudden, there was this tremendous commotion out in the hall. I thought it was the spies. That's who I thought it was immediately. You know how they've been following me.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Shandon.
Well, I wasn't going to open that door for anything. Not for anything. I put my ear to the door, and I listened, and there were people talking out in the hall. I thought, sure, it was the spies. They were hollering and screaming. And all of a sudden, I feel something behind me. I just feel it. And I looked around, and there, what do you think came in from the fire escape?
The gorilla.
How did you know?
I didn't go to Fordham for nothing.
Well, that's exactly who it was, the gorilla. I didn't know what to do. I was terrified.
Oh, I don't blame you.
There was the gorilla in my apartment and the spies out in the hall. There was no place to turn. I didn't know where to go. It was terrible.
How big a gorilla was it?
Oh, this big. It's tremendous.
What color gorilla?
Black. Captain, you have never seen such a ferocious beast in all your life. I was just standing there terrified, just terrified.
Yeah, sure, but you weren't.
I have never been so terrified in my whole life.
I'll bet you were really in a pickle, all right. The gorilla inside, spies out in the hall. What did you do, Mrs. Shandon? How'd you get out of it?
Well, I decided I could take my chances with the spies. I went out in the hall and I ran downstairs. I ran out in the street looking for you.
Well, what did spies do when you came out in the hall?
Oh, I threw them off the track.
Good girl.
I said, help. There's a gorilla in my apartment.
Smart.
When they went to take a look at the gorilla, I ran downstairs.
Now, that was pretty clever, Mrs. Shandon.
I think so. Don't you, Captain?
Yes, indeed.
But what I want to know is, what am I supposed to do? There's that gorilla in my apartment, and I won't be able to get a wink of sleep tonight. I think that's awful. Will you come over and chase him out, would you please, officer?
Well, now, I'll tell you what, Mrs. Shandon.
Yes.
Now, you see, the captain here came over to talk to me on some very important business. Now, we're making plans to get those spies of yours and get them good.
Oh, I was wondering when you were going to do that, because they're a menace to national security.
Oh, you betcha. You just go on home and go to sleep, and you let us take care of everything. Huh?
That's a good idea. That's fine. But what am I going to do about the gorilla?
Well, I'll tell you what you can do.
Yes.
You just walk right up to that gorilla, you look him in the eye, and you tell him you don't want to have a thing to do with him.
Will he listen to me?
Oh, you bet your life he will. You look him in the eye and show him you're not afraid at all. Now, if you're not afraid, he'll probably feel it. Oh, he's probably gone already.
He won't be there when I go home?
If you're not afraid, he won't, Mrs. Shandon.
All right. I won't be afraid.
That's good. Now, you just go on home and go to sleep, huh?
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Captain.
Good night, Mrs. Shannon.
Look him in the eye. I don't want to have a thing to do with it. I'm not afraid.
Case, that one, Captain.
Yeah, no, sure is.
Those spies have been after her for about 10 years. If they ever catch her, she'll have nothing to live for.
Why, I've never seen her around the station, huh?
Oh, she was headed there once, but somebody told her that that's where the spies live. This guerrilla routine's a new one. I never heard that before. Poor old gal. Spies alone are giving her enough trouble. Now she needs a gorilla.
Has she ever been institutionalized?
Oh, yeah, Captain. She's been in and out half a dozen times.
Captain?
Yeah?
A call just came over.
Oh, hi, Danny.
Hi, Bill.
That was a crazy one, Captain. There's a chimpanzee loose in a building down the block here, 683.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. The emergency squad's
Hey,
responding.
that's Mrs. Shannon's gorilla.
Who's gorilla?
All right, let's see what there is to it.
Yes?
Come on, Mikado.
You know something, Captain?
What?
I'm just beginning to wonder. Maybe those spies of hers are real, too.
Mm-hmm. As we pulled up in front of the building, sector car number 1, with patrolmen Dowd and Kaiser, came to a stop right behind us. The building was an old law 4-story tenement. Tenants gathered on the stoop told us that there was, in fact, a chimpanzee loose in the building, and directed us to the roof where they said it was last seen. As we went up the stairs, I noticed that the door of nearly every flat was open and the occupants were standing in the hall. They confirmed the story that the animal was last seen on the roof. As we reached the top floor and headed up the stairs leading to the roof. All right, let's go. Come on.
Yes, sir. Well, there's someone, Captain.
Yeah. Yo.
Oh, hi. We lost him. We don't know where he is.
Have you been up here?
Yeah, he come up the fire escape again. He's been playing around with the fire escapes and television aerials and the clothesline poles. Now, I think he might have gone across the roof of the next building and down again. I don't know.
Dowd, Kaiser. Yeah. Get over there the next row. Put your lights down the fire escapes in the courtyard. See if you can spot him. Right. Colleen, you go to the building on the other side. Do the same thing.
Okay, Captain.
Ricardo, you stay at the top of the stairs here. Don't let anybody on the roof. It doesn't belong here.
Yes, sir.
Now get going.
I'm telling you, if I'd known something like this was going to happen, I never would have agreed to take care of him.
Are you the owner?
Oh, no, I'm not the owner. I've been watching him, though, since yesterday.
Oh, where? In your apartment?
No, not my apartment. The apartment next door.
No, what's your name?
Stafford. Carl Stafford.
Mr. Stratford, don't you know it's a violation of the sanitary code to keep a wild animal uncaged in the city?
Oh, he's not wild. He's tame.
Well, he's not very tame if he broke away like this.
Oh, I'm telling you, he's an educated chap. He's never been in a cage. He'd go wild if he ever got in a cage. He's almost human eating cows.
Now, well, who is the owner?
The girl that lives next door to me. She asked me to watch him and feed him. She had to go to Albany. Her mother's sick up there.
Oh, what's the name? Just a minute. Mikado.
Sir?
Come here.
I'd sure like to know where he went. This is getting awful.
Okay, and Mikado, get your book out. Take this down. I want you to serve a summons in this case.
Yes,
You see him down there?
Oh, what? Now, how do you spell your name?
Stafford. Carl Stafford. S-T-R-A-F-F-O-R-D.
How do you spell your first name? With a C or with K?
With C. C-A-R-L.
Mm-hmm. Where do you live, sir?
Next door, 671 CB.
All right, you say this friend of yours left the chimp with you, right?
Well, not with me, exactly. In her own place. Boy, I'd hate to lose him. I don't know. Somebody gives you responsibility. Gets away from you.
Now, what's the name of the owner?
A friend of a neighbor of mine, Roberta McKelly.
McKelly?
Yeah, she had to go to Albany. Her mother is sick, and she asked me if I'd take care of Arthur. Go in and feed him and so forth.
Is that the name? Arthur?
Arthur, yeah.
Arthur. Good name. How do you spell that, McKelly?
M-A-C-C-E-L-L-Y.
What was she doing with this chimp?
Well, she got an act in a carnival, see? She'd been down in Florida all winter with him and working at some show down there. I don't know. But she came up to New York last week, and she was going out on the road again with the carnival. And all of a sudden, she got this call from Albany that her mother was sick, and she didn't know what to do with him. So she asked me would I take care of him, and I said, yeah, like a fool. I said yes. And she said he was nothing to take care of. He was a doll. She said he did anything you give him. He does.
Well, what did she do? Let him just run around her flat?
Yeah, sure. He ran around there. Good as gold, that Arthur. No kidding, boy. He's going to be rough on her. I mean, how's she going to get out and go out on the road without him, huh?
We'll get him. How'd he get away?
Well, when I went in before, it was warm, and like a fool, I opened the window. I don't know. All of a sudden, I looked up, and there he was gone. He's out in the fire escape. See, I go out in the fire escape after him, and I say, here, Arthur. Arthur, come on, Arthur, come back. And he's climbing all around, going up on the roof and down another fire escape, and finally goes into somebody's flat over there next door.
That must have been Mrs. Shandon.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Shandon. You know, I think it was psychological. You know what I mean? Maybe he missed Roberta and didn't know what to do, and he wasn't familiar with me, and he decided this was the time to get away. You think that could be a distinct possibility?
That could be, yeah.
He's as good as gold. It's just like having a mature kid in the house. I'm telling you.
Hello, Captain.
Carter. Sergeant.
John. When I pulled up, there was some word down the sidewalk that he was spotted 2 buildings down at 677.
Oh, yes?
Yes, sir. I sent my operator and 2 emergency service patrolmen up to look through that building.
All right, Sergeant. Ring into the Communications Bureau. Have them call the ASPCA, zoo, someplace. Get a cage up here for this thing.
Cage?
Well, he's liable to be kind of wild when we get him cornered.
He's never been in a cage in his life. He don't know what a cage is.
Well, he's going to find out tonight. Get going, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Right away, Captain.
And let me know about that 677.
Okay, well, listen, maybe we better go over there ourselves. Now, I could talk to him. You see, I got a leash here in my pocket. All I got to do is get it around his collar there. And that's all. It'll be okay.
Let's find out first if he's definitely there.
What do you call this thing, a chimpanzee?
Yeah, that's right, chimpanzee.
His name's Arthur?
Arthur, yeah. Boy, Roberta's going to be back in the morning. I don't know what she's going to do. She's going to hit the ceiling about this. When Arthur went out the window, her bread and butter went out the window altogether. Huh?
Well, when did you say she'll be back?
Well, she said the first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock, 9:30, something like that.
Oh, that's good. She'll be back just in time to go down to court with you. For the next hour and 45 minutes, Arthur, the errant chimpanzee, evaded all efforts to corner him. He leaped from fire escape to clothesline pole, back to another fire escape. He climbed from rear courtyard to roof and from building to building. More than 40 police officers were on the scene. Half were engaged in the animal hunt, the other half in keeping curious citizens out of the way. In addition, the fire department sent a rescue truck and hook and ladder apparatus in order to scale walls and get to roofs inaccessible from the inside of buildings. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals dispatched a wagon and 4 agents. The keeper from the Central Park Zoo arrived to assist, and 2 trainers from Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, playing at Madison Square Garden, came to the scene. After participating in the chase for the entire time,
I finally went down to the sidewalk to check on the number of men and amount of equipment at the scene to determine if any of it could be returned to regular duty. As I reached the sidewalk, I spotted Carl Strafford, from whose apartment the chimp had escaped, leaning against the fender of a parked automobile. I walked over to him. Mr. Strafford?
Oh, hello, Captain. How's it going? Did you get him cornered? Why, is there some deal on something?
Why aren't you up there helping the officers locate him?
Oh, listen, I'm tired.
What do you think we are?
No, I mean tired. I'm up on the fire escape on 683. No sign of him, huh? And somebody says, there he goes on the roof of 681. So I go downstairs and I go upstairs. By the time I get to the roof at 681, he's back in 683. I'm telling you, I'm tired.
Well, you ought to try to be of some assistance. You know, the animal's frightened. You're the only one around here that he knows.
Well, I don't know what he'd know me anymore. Let me ask you, how did they catch one of these things in a natural habitat? They can't catch a chimp running around a couple of apartment buildings. How did they catch him in the wilds of Africa, wherever they come from?
I don't know, but we'll find out before this thing's over with.
Yeah, you're telling me. I'm finding out a lot of things. Primarily, I'm finding out think twice before you do somebody a favor. I swear it's the last chimpanzee I'm taking care of. I don't care who it is that asks me. Up the stairs, down the stairs, into the basement, into the courtyard. I'm telling you, I had it, and I don't care who knows it.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Matt, hi.
Put out a 15-state alarm.
Well, don't kid me, Matt. This isn't fun.
Yeah, I know. Is there anything I can do to help?
No, doesn't seem like anything's going to help, Matt. Oh, this is Mr. Carl Strafford, Lieutenant Matt King, in charge of the 21st Detective Squad.
Pleased to meet you.
Mr. Strafford?
That's the fellow the chimp got away from, Matt. He got out the window on a fire escape.
Well, he's like lightning, that.
Captain Cronin.
All right, Mikado.
Sergeant Collins told me to come down and tell you they got him cornered up on the roof of 321.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's just sitting there in the middle of the roof. 2 circus men and 3 officers are closing in on him. They think they'll get him.
Listen, you mind if I stay here?
Okay, you stay. Come on, Matt.
Right with you, Captain.
You think they got him, huh, Mikado?
Yes, sir. He's just sitting there in the middle of the roof. Men are closing in on him. Apparently, he's just as tired as we are.
I imagine.
How does this guy happen to have him in his apartment?
Oh, it's a long story, Matt. A friend of his, a carnival entertainer, asked him to take care of the chimp. Well, the chimp gets out the window.
Sure has been a heavy day.
Yeah.
We had everything today.
Everything and then some, Lieutenant.
Captain.
Yeah, all right.
Sergeant Collins.
Okay, we're coming up.
Oh, never mind. You don't have to. He's gone.
Well, here we go again. Catching robbers is a lot easier, huh, Lieutenant?
Sometimes,
We thought we had him, Captain.
Yeah?
But we didn't.
Oh, what happened?
we were closing in on him. He was just sitting there peacefully. One of the circus men got within about 3 feet of him. Arthur took the biggest leap you ever saw. Headed for the edge of the roof, down the fire escape, into the courtyard and away.
Well, you know where he is now?
We weren't able to keep our lights on him.
Mm-hmm. Let me know when you locate him again.
Yes, sir. I'm going to get back on the roof and cut over to the next building.
Yeah, let me do that.
Come on, Mikado.
Hey, we ought to get a net to throw over him, something like that.
Oh, here we go again, Matt.
Yeah. We'll get him, Captain.
Can I see you a minute?
Oh, what is it, Mrs. Shannon?
I wish you'd come in here. I'd like to show you something.
He's a psycho, Matt. Well, we're kind of busy right now, Mrs. Shandon.
I know that you're busy. I can see that, but I want to show you what I discovered. I discovered something in my apartment that's really very important.
Well, we have to go over next door, you know, the next building where they've seen the chimpanzee.
No.
I'll talk to you later, Mrs. Shandon.
I want you to come in.
No, don't hold on to me, Mrs. Shandon.
I want you to come in just for a minute. I want to show you something. Who's this man? What's he doing here? Do you know him?
Yeah, he's a policeman, too.
Who is he? Where's his uniform? I don't see his uniform. Have you got a badge?
He's a policeman, Mrs. Shannon. You can take my word for it. Now, I'd like you to let go of my sleeve.
I will if you promise to come into my apartment for just a minute. Just a minute. That's all it'll take. I want to show you something. I made a very important discovery.
All right, for just a minute.
Good.
Matt?
Yes.
It's about the gorilla and it's about the spies. It all fits together in a neat little pattern, a very neat little pattern. Come in, please.
Now, what have you discovered, Mr. Shannon?
Fingerprints. Fingerprints on the windowsill right where the gorilla came in from the fire escape. You see them all over there? Now, what really happened is this. That gorilla isn't really a gorilla at all. It's just a spy dressed like a gorilla. One of the spies that's been after me.
Oh, no. I don't think so, Mr.
Oh,
Shannon.
yes, it is so. Don't tell me what's so, because I know I can tell from the fingerprints.
Oh, they don't look like fingerprints to me.
Oh, yes, they are. I know fingerprints when I see them. Don't tell me what looks like fingerprints.
Well, this is Lieutenant King, and he's an expert on fingerprints. Now, he'll be able to tell you.
No, those aren't fingerprints, Miss Shandon.
Well, how can you tell without a magnifying glass?
He can tell.
If he's an expert, he should have a magnifying glass. Those spies carry magnifying glasses at all times.
Well, how do you know that? Thought you said you never saw the spies.
All spies carry magnifying glasses. You know that. I don't have to tell you. This gorilla is just one of the spies dressed up. That's what he is. I know that's what he is, and I'm fighting, and I'm scared to death. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's terrible. They've been after me all this time, and at last they've got me.
No, they haven't got you, Mrs. Shandon. We're here to protect you.
I'm afraid.
Now, look, why don't you just sit down over there?
I don't want to sit down.
You ought to.
I'm so afraid. When they shoot the dressing up like a gorilla and they come after me, it's time to be afraid.
Now, come on, you just sit down.
Oh, I'm afraid.
No, nobody's going to hurt you. You're going to be all right. We're going to get the gorilla, and we're going to take him away, then everything will be all right, huh, won't it?
If you'd only get him. You've got to get him before you get me.
We'll get him. Now, don't you worry about it.
Captain,
Oh, yes, Mikado.
they think they've got him now, but they can get a hold of him.
Huh? Yeah? What?
He came down the fire escape at 675, went into a flat on the second floor. We've got men on the fire escape and men outside the door.
Oh, are you going to capture him? Are you really going to capture him?
Yes, I think so, Mrs. Shandon. I think we've got him.
Oh, you don't know what a relief that is. You don't know what a load that is off my mind.
Mrs. Shandon, it's going to be a load off all our minds. The scene of our operations quickly moved to 675, another old law tenement building. The chimpanzee had traveled across roofs and down the fire escape. He'd entered a flat on the third floor through an open window leading from the fire escape. It was quickly determined that the tenant was not home. Two police officers had followed him down the fire escape and waited outside the window. On instructions from Sergeant Collins, they didn't attempt to enter and capture the animal. They remained there to guard against his escape. With the animal cornered in the flat, the ASPCA agents brought up from their truck a large portable cage. All the tenants of the building were directed to get inside their apartments and close the doors. I sent Patrolman Mikado down to the street to locate Carl Strafford, from whom the chimp had escaped. He was brought up to the third floor hall of the building where Lieutenant King and I were waiting.
I hope this is it, believe me. Well, you're not the only one, Mr. Strafford. Captain, here he is.
Okay, Mikado. Where is he? Which apartment?
Got one, right there.
He's really tearing up the joint, too. It's going to be an awful lot of damage.
Oh, listen, am I responsible for the damage? You know, Otter don't belong to me. He belongs to this Roberta. I'm just taking care of him.
That's not for us to say.
Well, I mean, he's not mine. He don't belong to me.
It's a civil action, Mr. Strafford. We've got nothing to do with that. All we're worried about right now is catching him.
Yeah, all right. Well,
Now, look,
I want you to remember, you don't belong to me.
Here's what we're going to do. You see where they got the cage over there right outside the door?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to open up the cage with the gate standing right straight up.
Uh-huh.
We're going to move it flush up against the door.
Yes.
We're going to take the key, open up the door.
Well, how are you going to get the key?
I sent an officer to get the superintendent. Pick up a pass key.
Oh.
Now, you're the only one this chimp is familiar with. Everything will be very quiet. As soon as the door is open, you'll stand right there behind the cage. You call to him.
Huh.
We'll see if we can get him to come toward the door. If he comes toward the door and starts out, you walk right into the cage. If he walks into the cage, we'll snap the gate right down.
Well, it'd be beautiful if it works.
Well, if it doesn't work, we'll have to try something else. We'll have the men on the fire escape make a lot of noise. Maybe they can scare him toward the door and into the cage.
And if that doesn't work?
Well, then we'll just have to go in there after him.
Well, all right, whatever you say.
I've got the key from the super, Captain.
Okay.
He wanted to come up here, but I told him he'd better stay down there below.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, listen, Captain, if that cage is strong enough to hold this fellow on top of it, I think it'd be better. He'd be closer and more likely to attract him.
Well, yeah, that's a good idea, man.
You fellas all set with the cage?
Yes, sir, all set.
All right, Captain.
Let's try it now. Come on, Carl.
Oh, man, this is something. I never want to go through anything like this again.
Oh, this is the fella here he got away from calling.
Oh, yeah?
Think that cage going to be strong enough? Let him stand on top of it?
Oh, sure, it's strong. Now, when that door gets open, you call to him very gently. See if he'll come over here and into the cage.
All right, I'll try.
All right. Up you go. Yeah.
All right, now.
Right up.
Talk to him gently. See if he can coax him over here. Call him by name.
Captain, I got some of the bananas here that we had up on the roof. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, he likes bananas.
All right. Try one.
Here you are.
Okay, let's push it around a little bit.
All right, set.
As soon as I feel this banana. Yeah.
Okay, quiet in the hall now. Keep it down. Stay quiet. Okay, here's the key.
Yes, sir.
Arthur. Come on, Arthur. Come on, Arthur. It's me. It's Carl, Arthur. Come on, boy. That's a good monkey. Come on, Arthur. I got a banana for you. No, I'm over here. Over here, Arthur. Come on, boy. Come on. You don't listen to me.
Keep trying.
Come on, Arthur, boy. A nice banana for you. You love bananas, Arthur. Come to call, Arthur. Come on. Come on. Roberta will be home tomorrow, and everything's going to be all right, Arthur. That's it, Arthur. Look, I got a banana. Come on, don't be afraid. Come on, Arthur. That's it. Come on. That's a good boy. Nice ripe banana, Arthur. Nice ripe banana. That's it. I'm not going to hate you. Come on. A little bit more. Come on. Here you are, boy.
Slam it.
Go!
Lock it.
All right, he's all right. Oh, boy, I didn't think he was going to come. I didn't think so.
All right, let's move it over here out of the way, huh? Get over there.
Back up there. I want to get it through that way.
That's it. That's all right.
Okay. Right here's good.
Yeah, that was a good night's work. Oh, Arthur, I'm ashamed of you. Really, I'm ashamed of you. You're supposed to be a trained chimp. You're almost human, and look what you did. Look at the trouble you caused.
Let's see what damage he did in there, man.
Ashamed. You're just ashamed.
Yeah,
of you. How am I going to explain this to Roberta? What's she going to say?
Boy, you really tore up this place.
Yeah.
Captain, everything okay? You got him?
Yeah, now come in this way. Go on up the fire escape on the roof. Tell the men up there we got him. Everything's okay. There's no patrol.
All right, Captain.
Look, he was even in the drawers. He was every place. Stuff all over. The guy that lives here is going to be mad, and I don't think I blame him. Papers all over the place. I'll get somebody to help get some of this up.
Okay, man.
Captain, look at this.
Oh. How do you like that?
All of them. And today's scratch sheets.
Yeah?
The fellow who lives here is going to be more surprised than I thought. He's going to come home and find out that he's about to do some time on the island. This guy's been booking horses.
For a long time. I'll call the vision, Matt. Get the plainclothesman up here. Let them take a look around.
Going to be a pretty good collar. What are you going to do with a monkey?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about that. A word about catching.
Well, he did such a good job here. I was thinking maybe I can have him made a detective and signed to the 21st Squad.
21st Precinct transcribed, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Alan Hewitt, Jack Edwards, Stacey Harris, Jeanette Nolan, and Hans Conried. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Dan Cubberly speaking.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Lyons. What do you mean missing? Lost? Well, how old is the little girl? 4.5, huh? Who is she with, her mother? Yeah. Well, where is that? What's the address? What's that? Yeah? Well, what is that, sir?
You are in the muster room at the
What?
21st Precinct, the nerve center. The call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, tell her I'm sending the officers right over. No, tell her not to go looking for her, to stay right there. The officers will be right there. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. After I turned out the platoon and conferred with Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, about a patrol problem, I went into my office to read, digest, and sign nearly 100 reports and communications that had accumulated since I was last on the job 24 hours before. At 9:20, I was still at the paperwork. 21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Lyons on PS, Captain. We
We've got a 4.5-year-old child reported missing.
Now where?
1132nd Avenue.
Is that the residence?
No, sir, it's a laundrette. The mother was in there with the family wash. The kid was with her. Just disappeared.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
Give me CD on here, Sergeant. Okay, Lieutenant. The kid was with another captain and... Excuse me. Go ahead, Red. 21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman, CB. Give me Detective Bureau, Borough Headquarters. Okay. 21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman. Let me talk to the borough commander. Okay, I'll hold on. Get a car in here for me, Sergeant.
Okay, Skipper. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Line. Have 681 call the 21st. Yeah, all right.
21st Precinct, Lieutenant Gorman, Chief. We've got a 4.5-year-old girl missing, Chief. She's in the company of her mother in a laundrette at 1132nd Avenue. 1130. She disappeared. The name is Gloria Yulin. Y-U-L-I-N. The mother is Mrs. David Yulin. David. 278 East 60th. Yes, sir, that's right. East 60th. We got it at 917. No, sir, not yet. I'm going to as soon as I get through with you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, Chief. You notified the 21st Squad Commander, Red? I rang up there. Lieutenant King was on the phone. I told Kinney.
How'd we get it, Sergeant? The patrolman on post over there saved the car. Owner of the laundrette went out on the street and got him. He rang in with him. He looked all up and down the block, every store. He can't find the kid.
What did you send over there?
Sector cars 2 and 3, Captain.
What about a sergeant?
Well, Sergeant Waters went sick, Captain. We just had a bad wreck on the East River Drive. Sergeant Collins is over there.
Well, you better get a patrolman in here to relieve you on TS. We'll need a sergeant over there to take charge of uniformed men.
Yes, sir.
Ring up Lieutenant King, will you?
Yes, sir.
Could be a rough one, Captain. Yeah.
Captain Crone wants to talk to you. Lieutenant King on the line, Captain.
Okay. Hello, Matt.
Captain.
I'll have 5 patrolmen and a sergeant over there, Matt. They're yours, and any more you need.
Well, thanks, Captain. I'm going myself right now. How about you? You want to ride?
All right, I'll wait down here for you.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Line.
Oh, Sergeant, if that's the car for me, I'm going to ride over with Lieutenant King.
Oh, yes, sir. Never mind, 681. Resume patrol.
Okay, Red. I'm going to roll. Yes, sir. Good luck. There are few occurrences handled with more urgency than the report of a missing child. On the basis of 100 years' experience, the police department, City of New York, it found that although nearly all missing children are eventually located and returned home safely, prompt and thorough police action might prevent an accident or crime involving the child. The action to be taken is described in great detail in the Manual of Procedure and Rule 316. With or without suspicion of a crime being involved, the desk officer is obliged to refer the report to the detective squad commander for immediate investigation. As required in no other type of case, the desk officer must, in addition, personally and forthwith, notify the commanding officer of Borough Headquarters Detective Division. All superior officers of the patrol force must cooperate with the detective commander and render any assistance requested. In company with Lieutenant King, I drove over to 1132nd Avenue, Jerry's Laundrette, from where the search would commence.
Okay, Johnny. Captain.
Matt?
Find a place to park, Johnny. We'll see you inside.
Yes, sir. There's the car. The car?
Yes, sir.
Any sign of the child, Carl?
No, sir. I've been rechecking in the stores all up the block. Nobody's seen her. Who's on the job again? Cochran and Giordano in Sector Car 2, Lieutenant, and Iceman and Nelson in Sector Car 3. Where are they? Well, Iceman and Nelson are cruising around to see if they can locate the girl on the street, and Cochran and Giordano are climbing stairs in the buildings up and down the block.
Where's the mother of the girl?
Inside. She brought in the family wash and just was sitting and talking and reading a magazine after it was in the machine.
Let's go in.
And she looked up, and this kid was gone.
Go ahead.
Yes. Where is she? In back. The proprietor has a little office in the back. Is that the proprietor? Yes, sir. Mr. Nesher.
Just a second. 1841, $63, $6, 23, 45, $91. Excuse me, if I don't keep these figures going, they get way ahead of me now.
Mr. Nesher, Captain Cronin, and Lieutenant King, Mr. Jerry Nesher.
How do you do, Mr. Nesher?
I am. Were you here when the child disappeared, Mr. Nesher?
Oh, yeah, sure. I was right here. I'm telling you. Everything was peaceful, nothing but machines gone, and then all of a sudden she lets out this scream, Mrs. Yulin.
Uh-huh.
I thought she got her hand stuck in the machine or something. I ran up there. She's yelling something about Gloria, my baby. I don't know. I thought the baby was in the machine.
And then this other lady, a friend, she told me the lady's kid is gone. I said, calm down. How far could she go? So we looked around the store in front and back, nothing. We went out on the sidewalk, looked around, still nothing. Then I was getting worried, too. Then this here policeman came by, and I told him. That's all I know.
She's in the back?
Yeah, in my little office I got back there.
Who's with her?
I left a friend there with her. Oh, the friend had to go home, officer. She said she had some soup on the stove. She had to turn it off before it boiled away. She said she'd be back.
You got her name, Vaccaro?
Yes, Mrs. Annabelle Nyota, 270-8060. Yeah, that's right, Mrs. Nyota.
The same building as the mother.
Let's go talk to him, then.
Yes. Listen, do you need me? It breaks my heart. I don't know. I got a couple kids myself. You get to thinking what could happen.
That's all right, Mr. Nestor. You stay here.
They're right in back there on the left.
Thank you very much. In here.
Did you find her? Did I going?
No, not yet.
Oh, I just don't understand where she could have gone. I don't understand.
Mrs. Yulin, this is Captain Cronin.
Hello, Mrs. Yulin.
Lieutenant King.
Mrs. Yulin?
I'm sorry to cause all this trouble. And I appreciate your help. I really appreciate it.
Well, that's the job, Mrs. Yulin.
Vaccaro.
Yes, sir.
You better go out in the street and see what you can do.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead, Vaccaro.
We'll find her, Mrs. Yulin.
I hope so. I just hope so.
Is it all right if I shut the door, Mrs. Yulin?
Sure she wants.
Be a little quieter. You gave the officers a description of your little girl. You said she was 4 1/2.
Yes, she's wearing blue jeans and she had on a little white sweater and red shoes with white top.
What's the color of her hair?
And red hair, sort of kissing, I guess, call it. Where could she have gone? That's what I don't understand. Where?
Well, we're going to try to find that out. Mrs. Yulin, what time did you leave the house this morning?
Well, it was about 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. I took the wash and took Gloria and I came over here.
Were you near the front door or toward the back?
Toward the back. I like to get toward the back because there's less traffic in and out. I have a favorite machine, number 11. I was putting my first load in the machine. I told Gloria to be a good girl and play. I got the wash in and she was playing. And I started talking to Mrs. Nyota. She was washing right next to me. So I was talking and looking at the pictures in the magazine. Then I looked up to see where Gloria was. She was gone. I guess I let out a big scream. That's what Jerry said I did anyway.
Then you started to look for her?
Yes, we looked all over the store. In front and back and under the counter, even in here. There was a lady up in front washing in one of the first machines, and he asked her if she saw Gloria go out. Well, she didn't think so. She didn't remember. She was busy with her wash. So we went out on the street, and we looked around. We couldn't find her. We looked in stores. And then Jerry said, finally, we better tell the cop on the beach. So we saw him on the corner, and we told him.
Were there any other children in here at the time, Mrs. Yulin?
Well, usually there are. Let's see. No, not this morning when I came. But that didn't make any difference. Gloria plays nice by herself, and Jerry has some blocks and toys over in the corner for when mothers bring their children in.
Did you see anyone come or go?
What do you mean?
Did anyone come into the store you noticed particularly?
Well, no, I was talking to Mrs. Nyota and reading. Nobody I know. Oh, just the laundryman, I think.
What laundryman?
Well, from the wholesale laundry, you know. Some customers like to get things like sheets and shirts finished. Jerry has his service. You can get sheets and shirts and things like that all done for you.
He's the only one you noticed, the man from the wholesale laundry.
Yes, that's right. You know, I was worried before, but now I'm getting scared. I'm really getting scared. Do you think it would do any good if I went out again and looked too?
No, the officers have a good description, Miss Yulin. They'll know her if they see her.
Come in.
Come in, Sergeant.
I got someone to fill in on PS, Captain.
Good. Now, what do you want Sergeant Lyons to do, Matt?
Here's what I think would be the best thing, Captain. You supervise the members of the patrol force who are making the search.
Yes, sir. You'll find Vaccaro, Cochran, Giordano, and Eisman on the job, and there'll be more to come.
Yes, sir. I'll get right on.
Oh, excuse me, Johnny.
That's all right, Sergeant. Come in, Johnny. Yes, sir. Mrs. Yulin, this is Detective Bender.
How do you do?
I went over to your house, Mrs. Yulin. I thought maybe somebody might have found the child, brought her home.
But they didn't.
No. What's your husband's first name, Mrs. Yulin?
David.
What's his occupation?
He's a butcher. He works in Washington Market.
Have you notified him the child is missing?
No.
Why not?
Well, you see, we're separated.
For how long?
Since the middle of December.
Where's he been living?
In a furnished room in the village someplace. I don't know.
Have you seen him recently, Mrs. Yulin?
Oh, yes. He comes to get Gloria on Sundays and bring her home.
Is that the arrangement?
Yes, every Sunday. And if he wants her more, all right, too.
Is he contributing to your support?
Oh, yes. Every week, plus a clock.
Is he satisfied with the arrangement?
Well, he never said anything. He wasn't.
He's the one that wanted to break up, not me. I was satisfied. Listen, you don't think that he... Oh, no, not Dave. He wouldn't.
We'll find out whether he would or not. Bender.
Yes, sir?
Check him out.
Yes, sir, right away.
Call me one way or the other.
Yes, sir.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I wouldn't believe Dave could do a thing like that. I couldn't believe it.
On this job, Mrs. Yulin, what we believe to be the case doesn't matter. It's what we find out that counts. Within the next half hour, 13 men from various commands joined the hunt, and the 17 patrolmen, under the immediate supervision of Sergeant Lyons, began a search of every building, from basement to roof, in a 6-block area. They looked in courtyards and alleyways. They talked to storekeepers and pedestrians. Meanwhile, detectives from the 21st Squad were assigned by Lieutenant King to seek out all acquaintances of the mother in the neighborhood, the parents of all the girls' playmates, all the customers known to have been in the laundrette at the time of the disappearance, and to make personal inquiry concerning the child. An alarm describing the girl was teletyped to every precinct in the city, and a radio message concerning her was broadcast to all motor patrol cars in the borough of Manhattan. Despite all this effort, at 10:38 a.m., there was still no sign of the child. As I stood by, Lieutenant King telephoned to Deputy Chief Inspector Fleischer at Detective Bureau Borough Headquarters from the counter in the laundrette.
Well, no, sir, not a thing. Yes, sir. We could use them if you would, Chief. All right. As soon as possible, huh?
Matt.
Hold on a second, Chief. Yeah, Captain.
If we're going to expand the search, maybe we should send for the emergency truck.
That's a good idea. Chief, Captain Cronin suggests instead of draining men from the precinct, you might want to put in a request for an emergency truck. They could be a big help in searching all the buildings around here. Yes. All right, yes, sir. I'll keep in touch with you. He's sending up 2 detectives each from the 19th and 23rd Squads, and he's asking Division Inspector for 4 plainclothesmen. They all ought to be here within 15 or 20 minutes.
This neighborhood is really jumping.
We'll be jumping a lot more, Mr. Asher.
I got to give you credit. When you do something, you do it. You don't kid around.
A child that age, pretty helpless. Even if she's all right, she's probably too scared to tell anybody who she is or where she lives.
Yeah. How's the mother doing?
How do you think?
Yeah. Could you excuse me a minute? I'd like to get there.
Oh, yeah, sure.
This is the headache end of the business, the finished work. A lot of bookkeeping, a lot of complaints, and not much profit.
Yeah.
Well, it's a service you got to have. You know, Mama can come in here and work the machines all she wants, but Papa wants his shirts done professional, so I'm stuck with it. Well, another load for him to knock the buttons off.
Mr. Nasher, if we're getting in your way around here, I'm sorry.
Well, who said you're getting in my way?
Well, you see, we're required to conduct a search from the point where the child was last seen.
Listen, everybody's doing their part. I'll do mine.
We're just about finishing up in the next block, Lieutenant.
Every building, Sergeant?
Every building, top to bottom, basements, roofs, halls. We're knocking on every door. Nothing.
Well, we'll just have to keep at it.
Well, which way do you want us to go next? The next block east? You want us to go uptown another block?
What do you think, Captain?
That's a toss-up, Matt.
Yes, sir. Tell you what might help. Start your men on the next block east. We're getting 9 more patrolmen in here any minute.
Oh, good.
You start your men east. When they get here, we'll start them on the next block uptown from where you left off.
Yes, sir. I'll get them going.
I better check the desk off again.
That's a good idea, Matt. Well, maybe I ought to see how the mother's doing,
How would you would. Hello, this is Lieutenant King.
Excuse me, Mr. Nasher.
Now, help yourself.
Lieutenant Gorman, please.
Did you find her?
No, not yet, Miss Gillen.
Oh. I'm sitting here thinking, what could have happened to her? Where could she go? Maybe one of those maniacs is the only thing I can think of.
No, Mr. Gillen.
What else? Kidnappers? What would kidnappers want? I haven't got anything. Dave hasn't got anything.
No, I don't think you ought to jump to conclusions like that.
2 hours almost. A little girl, 4 1/2. She couldn't just disappear. To where? She wasn't out of my sight 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes.
Well, we'll find him.
Yeah, sure, but how? When? Live? Not 2 minutes.
Come in.
Captain, Lieutenant King would like to see
Any
you.
news? Did you see her?
No, Mrs. Gillen.
Well, would you excuse me, Mrs. Gillen?
Yeah, sure.
I brought the husband up, Captain. Lieutenant King's talking to him.
Lady, if you want to bring your own soap powder, how can I stay in business?
Captain Cronin, David Hewlin.
Mr. Gillen?
Something more than she's just lost, isn't it?
You know as much as we do, Mr. Hewlin. You were at work when this detective came down to the market?
Yeah, I was at work in the stall. I was cutting a side of beef. Isn't that right?
Yeah, he was at work, all right.
How long have you and your wife been separated, Mr. Hewlin?
Oh, 2 or 3 months, something like that.
What was the reason for the separation?
Well, is it necessary to go into that?
I think it is.
Well, 7 years we're married. Since the month after I got out of the Army. 7 years, nag, be a big shot, talk better, dress nicer, move to Long Island. 7 years, nag. If it wasn't for Gloria, it happened a long time ago, believe me. But even with Gloria, enough is enough.
Mr. Yulin, we know you love your daughter, and we know you were at work when this thing happened. But if you have anything to do with it...
Me?
Yeah, you sent a friend or a relative. Anybody else up here to take that child, we'll find out about it.
Listen, you're barking up the wrong tree.
I'm assuming that I am, but just in case I'm not, I want to tell you. We've got 30 men on the job right now, and there are more coming. Your wife is in there, worried to death.
I'm worried to death, too.
You're behind this in any way, Mr. Yulin. You're in for a lot of trouble.
I'm not behind it.
Now's the time to get it straightened out.
I'm telling you the truth.
All right. Just wanted you to understand.
I understand.
Bender. Yes, sir? Whitey Howard rechecking the stores on this block.
Jerry's laundrette.
Find him and give him a hand.
Oh?
Okay, Lieutenant, right away.
Oh, okay. Lieutenant King, telephone.
Thanks.
You the father?
Lieutenant King.
You got my beat.
No word yet, Chief. All right. Yes. I'll watch out for them. Yes, sir?
Chief Fleischer?
Yes, sir. Emergency truck is on the way.
Good.
You're getting some service to find your daughter, Mr. Yulin. These guys have been breaking their necks. Tough cops. A bunch of softies if I ever seen any. I know how much you're doing, and I appreciate it.
Don't you think you'd better talk to your wife?
Yeah, I guess I ought to.
Now, this way, Mr. Yulin.
Listen, officers, while you're all here, somebody might bring Gloria home to the flat.
We've got a man posted over there.
Oh. Hello, Evelyn.
David.
They'll find her, Evelyn. They'll find her, don't worry.
2 hours. For 2 hours, where could you be?
Now, they'll find her. Won't you?
Oh, we're certainly trying.
Evelyn, you know how many policemen they got looking? 30. Isn't that right, 30?
That's right.
30 policemen. They got and more coming. 50 policemen. How could 50 policemen not find her?
I'm glad you came, David. It's times like these.
Yeah, I know.
It was cold, but on Sunday you look bad. Terrible.
I want to ring in, Captain.
I'll go with you, Matt.
They'll find her, Evelyn. Don't worry about it.
It's going to be a long time, Matt.
I don't know. Somebody came in and took that girl out of here right from under her mother's nose. He had a lot of nerve.
We haven't had a squeal like that in the precinct in a long time, have we?
Don't remember any for a year or two.
How about in the general area?
Not that I can recall. Last one I heard about was up in the Bronx. They got the guy.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Coming through. I got to push this in the back.
All right, come ahead.
I got enough room there?
Mr. Nesher.
Yeah.
What's in there?
Oh, that's the bane of my existence. That's a load of finish work to go out in the morning. I'll have another basket full by then. Excuse me.
Just a second. Miss Yulin?
Yes?
Any news? No, not yet. Would you come out here a minute, Mrs. Yulin?
Oh, what's the matter?
You said before you'd remember the man from the... you remember the man from the wholesale laundry coming in while you were doing the wash before you noticed Gloria was gone?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Nesher, does he take this big canvas basket out with him?
2 every day, loaded with dirty wash, and he brings in 2 with clean.
Oh, was there one basket in the front of the store waiting for him?
I didn't see it.
I keep them in back.
Could Gloria have wandered in the back?
Oh, yeah, the whole place is open. I let the kids go all over. There's nothing could hurt them around here. A million kids come in. I let them wander all over.
You got an idea, Captain.
What? I don't get it.
Yeah, look, folks, you two wait in the office, will you, please?
Well, if you think something, we got a right to know. It's our baby.
Evelyn, please. If they can find her, they will.
Go ahead, Miss Yulin.
All right. But you'll let us know.
As soon as we find out something...
Hey, what's the story? I don't get it.
There's a chance the girl might have climbed into one of the laundry baskets this morning. The driver was in here then. The mother remembered that much.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Maybe.
Oh, and then again, maybe it isn't so ridiculous.
What's the name of the laundry you take from?
The Yorkland.
Where are they located?
On the west side of Amsterdam Avenue, 68, 69th Street. In there someplace.
Have the same driver here every day?
Yeah, this is on his route.
Oh, what's his name?
Murray.
What's his first name?
Oh, gee, I don't know whether Murray is his first name or last name. Just Murray.
What's the phone number over there?
At the laundry?
Yeah.
Academy 2, 4599.
All right, let's get him on the phone.
Yeah, sure. I'll oblige with anything.
Lieutenant King telephoned the Yorkland Laundry and spoke to the delivery manager. He explained quickly what he was after and secured the telephone numbers of stops along the route of the truck that had made a delivery and pickup at Jerry's Laundrette shortly after 9 o'clock. After 3 telephone calls, he learned that the truck had just left after making a stop on 1st Avenue near 36th Street. He called the next place the truck was due to stop, a laundry on 38th Street near Lexington Avenue. The truck was expected, but had not yet arrived. With Detective John Bender, Lieutenant King hurried to his car and drove downtown to intercept the truck. In the meantime, the search of the neighborhood continued. I phoned CB to dispatch a motor patrol car from the 15th Precinct to the 38th Street address in case the truck arrived before Lieutenant King. We waited in Jerry's laundrette for word.
I don't know about you, Captain, but the suspense is killing me.
It's only a hunch.
What, you undersell yourself. How do you ever expect to be an inspector? What about the Mr. and Mrs.? Don't you think you ought to let them in on it?
No, they might get too hopeful. If it doesn't work, then worse off than they were before.
Hey, that could be it.
Take it.
Yeah. Jerry's laundrette. Oh? No, he hasn't worked here in 6 months. No, I don't know. I haven't any idea. Look, I can't talk now. I'm expecting an emergency call. Yeah? You too. You tell them the truth, they don't believe you.
4 men from the 15th job here, Captain.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
Shall I start them over there going uptown?
Well, I tell you, I think you better get it, Mr. Nash.
Yeah. Jerry's laundrette. Yeah. Who's this? Oh, did you find a kid? What? All right. Captain. Thanks.
Captain Cronin.
Matt King, Captain.
Yes, Matt.
The girl was on the truck.
Oh, good.
They found her.
She was playing in the basket and decided to hide under the laundry. She thought it was fun being rolled outside. When she got in the truck, she got scared. Every time the driver opened up the back, she kept quiet from fright.
Is she all right, Matt?
That's fine. They got her a great big ice cream cone. She wants to talk to her mother.
All right, Matt. Hold the phone up. Put her on. Sergeant, call off the search.
Yes. Captain?
Yes.
I think you can use the extension in the office. It's a little more private.
Mrs. Yulin.
Yes?
Any news, Captain?
Pick up the phone there, Mrs. Yulin.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
It's your little girl. We found her.
Oh.
Baby!
Thanks, Captain.
Hello, my baby. Darling, give Mommy a kiss. That's good. Yes, I'll see you very soon. Listen, would you like to talk to Daddy? Yes, he's here. Yes, we're here together. And we're going to come and get you together.
Yeah. Hello, Gloria? Yes, baby, I know. Well, you tell me all about it. Yeah, something, Captain. You got a great job. Sure, we're together. Mommy and I are together. Great. I should have been a cop. Yes, baby?
Yeah. Seems great now, but the way I thought it was going to turn out, you could have had the job for 2 cents.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Lyons. Where? Well, how do you know he was killed? Now, where is that? Between 3rd and Lexington? Oh, between 2nd and 3rd. Well, who found him? It looks like he what? How this happened?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin and Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Mandel Kramer, Santos Ortega, Elspeth Eric, Wendell Holmes, John Sylvester, and Eric Dressler. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking. Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Lyons. What's the matter with him? Who told you to call? The policeman there? Well, did he say definitely the man was shot? Yeah.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. The call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Okay, go back there. Tell the officer I'm sending a car right over there. And the ambulance. Yeah, that's right. You tell him that. Okay, yeah.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I am captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I'd been off duty since 6 p.m. when I had signed the blotter and left the station house, not scheduled to report until 4 the following afternoon. My wife had been visiting her sister in Teaneck, New Jersey during the day, and when I came out of the station house, she was waiting for me. We drove to downtown Brooklyn for dinner, to a restaurant I'd patronized frequently when I was attached to the 17th Division before being transferred to command of the 21st. After dinner, we went to a movie on Flatbush Avenue. It was after midnight when we came out. We got in our car, drove to Belt Parkway, which runs along the shore past Coney Island, Sheepshead Bay, Floyd Bennett Field, into Queens near the International Airport. I drove off the parkway at Ozone Park and through the quiet streets to our home. My wife got out in the driveway and went in the front door. I continued into the garage. It was nearly 1 a.m. Alan?
All right. Oh, Peggy fell asleep on the couch. I screwed her up to bed.
Watching television?
No, studying. Reading economics.
Oh, that's understandable.
You want me to put up some coffee?
No, thanks, honey. I'm kind of beat. I don't think I can wait for coffee. I'll just have a glass of milk with the sack.
All right.
No, never mind. I'll get it. Did Johnny get to sleep all right?
Yes. Peggy said he went up at 9 o'clock and no complaints.
That's good. The kid's been staying up entirely too late. No wonder you can't get him up for school in the morning, huh? He doesn't get half enough sleep.
You want a piece of cake?
No, thanks. I don't think so. Oh, I'm glad to get some sleep myself. A rough day.
I'm sorry about the movie. I didn't realize we'd have to sit all through the other picture to see the beginning of the main picture.
No, it's all right. I enjoyed it. What kind of cake is that?
Layer. Chocolate.
Hmm?
Want a piece?
No. I just want to get to bed. Is white inside?
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
Well, all right. Just a little piece.
Sure.
Not too much now.
Oh, no.
I'll get it, honey. Hello?
Captain Cronin?
Yes.
Sergeant Lyons on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
We had a bad homicide.
Oh, yes?
Man found shot and killed in a parked automobile. He was discovered by the patrolman on post at 78th and 1st Avenue at 1248.
Oh, who is he? Do you know, Sergeant?
No identification yet.
Well, what does it look like? A ride job?
Yeah, it could be. There's a bar and grill open near there and a luncheonette. Nobody heard any shots. Could have been dead in the car when it was parked there.
Okay, send a car out for me.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Are you going in, Vin?
Yeah. I got a bad homicide.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm so tired.
No, I'll be all right.
Is this small enough?
Yeah, it's fine. Helen. Look, on the second thought, maybe coffee wouldn't be such a bad idea if it's not too much trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble, Vince. No trouble at all.
Okay. While I was en route to the scene, the formalities attending the beginning of a homicide investigation were underway. By the time I arrived, the morgue wagon was there. Several patrolmen of the 21st Precinct had been posted to keep the sidewalk and street clear of curious citizens within a circle of 50 feet from the automobile in which the body was found. When I walked through the police lines, I saw Lieutenant King standing under the streetlight talking to several detectives.
Now, what I want you to do is I want you two to take a run back to the house.
All right, Captain. Hello, Skipper.
That's all right. This is the precinct commander, Captain Cronin, Detectives Vaughn and Cooney, Homicide Squad.
All right.
Glad to know you, Captain. All right, now what I was saying is, Cooney, you and Novak run back to the house. I want you to check this fellow's name out down at BCI and the information unit. See what they come up with. Give them the registration number and description of the car. Find out if it's registered in his name. Now, if it isn't, get the name and address of the owner. See if he's ever had any arrests or convictions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, get going.
Car's around the corner.
All right. Fitz and Vaughn.
Yes.
I want you to go into the luncheonette over there and all the bars and grills around here.
Okay, Lieutenant.
try this one over here first.
And what's it look like, man?
Well, we don't know much yet. The patrolman on post saw him slumped over the wheel. Car was parked at the curb.
Yeah, I know.
He was shot twice, one in the neck and one in the chest. Medical examiner said either might have done it. We'll know more about that when he finishes the autopsy.
There wasn't any weapon in the car, was there?
No, there wasn't.
Any identification on it?
He had a wallet in his pocket.
Yeah.
There was a Social Security card in there. He had an operator's license issued to Philip Bardino, age 31, 412 Avenue C.
You think that's him?
Well, the description on the operator's license checks out pretty good. 5'10" and a half, 161 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. Also, there was a dunning letter from a credit clothing store and Edison bill in his pocket. Same name, same address.
Say, listen, Lieutenant King.
Yeah, Fitch.
I just saw Bender. He rang into the house. This fella Ardino didn't own the car.
No?
Belongs to a Joe Norwell, 235 Bank Street, down in the village.
Is it in the alarms? Been reported stolen?
No, sir. Bender said it hadn't been.
All right. Tell you what you do.
Yeah.
Which one of those homicide squad men you're working with?
Vaughn.
All right, you and Vaughn take a run down to the village. Check out the address. See if you can find the owner of the car and bring him into the house.
Okay, Lieutenant, we'll do that. Vaughn, wait a minute, will you? Yeah.
Well, maybe that'll give you a start on something, Matt. I hope so, Captain. We've got nothing to get our hooks in yet. Because a murder investigation requires an inordinate amount of manpower, a homicide squad is maintained in each borough to assist the precinct squad detectives. At the beginning of such an investigation, each homicide squad detective assigned to the case teams up with a precinct detective, and they work together until their job is completed. In this case, Detective Fitzpatrick of the 21st Squad and Detective Vaughn of the Manhattan East Homicide Squad were assigned by Lieutenant King to locate the owner of the car in which the body was found. In compliance, they went to 235 Bank Street in Greenwich Village, the address listed by the Motor Vehicle Bureau. They found the building to be a 4-story brownstone converted into small flats. They rang the bell of Joe Norwell. There was no answer. At 20 minutes to 3 a.m., they were on the stairs overlooking the door to Joe Norwell's flat, waiting.
Well, I'd sure like to jump in someplace for coffee. I'm getting groggy.
We better not, Fitz. He's liable to show.
Well, what do you say we wait another 15 minutes and one of us will go down and ring in again and pick up some coffee on the way back, huh?
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. About 15 minutes.
Hold it.
What?
Wait a minute.
What?
Somebody coming up the stairs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
All right, keep it down. The man.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah. Watch him. He may be healed.
Wait a minute, mister. We want to talk to you.
Oh, me? Yeah. What's your name, Max?
Who are you?
We're detectives.
Oh, yeah?
What's your name?
Norwell, Joe Norwell.
You live here?
Yeah, right here. Listen, what's the trouble? What happened?
Go ahead, open up the door.
Hey, wait a minute. How do I know you're detectives?
How's this? Does this satisfy you?
Yeah, that satisfies me.
Go ahead, open up the door.
What do you want with me?
We want to talk to you.
All right. Want to talk to me? Come on in.
Yeah, thanks.
Make yourself at home. Sit down.
No, it's all right.
You want a beer or something? I got some beer on ice.
No, nothing. You own an automobile, Mr. Nolan?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I own an automobile.
What kind of a car do you own?
Chevy. 1952 Chevy.
Do you have the registration for it? Do you have it on you?
Yeah, I got it. I got it right here.
Can I see it?
Yeah, sure, if you want to. Hey, what's the matter? What happened with the car?
Where's the car now, Mr. Nolan?
Well, I lent it to a friend of mine. What's the matter? Did you have an accident with it or something? Where is it? Did you see the car?
Here, put this back in your pocket.
Listen, no kidding. Did he have an accident? He didn't wreck it, did he?
What's the name of this friend you lent the car to?
My friend Phil Ardino.
Where does he live?
Over on Avenue C. Listen, you know, that car is my bread and butter. Something happened to it?
How good a friend are you of his?
Oh, we're good friends. We see each other a lot. Oh, what's the matter? What happened? What did he do to the car?
He didn't do anything to the car.
And he didn't have an accident, huh?
Yeah, he had an accident, Mr. Nolan. He got shot.
Phil?
Yeah.
Who shot him?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out.
Well, don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you.
Well, how is he? Is he in the hospital?
He's dead.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was found in your car on First Avenue.
Well, how do you like that? You know, I knew I shouldn't have lent him the car. I knew it.
Turned out to be a pretty bad idea, I'll say that.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Norwell. We want you to come to the station house with us. Lieutenant wants to talk to you.
About what?
About how come he happened to get shot in your car.
Well, I lent it to him.
Yeah, well, you better come along with us, huh?
Maybe we better take a look around here.
You don't mind if we take a look around your flat, do you, Mr. Norwell?
What are you looking for here? I got nothing you want.
If you do, we'll find it. We're the best moving men in the world.
Have you got anything on you, Mr. Norwell? Let's see what you got on you.
I got nothing on me.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, come on. What is this? I lend a guy my car, that's all. Is there any law against lending a guy your car?
No, but it looks like you picked the wrong night to do it.
Sir of a patrol precinct informs the Communication Bureau that a homicide has occurred. Notification is made immediately to the division office of the borough commander, chief inspector's office, and the district attorney's office, as well as to the technical squads and bureaus whose assistance is required in the investigation. When the body had been taken to the morgue, the center of investigation moved to the 21st Detective Squad, and the station house became the scene of considerable activity. But by 3:20 a.m., the house was again quiet. I instructed Sergeant Lyons to have a car come by the house and take me to my home. When he informed me that the car was waiting outside, I went around the desk and sat down to sign the block. Okay, Lieutenant. It's all yours.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Lyons. Okay, you take your meal now. Where will you be? Where? Yeah, all right.
Okay, Sergeant. Good night.
Good night, Skipper. Oh, Captain.
Yes?
Are you swinging tomorrow?
No, I'll be here 3:30. I'll be doing night duty.
Yeah.
Walk right up to that desk there, Mr. Norwell. We've got the ring upstairs.
Okay.
Hello, Captain.
Good night.
Good night, Skipper.
Can I use this, Sergeant?
Yeah, sure.
Me, Lieutenant King, huh?
Okay, Fitz.
Look, I'm telling you, all I did was lend my friend my car, that's all.
Yeah, we know all about that, Mr. Norwell. We know you lent it to him.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Fitz. We're downstairs with the owner of the automobile. Yep. Yeah, okay. Okay, Luke. Right away. Hey, thanks, Sergeant. He says come on upstairs with him, boy.
That way, Joe.
Hey, listen, how long do you think this is going to take?
Well, that's up to the lieutenant.
All I did was lend the guy my car.
That's enough. Upstairs.
I mean, I can't help it if he goes out and gets himself shot while he's driving my car, can I?
No.
Then what do you want from me?
Right over that way.
Go ahead.
Lieutenant in his office, nobody?
Yeah, he's in there.
Has he got anybody with him?
No, he's all alone.
All right, Joe, come over here and sit down.
Yeah.
Why don't you sit down right here?
For how long?
Well, we've just got to talk to the lieutenant a minute.
I'll tell you what, Fitz, I better wait out here with him.
Yeah, you do that. I'll be right back. Yes. Fitz, Lieutenant.
Come in.
Got the owner of the car.
Oh, that's good. What does he have to say for himself?
Well, he admits he lent Ardino his car tonight.
Yeah.
He had nothing on him, nothing in his room.
Well, the victim wasn't exactly an angel, Fitz.
No?
Well, his record down at BCI showed 3 arrests for burglary and 1 conviction for unlawful entry. Did some time out in the island. He visited that address down at Avenue C all alone. Apparently no relatives. Apparently he hasn't been working lately. That's all we've been able to come up with so far on him. The superintendent of the building down there says he's only had that flat about 6 weeks. He doesn't know where he lived before.
What about his last address down at BCI?
Shows a building on East 104th Street. The building has since been demolished to make way for a housing project.
Oh, yeah.
All right, bring the owner of the car in here. Let's talk to him.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah.
Come on in here with him.
How does he look to you?
Well, we haven't talked much to him, Lieutenant.
All right, go right in there, Mr. Norwell.
Yeah, sure.
Close the door, Vaughn. Yes, sir.
Mr. Norwell, this is Lieutenant King, Sergeant of the squad here.
I know you.
All right, Mr. Norwell, sit down.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Mr. Norwell told us, Lieutenant, that he lent Ardino his car last night. That's the same car that Ardino's body was found in.
Yeah, that's right. I lent it to him.
Well, before we get into that, Mr. Norwell, let me find out a few things about you. How old are you?
I'm 29.
You live at 235 Bank Street?
Yeah, that's right.
How long have you lived at that address?
Oh, now, let me see. Going on 2 years now.
What have you got there?
What do you mean what I got there? I got a room, a small flat, 1 room.
Hmm? What do you work at, Mr. Norwell?
I'm a mechanic.
What do you mean, mechanic? Automobile mechanic?
Yeah.
Where are you working now?
Well, I'm not working right now.
Why not?
Oh, I hurt my hand on the job. This hand, the right one.
When was that?
Oh, about 5, 6 weeks ago.
It's all right now, though, isn't it?
Well, it's getting all right.
Well, what have you been doing? Drawing workman's compensation?
Well, no, it wasn't on that kind of a job. You see, I was
Well, a friend of mine had trouble with his car on a Sunday morning. He asked me to fix it, and I was working on it, and a tool slipped, and I hurt my hand.
Then you didn't get hurt on a regular job?
No. I said I didn't. It was on a Sunday morning.
Well, were you working on a regular job at the time?
Oh, now, let me see. No, I wasn't.
How have you been maintaining yourself, Mr. Norwell?
Well, I've been drawing unemployment.
How much have you been drawing?
Been getting $30 a week.
$30 a week. How much rent do you pay?
$50 a month.
All this time you've been paying rent and eating, driving a car, and dressing pretty nice. You've been getting by on $30 a week?
Well, it's a little tight.
You ever been arrested, Mr. Norwell?
What do you mean arrested? You mean like a traffic summons?
I mean arrested for a crime.
Oh, no. No, not me.
You've never been arrested?
No, never.
How long have you known Phil Ardino?
Let me see. A couple of weeks. 3 weeks, maybe.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. Let's get back to this other thing a minute.
Yeah.
Have you ever been arrested for anything?
No, I got a traffic ticket once or twice, that's all. I was running a red light.
Now, you want to get this thing straightened out, don't you?
Well, sure, I want to get it straightened out. All I did was lend the guy my car. I want to go home, go to bed.
All right, Mr. Norwell, why don't you take everything out of your pockets and put it on the desk there?
Do I have to?
You want to get it straightened out, don't you?
Just take everything out of your pockets, put it on the desk. Everything.
All right. There's a pack of cigarettes.
Okay.
And I got some matches and a handkerchief. I got this case here that's got a comb and a nail file in it. And I got the keys to my flat. Oh, yeah, and I got a little change here. And I got my wallet.
Got any money in the wallet?
Yeah, I got a little bit.
All right, take the money out of the wallet and count it.
Well, okay, I'd be delighted, but listen.
Before you do that, what else have you got in the wallet?
Well, I got the ownership for my car, and my driver's license. Got a couple of telephone numbers and a couple of business cards.
Let me see those business cards.
Yeah, sure.
What are you handing us, Joe?
What do you mean, what am I handing you?
You're sitting there telling us you've never been arrested, and you got the card of a lawyer and 2 bail bondsmen in your wallet. I know this lawyer handles nothing but criminal cases. You've never been arrested. What do you need the card from bail bondsmen for? Now, you don't want to tell us the truth. Have you ever been arrested?
Nope. I never been arrested.
Vaughn, I think this guy is handing us a line. Go outside, will you? Call the BCI and the information unit. Let them check out his name and address. See what they come up with on it.
Okay, Lieutenant.
They're not going to come up with nothing.
We'll see.
What could they come up with?
All right, Joe. How much money have you got there?
You mean you want me to count it?
Yeah, count it.
Well, I could give you a rough idea without counting it.
Count it.
All right. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. 20, 40, 60, 80, 2. 20, 30, 40, 45, 50, 51, 52, 53.
$253.
Yeah, that's right. $253.
That's more than a little bit.
All right, put the money back in your wallet and put it in your pocket.
Okay.
Where'd you get that money?
Oh, what do you mean, where'd I get it? It's mine.
You said you hadn't worked in a couple of months. You said you've been drawing unemployment. You've got a car. You're maintaining yourself. Now, where would you get $253 in cash if you haven't worked?
Listen, you want to know the truth?
That's what we're here for.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. If you just won't let it go any further. I won that in the crap game down in the village. Now, that's the truth. That's the honest-to-goodness truth. I mean, I had a lucky streak. I made 7 passes in a row.
Give me the name of one of the players in that crap game.
Oh, well,
We'll get into that later, Fitz. Now, you said you've known Phil Ardino for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah,
When did you see him last?
Well, tonight.
You mean last night? It's after 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, last night.
What time last night?
Oh, about 7, 8 o'clock, I guess.
Where was this?
In a bar over there, right near my house.
What's the name of the bar?
Bonley's.
How do you spell that?
Bonlees.
Where is it? On Bank Street?
Yeah, it's right down on the corner from where I live.
How did you happen to meet Ardino there?
Oh, I saw him in the afternoon. He said, "What are you doing tonight?" And I said, "Nothing." And he said, "Would you like to have a drink tonight?" And I said, "Yeah." And we made up to meet in Bonley.
Who got there first, you or him?
Well, I did. I live right near there. He lives all the way over on Avenue C.
What time did he get there?
A few minutes later, before 8 o'clock.
And the 2 of you sat there drinking?
Yeah, that's right.
What'd you drink?
Well, personally, I was drinking beer. He was having whiskey.
How long were you there together?
Oh, well, we must have stayed till 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that.
Did you see anyone in there you knew? Anyone that could say that you two were in there together?
No, nobody, unless somebody that I didn't see, saw me.
You stayed in there until 9:30, quarter to 10.
Yeah, something like that.
You leave together?
Well, to tell you the fact of the business is we walked out together, but we didn't stay together.
Why not?
Well, because when we were in there, Phil says he's got to meet somebody uptown, and he asked me, could he borrow my car? And I said, well, what's the matter? You want to borrow my car when you got one of your own? Well, he said he stood around there too long, and he was late to meet a guy uptown. He didn't want to go all the way over to Avenue C to get his own car to drive up.
And you agreed to lend him your car?
Well, yeah, he was a nice fella. I wanted to save him the trouble.
Who was he going to meet uptown?
Well, I don't know, some fella. He didn't tell me.
Where uptown?
He didn't tell me that either. He just said uptown.
And you left the bar together?
Yeah. Yeah, I took him over to my car to show him where it was. He didn't know where it was parked. I had to show him that.
And then what happened?
Well, he got in my car and he drove away.
Did he say he'd bring it back?
He said he'd bring it back about midnight and he'd leave the keys in my mailbox. That is, if I wasn't home.
You had no idea where he went or who he was going to see?
No, I swear, no idea.
CCI come up with anything on him, Vaughn?
Yeah, they came up with something on him, Lieutenant.
Why? What did they come up with?
Don't you know what being arrested means? He did some big time, Lieutenant.
Oh, he did?
For what? Burglary. He did 2 years and 8 months on a 2.5 to 5 in Sing Sing.
That right, Joe?
If it's right, it's right. What can I do?
You've been lying to us about everything, haven't you, Joe?
Where were you between 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning? You weren't home. We were there waiting for you.
Well, I was out drinking.
Who were you with? Were you with anyone?
Well, I was in bars. You know, I was making the rounds.
Now, the fact of the matter is, when you left that bar on Bank Street, you got in the car without Gino. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right.
If you were out for 5 hours, from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning, you must have seen someone you know. Give the lieutenant the name of one person you saw.
I didn't see anyone I knew. Now, isn't that possible?
Now, look, Joe, I know you shot him.
I did not.
All I want to know is why and where the gun is.
I didn't shoot
Now,
him.
don't hand me that. You're a couple of good thieves. You got into a fight over the $250 you have in your wallet. Isn't that right?
No, I'm telling you, I swear.
Now, look, Joe, you're either going to help us or you're not.
Where's the gun? That's the first thing we want to know.
Now, you listen to me, Joe. I know exactly what happened. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to put you into this thing. I'm going to put you into it good. So you make up your mind whether you're going to help me or you aren't. Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Must have thrown that gun someplace in the neighborhood. Tell the desk officer I want to make a complete search within 5 blocks in every direction. Get as many patrolmen as you can in the emergency squad and the Department of Sanitation on the job.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. There's something else I want.
All right. Well, you're going to scratch around. You're going to get it anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, you can count on it.
Look, he came at me. I had to do it.
All right. Just start at the beginning.
Well, we decided to do some work together after we left the bar, and we came uptown in my car. And I knew this building over on 74th Street. I knew there was some nice flats up in there, so we went in, and we finally found one that we could make, and we got inside.
You and Phil together?
Yeah, that's right, the two of us together, and we scratched around the joint. And all I found was a gun, a pistol, you know. This lady had a couple of lousy rings and a jewelry box and some earrings. Well, I was looking out of the corner of my eye at Phil, and I saw him going in the desk and slipping something in his pocket. And I figured, this guy's made some cash, you know. So I didn't say nothing until we got back down in the car. And we were both commiserating with each other about what a lousy touch it is. We decided to stop the car and get a drink. So when we parked, I decided to spring it on him. I said, come on, let's have that cash you put in your pocket. And he said, what cash? So one thing led to another, and he came at me, and I used the gun on him. I mean, what else could I do? He really came at me when I said, let's see what you got in your pocket there. He was mad. I was just protecting myself, that's all. I mean, there I was. He was in my car, shot twice. What could I do? I had to get out, that's all. Do the best I could for myself.
Yeah.
Where did you throw the gun?
Around there someplace in the trash basket when I was walking to the subway.
All right, Fitz, take him out, see if you can find the gun. Meantime, we'll get the district attorney up here.
Okay, Lieutenant. Come on, Joe. Let's go.
Tell Novak to call the DA's office.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Close the door, will you?
Okay, Lieutenant.
21st Squad, Lieutenant King.
That's Captain Conan, man.
Oh, hello, Captain.
I just got home. I was wondering how you were doing with that homicide.
It's all cleaned up, Captain.
It is? That's pretty fast work, man.
Yes, sir. The boy that did it was a pretty fast talker. He talked himself right into it.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Lyons. A what? Well, how do you know something's wrong?
And so it goes.
How many days?
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin and Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Wendell Holmes, Ethel Everett, Bill Zuckert, John McQuaid, William Redfield, and Bill Quinn. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking. Art Hanna speaking. Art Hanna speaking. Art Hanna speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Yes, I can hear you. What's trouble there? Was she all alone? Well, how much is on the clock? $4 and what? Why can't you pay it? Oh, yeah.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, drive her here to the station house. We'll talk about it when you get here. Well, just come on over here and we'll get it all settled. Yeah, all right. I'll see you.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I am captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. At 1:55 a.m., after I'd been on patrol of the precinct since turning out for platoon at midnight, I returned to the station house where Lieutenant Snyder was desk officer and Sergeant Collins had telephone switchboard duty. As I came through the door into the muster room, I saw a hack driver and a well-dressed, very pretty young woman, about 20, standing in front of the desk. I walked around behind the desk to sign the blotter. What's doing, Sergeant?
Nothing much, Skipper. It's been a quiet tour.
Look, I've got no time to stand here and discuss the pros and cons. There was $4.40 on the clock. All I want is my money, that's all.
I'd tell you that if I had it.
Skipper.
Hello, Lieutenant.
I told you I lost my wallet.
Well, you just give me $4.40. That's all I want.
She says she's lost her wallet.
Well, why couldn't she look and see if she had a wallet before she got in my car in Idlewild Airport? Why did she have to wait until we got to 80th Street and Park Avenue before she found it out?
It so happened I looked in my purse for a cigarette and I noticed the wallet was missing. I told you I'd give you a check.
Lady, when I turn the cab in at 7 o'clock in the morning, the boss wants cash for what's in the clock. He doesn't want checks.
I don't have the cash. I lost my wallet.
Oh, why do I get all the sad stories? I've never seen it to fail.
Where were you going from Idlewild, miss?
He said Penn Station.
What's your name?
Me?
Yes.
Elizabeth Pemberton.
Do you have any identification?
No, all my identification was in my wallet. I've got my checkbook, though.
I am not interested.
What's your name, Teddy?
Calafo, Joe Calafo.
Look, Joe, these things happen.
But always for me. Why? Who are you anyway?
He's Captain Cronin, the commanding officer of the precinct.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'd just like to know who I'm talking to.
You're wasting your time here, Joe.
Oh, that's not news to me.
I didn't want to come here.
Joe, I suggest you take the lady's check. Get back on the job. You don't want to make a complaint, go to court, do you?
Got a good mind just to do that.
What does that mean? Have me arrested?
You know anybody around here you can call, Mass, to get the money from?
I don't know a soul, not a soul. I'm from out of town.
You don't want to spend the morning in court, do you, Joe?
I want to spend the morning in the bed. All right, give me the check and let me get out of here.
Oh, I really appreciate it. You don't know how much I appreciate it.
I know.
Here, do you want a pen?
Oh, yes, thanks. Thanks a lot. How do you want it made up?
Just the cash. That's good enough.
It was $4.40. I'll make it $6. That'll be a good tip for you for all the trouble I caused.
And that's up to you, lady.
Yeah? You No. I lost my wallet. I don't have a cent of cash. I couldn't make the check for $10 and you give me $4 change.
No, you couldn't. Listen, just make it for $4.40. Just give it to me and let me get out of here and don't do me any favors.
All right. Well, you headed home to that.
I'm stuck enough already.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Captain Cronin, division on the line for you.
Okay. Lean up against the desk and write the check. It's all right.
I'll take it here.
It's him.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin. Oh, yes, Inspector. No, sir. No, I'll be swinging on Sunday. No? No, sir. I hadn't heard about it, Inspector. All right, I'll leave the instructions for the sergeants to ride by there frequently and have a look. How's that? Yes, sir? All right, Inspector. Okay.
I'm really sorry to cause so much trouble. I made it for $6 anyway. Here.
Braxton, Pennsylvania. Where's Braxton, Pennsylvania?
It's near Philadelphia. Did I get this pen from you?
That's right.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Can I go now?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye. I can't blame him, I guess. I couldn't help it.
Lieutenant Singleton is ringing in. You wanted to talk to him.
You live in Braxton?
Put him on
Yes, sir, that's right. Near Philadelphia.
21st
And what are you doing in New York?
Well,
Listen, you put unidentified
oh, it's a long
US
story.
95 tag for that DOA.
Miss, would you walk across into my office? I want to talk to you.
Which is right.
Over there?
That's right.
Card in his pocket showed what name?
And you just have a seat in there, huh?
Well, how do you spell that?
Yes, sir, if you want.
B-L-E or T-L-E?
Sergeant, did you check, see if a wallet was turned in at Idlewild?
No, sir. They just came in a minute before you did.
All right, give the Port Authority police a ring out there, see if they found it.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. That's the way to handle it if it's registered under another name.
Is this chair all right?
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Elizabeth Penderton. How do you spell that?
Penderten.
Yep. What were you doing at Idlewild, Miss Penderton?
Well, you see, I came to New York on the train with a friend of mine. He flew to Europe. And I was going back to Philadelphia.
All right, now, come on. Everything's okay.
I'm sorry. I put her on the plane, and I took a cab to go back to Penn Station. When I opened my pocketbook for a cigarette, I noticed my wallet was missing. That's all there is to it. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, no. Look, did you have your pocketbook open at the airport?
Oh, yes, several times. I bought her a couple of magazines, and we went into the bar and had a drink. Several times.
You didn't miss it before you got into the cab?
No, sir, I told you I was going to smoke a cigarette.
Mm-hmm. You were on your way to Penn Station to get a train to Philadelphia?
Yes, sir, that's right, to Philadelphia. Well, then I'd have to change there for Braxton. It's on the other side of Philadelphia, on the main line. Well, I really couldn't help it. I can't blame the cab driver for being mad. He's entitled to his money, but I couldn't help it. I didn't want to lose my wallet.
Yes, sure, I know. Do you have any friends in New York?
There are a couple of people. Girls I went to school with. But I wouldn't know where they are exactly.
Would you like to make a collect call to your home?
Oh, I don't think that would be a good idea at this time of night. You see, I didn't even tell my father and mother I was coming to New York. They'd get scared to death. She's nervous anyway. He's probably not at home. He stays in town a lot. In Philadelphia, that is. Did you ever hear of him?
No, I don't think so.
Charles C. Penderton? He's a pretty big man.
No. Well, if you don't call him, you'll have to do something.
All I want to do is get to Penn Station and get on the train, that's all. I had a return ticket, but that was in my wallet, too.
How much money did you have?
Oh, I don't know, $35 or $40, something like that, not much.
Yeah, excuse me, Samantha. 21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Collins on TS, Captain. I called the Port Authority police at Idlewild. There's been no wallet turned in.
Okay, thanks, Sergeant. Your wallet hasn't been turned in, Senator, not as yet.
I don't know what I'm going to do. Look at me. I look terrible, don't I?
Well, now, come on. There's no reason for you to be crying.
I'll be all right. If I just had the money to get home, that's all I need. About $10. Captain, would you cash a check for me for $10?
Mr. Prenderson.
$10, that's all. I could get a train home and pay the cab fare from the Braxton station to my house. That's all it would take, just $10.
Look, Miss Anderson, if I cash a check for everybody to walk in that door...
Oh, it's good. I promise it's good.
Yes, I don't doubt
Look,
that.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll leave my watch with you. It's a beautiful watch. My father gave it to me. 17 jewels in the gold case. You keep it until you're sure about the check, and then you can send it to me.
Well, never mind the watch, Miss Anderson. Just write out the check. I'll cash it for you.
Oh, thank you. You don't have any idea how this saved my life. It really saved my life.
I took the young woman's check and gave her $10 from my own pocket. She powdered her nose, thanked me profusely, and left the station house at 2:20 a.m. The rest of the tour was quiet. I turned out the platoon for the 8 to 4, signed a blotter, and left the station house to go off duty. 24 hours later, I reported back, and after signing the blotter and changing into uniform, I turned out the platoon, then returned to my office to read the reports and communications which had accumulated during my time off. These I signed while I spoke to Ezra D. Winkler, the precinct youth patrolman, in regard to his progress in organizing softball teams among the youth of the precinct. A few minutes later, I walked out into the muster room.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. Oh, Ross. Walk around the 346 there and see the super. City Marshal is on his way to serve an eviction notice, and the super says the tenant might give a little trouble. He's a fighter. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, let me know.
What's doing, Sergeant?
Nothing much, Skipper. It's pretty quiet.
Hey, Captain, you got a minute?
Yeah, sure. Hello, man.
Hi.
Hello, Lieutenant King.
How are you?
What's the trouble, man?
Listen, Captain, did you take a check from a girl a few days ago? A kid 18 to 20, honey-colored hair, very pretty. Uses the name Pendleton.
Yeah, that's right. For $10. How'd you know about it?
Well, somebody around here mentioned it yesterday that the girl came in the other night claiming she lost her purse. Couldn't pay the cab driver.
Yeah, that's right, Matt.
The special fraud squad had me on the phone this morning, told me about her. This babe has been plastering the town with those checks.
Insufficient funds?
No, just forgeries.
Who is she, Matt? You know?
No, sir, but she's really been laying down that paper. Just small amounts. But she sure has been getting away with it. I don't see how she does it.
I do, Matt. The kid sold me a bill of goods. Came in here with a real sad, sob story about losing her money.
Yeah, that's what she's been using, according to them downtown. The same story. She's hit about 35, 40 times, still going strong.
She sold me. She really sold me.
Yes, sir. Sweet, innocent, and in trouble. I can see how she was able to hang that paper all over town. She sold you, Captain. Just next time, take my advice and be careful.
Yeah. You know, Matt, next time I think I'll just take the watch. Later in the day, a teletype alarm for the young woman who had forged the name of Elizabeth Pendleton on more than 3 dozen checks and passed them on various merchants and individuals in the city of New York was received at the station house. But the alarm didn't stop her. In the next few days, a dozen more such checks were refused payment by the bank in Braxton, Pennsylvania. In New York, the investigation was handled by detectives of the various precincts in which the checks were passed. And the Special Fraud Squad, one of the several organizations of specialized investigators who operate on a citywide basis from the central office. In the meantime, the tour-by-tour activities in the 21st Precinct continued. On Saturday, we had a bad homicide. On Sunday morning, a 7-year-old girl on her way to church was struck by a hit-and-run drive on First Avenue. Both of her legs were broken. I returned to the station house at 11:40 a.m. from the scene of that accident. In the muster room, Sergeant Collins was on telephone switchboard duty, and Lieutenant Snyder was the desk officer. I walked behind the desk to sign the blotter.
All right. Captain, watch the pen.
Oh, what's doing, Harry?
Oh, nothing much, Captain, except a hit and run.
Yes. I'll be in my office.
I've got a few messages for you, Skipper.
Yes, sir.
That Mr. Thompson wouldn't leave his first name. He said he'd call back.
Yeah, I know who he is. Oh, is this one Congressman Mohon?
Yes, sir, that's right. He said he'd be at that number until 2:30 p.m.
All right, see if you can get the Congressman for me.
Yes.
I'll take it in my office.
Where will I find Captain Cronin, please?
Over here, ma'am. You'll have to make inquiries at the desk.
That's all right, Lieutenant. I'm Captain Cronin.
Oh, how do you do? I'm Mrs. Elizabeth Pendleton
Of Philadelphia?
of Braxton, Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia. You know me.
Well, let's say I've heard of you.
Well, I'd like to talk to you, Captain.
Shall I? And here, Mrs. Pendleton.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Well, somebody's been using your name in vain, Mrs. Pendleton.
That's what I want to talk to you about, Captain. How do you spell your name, with a Y or an I?
And I, Cronin.
There was Mrs. Sykeston who served with me on my hospital committee. She was a Cronin, but a Cronin with a Y. I don't suppose she's your family.
No, I'm afraid not. Now, what can I do for you, Mrs. Pendleton? You know, I'm not handling the investigation. I'm just another victim in this case.
Yes, and it's too bad. I know you were just performing an act of kindness. You were being a good Samaritan.
Oh, I was trying to be.
You were, and I want to make restitution for the $10 you lost.
You're under no obligation to do that, Mrs. Pendleton.
I think I am. It was $10, wasn't it?
Those checks were forged on your bank account. The responsibility belongs to the first endorser.
The responsibility belongs to me, Captain. You see, I know who forged all those checks.
Huh? You do? Who?
Well...
Excuse me.
Oh, of course.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
I have Congressman Moho for you, Captain.
All right. I'll just be a minute, Mr. Pendleton.
That's quite all right.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Hello, Vance.
Congressman, I tried to reach you yesterday.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you. What can I do for you, Vance?
Oh, just a little information, that's all, Congressman. You know Father Canaan is St. Agnes?
Yes, I do.
Well, you see, he has a student he's very interested in. Boy just finished his first year at CCNY. He's had excellent marks. He's right up there at the top of his class, Congressman. He's a good athlete, nice young man.
Yes?
Well, you see, there's not much money in the family. They just have a little hardware store. Well, the boy wants to get into West Point, and, well, I think he'd be a good cadet. Father Canaan knows their competitive examination before you make your appointments, and he just wants to find out how to go about getting him on the list. So I told him I'd call you.
Sure, Vance. I'll have my administrative assistant get in touch with Father Canaan, all right?
Fine. Fine. Do you want the boy's name?
No, not yet. We'll get all the information from Father Canaan. Thanks for calling, Vance.
Well, thank you, Congressman.
Bye.
Once a good Samaritan. Always a good Samaritan.
It's all part of the job, Mr. Pendleton. Now, you say you know who forged those checks.
Yes, I do.
Who?
My daughter.
Your daughter?
Don't look so surprised, Captain. I have a daughter that age. My daughter, Elizabeth. So you see, it's really not forgery. Her name is Elizabeth Pendleton, too. It's not really forgery.
Does she have an account at that bank?
No, but she has an account in the bank in Philadelphia in her own name. She has money in there, plenty of money. I deposit $50 a week to her account. I don't understand why she does it. I just don't understand.
Have any police officers come to see you at your home, Mrs. Pendleton?
Oh, yes, a very nice young detective from the Pennsylvania State Police. A very nice young man.
Did you tell him that you suspected it was your daughter?
No.
Why not?
Well, my husband told me not to. I wanted to tell the bank to pay the check just to let them go through, but my husband told me not to do that either.
Do you have any idea why your daughter's doing this? You know she's forged and passed nearly 40 checks in New York City alone.
No, I don't. No, I really don't. She's had everything all of her life, everything. There's not a thing she's wanted that we didn't give her. And she just left home all of a sudden, and the next thing we knew, the check started. I didn't even know that she was in New York.
Why did she leave home, Mrs. Pendleton?
I don't know.
There must have been a reason.
There was something with her father.
Yes? What?
Well, it's really very personal.
Mrs. Pendleton, your personal matter isn't personal anymore. It's very public. About 40 people in New York are victims of it.
I'd rather not go into it.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
Well, I'm involved in it, too, in a manner of speaking.
Yes?
You see, my husband was away. He told us that he was going to Chicago on business. The weekend came, and Liz was invited out to Wilmington to a party on Saturday night. She didn't want to go. She never wanted to go, but I talked her into it. Anyway, she went. She had a very good time, and after the party, the young hostess and her friends decided to go to an inn on the shore for coffee and a snack. She, saw her father there.
Oh?
He was with another woman.
How old is Liz?
19. She'll be 20 in October.
Did she talk to her father?
No, luckily he didn't see her. But she came home very upset. I had no idea what the trouble was.
Finally, on Monday or Tuesday, she spoke to me. She told me she had seen her father and what the circumstances were. Well, I said, Liz, I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it's been going on for years. Your father has his friends, and I have mine. That's the way it is.
What did she say to that?
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was just on my way out of the house when I told her I was very late for a dinner party.
Did she leave home right away?
Oh, no. In a day or so.
You have any idea where she's staying in New York?
No.
Could she be with some friends?
She has only one friend here. I called her even before the check started, but she hasn't heard from Liz. Captain, that girl has had the best education money can give her. She's had a car all her own, a 1955 convertible, all her own. She has clothes, lots of clothes, and money of her own.
What made you decide to come to New York, Mrs. Patterson?
I wanted to find her and bring her home. That's a natural thing for a mother to do. I want to get things straightened out. Besides, my friends were beginning to ask questions.
Does your husband know you came?
No, he'd be against it. He's afraid she'll cause a lot of trouble. He doesn't want any trouble or any scandal. He's very annoyed with Liz.
Yes.
And I have to admit, I don't understand myself what's gotten into her. Why would she do a thing like this to me?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that, Mrs. Pendleton. I'm only a policeman. I took Mrs. Pendleton upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad and introduced her to Lieutenant King. She repeated the story she told me and insisted she had no idea where her daughter could be located. A new alarm was put out for the young woman, and a communication to the Pennsylvania State Police advised them of the actual circumstances in the case. The next day, a teletype order came through from the chief inspector instructing each precinct commander to make a personal check of cabarets in his command. Delegates at two recent conventions had complained that they were being overcharged in a few midtown nightclubs. In order to accomplish this work as speedily as possible, I decided to visit the cabarets in my command in company with a patrol sergeant on his regular inspection.
Well, everything looks all right in here, Skipper.
Yep. How about the kitchen? Did you take a look in there?
Yes, sir.
Are they prepared to serve food?
Yes, sir. The cook on the job.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sergeant, let's go.
While we're here, we can take a look at that club around the corner, Captain.
Now, let's see. Now, just a second. Wait a minute. Someone at the bar I want to talk to.
Yes, sir.
That depends, honey. That depends on how you feel about it.
Excuse me, Miss
Me? What's the trouble?
I want to talk to the young lady.
What do you want to talk to me about?
Listen, officer, we didn't do anything.
I'd like to know what you want to talk to me about.
Listen, what's the trouble anyway?
What's your name, mister?
Why do you want to know that?
Because this girl is wanted for passing 39 forged checks. That's why.
Oh, don't kid me.
It's so, Carl. It's absolutely so.
Well, listen, I only met her tonight, an hour ago.
What's your name?
Langby. Carl Langby. That's the truth. You can ask her. Isn't it the truth?
It's the truth.
Did you cash a check for her, Mr. Langby?
Me? No.
You would have, Carl. You would have. Everybody does, even the policeman. Everybody loves me. Everybody.
I called Sergeant Collins over, and we took Liz Pendleton and a companion to the station house, where we went directly upstairs to the 21st Detective Squad. After a few minutes of questioning, Carl Langby convinced Lieutenant King that he had, in fact, only met the girl that evening in another bar. He gave his address and promised to appear again if needed. He was allowed to go. Then Lieutenant King and I talked to the girl.
Is that the only reason, Liz?
Well, I had to live.
You want to call your mother? You can place a call to her.
No, I don't want to call her. I don't want to talk to her.
Well, if you don't, Liz, I do. Can I use this one, Matt?
Yes, that's all right.
I haven't anything to say to her.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins.
This is Captain Cronin.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, will you step into my office, look in the corner of my desk blotter? There's a note there with a number of Mrs. Elizabeth Pendleton in Braxton, Pennsylvania.
Braxton.
Yes, that's right. Place a collect call to Mrs. Pendleton at that number. I'll be up here.
Right away, Captain.
You have a bank account of your own, Liz. Why did you have to forge checks in your mother's name?
I don't know. It just seemed as though I should.
Well, what made you?
I don't know. If I knew, I'd tell you.
You know you hurt a lot of people.
Did I? I didn't mean to.
About 40 people, including Captain Cronin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. You know I'm sorry, Captain.
I hope you are.
I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I just wanted to get money from people to prove they liked me. That's all. If they were willing to take a check from me, that proved they liked me, didn't it? That's all I wanted to prove.
Could have given checks on your own account to prove the same thing.
No, that's not so. It wouldn't prove the same thing. It wouldn't prove the same thing because... I don't know. It just wouldn't.
Liz, what were you doing at Idlewild that night?
Idlewild?
The airport.
When?
The night you said you didn't have the money to pay the cab driver.
Oh,
What were you doing there?
I just went out there to cash a check, that's all. I thought it would be a nice place. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I would cause so much trouble. I really didn't. If that's my mother, I don't want to talk to her. I really don't.
I'll get it, man.
I won't.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Collins on TS, Captain. I have Mrs. Pendleton.
All right, put her on.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Captain Cronin.
Yes, this is Captain Cronin. We have Liz here, Mrs. Pendleton.
Oh, you have? How is she? Is she all right?
I won't talk to her.
Yes, she seems all right.
May I talk to her?
Liz?
No. I told you no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pendleton. She won't come to the phone.
Why won't she?
No, she just refuses.
Tell her I'll be there. Tell her I love her. Tell her I'll take the next train. Her father, too.
All right, Mrs. Pendleton, goodbye.
The next train.
I couldn't talk. I'm sorry, but I couldn't. I'm not ashamed or anything. But I couldn't talk to her.
Your mother said to tell you she loves you. She and your father are taking the next train.
They won't be here.
They told the captain they would.
No, they won't. All they'll do is send money. They always send money. They think that's the same thing, but it isn't. It really isn't the same, is it?
No, Liz. No, there's all the difference in the world.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Collins. You lost your what? Your son. How old is he?
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin and Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Zuckert, Les Damon, Joan Loring, Abby Lewis, George Petrie, and Frank Campanella. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hannah speaking. Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. No, the skipper's over there at the scene of that burglary. Yeah, I know you are. Well, what's the trouble? Oh, he is, huh? Yeah.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. The call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Okay. He ought to be back here within the next half hour or so. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave a message for him.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. I turned out for platoon for the 12 to 8 tour at midnight and went out on patrol of the precinct. Things were quiet. At 1:35 a.m., Lieutenant Patrick Gorman was on duty as desk officer at the station house, and Sergeant William Waters sat at the telephone switchboard. The stillness was broken occasionally by the hum of the switchboard or a call over KEA, the police radio.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters."
Give me the detectives, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Hold on.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
What time is Jacoby due to ring in?
40, Lieutenant.
Okay, when he does, ask him what the delay is on that notification for the 92nd.
Yes, sir. This 12th stage is getting me down, Lieutenant.
When do you swing?
After this tour, thank goodness.
That's Jacoby. Maybe you better let me talk to him.
Yes, sir. No, it's not him, Lieutenant. Somebody was talking to the detectives. They're finished.
Oh, okay.
What time does Skipper say he'll be back to the house?
He didn't say. You want to see what that is on the teletype?
Okay. Not much, Lieutenant. An alarm on a stolen car up in the 52nd.
Okay.
How about a cup of coffee, Lieutenant? There's some hot back there.
No, thanks. I've got a lot of stuff to write up here, and I've got to file all the cards.
If that's Jacoby, do you still want to talk to him?
Yes.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Is this the police?
Yeah, that's right, lady.
There's a burglar in my apartment.
There was or there is right now?
There is right now. I saw him. I came home and opened the door, and there he was.
Lady, wait a minute.
There he was, right in the apartment.
Do you live in the apartment all alone?
Yes, all alone. I got scared and I ran out. I couldn't find any place open, so I used this phone on the street. It says to call police.
Did you get a good look at the man?
No, I didn't wait to get a good look. I was scared.
You're sure it's not someone you know?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm positive.
Is he still in the building?
I think so. I think he's still up in my apartment.
All right. I'll send the officers right over there. What's the address of your apartment?
194 East 69th Street.
Are you talking from the police call box on the corner there?
Yes, that's right.
All right, lady. You just stay there and wait for the officers.
Will they be here soon?
Right away. Now, if you see the man come out of the building, remember which way he went. See if he's got a car.
All right.
The officers will be there right away.
What do you got, Sergeant?
A lady with burglars, Lieutenant.
CB-18.
Sergeant Waters, 21st Precinct. Send a car to 194 East 69th. A woman rang in on the call box and said there was a prowler in her apartment. She's waiting on the street at the call box.
194 East 69th.
Yeah.
Okay. Lombardi. One burglar?
How many does she need, Lieutenant? As soon as Sector Car Number 3, Patrolman Paul Vaccaro, operator, and Patrolman William Coley, recorder, received the call, they started on a 3-block run to 194 East 69th. Following instructions in the manual of procedure, they did not sound the siren in order to approach the scene quietly and apprehend the criminal, if any.
I don't see her, Coley.
Maybe she's standing around the corner.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, there. There she is. You the one that called the police?
Yes, that was me.
See the one?
Yeah. Which building is it?
That one, across the street.
Now, how do you know it was a burglar?
Well, I had this date, and I came home, and I went upstairs, and when I got to my door, it was open. It was standing wide open, and he was in there.
Uh-huh. Didn't he jump when he saw you?
He didn't see me. His back was to me.
Now, did you see anyone come out of the building?
No, not at all.
The street door locked?
Yes.
Give me your key, mister.
Yes. All right.
Which apartment is it?
2A, second floor, right at the top of the stairs.
This key fit the door upstairs, too, in case he closes?
Yes.
Now, look. You better wait down here in the hall.
All right.
Right here. Okay, Colby?
Yeah, let's go.
I'll get set. She may be right.
I'm set. Door's half open.
Yeah. Kick it.
Look in there.
Anything?
Nothing. How about you?
Nothing here.
Let's try the kitchen.
Yeah, okay.
The window's open.
There's a fire escape.
Maybe he went up there.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm going to take a look.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go all the way up to the roof.
Yeah, I'll see what's in the hall here.
Where is he?
He's gone, lady. He might have gone out the back and up the fire escape.
Oh, my.
Now, look, you sure you didn't see anybody come out the front door of the building, huh?
No, the man who talked to me at the police station told me specifically to watch it. I was watching it. Nobody came out at all. I was standing right across the street watching it.
You didn't see anyone?
No one. Oh, my goodness, look what he did in here. Really made a mess, didn't he? I had some rings in the drawer. I hope he didn't find them.
What do you got, Carol?
Burglar, Captain. She saw him in here.
When we got upstairs, he was gone. Window in the kitchen to a fire escape was open. Coley went up to the roof.
Val, Coley's up on the roof. Go up there, give him a hand looking around.
Okay, Captain, right away.
Go up through the hall.
Yes,
This is Captain Cronin, the commanding officer of the precinct, Miss Lansford. Miss Audrey Lansford.
How do you do, Miss Lansford?
Oh, isn't this a mess? Isn't this some mess he left
Look, did
me?
you get a good look at the man? I mean, did you tell anything about what he was wearing?
Well, he had on a pair of dark trousers. I don't know whether they were black or gray or what, but they were dark. And a white shirt. I think it was white anyway.
No jacket?
Oh, I really don't know.
Well, you said you saw a white shirt. You wouldn't have been able to see much of the shirt if he had a jacket on, would you?
No, I guess not. I guess he didn't have a jacket on.
Well, could you tell whether he was tall or short or what, you know?
No, I really couldn't tell that.
You couldn't give us any idea of what he looked like?
No.
It really impressed you, the white shirt, though.
Oh, yes. Yes, that impressed me. You know how white stands out.
Do you have any idea what's missing?
Well, he really went through everything in my desk. That's where I keep my rings. You see that?
Yeah.
I had a diamond ring in that box and a gold clasp ring. Oh, my goodness. I had a heart-shaped amethyst set in pearls. It was on a solid gold chain. Oh, that's gone, too.
Did you have any money, any cash?
No, I never keep any cash in the house. I don't think it's a very good idea. I have a checking account.
Is there anything else of value we might have taken? Any clothing as far as...
Oh. My stole, my mink stole. He got that. I paid $400 for it in the fall.
All right.
What am I going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do. That was the most beautiful stole you ever saw. The skins were just so perfect. I don't know how I can ever replace it.
Everything under control, Skipper?
There was a burglar in here, Sergeant. White shirt and dark trousers. Must have been out the kitchen window and up the fire escape. Coley and Farrell up on the roof.
You think he might have gotten into any other apartment here?
I don't know, but you two better start hitting bells.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mikado, let's go.
I don't have any insurance. I don't know how I'm going to replace those things. They're worth about $1,000 altogether. I don't know what I'm going to do. Do you think I can get any of it back? Is there any chance of that?
Yes, if we get the man.
Do you think you'll get it?
I hope so. Vaccaro, let Miss Lansford show you around here, see what else is missing.
Yes, sir. Now, what's that over there?
That's my little dressing room.
Well, maybe we better take a look in that first, huh?
Listen, I'd like to know who's in charge here.
I'm in charge here. Who are you? What's your name?
Captain, I'll tell him who I am. My name is Reedley. I live across the hall, and I want to tell you... Who am I talking to?
Captain Cronin, commanding officer of the 21st Precinct. What's the trouble, Mr. Reedley?
The trouble is I resent being wakened out of a sound sleep in the middle of the night by a policeman opening my window and back.
Mr. Reedley.
No sooner do I get back in bed when this policeman rings the front doorbell. Now, I'd like to know what's going on.
We're looking for a burglar.
I don't care what you're looking for. I'm looking for a good night's sleep. You've got no right to open my back window and then come ringing my bell at this time of night. Citizen is entitled to a little privacy, isn't he? Or isn't he?
There's no question about that, Mr. Reedley, but we're responsible for your safety. If there's a burglar loose in this building, we want to find him.
Well, you won't find him in my place.
Your window was open from the fire escape. He could have gone in there.
I told you he didn't go in my place.
Well, he sure could have, though.
He didn't. And I want to tell you this, Captain. If your men don't stop annoying me and let me get a little sleep, I am going to write a letter to the police commissioner.
That's your privilege, Mr. Reedley.
Oh, you bet your life it's my privilege. And I'm liable to exercise it. Good night. For the last time, I hope.
Well, he's sure trying to be helpful, isn't he, Captain?
Yeah.
What's he want from us?
I don't know, but maybe he thinks we want something from him. In the next few minutes, it became apparent that the burglar would not be apprehended immediately. I gave instructions for all men who had responded, with the exception of Patrolman Coley and Vaccaro, to resume patrol. With them, I awaited the arrival of detectives who would investigate the burglary. After looking over the apartment thoroughly with Patrolman Vaccaro, Miss Audrey Lansford, the victim, came to the conclusion that nothing else had been taken in addition to the mink stole and the jewelry she had mentioned previously. At about that time, Lieutenant Matt King, in charge of the 21st Detective Squad, arrived with Detectives Novak and Scanlon. With the uniformed officers, they were talking to Miss Lansford.
And when did you get this stole?
Last fall is September or October.
How much did you pay for it?
$400.
You have no insurance on it?
No, none.
No insurance of any kind whatsoever?
Nothing.
No personal property floater, fire insurance? No insurance of any kind?
No.
You own the mink stole. It's all yours.
Yes, of course.
Paid cash for it? No payments due on it, no?
Well, I didn't pay cash. I gave him a check.
How much?
I paid for it with a check.
Yes, sir?
I can show you the canceled check if you want me to.
No, that's fine.
How long do you think you're going to be, Matt? I'd like to have a word with you before I get back on the job.
Well, how about now, Captain? They can go on with it.
Okay, sure. Is it all right if we talk in the kitchen here, Miss Lassie?
Oh, yes, of course. Just make yourselves at home there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, sir?
Matt, I think you ought to talk to that tenant across the hall, Mr. Reedley.
About what?
Well, he came in here with a chip on his shoulder. He threatened to write letters to the police commissioner. He resented our looking for the burglar in the building and disturbing his sleep.
Do you think he had something to do with it?
I don't know. I've got a feeling about him. I think he did, Matt. Yes.
Do you have anything to base your suspicion on?
Just his attitude.
Did you ask him about it when he was in here?
No.
Well, what do you want me to do? Go knocking on his door again?
I don't want you to do anything, Matt, but I'd sure like to get a look inside his flat, see what he's got in there.
Captain, if you've got nothing more to go on, I can't go into his place unless he invites me. From what you tell me, he's sure not going to invite me. He's hot enough to write a letter to the PC about being awakened. He's sure going to send a wire to the mayor if I go in there now. Is that all you've got? Just a feeling about it?
That's a little more than a feeling, Matt. There are a couple of things. First of all, there's no doubt that somebody was in this flat. She saw him. There's the stuff that's missing.
Yes, sir?
She went downstairs, rang in on the call box. She waited across the street until Vaccaro and Coley got here. She didn't see anybody come out. Nobody could have gotten out any other way.
Then you think whoever it was is still in the building?
That's about the size of it, Matt. And this fellow Reedley looks like the most likely prospect to me. You see, his apartment shares the same fire escape platform with this one. If she left her window open, he could have come right across.
Yeah, I guess he could have. But if he came in through the window, what did he open the front door for? She saw the door standing open.
Well, that's the point on the other side. I don't know.
Captain, this would be going way out on a limb to go in there and to look around. You know, I'm not afraid to stick my neck out if I've got a chance of scoring.
I know,
If I go in there and don't find her stuff in his flat, I'm really in a jam.
Yeah.
What do you know about this fellow? Did she tell you anything?
No, I didn't have a chance to talk to her about him before you came. But I'm telling you, Matt, I can't shake the feeling about him.
Well, sir, a feeling about him doesn't make him a burglar.
No.
But let's go ask her what she knows about him, huh?
Okay. Sure.
Well, that's about it. Dark pants and white shirt.
Well, I told you I didn't get much of a look at him. His back was to the door.
Miss Lansford.
Yes.
Are you good friends with any of the other tenants in the building?
Good friends?
Yes.
No.
Well, do you know any of them?
Oh, sure, slightly. Just to say hello, mostly.
Who, for instance?
Let's see, there's a couple upstairs right above me, the Bakers. I've been up there for a drink. I've had them down here once.
Yeah?
And a girl on the top floor. Occasionally we ride downtown to work together. She works on 40th Street, and I'm on 39th, so we have to be in about the same time.
Anyone else?
No.
Who lives across the hall?
Oh, Mr. Reedley.
How well do you know him?
Oh, just to say hello.
You're not very good friends with him?
Oh, no.
Does he live there alone?
Yes, I think so. All alone.
What does he do? Do you know that?
What do you mean, what does he do?
For a living. What does he work at?
I really don't know. He's a salesman of some kind, I think.
Do you know what he sells?
No, I don't. I don't know him that well. I've never asked him. You know, I meet him in the hall occasionally. He says hello, and I say hello, and that's about it.
You've never been in his apartment?
Of course not.
You've never invited him in here?
No.
He's never been in here.
I've never had him in here.
You haven't any idea where he works?
Well, I don't know whether he works much at all. He seems to be home a lot in the daytime.
Oh, does he?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he did me a favor once because he was home.
What kind of favor is that?
Well, I was expecting some furniture to be delivered. You see that little table over there, the little one with the leather top?
Yes.
Well, I had to be at work, and I knew they were going to deliver it on this Tuesday. So I saw Mr. Reedley in the hall, and he suggested that he was going to be home all day long, and that if I leave the key with him, he'd let him in.
You left the key with Mr. Reedley?
Yes, and it worked out very well. I mean, the furniture was here that night, and Mr. Reedley knocked on my door and gave me back my key, and he said the truck came about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they put the stuff inside, and that was that. I thought it was very nice of him.
When was this, Miss Lansford?
Oh, about 2 weeks ago, I guess. No, just about 2 weeks ago.
And he had the key to your place all day?
Yes, I gave it to him. But he gave it back to me. Gave it back to me that night. Oh, you don't think he... Well, oh, no, he couldn't have done it.
You don't think he works much? He's around here all day?
Well, He's around here a lot, I'll say that, during the day.
And if he doesn't work much, how's he pay his bills?
I don't know. I don't know anything about him. Except what the bakers told me.
What did the bakers tell you?
You see, the bakers had an apartment upstairs, and he has a very small kitchen without a window in it. And they liked the building, and they told the super that as soon as there was a vacancy with an apartment with a kitchen with a window in it, they would like to get it, if they could. Well, they told me that the super told them that he thinks Mr. Reilly's going to move out soon.
Why?
Well, I don't like to say this, but the super told the bakers that Mr. Reilly is sort of slow in his rent. As a matter of fact, he's a little bit behind, and they're going to try to get him out. And the super told the bakers that the landlord told him that they could have the apartment as soon as Mr. Reilly moves.
I see. Did the man you saw in here look anything like Mr. Reilly?
I told you I couldn't say that. All I can say for sure is that he had on dark trousers and a white shirt.
You're sure he didn't have on a jacket, a suit coat or anything?
No, it was just a white shirt. You know, the regular business shirt. I just saw him from behind. I'm sure that if it was Mr. Reilly, I would have recognized him, even from behind.
But you only saw him for an instant.
Yes, I got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't want to stay there. That was the best thing to do, to get out, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the best thing to do.
Now, when you gave him this key, what time in the morning did you give it to him?
Well, it was about 8:30 in the morning.
And he had your key until 6 o'clock at night, approximately.
Yes, approximately.
You ever missed anything out of here before, Miss Lansford?
Oh, no. This is the first time.
Nothing's ever been missing between the time you gave him the key and now.
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, if something was missing, I would have noticed it.
Yes.
Man.
Yes, sir? You just sit here a minute, Miss Lansford.
Mm-hmm.
You fellas stay with her.
Yes,
Well, it begins to look better, Captain. You sure had plenty of time to get a duplicate key made.
Yeah, that's not the only thing. She insists the man she saw had on just a pair of slacks and a white shirt. I know the weather's been kind of cool. Anybody who would come from the outside would be wearing a coat or a jacket or something. You wouldn't just be walking around in shirt sleeves.
Yeah, that's something else.
I'd sure like to have a look around inside his place.
Oh, I think maybe we can have a look around. Paul.
Yes, sir?
Come here.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Tell you what I want you to do. You go in there to the kitchen, open up the window, and sit on the fire escape. We're going to talk to this fellow next door. I want you to make sure that he doesn't throw anything out the window.
Okay.
If he tries to throw anything out the window, grab it. Get going.
Okay, sure.
Bill, you come with us.
Okay, Lieutenant.
We're just going to talk to this fellow across the hall.
Yes, sir.
You sit right there, Miss Lansford. We'll be back.
All right.
Well,
Think we ought to talk to the super first, Matt? Maybe a little bit of line on the guy?
well, as long as I'm sticking my neck out, I might as well stick it out good. Bill, you stay right with us.
Yes, sir. Now, listen to everything that's said.
He's a heavy sleeper.
Yes, who is it?
Police officers, Mr. Ridley.
What do you want?
I want you to open the door so we can talk to you.
I told you what would happen if you disturbed me again.
I want you to open this door right now.
Listen, you had better learn how to respect the privacy of someone. What is it you want?
I want you to take the chain off the door so we can talk to you.
No, it'll stay just like this. What is it you want?
I'm Lieutenant King, in charge of the 21st Detective Squad. This is Captain Cronin.
Yes, I've met Captain Cronin, I'm sorry to say.
Take the chain off the door so we can come in and talk to you.
Listen, you've got no right to come in here. I know the law. You can't come in here without a search warrant. And if you do, I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to sue the city, and I'm really going to make things tough for you, believe me.
You don't know the law, Mr. Ridley.
Don't tell me what I know.
Under the law, we've got a right to enter a place if we have reasonable belief that there's evidence of a felony within.
That's right, Mr. Ridley. That's the law.
And you're accusing me of robbing her place. Is that the idea?
No. We're not accusing you of that. But we know for a fact that this burglar didn't get out of the building. We know he's in here someplace. We know he went out the fire escape and into one of the apartments here. All the windows from the other apartments leading off the fire escape were locked. Yours was the only one that was open. We think he may have come into your place and is hiding in there someplace in a closet.
That's ridiculous.
Look, this is for your own safety, Mr. Ridley. He couldn't have gone anyplace else. We're here to protect you. Now, what we want to do is come in there and take a look around. We have ample reason to believe that this burglar is hiding in your apartment. He might be in a closet. He might be under the bed. Might be any place. Your window is open. That's the only place he could have gone.
I've looked around here. He's not in here.
I say he is. Now, if you get hurt, we don't want that on our conscience. You've got to come in there and take a look around.
No, I'm not going to let you.
I'm telling you, Mr. Reedley, you take the chain off this door, I'm going to kick it in. Do you want me to do that?
All I'm telling you is that you better not.
I want you to close this door. Take the chain off it and open it up. Now, you do that right now. Close the door.
All right. This is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
Come on, Bill.
Okay, Lieutenant.
May sound ridiculous to you. What's he got in here? The living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. But I'm telling you, I'm not only going to write to the police commissioner, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you good and collect.
All right. Let's see if he's in this closet over here.
Well, where is he? Oh, he's not in there. You can see that. What are you looking for?
He might be a very small burglar, Mr. Reedley. Look under the couch there, Bill.
Yeah. I don't know what you expect to find in here, but you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in real trouble.
Nothing under the couch, Lieutenant.
What's this over here? The bathroom?
Now, wait a minute. I'm warning you now. Captain, I demand that you stop this. I demand that you get out of here. I want you to get out of here right now. I demand that you get out. Get out!
Let's see what's in the bathroom.
There's nothing in the bathroom. I'm not going to let you in there. You better get out of here right now. I am going to call my lawyer. I've had enough of this. Just enough of it.
I want you to step aside, Mr. Reedley. Let him in there.
No, I won't. I demand that you get out of here.
Look, mister, if I have to pull you aside, we're all liable to have trouble.
Well, you're not going in that bathroom.
Step aside, let me in there.
Well, do you see?
What's in here, Mr. Reedley?
That is a clothes hamper for dirty laundry.
All right, let's take a look at it.
Oh, this has gone far enough. I want you to get out of here immediately.
See that clothes hamper?
No, you stay away from there. I've had my privacy invaded enough. I want you to get out right now.
You better let the lieutenant look in there, Mr. Reedley.
All right. But I've warned you. Well, what did you find? You didn't find anything, did you? You've broken into my apartment. You forced your way in. You had no right in the world to do it. And here you are. Well, you're going to pay for this. Now, I want you to get out of here right now, immediately. If you get out right now, I may decide not to do anything about this, but if you stay 1 minute longer, I'm going to sue you and I'm going to sue the city. And I am going to make you pay for this.
Now, look, Mr.
Oh,
Reedley.
don't tell me to look. I want you out of here.
Is this what you're looking for, Lieutenant?
Where'd you find that, Bill?
Stuffed into a kitchen cabinet.
All right, Reedley, that's the mink stole. Where's the jewelry? Now, tell me where that jewelry is. We're going to tear this joint apart.
All right, it's in the coffee pot in the kitchen. In the bottom of the coffee pot.
All right, let's have a look.
Oh, wait a minute. Look, I needed money, that's all. But I'm in an awful spot. I've never been in trouble before. I mean, I never did anything. She gave me her key one day. I just couldn't resist it. I had a duplicate made. I'm sorry, fellas. I'll give all her stuff back, every bit of it. She can have it all back.
He'll get it back, Mr. Reedley.
What's going to happen to me? What are you going to do with me?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to let you write that letter to the police commissioner.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Oh, where is this? Yeah. How many people were hurt? How many?
And so it goes.
2 cars involved?
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, and Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King. Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Frank Moss, Santos Ortega, Bill Quinn, Elaine Rost, and Bill Redfield. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
Out of there until they talk to him. Yeah, I'm sending him right now. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I've been doing day duty, and at 6 p.m., I signed the blotter to go off the job, not scheduled to return until 4 p.m. the following day. The desk officer, Lieutenant Harry Snyder, was in charge of the patrol force of the precinct. As opposed to the patrol force, whose essential duty is the prevention of crime, detectives are responsible for the investigation of crime. In the 21st, 18 detectives work out of the squad room on the second floor under the command of Lieutenant Matt King. At 11:30, while Detective Dan Goldman sat at his desk talking to one complainant, 2 others in different cases waited their turn on the bench. All the other detectives on duty were out on patrol or investigations, and Lieutenant King was busy in his room with paperwork that always plagues a superior officer of the department.
You spell that E-L or L-E?
L.E.
Now, exactly where was the suitcase when you last saw it?
Well, I sat down in the restaurant, in one of those booths, and I put it right alongside of me, and I thought it would be perfectly all right there. And then when I got up, it was gone, and I didn't see anybody take it, and nobody else saw anybody, not the cashier or anybody.
All right, miss. Okay, we'll try to get it back for you. What'd the suitcase look like?
Hey, listen, how long are we going to have to wait?
I'll get to you two in a minute. Just sit there.
Well, it was brown imitation leather, and it was about this big with a lighter color brown strip of leather running all around it.
About how big?
Well, it was about this long, about this wide, and it had genuine gold silk snaps with little brass corners all around the brown...
Excuse me
leather.
for just a second.
Yes, sure.
21st Squad, Detective Goldman.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Danny.
Yeah, Sergeant.
Well, we've got a fellow over in the emergency admitting room at Beth David. He says he was hit on the head and robbed.
We got a name on him, Sergeant? What's the name? Just a second. Listen, you fellas are going to have to keep quiet on that bench. I can't hear a word on this phone.
All right. Loudmouth.
Okay, that's better. We got a name, Sergeant?
They just called in from the hospital that the man came in. I sent a car over there to take a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I really don't care about the suitcase. It's what's in it that's important.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. I got to talk to the lieutenant a second. You just sit right here.
All right, but I'm really very upset about all this.
We'll see what we can do. All right. Oh, all right. Okay. Okay, now, he's not going to threaten you again with a knife while you're sitting in the police station. We'll take care of it all. Just sit down. We'll get to it.
I don't want to come over here anyway. Yes, come in.
Yeah, Danny. They rang up from downstairs, Luke. They've got a robbery victim over in the Beth David admitting office. What have you got outside? I got the lady with the suitcase, a fellow and his brother that claim somebody's after them with a knife, and there's that Wilson fellow.
Yeah. Where are DeLuca and Scanlon?
Well, they were going over on 2nd Avenue to see if they could grab that bum they're looking for in one of the joints around there.
All right, put out a call for them. If they catch it, have them come in. Let Scanlon catch, and you and Ludd take a ride over there to the hospital. If they don't, I'll take a ride over there myself as soon as Vitale gets back here.
Okay.
Let me know if they haven't rung in 5 minutes.
Okay, Luke.
Bert, I can tell you right now, if you think we can go back there...
Look, can't you two just sit there?
Oh, and I forgot to mention.
Yeah?
It has my initials on it, DRK.
What?
The suitcase. It has...
Oh, yeah. I'll just be 1 second more.
Well, all right. But really...
We'll see what we can do to find him.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Danny Goldman, Sergeant. Would you ring down to CB and put out a call to have 192 call the 21st Squad?
Okay, Danny.
All right, now. It was a brown imitation leather suitcase with a light brown strip going all around. Gold fill snaps and the initials DK.
DRK.
DRK. About this long, about this wide?
Yes. And inside I had my navy silk shantung dress and a pair of shoes to match with all of my lingerie.
All right, well, let me get down about the suitcase before you tell me what we're doing, huh?
All right.
The radio call for the cruising detectives was put out. They received it and pulled up to the nearest call box and rang in. Pursuant to Lieutenant King's instructions, the squad car came by the house. Detective Scanlon came upstairs, and Detective Goldman joined Detective Louis DeLuca in the car. They drove to Beth David Hospital, 161 East 90th Street, and parked near the emergency admitting office. As they came through the double doors, they saw a young resident surgeon leaning against the counter talking on the telephone. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah. Well, honey, look, they're the only aunt and uncle I've got. I know, but look, honey, Norma, honey. Oh, hi.
What do you say, Doc?
Honey, will you listen to me? I'll be with you in a second. Okay. Look, sweetie, we'll get it worked out. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, now don't worry. All right, goodbye, honey.
Doc, we're detectives. You got a man here, victim of a robbery?
Oh, yeah, he's got a nasty laceration across the base of the skull. It'll take 6 or 7 stitches.
Were there any uniformed men around here?
Yes, there were.
My name's Goldman, Doctor. This is Detective DeLuca.
Hi.
Oh, how are you? I'm Dr. Famoy.
Where is he, Doc?
In the treatment room back there.
This fellow's all right to talk to, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Good.
There doesn't seem to be a concussion. Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that guy.
Hey, Doc, where you been?
This happened to him before. I'm still carrying the squeal.
Well, I was busy.
Well, I want to get sewed up and get out of here.
These detectives want to talk to you.
Well, listen, Oh, hi. You remember me?
I remember, yeah. This is Detective DeLuca.
What do you say?
Hello.
Do I get sewed up or don't I?
Sure. Just as soon as I wash up.
All right, make it snappy, Doc.
Well, what happened this time, Ham? Same as last time? Blonde?
No, I learned my lesson with blondes. This one was a redhead. And this one didn't even wait until I fell asleep. She had some guy hit me on the head. Here, see? Hey, boy, look at that.
Oh, you ought to go back to blondes. It's safer.
Ain't that the truth?
What's your full name again, Ham? Hamilton what?
Bayfield.
And you still live at the same place? Where's that?
721 East 31st.
Oh, yeah. How old are you now?
47.
All right. Well, what happened this time?
Well, I was sitting there minding my own business.
Sitting where?
In this bar and grill.
What bar and grill?
Over there on 3rd Avenue.
What's the name of the place?
I don't know. Has it got a name?
Well, where on 3rd Avenue is it?
Well, it's right over there by, Frankie runs the place. You know, Frankie, what's his name? And his brother Vince. Vince is the brother.
All right,
we'll get to that later.
Look, I better get him sewn up before that Novocaine wears off, okay?
Sure, Doctor.
Well, listen, is it going to hurt? Bad?
No, you'll hardly feel it.
That's what you said last time you put the needle in there. I felt that, boy.
Now, you said that you were in the bar minding your own business.
Yeah. well, the first thing you know, I got talking to this girl.
The redhead?
Yeah, the redhead. And I buy her a drink or two, and one thing leads to another. And she says, it's a pity to have to pay for drinks. See? She says, come out to my place. I got a bottle there.
What was her name? You know her name?
Well, tell you the truth, now that I think about it, she never did say her name.
What'd she look like?
Oh, nice. She was nice looking at her.
All right, now hold still.
Yeah, you go right ahead, Doc. Anytime you want. Well,
there's one.
How many you got to take?
Not many.
Well, what did she look like besides being redheaded?
The girl?
Yeah.
Well, she was nice looking.
Well, you told us that. How tall was she?
Well, that's hard to say because most of the time she was sitting down, and when she got up, I didn't see her much.
What were you looking at?
All right, just tell us what happened. She asked you to go to her place. You go out of the bar with her?
Yeah, sure. We went out. We walked down 3rd Avenue. We turned into one of the streets. Hey, I thought you said they wouldn't hurt.
Oh, come on now. They're not so bad.
Which street?
I don't know which one of them. Well, she said this way. And suddenly we passed one of them lots where they tore down a building, and something grabs me. And it's a guy, and he shoves me into the lot, and the first thing you know, he hits me on the head with something, and poof, I'm out like a light. Wake up, the money is gone out of my pockets. Here I am.
Poof, huh?
Yeah, poof, like a light.
What happened to the redhead?
Oh, she helped him. Didn't I tell you?
Well, how do you know she helped him if you were, poof, out like a light?
All right, hold still.
Well, how? Easy, Doc. Head ain't made of iron, you know.
It's a matter of conjecture.
What is that? Was that cracked?
No. How do you know she helped him?
Because before he hit me, she pushed me. Oh, listen. Listen, he called her by her name. Now, would that help you find her, do you think?
What was the name he called her?
See now, Red.
Red?
Yeah.
Maybe that was because she had red hair?
Maybe. What was missing from your pockets? How much money?
A lot. There was $33.48. There was 2 10s, 2 5s, 3 1s, a quarter, 2 dimes, and 3 pennies.
Mm-hmm. Who'd you have along with you? Your accountant?
Hey, no, stop twisting your head. Hold still.
You take it easy,
Now,
Ham.
look, what do you do for a living, Hammer?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a freelance floor waxer.
What's that?
Well, you know, when stores got these tile floors on the floor, well, somebody's got to take care of them, so I got my customers, and I go into the store at night after they close to wax the floor, so it'll be nice in the morning. You see?
Yeah.
Doc, take it easy.
Won't be long now.
What are you doing back there? You could have sold me a new pair of pants by now.
Well, a new head takes longer.
Did you ever see this redhead before tonight?
No, sir, never. The Doc!
All right. That was the last one.
How many stitches I got?
6.
6? Oh, hey, boys. Hey, listen, is there any chance of you finding the redhead and getting back my $33.48?
Yeah, there's a chance of us finding it. But you can kiss that $33.48 goodbye, Ham. She and her boyfriend have probably spent that already.
So what's use finding it?
Well, we just want to tell her that next time she sees you, to look at your stitches.
Detectives Goldman and DeLuca waited at the hospital until the resident had completed dressing the robbery victim's wound. Then they drove through 3rd Avenue, and the victim pointed out the bar and grill where he'd met the red-headed woman, and on to the station house. On instructions from Lieutenant King, they left the robbery victim seated on a bench in the squad room and went back to 3rd Avenue to the bar, a small, narrow store. It was 1:10 a.m. Business was bad. One patron sat silently at the far end of the bar, sipping a glass of beer. The bartender looked up from his tabloid newspaper as the detectives walked through the door.
Hiya.
What do you say? We're detectives. We want to talk to you.
Yeah? What's your name?
Henning. Frank Henning.
Own this place, Frank?
Yeah, me and my brother, Vince. What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble. I'm Detective Goldman. This is Detective DeLuca. We're looking for a little information.
Well, if I got it, I'll tell you.
You know a fellow named Hamilton Bayfield?
Who?
Hamilton Bayfield. Little short, fat fellow, about 47, 48. He's around the neighborhood a lot. They call him Ham.
Oh, yeah, sure. I know him. Yeah, he polishes floors at night.
Yeah, that's the man.
What happened to him?
See him around tonight?
Well, I was pretty busy in here before, you know.
Well, did you see him or didn't you?
Like I said, it was busy, you know.
Well, he told us he was in here for almost 2 hours, sitting right here at the bar. You served him.
Well, then I guess he was in, huh?
You guess he was, or he was?
He was in.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
How long was he here?
About 2 hours. Like you said.
That's what Ham said. I'm asking you about how long he was in here.
Look, Mac, I don't have the people punch a time clock about 2 hours, you know?
What time was he left?
Well, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know. What do you come around here shooting questions at me for? I don't keep records on every bum that sticks his head in here.
We're trying to get you to help us out on something.
Well, I don't know nothing to help you out about. What?
Look, Frankie.
Just a second. Now, let me go wait on a paying customer. That's what keeps me in business, you know.
This guy's a lot of help.
Yeah.
You think we were asking him for something?
Now, look, if you don't like the service, go buy your 10-cent beer across the street. Who needs you in here slopping up this joint?
Yeah, good sales promotion, too.
Yeah, that's why the house is packed, hanging from the rafters.
Yeah. You knew Ham was in here.
Yeah, sure he did.
These bums buy a glass of beer and they want the world with it, you know? Let's see now. Well, like I told you, so busy in here before, I don't know who was in and who wasn't.
Where'd everybody go? To the store, club, in a lump?
Were you behind the bar all alone all night?
Yeah, huh? I work nights. My brother works days. I was all alone.
You got no idea what time Ham left?
No, but we had the ball game on. Might have been after the ball game was over.
It just might have been?
Well, it was a tight game. A lot of them stuck around to see the finish, and then they cleared out. He might have been one of them.
Was he all alone?
What should I know?
Was he sitting at the bar with anybody?
Well, there was people on both sides of him, if he was in here. The place was jumping.
What was the name of the redhead he was talking to?
What redhead?
Ham was in here for 2 hours talking to a redheaded woman at the bar and buying a drink.
Well, I don't remember any redhead.
Now, look, Frankie. The joint's not that big and you weren't that busy. He picked up a redhead in here. He bought her drinks and they left together.
Did he tell you that?
That's what I'm telling you. Now, what's the name of that redhead?
I don't know there was such a girl. You got a lot of nerve coming around here picking questions at me.
All right, come out from behind there. Let's go talk to the lieutenant.
What, now?
Come on, let's go.
You're going to take me over there for nothing?
Now, cut it out, Frank. You know who that redhead is, and you know where we can find her. If you don't want to tell us, you can tell the lieutenant.
I didn't see no redhead.
Get your hat.
What do you want me to do, lock up the store?
Your brother lives upstairs in the building, right?
Yeah, but... he works days.
If you want to keep the joint open, get him down here. You're coming with us.
The attitude and behavior of the bar and grill operator, Frank Enning, impressed itself upon both detectives. It was apparent to them that he knew a lot more than he'd said. In a serious crime, such as robbery and assault, it's best procedure to continue the interrogation at the station house. While Detective DeLuca went upstairs into the building with Frank Enning to get his brother, Detective Goldman telephoned Lieutenant King and gave him such information as they had obtained. At 1:35 a.m., the two detectives and their witness walked in the front door of the station house, through the muster room and up the stairs to the 21st Detective Squad on the second floor.
How long is this going to take?
That's up to you, Frank.
What do you mean it's up to me? What's up to me, anyway?
You just think this over and tell us who that babe is.
In there.
Go ahead.
You're barking up the wrong tree now.
Over there, the lieutenant's room.
There you are.
Frank, hi. Hey, did you hear what happened to me?
Why don't you stay out of my store? What are you coming around making trouble for?
Trouble?
Yeah, just keep your face out of there. Who needs you?
Well, I got slugged around.
I don't care what you got.
That's an attitude, huh? Hey, look, listen, detectives, I'm sleepy. Can I go home and go to sleep?
In a little while. Just sit there, Ham.
Well, I want to go to bed, so...
Would have been all right with me if you stayed in bed tonight.
Okay, Frank, in there.
Bums. Pack of bums I get in here.
Yeah. Goldman and DeLuca, Lieutenant.
Come in.
Lieutenant, this is Mr. Enning. Lieutenant King is in charge of the squad here.
I want to know what they dragged me over here for.
I'll have a seat there, Mr. Enning. We'll talk about it.
Look, there's nothing to talk about.
Just sit down anyway, huh?
He didn't tell you anything more than what you said on the phone, right, Danny?
No, nothing, Lieutenant.
Mr. Enning, the patron of your place was the victim of a serious crime tonight.
I know that.
He got robbed and assaulted not 2 minutes after he left. These detectives came over to you, wanted to get some information. All you gave them was a hard time.
Well, what do they want from me?
They want the name of that redhead that was sitting there drinking with Ham. That's what they want.
Well, I don't even know that there was a redhead.
Well, they were there together for 2 hours. Haven't you got eyes?
I was busy. It was a busy night.
It wasn't that busy.
You listen to me, Mr. Enning. We verified what this Ham fellow had to say. He was sitting at your bar for nearly 2 hours with his redhead.
Well, I don't remember seeing any redhead.
He was buying her drinks.
I was busy. It was a busy night.
What were you so busy with?
I was tending bar there, and I was interested in a ball game. The Yanks was a run behind going into the ninth. It was a tight game. It was a tough situation. They blew a 2-run lead, and everybody had their mind on the game.
Except this Ham. His mind was on a redhead.
I didn't see no redhead.
You were up and down the bar serving out drinks, weren't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, don't you look at the people when you give them a drink?
What do I have to look at them for? I was interested in the game. The Yanks was a run behind. I had a couple of bets riding. What?
Oh, you're a bookmaker, too.
Oh, I'm not a bookmaker.
Well, who'd you bet with?
Some of the fellas there, that's
And
all.
the fellas were making bets with each other, too?
I don't know. Some of them may have. I don't know.
All right, you were running up and down the bar, taking bets and serving out drinks. Who won the game?
The Yanks win it. They got 2 in the ninth.
How many bets did you take there?
Well, I don't take bets. What do you mean? It was just some small change. Make it kind of interesting.
What is
that's all.
small change?
A couple of bucks.
How much is a couple of bucks?
Well, I had $2 bet with one guy and 3 with another.
That's not small change.
You bet with a redhead?
I don't know if there was a redhead.
Well, look, Frank, we've had our eye on that joint of yours a long time. A couple of weeks ago, we had a complaint from a guy who was rolled in there.
Oh, that guy was out of his mind. He didn't have a nickel when he come in.
You've had women picking up men in there and vice versa. You're loaded with bums.
Well, can I control who comes in? It's a public place.
You had a couple of fights in there, and you got a reputation of running a lousy joint. Now, this happens tonight with a guy getting robbed and assaulted. He could have been killed. You running up and down the bar making book in the ball game.
That's not making book.
Danny, is he prepared to serve food over there?
Didn't look like it to me, Lieutenant.
Let me tell you something, Frank. We're going to come over there, and we're going to slough that.
Oh, now, Lieutenant, wait a minute, will you?
Hang out in there. You got rollings and robberies and fights.
Now listen
You're
to
making
me.
a book. You're not prepared to serve food like the law says.
I got a kitchen there. What's...
You call it a kitchen.
Danny, write this down. Get up a report to send to the State Liquor Authority and let them send an inspector over there.
Wait a minute,
Put down
will you?
everything there that's wrong with the way he runs the place. Frank, right now, I wouldn't give you 2 cents for your license.
Oh, listen, I do my best. I don't want that element, but they come in. I can't lock the doors.
And Danny, put down there that this is a pretty troublesome spot in the precinct. The owner has refused to give the police cooperation in connection with a crime.
I didn't refuse nothing.
Frank, why don't you get some sense? Why don't you tell the lieutenant exactly what you know about this?
Yeah, you better do that.
I'm telling you, I run a clean place. I try to keep that element out of there, but what am I going to do?
Who was the redhead that Ham picked up?
You know her, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I know who she is.
Who?
Oh, her name is Melba. Melba what? Melba, I don't know.
This is not being much help, Frank.
Look, what can I do?
I'll tell you what you can do. You can buy yourself a lot of trouble if you don't cut out this stuff and stop wasting our time. That's what you can do. Now, who is she?
All right, Danny. You're going to tell us exactly what happened, aren't you, Frank?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
What did happen?
Well, all right. You see, there's this fella I know, Joey Deason. I know him a long time.
What's he got to do with this?
I'm going to tell you now, all right?
All right. Put the name down there, Danny.
How do you spell it? Deason, D-E-E-S-O-N, Joey Deason.
All right. What about this Joey Deason?
Like I said, I know him a long time.
Yeah?
As a matter of fact, I got a financial interest in him, so to speak.
So what do you mean, financial interest in him?
Well, he's owed me $142 since about a year. Well, I don't have that kind of money just to write it off for nothing, so I've been pressing him.
What does he owe you money from?
From I sold him something, and he said he'd pay me the next week. Did you pay me? That's how he paid me.
What'd you sell him?
Well, it was the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh, now, come on.
No, that's the truth. What's the matter? You see, there was this fella. He's dead now, bless him. He's a real scholar. But he was also a lush, and he had these Encyclopedia Britannicas. It cost him over $400 with genuine leather covers, you know. It was a Sunday. He come in and said he needs a fast 20, and all he had was the encyclopedias, you see. So, well, I lent him $20 on him. I didn't figure it was bad security, $1 a book. How could you beat it? So, wasn't a week later, this fella was dead, and there I was, stuck with the books. Well, at first I figured it wouldn't be a bad feature to have in a joint, you know, on a back bar kind of. Guys get into arguments about a fact or something and settle right away. You take down the right book. Well, there it is. It's got call on the Daily News, beat a dozen ways. Anyhow, Joe Deason come in one day, and he said he wants them. And I says, well, all right. And we settled on him for $100.
You said 142.
Yeah, that's right, sure.
What was the 42?
Well, he didn't have the cash to pay me right away, so that was interest.
Interest?
Yeah, sure. So he took the books, and he owed me the money, and I've been trying to collect to this day.
What did he want with the Encyclopedia Britannica?
Well, I had to admire him. You see, he was raised in the neighborhood. He's a hustler. He's been in and out for the last 10 years a couple times. For what? One time for breaking in somebody's flat, the other times, I don't know. Anyway, I had to admire him. He was a fellow that wanted to better himself. That's why I let him take the books on credit, you know.
How does he connect up with this redhead, Melba?
Well, Melba is his girl, Joey Deason's.
Oh?
Yeah, so to make a long story short, Joey and Melba, I haven't seen him for a couple of months, come into the store tonight. And he promised me that next week I would get my money, and I was glad of that. Anyhow, things did get a little busy, like I said, and the first thing I knew, Joey was gone, and this Melba was sitting at the bar with this Ham fella. Well, I didn't think nothing of it. If he wanted to buy her a drink or two, that was okay with me. Then they're gone, too. Well, I didn't think nothing of that until a little later, some guy from the neighborhood comes in and asked did we hear what happened. And he told the whole story about Ham getting slugged and robbed. Well, you see, I put two and two together there.
Came up with Joey Deason.
Yeah, that's it.
Why don't you tell us this in the beginning?
Because he's into me for $142. What chance would I have to get it with him doing another bit?
Where can we get hold of this fellow?
With Joey?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a place over there on 2nd Avenue, a flat. You know where that Fairland furniture store is, 69th or 70 or something like that?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's in that building. It's upstairs.
What about the redhead?
My guess is you find him, you find her.
You didn't see them tonight after this happened?
Oh, no.
Neither of them?
No, I swear.
All right, Danny, you and Lud take a ride over there, see if you can locate this fellow.
And the redhead.
Yeah, sure, get her too.
Okay.
Listen, fellas.
Yeah.
Could you drop me by the joint on the way?
You just sit right down there, Frank. I want to talk to you some more. Go on, Danny.
Yeah.
I gotta get back there.
Lud, you got the car keys?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, listen, fellas.
Yeah, Ham.
I want to tell you, men, my head hurts and I'm tired. What do you say? Can I go home?
Oh, you better wait here a while, Ham.
No, we think maybe we'll have that redhead and the guy that slugged you in here in about a half an hour. We want you to look at them, huh?
No kid.
We think so.
Hey, listen. Think maybe I'll get my $33.48 back?
Well, I don't know about that, but you might wind up with a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who shot? Who?
21st Precinct.
Well, where?
A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory, soon to be seen in the Columbia picture Nightfall, was in the role of Captain Cronin. Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Quinn, Eileen Palmer, Frank Moss, Bill Zuckert, Frank Behrens, and William Redfield. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking. 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 Speaking.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who shot? Well, where? All right, just take it easy. Talk slower so I can understand you. Now, where is this? Where? Yeah.
You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, don't worry about that part of it. We'll take care of it. Yeah, we'll send the ambulance right away. That's right. Right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It was dark, foggy night, and between dusk and midnight, when I returned to the station house from patrol to turn out the platoon for the 12-to-8 tour, we were plagued with automobile accidents. When I walked into the muster room behind the desk to sign the blotter, the 52 men who would patrol the streets of the precinct on post and in sector cars for the next 8 hours were being assembled for inspection in the back room. On a signal from the desk officer, the platoon was brought to attention and marched into the muster room in a military manner. There, as they faced the desk, the official roll was called for entry in the blotter, the event-by-event record of occurrences in the precinct.
Yes. Mercado. Yes. Jacoby. Yes. Weber. Yes. Benjamin. Yep. McKenna. Yep. Esposito.
All right, men. It's extremely foggy tonight. During the 4 to 12, we had 8 motor vehicle accidents. 2 of them involved pedestrians who were both seriously injured. Now, those of you assigned to sector cars, be on the alert for vehicle speeding and without proper lights. Also, I want to warn you about the operation of your own cars. Visibility is extremely limited. Pedestrians are almost impossible to see until you're right on top of them, or use utmost caution. The clerical man tells me that a number of you are delinquent in paying your house tax. Any man who isn't paid up by the 4 to 12 on Wednesday will get a forthwith. And so, Sergeant, post the platoon.
Platoon attention. Right, face. Forward, march.
I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who?
Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Waters RCS, Captain. We got a report of a policeman shot at 104th Street and Park Avenue.
I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
That's all I got, CB. Yeah. 104th and Park.
Okay. What do you got, Sergeant?
681.
He's putting it out on the air now, Captain.
Yeah.
Car 681 at 93rd and Jack. At 104th Street and Park Avenue at signal 32. Report of a police officer shot. Ambulance is responding. Cave. 10
Who's on post over there? Ballard, Captain. He was there for the 4 to 12, and his relief hasn't had a chance to get over yet. I better notify the detectives. Go ahead. This is Sergeant Waters on TS. We've got a report of a police officer shot at 104th Street and Park Avenue. I don't know. That's all we've got. Okay. How'd you get it, Sergeant? A civilian used a call box on the corner there. He told me there was a policeman shot. He was excited. Hung up. I couldn't get any more out of him. All right, I'll go on over. Go out and hold one of the cars for me. Yes, sir. I signed the blotter, went into my office with my cap, and then back through the muster room to the front door of the station house. Patrolmen Egan and Lewis were waiting at the curb to relieve the operator and recorder of sector car number 3, who were due to go off duty. Within a minute, the car came around the corner and stopped in front of the station house. I got in and gave instructions to make the run to 104th Street and Park Avenue. The weather was still foggy and visibility extremely poor. As we neared the scene, I could make out 2 sector cars parked along the curb. The shooting had occurred on the site of a new housing project where old log tenements were in the process of being wrecked to make room for the new multiple dwelling. You two get on the job?
Watch it, Skipper. Watch those loose stones. Over here, Captain.
Ryan? Where are you? Sergeant Kenny?
Over here, Captain, with the light.
Okay.
Some of you men take a look at that pile of bricks over there. You, Vaccaro, Barron.
What is it, Sergeant? Who shot?
We don't know yet, Captain. He's unidentified.
Well, he's not from the 21st?
No, sir. He wasn't a cop.
Oh, no.
Nothing over here, Sergeant. Not a thing.
Well, look on the other side there.
Well, who is it?
Policeman shot a thief. Ballard.
Oh.
Over there, Captain. He's pretty bad.
All right.
Watch your step on these loose stones. They're treacherous.
Yeah.
Civilian he sent to ring in got it all mixed up, I think. Watch it.
Yeah.
Watch it. Real rough walking here.
Yeah, especially on a night like this, you can't see anything.
Okay, Captain.
We never did get over this far, Sergeant.
All right, well, look the other way, then.
What are you looking for, Sergeant?
The gun the boy had.
Oh, wasn't it right with him?
No, sir. Watch it here.
Yeah, did he have a gun?
Well, Ballard said there were 3 shots fired at him. All right, let the captain in there. Let him in there, huh? Put your light on him there.
Uh-huh.
See? Pretty bad, Captain.
Did he say anything?
No, sir. He was unconscious when I got here. Vaccaro, Barron. When you go to the car, ring in again for the ambulance.
Pretty young, Sergeant.
Yes, he's about 17, I'd say. Maybe 16.
How many shots did he fire at Ballard?
3, Captain, according to Ballard.
Any identification on him?
Yes, he had a wallet in his pocket. Says he's Harry Malenke, 733 East 107.
How many times was he hit?
Just once, it looks like. That's all I can see.
Get Ballard over here?
Yes, sir. Ballard, you two stick with him until the ambulance comes in. Ballard!
Yes, Sergeant.
Come on over here.
Where?
Over here. The captain wants to see you.
Yes, sir.
Who was next on the scene after Ballard, Sergeant?
Well, I was, Captain. My operator and I, Underwood.
And what'd you find?
Well, we stopped the car on the street out there. Saw a flashlight back in here. And I called, Ballard answered, and I came on back. He was over there trying to do something for the boy.
Did he tell you what happened?
Yes, sir. He said he jumped him trying to break into a parked car. Chased him back in there. There was some shots fired at him, and he fired back.
Uh-huh.
Sergeant, is that you?
Yeah, right here.
Hello, Captain.
Ballard?
Any sign of the gun?
No, sir.
You better go help him look for it, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Right away.
And, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check on that ambulance again.
Yes, sir. Is anyone taking a look over here?
Huh? What happened, Ballard?
Well, I was walking my post, Captain. It was just about 12 o'clock, almost exactly. I turned the corner on the park.
Yes?
There was this car parked on the street about 35 or 40 feet from the corner. I saw this fellow standing right at the door there. Looked to me like he was trying to pry open the vent window.
35 or 40 feet?
Yes, sir.
How could you see that far ahead in this fog?
Well, the car was parked right under a street lamp. It was that one there, Captain. I could see what he was doing.
All right, and?
I saw him, but he didn't see me, so I figured I'd get up on him and catch a thief in the act, so I started to him.
Yes?
Well, he spotted me when I got within 15 or 20 feet of him, and he took off.
Yeah.
I hollered at him to hold up, but he kept on going. He cut right into here, into the rubble.
Yeah.
I came after him. Well, I didn't see exactly which way he went at first, then I spotted him again. He was hiding over and around here someplace. So I called to him to stand up. And he stood up all right. Stood up and he fired 2 shots at me.
I thought it was 3 shots.
Well, it was 3, Captain. See, I had my gun out and I fired at the flashes. The fog was so thick that that's all I could see. I started to come in on him, and then I saw him up on the top of that pile of bricks over there.
Yes?
And he took another shot at me from there, see, the third one.
Oh.
So I fired 2 shots back at him, and then I heard him scream. So I examined him. He looked pretty bad. I I looked around for the gun. I looked on his person and on top of the pile of bricks. Wasn't anywhere around. So I left him. I ran back out the street, and I stopped the first civilian I saw. I told him to go to the call box and ring in. Hey, that must be the ambulance.
Yeah, must be. Ballard, when you spotted him working on the car window, didn't you see how young he was?
Well, it was pretty hard to see anything, Captain.
You saw enough to convince you he was trying to break into the car, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see how young he was.
No, sir.
You chased him off the sidewalk and into here, over this rubble.
Yes, sir, that's
he
right.
turned, fired 2 shots at you.
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until after he fired the first 2 shots that you returned the fire.
No, sir.
When he got to the top of that pile of bricks, he fired a shot again.
Yes, sir.
And you fired 2 more shots.
That's right, Captain.
There's no possibility you could be mistaken about him firing the shots.
No, sir.
It's not possible that what you thought were shots were in fact an automobile on Park Avenue backfiring.
Sir, I saw the flashes.
All right. Let's go over it.
Yes, sir. He was shooting at me all right, Captain.
Come on, Underwood, McCarroll, Barron. Let's have a little help getting him on the stretcher. Get his legs.
He was shooting at me, Captain. There's no question about that.
All right, now watch the front. Watch it there. Left, that's it. Is it clear up ahead there? Yeah. All right, go ahead. Now watch the loose stone. Take it easy with him now. Take it. Okay, go ahead.
I sure hope that kid makes it, Captain.
You better hope for something else, too, Ballard. You better hope we find that gun.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city. How slick can a sleuth be? Well, frankly, it would be difficult to find a detective with more savoir-faire than that mystery-solving mastermind, Johnny Dollar, who moves along from clue to clue with an impressive amount of ease. Right now, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is looking into a baffling little matter of, shall we say, mischief? Listen for every thrilling episode in his current case and make yours truly, Johnny Dollar, a Monday through Friday night habit over most of these same stations. And now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Cronin.
The badly wounded suspect was driven straight downtown to Bellevue Hospital. Meanwhile, detectives of the 21st Squad under the command of Lieutenant Matt King arrived on the scene to take over the investigation. They and the uniformed officers continued to search the area for the gun which Patrolman Francis Ballard said had been fired at him. An emergency truck was sent for, and giant floodlights were set up. The search of the rubble was still in progress when Detective William Novak was sent by Lieutenant King to the address found in the wounded suspect's pocket, 733 East 107th Street. Detective Novak walked to the stoop of the old rundown tenement building and found the name Malenky on the mailbox. He tried the hall door. It was open. He walked up 3 flights of stairs and approached the door in front of the building.
All right. Yeah, just a minute.
Okay.
Who is it?
I'm a detective.
Who?
Police officer.
Oh.
Does Harry Malenky live here?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm his mother.
Can I come in?
What is it? What's the matter? Did he do something? What did he do?
Let's sit down, Mrs. Malenky. We'll talk about it.
What did he do?
He was stealing from cars.
Oh, no. No, not Harry. No, it couldn't be.
Suppose we sit down and talk about it.
Not my Harry.
And he got hurt, too.
Hurt?
Yes. Shot. I'm sorry.
He couldn't.
He's in Bellevue.
Not my Harry. My Harry's asleep in there. I heard him come in.
Did you?
I was in bed. Not asleep, just in bed. I heard him come in, go to his room. I'll show you. Not my Harry.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
He's asleep. I'll show you. Harry. Harry.
What is it, Ma?
George. Where's Harry?
How should I know?
Harry isn't here?
What's this all about? Who are you?
It's my son, my other son, George. Harry's hurt? Shot? Where?
In Bellevue.
Oh, no. No.
All right, Mrs. Malenky. Why don't you sit down? Huh?
My poor Harry. My poor Harry.
Sit down.
Is he all right? Tell me. Don't lie to me.
What happened to him?
He's dead, isn't he?
No, he's not dead. He's hurt pretty bad, but he's not dead.
No.
Will you tell me what's going on here? You answer a few questions first. You live here? I used to. Hey, Ma, cut it out, huh? He'll be all right.
I know he won't. He won't.
You don't live here now? Where do you live? In Jersey. I live over there with my aunt. I work there. Hey, Ma, cut it out.
My poor Harry, my poor... Bellevue. Can I go? Can I go to him?
Yes, you can go there. If you work in Jersey and live there, what are you doing here? I come here and stay once in a while. When I'm in New York late. Huh, Ma? Don't I?
Don't you what, George?
Don't I stay here when I'm in New York?
Yeah, you stay. It must have been George come in. I thought it was Harry. That's what I thought. How bad? Very bad.
Pretty bad.
Oh, my Harry. My poor Harry.
Hey, listen, what happened, huh? He was shot.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that, but how? A police officer caught him breaking into a car. He ran and fired a couple of shots at the officer.
Not my Harry. No, Harry wouldn't do that, would he, George?
How should I know, Ma? How should I know what he'd do?
He wouldn't. Not Harry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Malenky, but it looks like he did.
While the mother and her other son got dressed to go to Bellevue Hospital, where Harry Malenky was in a critical condition, the search for the weapon continued at the scene of the shooting. While the fog had lifted somewhat, the gun could not be found. And at 2:15 a.m., more than 2 hours after the original call, the search was abandoned for the night. A patrolman was assigned to a fixed post to guard over the scene until detectives could resume their search in the daylight. I returned to the station house with Patrolman Ballard. It was 2:30 a.m. when we walked into the mustering room. Ballard?
Yes, sir?
You talk to the desk officer, give him all the information on this?
Yes, sir.
As soon as you finish with that, report to me in my office.
Yes, sir. Oh, Captain.
Yes?
Can I call down to the hospital and find out how the boy is doing?
You go talk to the desk officer. I'll let you know how he's getting on.
Yes, Captain. Hello, Skipper.
Sergeant, you hear from Bellevue on that boy?
Yes, sir.
What about him?
Not so good, Captain. That was right through the back and into the stomach. They got him on the operating table now.
What about his family?
The mother's been notified. Novak was up there. You know, he told me he had a time making the mother believe it was her boy.
Yeah?
She insisted he was home in bed. Turned out it was another son she heard come in. Lives in Jersey and stays there once in a while.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sergeant, keep me informed.
Can I see you a minute, Captain?
Oh, hello, Matt. Sure.
Lieutenant King?
Since I signed the blotter, Matt, I'll be right with you.
Yes, sir. That was a rough deal tonight, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
I heard from the hospital he's not so good.
I know. I've got a detective down there.
Oh, yeah?
You want to go into my office, man?
Yes, sir. That'd be all right. Rough deal, Captain.
Yes.
20th Precinct, Sergeant Warren.
Go ahead, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Who told you that?
Sit down, man.
Thanks. I don't know Ballard very well, Captain. What kind of a 42 has he got?
Well, he's a St. John's graduate. Been in the precinct since he got out of the academy. It's more than a year now. His brother's in the job, so was his father. Father retired about 4 years ago. No complaints on his 42. Made one good call. About 2 months ago, he got suspicious of a car that he pulled to a stop on a signal light uptown. Turned out it was stolen.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. I remember.
He's a quiet boy, not a particularly good mixer around the house.
Any reason to think he'd be trigger happy?
No, not to date.
Well, I hate to say this, Captain. Do you know what I think?
I've got an idea, Matt.
There's no sign of a gun around there anyplace. We don't need daylight. We went through that pile of junk with a fine-tooth comb. I don't think that Malenky boy ever did have a gun. I think Ballard jumped the boy, took out after him, pulled his own gun, let fire. He hit him and thought better of what he'd done and told the story about getting fired at himself by 3 shots.
I'm afraid that's the way it looks, man.
And the worst of it is, Captain, we can't find any evidence the boy was trying to break open that car. There's not a mark on it. I examined that window personally. Not a scratch.
Yeah.
Now, I checked the boy out through BCI. There's nothing on him. No one's ever been arrested in the city of New York under the name of Harry Malenky.
That doesn't necessarily mean he's not a thief.
No, sir, but it certainly doesn't mean that he is. The closest BCI shows under the name of Malenky is the arrest of a boy named George Malenky. He couldn't be the same. This other one is over 20. He's done a bit in Elmira. He's on parole now, living and working in Jersey.
Oh, is that so?
The records show nothing else.
Yes?
Ballard, Captain.
Hello, Ballard. Close the door there, Ballard.
Yes, sir. Hello, Lieutenant King.
Ballard.
Well, I gave Lieutenant Snyder the information on the arrest, Captain.
All right. Ballard?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant King and I have been talking about this.
Yes, sir.
If you haven't told us the truth about what happened, I suggest you change your story right now. It'll be a lot easier all around.
I have told you the truth, Captain.
You said 3 shots were fired at you. Where's the gun?
I don't know. It must be there someplace.
We looked for 2 hours, Ballard.
It must be there.
Ballard, a policeman, carries a revolver for his own protection, protection of the public, and for use in apprehension of fugitives. This boy was not a dangerous fugitive.
He fired 3 shots at me. I was entitled to defend myself.
The boy's 17 years old. He had no previous record. You say you jumped him trying to break into his car. There's no evidence that the car was tampered with. We can't find the gun. Now, how about giving us a straight story on what happened there?
I told you exactly what happened, Captain.
I don't think you did.
I did, sir.
Just a second. 21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just heard from Bellevue. That boy died on the operating table.
Oh.
The mother was down there. She insists on coming up here and seeing you. She's on the way. Shall I send her up to the detectives?
No. I'll be here, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The boy died.
Oh, it's too bad. I'm sorry, Captain.
You should be, Ballard. The mother's on her way up here now. What am I going to tell her?
I don't know, Captain.
Neither do I. Lieutenant King and I spoke to Patrolman Ballard further in regard to the events leading to the death of 17-year-old Harry Malenky. He stuck to his story without a variation. After a few minutes, Lieutenant King left my office to return to the detective squad upstairs. I instructed Patrolman Ballard to take a chair across from my desk and wait. As I tackled some of the paperwork that had accumulated on my desk, he sat looking straight forward out the open door leading to the muster room. It was a long wait. 25 minutes to 4 in the morning, Patrolman Ballard saw the front door of the station house open and Mrs. Malenky walk in.
Captain.
Yes?
I think the mother just came in.
If it's her, we'll know about it.
Yes.
21st Precinct, Captain Cronin.
Sergeant Waters, Captain. Mrs. Malenky is out here.
Ask her to come in, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, right. Just a second, Captain. What? Well, who is he? Oh. She has her eldest son with her, Captain. She wants to bring him in, too.
All right, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Ballard.
Yes, sir.
He still fired 3 shots at you?
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Go on, Ma. You don't have to be afraid of him.
I'm not afraid.
Now, Mrs. Malenky.
Yes.
How do you do? This is Patrolman Ballard, and I'm Captain Cronin.
Mrs. Malenky.
I came here so you could tell me what to do. My boy is down there. Down there, dead. What am I going to do? I don't know. Cop shot him. Is that what a cop is for, to go around shooting boys? Is it? What am I going to do? I don't have any money to bury him, even. Poor Harry. Poor boy. I don't know. You tell me. A young boy like that.
Don't worry, Ma. You'll get this taken care of. There's laws about something like this. What about those laws?
We're making a thorough investigation, Mrs. Malenky. I understand you're Mrs. Malenky's oldest son.
That's my George. He's the only one left now. First my husband, now Harry. It's only my Georgie.
Oh, George?
Hi.
You live at home, George?
No. He lives in Jersey over with an aunt. But maybe you'll come home now. Won't you, George? Will you come home now?
I'll think about it, Ma. I told you I'll think about it. Is this the cop that shot Harry?
Yes, I'm the one.
Well, what's going to happen to him? Nothing, I'll bet.
How could you do it to my boy? How?
Tell me how.
Don't talk to him, Ma. You won't get any satisfaction.
Please, George.
Cold blood, just like that.
Yeah, I guess you ought to know about cold blood, huh, George?
After I get a lesson from you,
George,
maybe.
you ran away, left your brother dying tonight.
What are you talking
You
about?
were with him, weren't you?
Me?
I know you were with him.
I
Two of you
was
were
not.
together.
Listen.
You thought you got rid of the gun, but we found it.
You did not. I threw it.
No. No, we didn't find it, George. Not yet. But we will.
George, you were with Harry?
Oh, Ma.
You were with him?
Yeah, Ma, I was with him.
See what's on him, Ballard?
All right, hold still, George.
George, why didn't you tell me? You come home and you didn't tell me. You didn't say a word. Harry was dying. You didn't say a word.
He's clean, Captain.
Okay. What happened, George?
Not a word.
It wasn't my fault.
I don't care whose fault it was. Tell me what happened.
Oh, it was me and Harry together. We had a few beers, and I said, come on, I'll show you how to make some money.
My Harry, my poor boy.
So I took him over there. I stood him on the lot there off the sidewalk where they were taking down the buildings. I had a gun. I told him to hold it. I said, watch me, and I went to open the car. Then this cop comes along, and I run into where Harry was.
Oh, no, my boy.
We lit out across the place together. The cop hollered. Harry turned and shot.
I only saw one, Captain, just one.
Cop shot back and hit Harry. He dropped, and I tried to see if he was all right. I picked up the gun and ran to the top of that big pile of bricks. Cop saw me up there and hollered again. I took a shot at him. He took a shot back. It missed me, but I hollered anyway, so he wouldn't shoot anymore.
What am I going to do? I don't know.
Then I ran out into the street. I don't know what to do. I went to Ma's house. I was going to tell her before I went back to Jersey, but I couldn't. I just couldn't, so I went to bed.
You should have told me. You should have.
Ma, please, I'm telling you now.
Georgie, what am I going to do? What?
I don't know, Ma. I got my own trouble.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks for getting me off the hook.
How did you know? Tell me how you knew. If he didn't, he saw only one, that's all. I'm entitled to know.
Sure, George. I'll tell you. I had a little information, and I took a great big guess.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What kind of a ring? A diamond? Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Well, how do you know she's a thief? Yeah, I see.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who's missing? Is that your wife? Well, how do you spell that? D-E or G-E? Where is it you live? Where?
You are, by transcription, in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll tell you what you do. You better come into the station house and talk to the detectives. That's right. Come right on in here.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on the map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between 5th Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether or not they know it, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Cronin, Vincent P. Cronin. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. After I turned out the platoon, I read and signed reports and communications that had accumulated since I was last on duty. At 5:50, I walked out of my office into the muster room where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was on telephone switchboard duty.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Hello, Captain.
Sergeant?
You'd have to ring in
Captain?
to ask me that.
Right. I'll go on patrol now, Red.
Yes, sir. rooks ring in every time they want to take a deep breath.
Didn't you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I guess I did.
Have a car come by the house for me. I'm going out on patrol.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Step right up here to the desk, mister. I'd like to get a little information. Yes, sir. What? Well, it's a long story.
Okay.
I'd just like to know what to do about it.
Do about what?
Well, you see, about 6-8 weeks ago, on the 26th of April to be exact, I come home from work, and my wife was in the living room, and she had company. Another woman, a girl about 20, 21. I didn't know who she was, so there were introductions all around. My wife said she was Mrs. Lois Natick. Anyway, this Mrs. Natick had a baby with her, a baby boy, about 9 months. His name is Richie, the baby.
So?
Well, so I sit there wondering when supper's going to go on the table and what this Mrs. Natick is doing there. And then Cora, that's my wife, she springs it on me. We're taking in a paying guest, she says, the baby. Well, it hits me right between the eyes, but I'm polite about the whole thing. I take Cora in the kitchen. I ask her, what's this all about? Are you going nuts or something? So she gives me a long song and dance about how another lady she met in the delicatessen told her about Mrs. Natick was looking for some place to board the baby for a couple of months. Cora's dying to have the kid in the house. She won't take no for an answer. So, to make a long story short, we took in a baby.
Well, what do you want us to do about it?
Oh, well, I'm not asking you to do anything about it. All I'm asking for is a little information.
Did Mrs. Natick pay anything?
Well, that's just the point. You see, my wife made an agreement that we'd board this baby for $12.50 a week.
Mm-hmm.
So when she left the kid with us, she gave us $37.50 to cover the first 3 weeks. She said she'd either come by the house or send us the money before the 3 weeks were up.
How much has she sent you since?
Nothing. Not one lousy cent. That's what I'm so burned up about. We got the kid. We haven't heard a word from her, not a single word.
I see.
So what I'd like to know is what am I supposed to do?
What's your name?
Me?
Yeah.
Frood, Harry Frood.
How do you spell that?
F-R-O-U-D-E.
F-R-O-U-D-E. Where do you live?
502 York Avenue. Listen, are you the captain here?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Captain Cronin.
Oh, I'm glad to know you.
I know you.
Well, is there something that can be done? I mean, where do I go? Who do I see?
Well, there might be something that can be done, Mr. Frood. This child or the mother's not related either to you or your wife.
Related? I never saw either one of them before in my life. I saw the woman just that once in my living room when I come home from work.
Oh, where do you work, Mr. Frood?
Downtown Lafayette Street. I'm an order filler. You know, a stock clerk in one of those electrical supply houses. Donowitz Brothers.
You been there long?
Oh, a couple of years. That's all the Donowitz Brothers been in business. But I've been down there on the street, 18, 20 years, working for one company or another.
This woman, the mother...
Mrs. Natick. Lois Natick,
yeah. She agreed to pay you $12.50 a week to board the child.
That's right, $12.50 a week. I told my wife, Cora, $12.50 a week to take in a kid is nothing today. You know, nothing. I mean, it'll cost more than just that expenses out of the pocketbook. But she's got to have the kid. Got to have him. I couldn't even reason with it.
How long have you been married, Mr. Frood?
16 years.
Any children of your own?
No, we got no children. Not that we didn't want any. I mean, her especially. It was just one of those things the way it worked out. There was no children.
Now, what did Mrs. Natick tell your wife?
What do you mean?
I mean, why did she say she had to board the baby in a foster?
Oh, well, she said that she had a chance of a pretty good job in one of those airplane factories out in Long Island. She said she wanted to take the job, but that she couldn't do that and take care of the kid, too. So she wanted to take the job so she could save up some money.
Did she give you the address where she lived out in Long Island?
She said she'd send it when she got settled.
Did she send?
Yeah, like she sent the $12.50 a week.
Did this Mrs. Natick live with her husband?
Look, I don't even know that she had one. I mean, I asked the people in the building where she was staying there. They never saw any husband around.
Did she leave any forwarding address with the people at the building?
Nothing. She just left.
And she owes you approximately 4 weeks' board?
Approximately, yeah, just about.
All right, Mr. Frood, you and your wife bring the child into the station house if what you told us can be substantiated.
Oh, it could be substantiated, all right.
Then the mother's guilty of abandonment. You make the complaint here, and we'll see the child is taken care of. I'll be in my office, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Captain. Thanks a lot. Oh, listen, Captain.
Huh? Yeah?
I just wanted you to know that I got nothing against this little fella, you know. I mean, he's all right, see? But I just hate being made a chump out of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure, I understand.
I mean, it's just a rotten, lousy thing for that mother to do, and I'm not going to be the sucker in this deal.
How does your wife feel about it?
Well, look, it don't make any difference how she feels about it. I'm the guy that's paying the bills, and I got enough to pay with $63.34 a week take-home pay without worrying about somebody else's obligations.
All right, Mr. Frood, you and your wife come into the station house with the child. We'll get it all straightened out.
Okay, I'll go home right now and get him.
You can wait until tomorrow if the baby's asleep. You've had him this long. Another night won't make any difference.
To you, I know it don't make any difference, Captain. To me, it's plenty of difference.
A few minutes after Harry Frood left the station house, sector car number 3 came by to take me on patrol of the precinct. I had my operator, Patrolman Mercado, drive to several of the parks and playgrounds in the city to check on reports that youths, in unduly large numbers, had been congregating in the early evening hours and causing disturbances. Before returning to the station house, we made a swing of the south end of the precinct by way of York Avenue.
Oh, what's the trouble, Mr. Frood? Captain, she's gone. My wife. She's gone and she took the kid with her.
Now, when did she leave?
I don't know. I thought it was all settled. You know, we were going to bring the kid in here tomorrow. I went to bed. You know, I got to get up early to go to work. Cook Cora said she'd go in the kitchen and make the sandwiches for my lunch. Yeah, I've been taking my lunch the last couple of years. I mean, it gets so you can't buy a decent lunch anymore for less than $1.
Yeah.
So she makes the sandwiches at night, and then she puts them in the icebox, you know, so it isn't such a rush in the morning with the baby and everything.
She left after you fell asleep?
That's right. She just took the baby and left.
Any idea where she went?
No, I don't have any idea at all.
When did you discover she was gone?
Well, gee, I don't know. I'm usually a sound sleeper, you know, very sound. I guess I just felt something was wrong. I woke up and she wasn't in the bed. So I went out in the living room. I went into the kid's room. She wasn't there.
Did she have any relatives she could have gone to?
That's the funny part of it, Captain. Not a soul. A sister in Boston. That's all the relatives she's got.
What about friends?
Oh, well, it was so late. I didn't feel like calling anybody.
Is there anybody in the building she could have gone to?
No.
How about a hotel?
Oh, I don't think so. She didn't take any money.
Oh, nothing?
Well, I mean, payday's tomorrow. She didn't have only a couple of dollars left. She left a couple of dollars right on the dresser. She took it out of her pocketbook and left it right on the dresser. Captain, I don't think she took a cent with her. Not a cent. That's what worries me.
You're positive she didn't go to some friend?
Can't be positive, but I don't think so.
Well, you ought to check some of your friends in the neighborhood.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Captain. I've been in enough trouble tonight. It's late. They all got to get up early in the morning, everybody. Wouldn't want to wake any of them up.
If she didn't have any money with her, Mr. Frood, that's where you're going to find her, I think. Mr. Frood finally took my suggestion and went home to bed. In the meantime, we notified the detectives, CB, and the Missing Persons Bureau. As patrolmen on post and in sector cars in the 21st rang in, the sergeant on TS gave each of them a description and told them to be on the lookout for the woman and the child. In the meantime, the 1st Deputy Commissioner visited the precinct. As the ranking officer on duty in the 6th Division during the night, he asked me to accompany him on his visits to the other precincts in the division. While I was on this tour with the Deputy Police Commissioner, Sector Car number 3 responded to a radio call to meet the subway station agent in the 68th Street station of the Lexington Avenue local.
There he is, in the booth. Did you call the station house?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll be right out.
Okay, what's the trouble?
Over here. 2 passengers called it to my attention. They're going to. And I've been watching her.
Thanks.
As far as I know, she's been sitting there a couple of hours. Over there. On the bench. Woman with the baby. Just been sitting there.
Yeah. Okay, you can go on back if you want. We'll handle it.
Oh, good, thanks. It seems awful funny.
Yeah. I'll see you. What was the name of the woman? The one with the baby?
Frood?
Yeah, Frood.
That could be her.
Excuse me, ma'am.
She's asleep. He woke up when an express passed a little while ago. I had a hard time getting him to go back.
The station agent says you've been sitting here for a couple hours.
Did he?
That's what he told us. Where are you going?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to make up my mind.
It was kind of late to be out with a baby, isn't it?
He's all right. I take good care of him. Oh, I hope this train doesn't wake him up. They make an awful lot of noise.
Well, this isn't a nursery. It's a subway station.
Guess it isn't their fault.
Are you Mrs. Frood?
What?
Are you Mrs. Frood?
I still didn't hear you.
I asked if you were Mrs. Frood.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Frood.
We've been looking for you.
Oh, I guess Harry woke up and saw I was gone.
I guess he did.
Well, I don't want to give Richie up. I can't give him up. I've wanted him so long. So long. You haven't any idea how long.
We better go into the station house and talk about it, Mrs. Frood.
Well, do we have to?
Yes, we'd better.
I'm not going to give him up. Look, he even smiles when he sleeps. You've never seen such a happy baby. He's so happy.
Yes,
He won't be happy if they take him away from me. Nobody will be happy. Nobody.
Come on, Mrs. Frood.
All right. So funny. Everything's so funny. He's hers and she doesn't want him. I want him and I can't have him. So funny.
The two officers took Mrs. Frood and the child upstairs to their car and drove them to the station house. I had just returned from my tour of the division with the first deputy commissioner. I asked Mrs. Frood to wait in my office. Then I instructed the desk officer to notify Mr. Frood that his wife was at the station house. After a few minutes, I walked toward my office. Through the open door, I could see her holding the sleeping child tightly in her arms. She looked down at him fondly. We notified your husband, Mrs. Frood?
Oh, I didn't want you to do that. You didn't have to bother him.
I see it was done as a matter of course. He told us that you were missing.
Oh, was he coming?
I sent an officer around to tell him you were here.
I think he really likes Richie. I don't understand him. I'll be out or in the kitchen or someplace, and I'll come in and find him playing with the baby, and he jumps away like he was caught stealing something. I don't understand him.
He told me the mother's making a sucker out of him.
Yes, he told me that, too, but maybe it's not her fault. I don't see how anybody could help caring about Richie. Maybe she's sick or something. Could happen, couldn't it? Couldn't that be why she didn't send the money?
We'll find out. The detectives will start checking into it.
Do they have to take him away from me? Can't I keep him till they find out something?
According to the law, Mrs. Frood, when a parent has agreed to pay for a child in a foster home and goes away without leaving an ascertainable address or continuing to arrange for board, the child is considered abandoned.
I haven't abandoned him. I want him.
Yeah, but he's not yours. It's up to the Department of Welfare to provide shelter for him.
Can't I keep him? Isn't there any way?
There probably is, if you can get your husband to agree to seek adoption.
Harry? Oh, not the way Harry feels. He wouldn't agree to anything.
Well, he likes the boy. You said that yourself, and he told me he did.
Yes, I know, but he's so sore at Mrs. Natick. He's so sore he takes it out on Richie and on me. Oh, excuse me. I thought he was stirring. Look, like a log. He's really a good baby. So happy.
Babies usually aren't.
How far down you want to go, Captain?
No, take a swing around 57th.
Yes, sir.
Over to Lexington, back up to the house.
Yes, sir. There's car number 1 in the next block.
Yeah.
Must be on a job.
Pull up behind him, Mikado.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what it is.
Doesn't look like much, Captain. Wasn't anything on the air.
Come on.
Yes, sir. That must be it. 502. There's Eisman coming out.
Eisman?
Oh, hello, Captain.
What do we got?
Oh, nothing much, Skipper. When we rang in, the sergeant told us to take a turn by here. A neighbor called in that a couple was scrapping. Family fight. Neighbor thought he was beating her up. Something about a baby.
What's the name of the couple?
Frood, Captain. Mr. and Mrs. Harry Frood.
Oh, what floor are they on?
Second floor front, Captain. But it's all settled. They quieted down.
Yeah, I know them. I want to talk to them.
Oh.
Get back on the job, Eisman.
Yes, sir.
Mikado.
Yes, sir.
You wait down here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
Captain Cronin.
Who?
Captain Cronin, the 21st Precinct.
Oh, all right. There's no trouble, Captain. Everything's fixed up. You didn't have to come.
No, I was just passing by.
Oh.
Is this Mrs. Frood?
Yeah, it's Mrs. Frood. Okay, come on in, Captain.
Thank you.
It's the first time, believe me, the first time since we're married that we fought like that. Arguments, Sure, but not fights like this. Cora, this is Captain Cronin. He's the captain I spoke to at the police station.
How do you do, Mrs. Root?
How do you do? I'm sorry. It was my fault. I screamed. It was me. Harry tried to keep me quiet.
Yeah, well, it's all over now.
He said you told him to bring me and the baby to the police station. Is that right?
If the baby's been abandoned, yes.
Well, I'm taking care of him. I'm taking good care of him.
Cora, we've been through that. Now, we've been through that time and time
But
again.
it's the truth.
Hey, Captain, would you like a nice cold can of beer? I got some in the icebox.
No, thanks.
We couldn't keep him? Isn't there any way?
How many times have I got to say it? I'm not going to be the chump in this deal, Cora. Not me.
Shh, you'll wake him up.
He didn't wake up from what went on before. He ain't going to wake up now.
Would you like to see him, Captain?
Cora.
He's such a fine boy.
No, don't wake him up. Mrs.
No, we
Root.
won't wake him. This way. Now, you stay here, Harry.
Don't worry.
Did you ever see such a butterball? I love him. You don't know how I love him. How many children do you have, Captain?
2.
2. My. Yeah. 2 is a nice family. Everybody except me. I always wondered why everybody except me.
Oh, now, don't ask foolish questions.
Harry says we have to bring him to the police station tomorrow. What will you do?
We'll try to find the mother and place charges of abandonment against her.
What about him, Richie?
The New York Foundling home. It's a very nice institution.
Oh, no.
He's not your responsibility, Mrs. Fruit, if the mother abandoned
Well,
him.
just because the mother abandoned him, is that a reason for me to abandon him?
Cora, we've been through all that now. We've been all through it so much the neighbors had to call the police. Now, please.
Harry, give me some light.
Look, the answer is, has been, and always will be no. No. That dame made a monkey out
I'm
of
not
us.
thinking of her. I'm thinking of him.
He's got nothing to do with it. And she's not going to get away with it. That kid gets turned over tomorrow.
Harry!
Hey, now, folks, come on, let's settle down.
It's settled down, Captain, and it's settled. Tomorrow. Bright and early.
You're listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city. What was the Old West really like? Were the men who won it really all cardboard heroes with strong jaws, loyal horses, and little sense? Were the bad men all mustache twirlers who spent their spare time kicking dogs and little children? If that stereotype picture seems a little ridiculous to you, join Marshal Matt Dillon, upholder of the law in Dodge City, for an authentic and revealing story of the Old West on Gunsmoke every Saturday. It's surefire entertainment. And now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Cronin.
It was settled. The husband made the decision. The wife had apparently resigned herself to it. She sat on the couch and stared down at the floor. I said goodnight to each of them and left. When I returned to the station house and walked up the front steps into the muster room, a wildly gesticulating man was standing in front of the desk trying to make himself understood.
Wait a minute. No comprendo.
Sí?
Hable despacio. Repetalo.
What's the trouble, Sergeant? That's what we're trying to find out, Captain. You just walked in.
Dije que ellos... Hold it.
A long time since I schooled Spanish, Captain.
Yeah. Sergeant, did you call upstairs to the detective? Hernandez on the job tonight?
Yes, he's working, but he's out on patrol.
They're trying to locate him.
I think he's trying to tell me he was robbed. ¿Cómo se llama usted?
Uveda, Fernando. Yo sé que Uveda. Pues ella y su amigo me robaron. Pues él tenía un cuchillo y me robaron de todo mi dinero.
Just a second, pare.
Sí.
Tenga la bondad de hablar despacio.
¿O despacio? Pues sí, pues.
Muestro sus papers, papales.
Oh, sí, los papeles. Aquí tengo.
Well,
aquí
he's got a lot
está.
more practice than I have.
Mire aquí.
He's going to show you his wallet.
Soy navegador. Mi barco está en Hoboken. Me robaron. ¡Qué canasto! Con un cuchillo me robaron.
Wait a minute, pare.
Sí, para.
I think he's a merchant seaman. I think that's what this card says.
¿Cuál es su nacionalidad?
¿Nacionalidad?
Sí.
Sudamericano, argentino.
It's in the Argentine.
Excuse me.
Sí.
¿Cuál es su book, ship, bouquet?
El buque. Mi barco es la Recalde.
Ask him if he's hurt.
Yes, sir. ¿Está usted herido?
Pues sí, por supuesto, pues sí. Me dieron un golpe en la espalda aquí. Aquí un golpe con un palo. Me robaron de todo mi dinero.
Hold it.
Sí.
They located Detective Hernandez. He's on his way in here.
Oiga, quiero mi dinero, ¿eh? No tengo ni un real.
Pare. Espere un momento. Wait a minute. Detective, quiere hacerle algunas preguntas.
¿Preguntas?
Pronto.
Sí.
Captain, are you busy? Can I see you a minute?
Hold on, Mr. Freud.
It's very important, Captain.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Freud. I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Come on to my office here, Mr. Freud.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, right in.
Thanks.
If the person taking care of them is happy doing it.
Yes. I know I'm happy. I've been married all these years, and I've never been so happy. That's what I think may be the matter with Harry is. I think he's jealous. Imagine. Jealous of a little thing like this.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Freud.
Thanks. Should I close the door?
Yes, please.
Hello, Cora.
Harry?
Why'd you have to run off like that, Cora? You scared me half to death.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Sorry? Well, you should be sorry.
You'll wake him.
You see, Captain, you see? That's all I get. You'll wake the baby. Don't play the television. Don't smoke my pipe. It's bad for him. We can't go to the movies. There's nobody to leave him with. Out of the $12.50 a week we didn't get, we have to pay for sitters
Harry.
yet. My age, I have to have an infant around. At my age, I don't need it. All I need is a little peace and quiet. Nobody thinks about me anymore.
All right, Harry. I'm going to give him back. The welfare department does something with him. You'll have your peace and quiet. Do you want to take him now, Captain?
Well, look, it's late now, Cora. Let's go home with him. You got all his things in. We'll make arrangements in the morning.
No, I can't take him home. I want to leave him right here and right now. I can do that, can't I?
I'll have to get a policewoman up here, take him to the New York Foundling home.
Look, Cora, now, don't be stubborn. I mean, do we have to lose a whole night's sleep? I got to be at work at 8 o'clock. Let's go home. You get the whole thing straightened out tomorrow.
I'm not taking this baby in my house again, not unless I take him there to stay. I'm not. You got your way, didn't you? What else do you want from me? You could at least try to make it a little easy on me. Harry, I'm ashamed of you. You don't know what you put me through. You big ape, you don't realize how much I love you to do this for you, to give the baby up for you.
Cora, honey, cut it out.
I won't cut it out. You haven't got a brain in your head, not one brain.
I guess maybe I haven't. Maybe you're right, Cora. Captain, I guess I'm a louse.
Are you?
Yeah, I know I am. Captain, I want to admit to you right here and now that Mrs. Natick has sent me $12.50 every week to the place where I work, every week.
Oh? That's so.
Harry? You're not kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. The baby is paid up to date. Paid up.
Well, what did you do with the money?
Oh, well, I got to admit it, Cora. I got to admit it. I spent it. I spent every last cent. Playing the ponies. Every last cent I spent. But she's been right on the button with every Monday morning in the mail with the money, with the $12.50 cash. In a plain envelope it came.
And where were they postmarked from?
Well, from all over. She was traveling.
Can we keep him now? Can we?
If the board bill is paid up, the baby hasn't been abandoned.
Why, that's wonderful, Harry. That's just wonderful. You spent that money on the horses?
Yep.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Baby's money on the horses.
How you going to win, Captain? You just can't win.
Well, at least there's one thing in a marriage, Harry. You can't do any worse than come in second. Go on. I'll catch up with her.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Who shot? Who? Well, where? All right, take it easy. Talk slower so I can understand.
And so it goes.
Now, where
Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters, and featured in tonight's cast were Santos Ortega, Ralph Camargo, Bill Quinn, George Petrie, Mandel Kramer, and Elspeth Eric. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Bill Martin speaking. Here, there, and everywhere, election excitement is sparked, and you're likely to run into the CBS News Campaign Cavalcade, the special 12-man unit set up to follow every important pre-election and election story as it develops, no matter where it develops. Through many news programs throughout the day, the Campaign Cavalcade will keep in touch with you. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. What do you mean you were robbed? Oh, broken into your apartment. Where is it? 761? What apartment number? Is that B or C?
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
Yes, sir, all right. I'll send an officer right over there. Yes, sir. They'll be there in a few minutes. You just wait. That's right. Yes, sir, you just wait there.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keogh. Thomas P. Keogh. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. It had been 1 week exactly since I had been transferred to command of the 21st Precinct from borough headquarters of the Bronx, where I had been assigned since my promotion from lieutenant to captain in August 1954. On assuming command, succeeding Captain Vincent P. Cronin, who had been transferred to the office of the chief inspector, I spent the first few days getting acquainted with various conditions in the precinct by remaining on patrol as much as possible during my time on duty. This is my first assignment in Manhattan since I was a detective attached to the 34th Squad. As a sergeant, and subsequently lieutenant and captain, I did duty in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. On this particular night, I had been out on patrol since 6:30, and it was nearly 9:30 when I returned to the station house and walked into the muster room, where Lieutenant Snyder was desk officer and Sergeant Waters had telephone switchboard duty.
Hello, Captain.
Sergeant, what's doing?
Nothing much. Lieutenant King's been wanting to talk to you.
Is he upstairs?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Swing up there and tell him I'm back while I sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Lieutenant.
21st Squad, Detective Novak.
Sergeant Waters on CS. Would you tell Lieutenant King that Captain Keogh is back in the house?
Yes, sure. Lieutenant, Captain Keogh is downstairs. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, the captain will wait there. Lieutenant King is coming downstairs.
Yeah, okay.
Is that Lieutenant King?
Yes, sir, he's on his way downstairs. Oh, directives came through just after you left, Captain. Short sleeve shirts and open collars are permissible for all men on day tours.
Okay, have Fallon posted on the board.
I already told him, Captain. Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Lady, I told you before, there's nothing we can do about that. We chase robbers. We're not plumbers. I know, but...
Captain.
Matt, what's doing?
Lady, can I talk to you in your office?
Yes, sure. I'll be in my office, Sergeant. Yes, sir. I can't send a police
What have you got,
over
Matt?
there for that, lady.
Yes, go ahead.
I know, but why don't you keep on...
Yes, sit down.
Yes.
Well, what is it?
Looks like we've got a cop in a jam.
From here?
Yes, sir.
Who?
I don't know yet.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, the commander of the 6th Squad called up here about an hour ago. 2 uniformed men jumped a burglar coming out of an apartment building. They had to chase him into the courtyard, but they finally collared him.
Yeah?
They brought him into the station house. He admitted he was in an apartment there. He dropped a pillowcase during the chase. Had a portable radio, an electric razor, a few other things in it. Came out of the apartment. We took him up to the squad down there and started to talk to him about other deals. The boy admits to about 25 burglaries.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
Well, the boy, his name is Eakley, Leroy Eakley, told him he burglarized an apartment in this precinct 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Got a couple of suits, some jewelry, good stuff. A gun, about $600 in cash. Said he came down the service entrance, walked out into the street. Said as soon as he hit the sidewalk, a cop was there and shoved him against the building. Said he thought he was through. The cop went through the stuff. He admitted he burglarized this apartment. Said the cop went through his pockets and found the cash.
Yeah?
He said the cop put the money in his own pocket, gave him back all the merchandise, hit him on the can with his nightstick, and told him to get out of the precinct. Leroy said he ran to the subway station, got on a train, hasn't been back on the east side since.
Well, what does it sound like to you? Have you got a cigarette, Matt?
Yeah, sure, Captain.
Thanks. Thanks.
You're welcome. Well, I went through our squeals. June 18th to Mr. Philip Rouston, 761 East 68th Street, a lawyer with offices at 156 Wall. Reported his apartment had been broken into. 3 suits of his, a diamond ring, a wristwatch, and a diamond pin belonging to his wife, 32 caliber S&W revolver, for which he had a permit, and $575 in cash were taken.
Well, that sounds like the same deal this boy was talking about.
Yes, sir, it does. Check the story. Police said he burglarized the house.
He reported this on the 18th?
Yes, sir.
When did the burglary occur? At night of the 17th?
Could have been either the 15th, 16th, or 17th, Captain. It was a weekend. Mr. and Mrs. Rouston left the city Friday afternoon to spend the weekend in the country. They discovered the burglary when they got back Monday morning.
What time of night did all this occur? Did you find that out?
No, sir, not yet. The squad commander down there, Lieutenant McInerney, told me they were still questioning the boy. Wanted to let me know what they were developing.
Uh-huh.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Sergeant, 761 East 68th Street is on what post?
Post number 9, Captain.
Get out the telephone switchboard record and the post list for the 4 to 12 and the 12 to 8 tours for June 15th, 16th, and 17th.
Yes.
Bring them in here. And bring the blotter, too, right away.
Something the matter, Captain?
Yes, something's the matter. Get those records out and bring them in here.
Yes, sir. Right away.
For this and other purposes, the records of the precinct contain a detailed account of the movements of every member of the command. The blotter, for instance, shows for each tour in the handwriting of the desk officer the assignments of patrolmen to post and motor patrol duty, the time each post is vacated for meal period, all post changes and movements during a tour of duty, and a notation of the nature, time, and location of duty performed by each member of the command. From these records, Lieutenant King and I narrowed the possibilities down to 4 patrolmen who had worked post number 9 on either the night or late tours, June 15th, 16th, and 17th. In order to narrow the list still further, we drove to the 6th precinct at 135 Charles Street in Greenwich Village to interview the burglary suspects. There, with Lieutenant King, I went upstairs to the 6th Detective Squad.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
We're in the job. This is Captain Keogh of the 21st Precinct. I'm Lieutenant King.
Oh, yes, sir. Lieutenant McInerney is in his office.
Thanks.
6th Squad, Detective Ross.
Ed?
Come in, man.
Yes, ma'am.
Want to close the door, man?
Yeah, sure. Lieutenant McInerney, the squad commander, Captain Keogh.
How are you, Captain?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, sir. I get how you feel. Do you want to sit down?
Thanks.
What about this boy, Ed?
Well, he's a good boy, all right. Done one bit and thing, burglary. We think he's been into 25 or 30 flats all over town, maybe more.
You can't remember them all.
What about the story he tells?
Well, unfortunately, it sounds pretty straight, Captain.
It checks with a squeal we've got.
Oh, is it? Well, that cop had his hands on a good burglar. 9 chances out of 10, he would have gotten a commendation, a promotion to detective. Pay raise for 1 year alone would have amounted to as much as he took off the boy. That cop is an idiot.
No, a little more than an idiot.
Well, an idiot with everything else, Captain. You got him spotted?
We've got it narrowed down to 4. The complainants were away Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. Could have happened on any of those nights. Neither the 4 to 12 or 12 to 8 tours. You didn't fix the time any closer, did you?
No, I thought I'd wait until you got down here. Sure squeal. You'd want to talk to him about it.
Where is this boy?
It's outside. I'll have him brought in. Ross?
Yes, sir.
Bring that Leroy in here.
Yes, sir.
You got it down to 4, huh?
That's right. We've got one man who was working the 4 to 12 on Saturday and Sunday nights. He was swinging Friday night. Another man was working the 12 to 8, was swinging Saturday night. Those 2 men, the 2 who relieved them.
Well, if you could fix it either on the 4 to 12 or the 12 to 8, that'd knock 2 of them out of the box, man.
Yeah, if we get the right night from the boy, it'd be down to the man.
Well, this Leroy was pretty vague about dates and times. He's been in so many flats, he doesn't know one from the other. Yeah, who is it? Come in.
Go ahead, Leroy.
Where? Over there.
Listen, I was sleeping back there. He woke me up.
From now on, Leroy, your time is not your own. Sit down there.
Yeah.
Okay, Ross. Thank you.
Yes.
Leroy, this is Captain Keogh and Lieutenant King. They're from uptown, the 21st. They want to know something about that officer taking the money off you.
Oh, yeah.
You told Lieutenant McInerney it was $500 or $600.
Yeah, that's right. 500 or 600.
You burglarized an apartment there. You took some suits, a gun, some jewelry, and the cash. When'd you have time to stop and count the money?
Well, you know how human nature is. I found the cash in a drawer there. The first thing I was tempted to do was look at it. I saw a couple hundreds, a couple 50s, 10s, and 20s. I figured 500 or 600. I shoved it in my pocket.
What did you do with the gun you got out of there?
Oh, I don't care for guns. I figure you have a gun on your hip, you're going to shoot it. I never did go in for that kind of heavy stuff. I gave it to a very good friend of mine.
What's his name?
His name is Jack Agno. But he don't have it. He stole it, he told me. A lot of nerve. I gave him the gun and he sold it. To a stranger.
Where is this Jack Agno? Can we locate him?
That's the easiest thing in the world. But he don't have the gun.
Well, where is he, Leroy?
In the Tombs. He got picked up last week on a deal.
Where'd he get picked up?
In Times Square, yeah. I told him a dozen times if he's going to go in a public place like Times Square, he shouldn't wear a sports jacket that's 3 sizes too large for him. You know, a real fine sports jacket. What do you call it? Cashmere. He got it out of some flat and he fell in love with the cloth. The cloth was fine, but in a million years, it couldn't have been his jacket. Some detective stopped him on Broadway and said, "Hey, Bud, where'd you get the coat?" That was that. That's what comes of being too much a clothes horse, you know.
Well, to get back to the night you got the gun and the money up on the 21st.
I don't know. It's the 21st. I couldn't swear it.
Well, it was. You remember what night it was?
What night? Well, what? What do you mean?
Well, it had to be either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
No, I couldn't remember what night it was. I've been working almost every night, nearly. My memory don't serve me on that.
June 15th, 16th, or 17th. Friday, Saturday, or Sunday night.
Yeah, it beats the living daylights out of me, Lieutenant.
That Sunday was Father's Day, the 17th.
Oh, was it?
Does that locate the time in your mind?
I ain't seen my old man in years. Oh, my friend, Jack Agno.
It's in the Tombs.
Yeah. Jack was worried what to give his old man. I said he ought to give him a hit in the head.
When was this you talked to Jack about it?
Well, it was the night before. He said Father's Day was tomorrow. He didn't have a thing to take him. Oh, that was after I did this deal, the one with the cop.
Was it?
Yeah, because he mentioned this Father's Day to me while we were out at the trots between races. And that was the night after the night I went into that particular flat. So that must have been Friday night I was in the flat and the cop nailed me.
Friday night, June 15th.
If you say so, okay.
What time of the night was it, Leroy?
Time of the night?
Yes.
Well, that also would be kind of hard to say.
Well, let's start at midnight. Would you say it was before or after midnight?
Or does it make a difference?
Yes, it does. What'd you do before you went over and broke into that flat?
Well, let's see. I don't know. I can tell you what I did after. I met Jack, and he and I went to my place to drop the suits and the scum I got.
Jack sure figures into your life a lot, doesn't he?
Well, he's my best friend. And then from my place, we went over to meet a girlfriend of his after she got off work. Oh, yeah, it must have been 10:30 or 11 I hit the flat because this girlfriend of Jack's works in the cafeteria down here in the village over 7th Avenue. She gets off at midnight.
You're sure about that?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, that pretty well sets the time for you, Captain. Friday, June 15th, during the 4 to 12 tour.
Yeah.
Leroy, do you think you'd be able to identify the officer who took the money off you?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know about that.
Well, what did he look like?
A cop with a blue suit.
Was he young? Was he tall? What?
Well, look, Cap, I wasn't interested in what he looked like. Young, tall, short, I don't know. All I could see was a cop. I was nailed. When he took the money, slapped me with a stick, and said, go, I went. I didn't turn around to see what color eyes he had.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to identify him, if you can.
Well, if I can, I will. I opened up and told you about this, didn't I? If I didn't want to help you, I could have clammed. A cop catches me and takes me in. I got no beef against him. But if he turns out to be a bigger thief than me, I got no regrets. No regrets at all. Except maybe that my good friend Jack is laying in the tomb. All alone in the world.
Now, don't you worry about that, Leroy. You'll be down there to keep him company. Lieutenant King, Lieutenant McInerney of the 6th Squad, and I continue to interrogate the burglary suspect, Leroy Eakley. The officer he referred to was most likely Patrolman Philip Austin, who, the record showed, was assigned to post number 9 during the 4 to 12 tour on Friday, June 15th. It was decided to continue the investigation at the 21st, and arrangements were made to transport the prisoner in the custody of Patrolman Gerber of the 6th Precinct, one of the arresting officers. Before we left, I phoned through CB to Lieutenant Snyder, the desk officer of the 21st, and gave him instructions to detain Patrolman Austin and all the members of his squad, which again was working the 4 to 12 tour, for my arrival. At 12:10, after having been relieved from his post, Patrolman Austin returned to the station house and walked through the front door into the muster room.
Austin.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come here.
What is it, Sergeant?
Just a second. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Lieutenant who? Oh, Lieutenant Gorman isn't due in here until 8 a.m. Yes, sir. Oh, that's all right. What's the trouble? The captain wants to hold your squad. Yeah? He's on his way uptown. Wait for him in the back room. Why? Just wait. Well, look, Sergeant, my wife's brother has a birthday party tonight. I told him I'd get over there soon after 12 as I could. He'll have another birthday next year. What do you say, Phil? Farrell. Yes, Sergeant. Come here. What's it all about? You want to see me, Sergeant? Yeah. Wait in the back room for the captain. He'll be back any minute. What's the trouble? There's no trouble. Just wait. Okay, Sergeant. Oh, and don't change from your uniforms. Leave them on. Look, Sergeant, he's liable to be another hour. Will you stop giving me an argument? Go ahead. Sure, Sergeant. Come on, Phil. Yeah. I don't know. Why do I have to get all the dirty details? Well, it's not that bad. Hi, fellas. Anybody know what this is all about?
No, it's me.
Big deal. The guy is in the precinct a week and he's got us jumping. Come on, Phil. Sit down. There's no sense getting worked up. I don't know if the captain wants to see us. Where is he? Look, we're all in the same boat. No, but you got no place to go except home and to bed, Farrell. Every time somebody can think of some extra detail, they think of us. Well, don't get mad until you find out what it is. Hi, Austin. What's doing? Now, you know as much as we do. Grab a seat. They probably got the midnight snack on the table over there now, and the beer is just flowing. Oh, stop aggravating yourself, will you? What do you expect me to do? I'm out walking a post for 8 hours. When the tour is over, my time should be my own. This is something I'm going to take up with the delegates. Watch it, Skipper.
I'm sorry to hold you, men.
Sorry, Captain. Hello, Lieutenant.
Farrell. Lieutenant King and I would like to have you stay around a few minutes to help us out on something. Is that all right with you?
Yes. How long will it take, Captain?
Not very long, Austin. I have to go into my office. We'll be ready for you in a few minutes. Come on, Matt. Okay, Captain. So that's Austin. Have you met him before? Yes, but I didn't connect up the face and the name. It's rough having something like this your first week in command. Yeah. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You getting the other men in here?
Yes, sir. The rest of them should be on their way.
All right, Sergeant. When they get here, send them into the back room. Then let me know. I'll be in my office.
Sergeant, would you ring upstairs and have Novak come see me in the captain's office?
Yes, sir.
What kind of a record has Austin got in the department, Captain?
Well, I got to look at his UF-42. It's just fair. Good educational background. 2 years in the Coast Guard. Nothing outstanding in the department. Up on charges once about 3 years ago for leaving his post without permission. Not in this precinct. He lost 5 days' pay. No trouble with him since. They say he isn't the best man we've got, but he's been doing his job. Go ahead, man. Thanks, Gooder.
Well, what's going to happen?
Don't get in a hurry, Leroy. You've got plenty of time.
I'm not getting in a hurry. I'm just getting hungry, that's all. Is there a delicatessen close? I'd like to send out for a sandwich. Guess my luck to get collared right before supper.
You'll get something to eat in a little while.
But there's no time like the present.
Leroy, you told us you burglarized a flat, and on your way out, a police officer collared you.
Yeah, that's right. That's the honest to goodness truth.
Now we want you to identify the police officer.
Well, I told you I didn't know whether I could do that.
You stood there and talked to him, didn't you?
For how long? It was only a couple of seconds like that, that's all.
That's long enough to get a look.
It was in the nighttime. It was dark.
Let me get this straight. Where was this? Right outside the service entrance of that apartment building?
Yeah, that's right outside.
As soon as you came out the door.
Yeah, it was like he was waiting there for me when I came out the door. Listen, could you send out for a sandwich for me?
Soon, Leroy.
I like a corned beef on rye with coleslaw and some pickle. Also coffee.
Yes, as soon as we get through here. Yes, who is it? Novak. Come in.
Want me, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Novak, I want you. Jesse?
I'm entitled to get something to eat before you ship me down the tubes. The bill of fare down there ain't enough to write home about, you know. I saw this girl that goes with my good friend Jack the other day. She was down there to see him. He says the bill of fare hasn't improved any since the last year or so either. And Jack ain't hard to please when it comes to food. Give him any old slop. He's happy.
All right, get going, Novak. Jesse. Right, I guess we're about set, Captain.
What's that for what?
To give you a look and see if you can identify that police officer.
Well, I told you I didn't know whether I could do that. I couldn't tell him from Adam.
Well, we think we can, Leroy. We think we know who he is. We want to give you a look and see if you agree with us. There are 23,000 members of the police department of the city of New York. With their families, the force comprises a community larger than all but 94 of the most populous cities in the country. As in any group so large and from such varied backgrounds, occasional deviation of character is expected, and the methods of dealing with it are provided for in the laws of the state, the rules and regulations of the department, and the manual of procedure. These provisions afford the same protection to an accused police officer as to any other suspect. In all criminal cases, identification is usually the most important criterion. In this one, we proceeded to determine whether the burglary suspect, Leroy Eakley, could identify the police officer he accused. In addition to the principal suspect, Patrolman Austin and a dozen other officers were waiting in the back room. When we were ready, they were formed into a line and marched into the muster room.
March, up. Left, face. Right, stretch. Front at ease.
All right, I'll tell you what the story is. All right. We're conducting an investigation. We're holding a man who has made an accusation against a police officer. I want to see right here and now if he can identify that patrolman. Farrell, would you go in the captain's office, ask him to come out here?
Yes. Right away, Lieutenant. What's this cop supposed to be accused of, Captain?
Among other things, receiving stolen property and failing to take proper police action. All right, come over here, Leroy.
I'll come in, but I don't know what good it'll do.
There's a number of police officers there, Leroy. Take a good look at every one of them.
Yeah?
And tell us if you see the man who took the money off you. And Leroy?
Yeah.
You say this police officer spoke to you. If you want to hear the voice of any one of these men, just ask him to talk. If he asks any of you to talk, state your rank, name, and field number. Go ahead, Leroy. Take a look. You see the man, Leroy?
I don't know.
Take another look.
I'd like to hear this fella say something.
Go ahead. Name, rank, and field number.
Patrolman John Farrell, 24381.
No. You let this one talk?
Go ahead.
Patrolman Philip Austin, 31650.
Would you come again?
Patrolman Philip Austin, 31650.
No, I can't make him. I don't see him.
You want to take another try down the line?
I can't make him. It was too dark there. I told you that.
Austin and Farrell, wait in the back room for a while. Right, Chief? Sergeant, dismiss the squad.
Squad, attention. Dismiss.
Come on, Leroy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Let's go back in my office.
I'll go anyplace. Well, don't look at me like that. What do you want me to do? Say it was somebody if I wasn't positively sure? What do you take me for?
Did you think it was any of the men there?
Didn't I tell you it was dark?
Go ahead, inside.
Lieutenant.
Yes, now that. Sit down over there, Leroy.
What I want to know is when I'm going to get something to eat.
I went over there, Lieutenant.
We'll get you something to eat, Leroy.
Oh, that's good. A guy could starve to death around here. How much trouble would it be to send out to a delicatessen? I got some money I could pay for. You wouldn't let me starve, would you?
No, we wouldn't let you starve.
Leroy,
something I'd like to get straight.
Yeah, sure.
You said you couldn't see the cop over there because it was pitch dark. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's the service entrance.
Yeah, the side door, the service entrance.
Novak,
Yeah, Lieutenant?
you just came back from that apartment building over there, right?
Yes, sir.
You look at the service entrance where the cop was supposed to have collared Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Was it dark?
There's a light over the door. Trooper told me it's never out at night. In addition, that door is right under a streetlight.
Would you say it's light enough over there to see a man's face?
Lieutenant, it's light enough to read a newspaper.
What have you got to say about that, Leroy?
Well, listen, maybe the electric was off that
The
night.
electric wasn't off, Leroy. You're just a plain liar. You've been wasting our time all night.
No, I've been giving it to you
going
straight.
around corners. Now, we're not going to waste any more time. What about it? Did you see that cop or didn't you?
You don't want to waste any more time, huh?
No.
All right, I won't waste any more time. I didn't see a cop because there wasn't any cop.
Then why the story?
Well, it's very involved.
This has been very involved all night.
Yeah, Cap, you got a point. Now, I told the story for two reasons. One is I told it before to my good friend Jack. You see, he was in that flat with me. I didn't tell him about the money when I found it. After we got out, we broke up and met later, just like I told you, at the cafeteria where his girl works. I figured this flat we made might belong to some celebrity, and the papers would have the story and tell exactly how much cash was took. So I made up the little tale about the cop to Jack. He bought it because, being a thief, he believes that's the logical thing for a cop to do.
That's what he would think.
Yeah. So when I got collared tonight, I knew I was going to see Jack in the Tombs again, so I stuck with a story, because he's big. Boy, he's big. In addition to which, if I played it along and told the same story, maybe I'd get a break. You know, the newspapers and the DA, everybody go for that stuff. I thought I'd get a break out of it. But I was honest. I didn't identify any cop. I didn't get anybody in a jam, not me.
No, you didn't identify anybody because you might have picked somebody who wasn't anywhere near that spot.
Oh, that's a point. I grant you that.
I'll be right back, Matt.
But you still got to give me credit.
Captain? Yes, Sergeant. Is everything all right? That bum was lying. He pulled the whole story out of the air.
That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah, well, I feel better, too. Much better.
Oh, Orson and Farrell are waiting here. Shall I let them go, Captain?
No, I will. Thanks. You men.
Yes, sir?
You can get changed now and go home.
Right, sir.
Just a second, Austin.
Yes, sir.
Never mind. Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Captain.
How do you like that?
What?
We have to stay around here on our own time on some deal we've got nothing to do with. We don't even get a word of thanks.
Well, what can you do?
That's the trouble. There's nothing you can do.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Where? East what? East 77th. Do both of them have guns? What is this? Oh, in the liquor store. A cop is what? Oh, wait a minute, not so fast. What about a taxi? And so it goes. Around the clock. Through the week. Every day. Every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Les Damon in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Quinn, Bill Zuckert, Mandel Kramer, John Sylvester, and Lawson Zerby. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
First Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Shooting where? Talking to the phone, will you? Where's the shooting? Lexington and what? Well, who shot? Who? Yeah? You are by transcription in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct. Okay, go back there and wait. The officers will be right over there. Yeah, that's right. I'm sending them now. Right now.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keogh, Thomas P. Keogh. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. I had come into the station house at 3:25 in order to give myself enough time before the turnout of the platoon to change the uniform, read reports and communications, and confer with the desk officers, Lieutenant Gorman and Lieutenant Snyder, who were coming on and going off duty respectively. When I turned out the platoon, the most important instructions I gave the men concerned a series of armed robberies of liquor stores, which had plagued detectives and the patrol force of every precinct on the east side of Manhattan, uptown from 34th Street, during the last 3 weeks. The 2 armed men had hardly missed a night. Sometimes they hit twice or 3 times in the same night. The victim was always a package store. The time, always between 7 and 10 p.m. The score was 19 robberies and $3,300. And it didn't look like they were ready to quit. Of the 19 robberies, 6 were in the 21st Precinct. And Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, hadn't been home in a week. Neither had most of his men. After the 62 men who would patrol the precinct until midnight marched out the front door of the station house to take over their posts, I returned to my office, closed the door, and walked over to my desk to more thoroughly read the reports waiting for my signature. 21st Precinct, Captain Keogh.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant.
Lieutenant King is down at the desk. He wants to know if he can see you for a minute.
Yes, sure. Tell him to come in.
Yes, sir. Okay, Lieutenant, go on in.
Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
have a car come by the house for me at 4:35. I want to go out on patrol.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Yes, come in, Matt.
Oh, Captain. Saw the door closed. Thought you might have someone in here.
Just sit down, Matt. Yes. No, I've been keeping it closed when I'm in here. Some psycho has been wandering into the station house and heading right for my office before anyone could stop him. He's got some story about the flying saucers being after him.
Oh, him. We had him up in the squad, too.
How you doing on those liquor store robberies, Matt? Get any line on them?
That's what I want to talk to you about, Captain.
Yeah?
The borough chief called all the squad commanders concerned to a meeting this afternoon.
What did he have to say?
He had plenty to say for a half hour straight. 19 armed robberies, he says. Same 2 guys, always in liquor stores. Always between 7 and 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's been able to get a line on them, he said. Nobody's been able to get to first base.
Well, he can't say you haven't been working.
No, sir, he can't say that. We've been running down every angle we get. We've been planting a few stores we thought they might hit. They've been doing the same thing in the other squads.
19 robberies and no shooting yet.
Yeah, he said to stretch it to the 20th would be going too far. Said if we don't get them right now, they're going to kill some victim.
Well, I don't think he's far wrong about that.
No, sir, neither do I. I've been worrying about it all along.
Mm-hmm. Well, what are you going to do?
We're going to put almost a 100% plant on package stores between 34th Street and 96th Street.
Plant every one of them? There's a couple of hundred.
Well, we're narrowing it down some. In the first place, these guys haven't hit a store where there's been more than one clerk. Always only one clerk on the job.
Well, that takes it down a lot.
Yes, sir. Out of the 19 jobs, only 2 of them were on cross streets. The rest were on avenues.
Why do you figure that is?
Well, must be something in their mind, I guess. That takes it down some more, eliminating all the stores on the cross streets.
Yeah.
They haven't yet hit a store that's been on a corner.
Oh, haven't they?
No, sir. Every one of the 19 has been in the middle of the block, or at least away from the corner.
Well, I guess they figure it's too easy for someone coming from either direction to see inside the store if it's on a corner.
That might be it. Got it down to within reason.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to plant 2 men in each?
Yeah, there's been 2 stick-up men in every case, both of them armed. We'll need 2 to handle them.
Well, it'll take a lot of men.
Well, everybody from the 5 squads is working.
Yeah.
The chief is putting half the men from the Manhattan East Homicide Squad and half the men from the Youth Squad on the job. And the chief of detectives is sending up as many men as he can spare. 5 here, 6 there, 10 there.
Yeah.
The central office bureaus are giving us about 12 men. Got a couple each from the safe and loft and narcotics squad. The chief got hold of every division commander in Manhattan East. They're giving us about 20 plainclothesmen. We're asking the precincts concerned to furnish 4 or preferably 6 patrolmen to work in plain clothes.
Well, you caught me on a night when I'm kind of short, Master.
Well, I won't ask you for 6, Captain, but how about the 4? All right. I'll get you 4 men. Each of them will be assigned on a plant with an experienced detective.
Yeah, that's the way it should be. When does this go into effect?
Tonight, we got the surveys made. We know the stores we're going to plant. It's all set for tonight.
Mm-hmm. And how long do you expect it to continue?
I don't know, Captain. Depends on when we get them.
Immediately after conferring with Lieutenant King, I went out into the muster room and around behind the desk to apprise Lieutenant Gorman, the desk officer, of the situation. After considerable discussion, we determined the names of 4 of the patrolmen to be assigned to work with the detectives on this case. They were called in off their posts, told to change to civilian clothes, and report to Lieutenant King forthwith. Lieutenant King furnished to Lieutenant Gorman a complete list of 31 package stores in the precinct that would be planted in the hope of catching the stick-up men in the act of committing robbery. As patrolmen on post rang in at their stated times, they were informed by the desk officer of the stores on their posts in which detectives would be on duty. Patrolman Fallon, the 124 man, typed up complete lists for the men in sector cars and the sergeants. At 6:45 p.m., Detective William Novak of the 21st Squad and Patrolman Paul Vaccaro, who had been assigned to work with him in plain clothes, were on Lexington Avenue walking toward the Yorkland Liquor Store, which they were under instructions to plant.
Plant's the worst deal in the book.
It's better than walking post.
Yeah? Well, you told me that 3 hours from now, and you're a liar.
And that's it, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, let me talk to the guy, huh, Vaccaro?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you say?
What'd you have in mind? We got a special on rum.
We're detectives.
Oh.
My name's Novak. This is Vaccaro.
Hi. How are you? Rui. Jack Rui.
Rui?
Like Dewey, only with an R.
Oh, glad to know you, Jack.
You know, for a minute I was worried when you came in. I've been hearing all this about watch out for 2 men together, those hold-ups, you know.
Yeah, that's what we're here to see you about.
What do you mean?
Are you the boss? You own the place?
No, I'm not the boss. I'm just a clerk. The boss went home. He works days, I work nights.
Yeah, well, we want to stick around here a while tonight.
What do you mean, stick around? Why?
Well, I'll tell you, Jack, it's not that we're expecting anything, but just in case these 2 guys do walk in, we want to give you some protection. Okay?
Listen, you sure?
Sure about what?
That you don't expect them here?
We don't expect them here any more than we do anyplace else. We're covering a lot of places tonight.
Oh.
Hey, listen, what is this? A special on champagne here?
Yeah, special this week.
It's pretty cheap, French champagne, huh?
Lay off. It's a lousy year. That's why it's cheap. The connoisseurs won't touch it.
Oh.
And this neighborhood is lousy with connoisseurs.
Yeah, I wondered why it was so cheap.
These guys have held up a lot of package stores, huh?
Yeah, 19.
I've been working here 8 years. Nobody's ever stuck me up here, knock on wood.
Well, you can never tell when your number's up. Now, what we'd like to do is stay in back there in the stock room while you just go about your business. Okay?
It's all right with me.
Let's take a look back there.
Yeah, sure. Not much.
Go ahead.
After you.
Thanks.
I'll get the light. Yeah, there's not much back here.
You said it.
But if this is where you want to stay, I guess it's up to you.
Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll move a couple of these cases around so we can sit on them. Is that all right?
Yeah. Wait a minute, I'll give you a hand.
Yeah. Get that one over there, Vaccaro.
Okay.
Make it a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
All right, where do you want?
Yeah, right here. All right. Now, let's see how this is going to be. Shut that door about halfway, Vaccaro.
Okay.
Now, turn out the light, huh?
All right.
Yeah, this is going to be all right. And we can sit back here and see everything that goes on out in the store with a bird's eye view.
You want the light on now?
Yeah, for a minute. Now, that's generally where you stand at the counter, isn't it? That's where all the customers come into you?
Yeah, that's right there.
Good. Now, where can we put our coats?
I don't think I've got any more hangers back there.
Oh, never mind. We'll just throw them over the cases.
All right, if you want to.
Okay, Vaccaro, take your coat off.
Yeah.
Now, before we get settled down, let's go out in front again a minute.
All right. You don't think they'll come, but just in case they do, what happens?
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. Now, one of these guys always comes up to the counter. The other one stands near the door. Now, we can see both the counter and the door from back there, so we can see both of them.
Here comes the customer.
Okay.
Good evening, madam.
Oh, good evening. I'd like a fifth of scotch, please.
Did you have any particular kind of mind?
Well,
This is very nice. Selkirk and Peebles.
Selkirk and Peebles?
Very fine brand of Scotch whiskey.
I have to admit, I never heard of
Well, look at that label. Selkirk and Peebles, established in 1778. It must be good if they stayed in business that
it.
long.
Oh, it must be. Look, don't you think I ought to...
Lady, I'll sell you anything you want, but you take my word for it. You take this Selkirk and Peebles, and you'll be back for more.
Yeah?
Hey, let me put this gentleman here. Now, what do you think of S&P?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not a scotch drinker. I don't know one scotch from the other.
Yeah, well, my husband is, and he does.
And you take this bottle of Selkirk and Peebles home to your husband, and if he's not satisfied with it, I'll miss my guess.
Well...
You'll be back for more.
All right.
What did you say, 2/5?
No, one. Just one, please. Here.
All right, $10.
Mm-hmm.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 1 is 10.
All right.
Thank you very much. Call again, ma'am.
Good night.
And you'll be back for more.
I hope so.
Selkirk and Peebles, huh?
The boss says push it, so I push it. Salesman sold him, so I got to sell the customers. It's good. It's as good as any of them. I never heard of it. I got news for you. Neither did I.
Well, let's get set here. Now, I'll tell you, you just go about your business the way you would normally. You forget we're even back there. Now, we'll see everything that goes on out here. If these two guys come in, don't try to signal us. Don't try to attract our attention. Don't look to the back. Just do what they tell you. Get your hands up in the air. Open the cash register. Do whatever they tell you.
All right.
Now, when we yell at them, they won't pay any more attention to you. They turn around toward us. You hit the floor and stay there. All right?
Okay. You got me a little shaky.
Nah, don't be shaky, Jack. Let me ask you a question. If they come in here, are you better off alone or are you better off with us and back?
You sold me.
Come on, Vaccaro.
Right with him.
Just a normal operation, okay?
Okay.
Get that light, Vaccaro, right? All right. Now, settle down. You got a long wait.
Yeah. You think we ought to smoke back here?
I don't see why not. Just keep it covered.
I know that.
All right. I see them. Sit tight.
Two of them, and they fit.
Anything else? No, that's good. That'll be 409.
Easy now.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, call again. Good night.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. Jack, you're a real trooper.
What do you mean I'm a real trooper?
Why, those two guys look right. You acted as natural as all get out.
Why shouldn't I? They're from the shoe store around the corner. I've known them for years.
All right, just keep up the good work.
Not going to be like that every time the door opens, is it?
I'll tell you. That depends who opens the door.
While Detective Novak and Patrolman Vaccaro waited on a plant in the stockroom of the Austin liquor store on Lexington Avenue, officers were concealed in other package stores in the 15th, the 17th, 19th, 21st, and 23rd precincts, where the rash of armed robberies had broken out. Other detectives and plainclothesmen were on patrol in department cars and in their private automobiles, checking in the vicinity of those stores that hadn't been planted. In addition, detectives in other precincts throughout the city were notified to be on the alert in the event the stick-up men changed the locale of their operation. Meanwhile, the entire patrol force in the precincts concerned, which together comprised the 6th Division, was on the alert for the stick-up men who had committed 19 robberies in 3 weeks. As part of this alert, I remained on patrol for a longer period than usual and was still out at 9:40 p.m., nearly 3 hours after Detective Novak and Patrolman Vaccaro first went on the plant. During that time, the front door to the shop had opened nearly 30 times. Each time, the officers tensed. Then, they relaxed.
Well, tell me, Vaccaro. What's better, working a post or sitting on a plant?
Well, it sure isn't any pleasure.
You said it isn't. Jack,
Yeah,
when's closing time?
10 o'clock.
Good.
What?
I said good.
You want another cigarette?
No, thanks.
You pull down this kind of a job often, sitting on a plant?
Not too often.
Well, that's good.
Oh, stop complaining. You've only been here 3 hours. Wait till you've been on one for 16 hours straight. On your feet, out in the cold, waiting for some guy to show up who's never coming. Then you complain.
You fellas going to be back tomorrow night?
Oh, we don't know yet.
Well, you make nice company.
Thanks.
Oh, my aching back.
Stand up for a while.
No, I tried that. Nothing helped.
Hold it. Customers.
Evening, gentlemen.
They don't fit.
Quiet.
What'll be, gentlemen? What you got in the rye? Rye whiskey?
Easy.
Got those over here. Never mind that. Just put those hands on the counter. Yeah, all right.
Hold it now. Hold it.
Just be a good boy. We both got the difference here. You can get your head blown off. All right. Come on, let's get going.
Easy. Hold it a second. Wait till I kick the door open.
Yeah.
Go on, move out of the way. All right.
Like I said.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good here.
Now. Police officers. Get him up. Shoot. Shot, Vaccaro. Watch out. Get away from there. All right, you got him. Hold up there. Hold up. All right. Get your hands up. All right. All right, drop that. Vaccaro, take a look at the one that's down there.
Yeah, all right.
All right, you kick the gun over here. Go on, kick it.
All right. I think this one is dead. He caught one right between the eyes.
Jack, are you all right?
Yeah.
Where are you?
On the floor.
All right, you can get up now.
I got the other one's gun.
All right, hold on to it. All right, you lean up against that counter. Go on. Go on, lean up against it. All right. Take it easy. See what's on it, Vaccaro.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Shut up.
Boy, what a mess.
You better get over there out of the way, Jack.
Yeah, here's it's over here, all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Money's in his pocket. I got it.
All right, hold on to it.
I heard the cop on the beat.
What's going on there? What do you got? The liquor store bandits. We're okay. Post yourself out front. Keep the people out.
Okay.
All right, let's get the cuffs on him.
Put your hands behind you.
How am I going to lean?
Lean with your head. Get your hands behind you.
Whoa. Ow.
Okay. All right, he's set.
All right, mister, straighten up.
Listen, what do you want from me?
I want plenty from you. Sit down on the floor there. Go on, sit down.
Right.
Keep your eye on him. I'll ring him.
Yeah, all right.
Well, here's your phone, Jack.
Up now. Boy, that was close. That was pretty close.
Yeah, it sure was. CB. Detective Novak, 21st Squad. Send an ambulance to 3302 Lexington Avenue. Yeah, 3302. We were sitting on a plant at a liquor store. 2 men attempted to commit an armed robbery. One shot. We're holding another. No, I think he's dead. Yeah, all right. Will you connect me with the 21st? Yeah, thanks.
How many shots were fired around here anyway?
I didn't have time to count them, Jack. Hello, Sergeant Detective Novak. We're on a plant at 3302 Lexington. Yeah, Vaccaro and I. Yeah, that's right. They came in. One dead, I think. We got the other one. Yeah, all right. All right, good. Will you ring upstairs? Okay, thanks, Sergeant.
That was good work.
Oh, thanks, Jack.
I know you were back there. I know everything was going to be all right, but I was still scared to death.
I don't blame you. I know how you feel.
Where do you live?
Well, what's the slob got to say for himself?
Nothing yet, just that his name is Ed Skagen.
Ed Skagen, huh? Where do you live?
Downtown. In the village.
Well, you've been living up here on the east side lately, haven't you?
What do you mean?
19 stick-ups in 3 weeks, that's what I mean.
You're out of your mind.
Don't tell me I'm out of my mind.
What's your friend's name?
Cheney. Richie Cheney.
Where does he live?
In the village, too.
How old are you?
24.
How old is he?
I don't know. Same age, I guess, anyway.
You been in trouble before?
Yeah, I've been in trouble before.
How many times were you arrested?
I don't know. It's 4, 5, 6, something like that.
You ever do any big time?
Yeah, I did some big time.
What for?
Grand life.
How much did you do?
27 months.
I got news for you, mister. You're going to do some more.
Yeah. Guess I am. Listen. She dead?
Yeah, it looks that way.
That's too bad. He was a nice guy.
Yeah, a sweetheart.
Mr. Novak, I better call my boss, don't you think?
Oh, wait a while. I like to keep this phone open, Jack.
Well, he's entitled to know.
Well, it won't hurt him if he knows 5 minutes later.
That's some of the money out of the cash register. One put it in his pocket.
We got it off him.
Started stuffing his pocket. I don't even know how much was in there altogether till I totaled it up. I've got to let my boss know how much it was.
Well, whatever it is, you'll get it back.
It wasn't much. It was enough.
You better go stand over there, Jack.
Brother, what a mess around here. Who was it here, Vaquero? Yes, Sergeant. Vaquero and Novak.
Well, looks like you hit the jackpot. I guess we did, Sergeant. This is a lucky one, huh?
Yeah, lucky. I'm the luckiest man in the world.
You sure are. Are you sure the other one's dead?
Yeah, you got one right between the eyes.
Wow. 20 was your magic number, huh, mister?
What do you mean, 20?
You guys sure get dumb in a hurry, don't you? What happened?
Well, we got on a plan here at 6:45. We sat in back there. These two guys walked in about 9:30. We didn't think too much of them at first.
No, sir, they're not very close to the description.
What description?
You just sit there and keep your mouth shut. So we kept our eyes on them anyway. They asked for a bottle of rye and walked over to the counter. That one there stayed by the door, and this one talked to the clerk. And this one pulled a gun out and started threatening around. We got set and came out after them. We told them we were cops, and they turned on us. This is how it wound up.
I don't see how it could have wound up any other way. You guys just pressed your luck too much.
Did the call come over ambulance responding, Sergeant?
Yeah, Vaquero. There's an ambulance on the way. Let's go over and take a look at the other one.
What do you mean, press my luck?
Yeah, I think he's had it. Who's a good marksman, you or Novak?
Well, to tell you the truth, Sergeant, I don't know. I was shooting at both of them, first one, then the other.
How many shots you fire?
Well, I got off 4, I think. I don't know. Wait a minute. Yeah, 4.
What's this one's name, you know?
Well, the other one says this one is Richard Taney.
Poor Richard, huh?
Yeah. Poor Richard.
Well, he looked for it. And he got it. Let's talk to the clerk.
That's the truth. It's the honest to goodness truth.
You wouldn't know the truth if it had a neon sign on it.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hi, Sergeant.
Well, you hit the jackpot tonight.
Yeah, I guess I did. And I want to quit while I'm ahead.
Well, there's the captain. Hello, Skipper. Good work, Vaquero.
Thanks, Captain.
This ends a lot of trouble for us.
I know.
They gave you a rough time, huh?
Well, we weren't sure at first that it was them. They weren't too close to the descriptions we had.
I knew it was them. I was looking at their guns.
Well, I want to see what that one has to say for himself.
Yeah, don't forget you fellas have your jackets back there.
We won't.
Hello, Novak. Hello, Captain. Well, this is the sorriest thief you ever met. He gets hooked hard on the job. His partner gets killed. He's still got nerve enough to insist that this is the first deal he's been in on.
What's your name?
How many times do I have to say it?
Now, look, mister, get straightened out and get straightened out fast. Tell the captain your name.
It's Kagan. That's Kagan.
You and your partner have been pretty busy boys, haven't you?
Well, I just met him today. What do you want from me?
Sure, you just met him today. And you dreamt up about those 19 other stick-ups, huh?
I don't know anything about any other 19 stick-ups.
He hasn't given us a hard enough time already. He wants to make it harder. Where did you meet him?
I told you wouldn't believe me anyway, so what's the use of telling you?
You tell me and let me make up my own mind. Now, where did you meet him?
In a bar down in the village.
What bar was that?
I don't know. Some bar on 7th Avenue.
When?
Today, this afternoon.
And you got to be such good friends that you just decided to go out together and stick up a liquor store, huh?
It's not exactly the way we decided, but it'll do.
Oh, why don't you tell us the truth?
I am telling you the truth. What have I got to hold back?
What do you think you're fooling, not us?
I'm not trying to fool anybody.
Now, you're past that stage. Hello, Captain. Matt. Good work, Novak. Thank you, Lieutenant. This is Ed Skagen. The other one's Richard Taney. Ed doesn't believe in telling the truth. He says this is the first liquor store he ever heisted. He said he had nothing to do with the 19 others.
He's right. He didn't.
He didn't?
You got yourself a good pair of heisters, Novak, but the ones we were looking for just hit down on the 15th precinct. That's 5 minutes ago.
No kidding.
You see, I told you.
Did they hit a store that was planted, Mac?
No, they got away clean, Captain, number 20.
I get dropped on number 1, and they hit number 20. Some luck I got.
Well, you're better off than they are, Eddie. You're through. They're still asking for what your friend got.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yeah. Yeah. How many women? Well, what is it, a bargain sale there? What do they want? Yeah. Yeah. Well, hasn't he opened the store? Well, get them back away from the glass there. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, is that so? All right, I'll send a car around there. Right away. Yeah, right away. Okay.
And so it goes. Around the clock. Through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct transcribed. A factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Les Damon in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were John Sylvester, Bob Reddick, Bryna Rayburn, Mason Adams, and Lawson Zerby. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Yeah, that's right. Those are policemen working over there. What do you want to know for? Well, how does what they're doing concern you? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you just have to bear us up.
You are by transcription in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. Yeah, we'll be through there right away, as soon as possible. Yes, sir. You're welcome.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keogh, Thomas P. Keogh. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing night duty, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. After I turned out the platoon at midnight, I went into my office to read and sign reports and communications that had piled up. Meanwhile, the men were taking over their posts, and one of them, Patrolman Daniel Mercado, walked over the prescribed route from the station house to Madison Avenue. After relieving Patrolman Edward Farrell on his assigned post, he began to try the doors to the shops along the avenue. As he was in the process of this operation, the car in which Sergeant William Waters was riding as recorder and Patrolman Joseph Ahern as operator pulled up to the curb.
Okay. Stay in the car while I talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Mercado,
Yes, Sergeant?
there's a street light out down the next block. Did you report it?
Farrell said it had been out for about 2 hours when I relieved him. He reported it.
Okay.
He said they're on the way to fix it.
All right. If it's still out at the end of the tour, I'll make another report of it.
Yes, sir. And they've been having trouble on this whole circuit up here the last couple of days.
What's that?
What's what?
I'm knocking.
I don't hear any knocking, Sarge.
Stop now. There it is.
It sounds like somebody hitting a window.
Where's it coming from?
Everything's closed in the block.
What about upstairs in one of the apartments?
Could be, Sergeant.
Hold it.
No, I don't think it's from upstairs.
Ahern.
Sounds like it's from way down that way, Sergeant.
Sergeant. Come here.
Yes, sir. There it is, Sergeant.
Yeah, I think it's from way down that way, the next block.
Yes, Sergeant. Hi, Merc. Joe?
Somebody's knocking on some glass, Ahern.
I don't hear it.
Well, wait just a second. You will.
There it is.
Oh, yeah. Down the next block.
What do you think, Joe? Got me. Could be coming from across the street.
Hold it. Ahern.
Yes, sir?
We'll walk down. You bring the car.
Okay, sir.
Come on, Mercado.
There it is. Still sounds from down that way.
Come on. Keep your eyes on those apartment windows upstairs.
Yeah, okay.
I'll look in the stores.
Why, it rings out like a bell.
Sure does. There's nothing to stop it at this time of night.
Hey, Sergeant!
Yeah?
Down here! The drugstore!
Okay.
Drugstore's closed.
Ahern, who is it? What?
Somebody inside the drugstore, he said.
Somebody inside.
Burglars?
No, Sergeant. Not burglars. Woman's locked in there.
All right, lady, take it easy. Take it easy.
Can you get me out?
How did you get in?
I was locked in. I'm using the phone.
Lady, you'll have to come closer to the door and talk a little bit louder. I can't hear what you're saying.
I was in the telephone booth when the store closed.
In the telephone booth?
Yes, that's right.
Wouldn't you know it?
All right.
I was in the telephone booth and all of a sudden the lights went out. I didn't know what happened. I hung up and the place was closed. It was locked tight.
How long ago was this?
What?
How long ago was it?
I don't know. I hadn't any idea. About 10 or 15 minutes ago.
He usually closes between 12 and 12:30, Sergeant. He was closed when I came on post. I think he was.
What did he say?
He was talking to me.
Oh, I've been trying to attract somebody's attention. I've been just standing here knocking on the door with $50.
All right, lady.
I would have called the police, but the dime I used in the phone was the last dime or quarter or nickel I had. All I had was the $50.
Now, look. Don't get panicky. Just take it easy. We'll get you out.
I'm not panicky. I'm just trying to tell you what happened. I know I'll get out.
Good.
I was getting a little worried until somebody heard me, but I know I'll be all right now.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Now, what I want you to do is reach up on the inside of the door. See if you can find a latch to turn.
You mean a knob?
That's right. See if you can find a knob.
The only thing is this. And I tried that before.
That won't do it.
The key's the only thing that'll open that, Sergeant. Listen, if the store has a burglar alarm service, they always have a key at the office.
Well, there'd be a sign that says protected by Holmes or Burns Patrol or whoever it was.
Well, yes, sir, usually.
There's no back door, is there, Mikado?
No, sir. This is the only way in or out.
Let me put my light up on the transom there.
There's no transom, Joe. No.
You think there's anything you can do?
We'll get you out. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried.
What building is this in, number 24?
Yes, Sergeant, 24.
All right, Ahern, walk around the corner of the building entrance. Find what apartment the superintendent lives in. See if he's got a key to this door.
Yes, sir.
All right, get going.
I'm on my way, Sergeant.
Mikado.
Yes, sir.
Go to the call box and ring in. Tell the lieutenant what we've got.
Yeah, okay, Sergeant.
He might want to check Holmes' detective anyway and Burns. What's the name of the druggist?
Erding. Paul Erding.
All right, go on.
Yeah, okay, Sergeant.
Oh. Yes, lady?
You're not going away and leave me.
No, we're not going anyplace.
Oh, that's good. I saw them leave.
I sent them to see if they could find somebody with a key.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, listen.
Yes?
Didn't the druggist know you were in the telephone booth?
No, I guess he didn't. It's in a funny place way in the back, in an alcove almost.
Was he alone in the store?
I think so.
Didn't he see you come in?
What?
Didn't he see you when you came in the store?
Maybe he did, but I was in the booth so long, I guess he forgot.
What's your name?
Grace Nehart.
How do you spell that?
Grace.
The last name.
Oh, Neihat.
Is that Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Where do you live?
Around the corner there at number 22.
Don't you have a phone in your apartment?
Oh, yes.
Well, why don't you use that instead of coming down here?
Well, the call I was making was of rather a personal nature. I didn't care to have my roommate overhear it.
Oh, I see.
What did you say?
I said I see. I understand.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
How long do you think I have to stay in here?
Until we can find someone with a key.
Do you know someone?
Well, it's in this apartment building. The super might have a key.
You think so?
Maybe. And if the druggist subscribes to the burglar alarm service, they'll have a key for sure.
It doesn't look to me like you subscribe to it. It's such a small store, and besides, there's none of that silvery tape on the windows.
Well, there's all kinds of burglar alarms.
Oh. Supposing he doesn't subscribe.
Then we've got the owner's name and number and phone at the file on the station house. We'll get him down here to open up.
I don't think he's going to like that very much.
He should have looked around the store before he locked up.
What did you say?
He should have looked around the store better.
What's the tumult here? What's the tumult?
All right, keep moving.
Well, I'm sorry. Excuse me, officer. I didn't mean to usurp your prerogative.
You're not usurping anything, mister. You just better go on home and get in bed.
What have we got? A damsel in distress? Oh, you!
Go on. You better hit the ties.
Oh, we'll put her in there. You!
Get moving.
Listen, I am not drunk. I'm only offering you my technical know-how for the damsel in distress. If you think I'm drunk again...
Yeah, I think so.
You were perfectly mistaken. All I had was one rock on the scotch with a whisk of peppermint wheel.
Now, look. Get going. Go on home.
All right. The word from the wise is sufficient. You! Good night. Good night. Good night, sweet damsel in distress.
Well, he was a big help.
I was worried. I thought you were going to arrest him.
Him? No, we've got bigger troubles.
I'll say he's got bigger trouble. You know, I'm beginning to get a little bit worried.
What?
I'm beginning to get a little bit worried, I said.
Are you in a hurry to get any place?
No.
Will anyone be concerned about you?
Just my roommate, but I don't care about her or whether she's concerned.
All right, then, relax. Enjoy the fuss that's being made over you.
I can't relax.
You were relaxed before. We'll get you out, don't worry.
I know you'll get me out. I have no doubt about that. I'll try to be calm and collected, but I just feel that I'm going to lose control. I feel so ridiculous in here.
How do you think I feel out here?
What?
Nothing.
I spoke to the desk officer, Sergeant.
Yeah, what did he say?
Well, he rang over to Holmes. This store isn't a subscriber. They got no key. Burns either.
I didn't think they would be.
How's she doing?
She's still in there.
Is there any news? Did you find the key?
No, not yet.
Sergeant, the lieutenant got the owner's name from the business house file. Like I told you, it's Erding. Paul Erding. He lives up in Washington Heights. The lieutenant said if the super didn't have a key to ring in again, and he'd get hold of Mr. Erding right away.
Okay. Yes?
What's going on? What are you plotting out there?
We're not plotting anything, lady, except how to get you out.
Here's a hand, Sergeant. How'd you do, Joe?
I woke up the super, Sergeant.
Yeah?
He's got no key to any of these stores.
Uh-huh.
All he handles is the residential apartments in the building. These stores here are handled direct by the office.
Okay. Mikado, you better ring into the lieutenant again. Tell him we can't locate a key.
Yeah, okay. Right away, Sergeant.
Super said he'd come and see if he could give us a hand as soon as he gets dressed, but doesn't know what there is he can do.
There's no other way out of this store, is there?
No, sir, he says there isn't. Just this door here.
Yes, lady.
Did you get a key?
No, not yet.
I thought that policeman went to wake up the super in the building.
He did. The super's got no key to any of the stores.
What are we going to do? How am I going to get out?
We'll get you out.
You keep saying that, but you don't do anything.
Just don't worry.
I am worried. I'm getting worried to death.
We got the home telephone number of the druggist in the files at the station house. The other officer went to the call box. He's going to ask the lieutenant to phone the druggist to come down here.
Do you think he'll come?
He'll come, yeah.
He might not feel very good about it.
He might not feel very good about it, but he'll come.
Well, I hope so.
What's that super's name, Ahern?
Charlie.
You said he'd come out as soon as he got dressed?
Yeah, Sergeant. He doesn't know what he can do, though.
Yes, ma'am?
Where does this druggist live?
In Washington Heights.
How long did it take him to get here?
About a half hour, a little more, maybe.
My goodness.
What?
I said, my goodness.
Oh. You ring in, Mikado?
Yes, sir, I rang in. The desk officer called up the druggist home.
Is he coming down to open up?
No, sir. His wife said he wasn't there.
Well, maybe he didn't have time to get home yet.
He's not coming home. He doesn't live there. His wife told the lieutenant they were separated about a month ago.
Yeah?
If all this concerns me, I wish you'd let me know what's going on.
Just a second, lady. Where does the wife say he's living now?
And she told the lieutenant she doesn't know.
Well, she knows how to get in touch with him when she has to, doesn't she?
Well, yes, sir. She knows that.
Well, where does she reach him?
Right here. Right here at the store.
I remained occupied with my paperwork, which consisted mainly of various reports concerning occurrences in the precinct, to be endorsed by me and forwarded through channels for about 25 minutes. Then I got up and walked out into the muster room, where I saw Lieutenant Matt King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, come in the front door of the station house. Matt? Hello, Captain. I see you're coming in when you should be going out. Why don't you go home?
Well, I thought about it, Captain. I've got the line up in the morning. I just used one of the beds upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about a cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Fred, is the coffee hot?
Yes, sir. There's some sugar in the drawer.
Okay. What's keeping you around here so late, Matt? Go ahead.
Well, Ludd and Scanlon got hold of a boy who said he knew where to find that Leota kid.
Oh, yeah? Here.
Thanks. That's good, kid.
Yeah. Any sugar?
Yeah, thanks.
Did you collar him?
Well, this boy said Leota was staying over in a flat on West 96th Street. But he heard he had a Luger over there besides the gun he used to shoot up the liquor store.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought we'd better be ready for anything over there. I took Danny Goldman in addition to Ludd and Scanlon. And we picked up another couple of men from the squad over there. We went up there to hit the flat.
Yeah?
Well, we hit the door, and there was only this babe inside. A girl, 18 or 19. She was scared half to death. I asked her whose flat it was. Said a friend of hers, a fellow named Kenny. Kenny Numa or something.
Mm-hmm.
I said, are you sure his name isn't Phil Leota? No, she said, his name is Kenny. Well, she was telling what she knew, all right. Yes, coffee sure hits the spot.
Yeah, it helps, I'll say that.
Anyway, she described this Kenny. The way she talked, she was talking about the Leota kid. So we gave the place a good going over, top to bottom. Wasn't anything there. He said he gave her the key and told her to meet him there. He'd be home like 10 o'clock. Well, we sat down to wait. Ludd and Scanlon and I. 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock. Finally, at 11:45, there's a noise out in the hall. Key in the door. Door opened. We jumped him.
But it's not the Leota boy.
No. He half scared this Kenny out of his wits. Fairly close to the physical description of Leota, but that's about all. Good, hard-working fellow. So, that's how I spent the evening.
Mm-hmm. Where are Ludd and Scanlon?
Oh, them? They went out to find the boy that gave them this hot information.
I don't blame them.
Excuse me, Captain.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hi, Red.
Right. We got a woman locked in a drugstore on Post 14.
How did she get in there?
She was in the phone booth and the druggist closed up.
Mm-hmm.
Super, the building says she's got no key. She got out the druggist's phone number from the business file. His wife says she separated from him for about a month and she doesn't know where he's living.
Have they got a burglar alarm service?
I checked Holmes, Captain. Store isn't a subscriber.
Who's on the job over there?
Sergeant Waters, Captain, and Mercado and Hearn. Sergeant says the woman started off kind of cool and collected when they first got there. She's getting a little panicky now.
Are you making any further effort to locate the druggist?
Yes, sir. He's got a mother who lives in the Bronx. According to the wife, the mother's got no phone. She doesn't think he's living with the mother, but the mother might know where he is. I got the 50th precinct and sent a man over there to talk to him.
Any friends of the man or employees of the store?
The wife says he's got a pharmacist working for him, a new one. She doesn't know his name. Came to work after they got separated. She used to help him out in the store herself.
She doesn't happen to have the key around the house, eh?
No, sir. Sergeant Waters wants to know what I thought about sending for the emergency squad to take the door off or cut the glass out or whatever they can do to get her out.
Well, you better hold up on that for a while, Red.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a ride over there and see what it looks like. Have a car come around for me.
Okay. On the way, Captain.
You want to take a look, Matt?
No, Captain, no thanks. I spend too much of my time now seeing people who are locked up.
In a few minutes, sector car number 3 came by the house for me and drove me over to the drugstore on Madison Avenue, where, by this time, a few people had gathered despite the lateness of the hour. As the car pulled to a stop behind the sergeant's car, I could see considerable activity in the doorway. All right. Wait here.
All right, folks. There's nothing to see. We might just as well move on. Captain?
Hello, Ahern. Where's Sergeant Waters? In the doorway there, talking to her. Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, let's just keep moving, huh?
Sergeant?
Hello, Captain.
How you doing?
Well, she's still in there. Miss Mehart.
Yes? I sent one of the officers with the super of the building. They went to call somebody from the real estate company. We'll see if they've got a key.
It's getting to be an awfully long time.
We'll know something in a few minutes.
You've been saying that. You've been saying we'll know something in a few minutes. An awful long time has gone by.
We're doing everything we can.
I don't know about that. I don't know if you are. I'm still locked in here.
I'm Captain Keogh. We'll get you out. We'll get you out very soon.
What?
You got to talk closer to the door, Captain. I said we'll get you out very soon.
I hope so. I only hope so.
She's in there too much longer, Captain. She's going to go to pieces.
Well, I don't know whether I'd blame her.
No, so neither would I. I was thinking about getting the emergency truck over here and taking that door off or the glass out or something.
Well, I don't think they could take the door off. They're butted hinges.
If you give me it open.
No, that'd cause a lot of damage. The best thing might be to cut the glass out.
Yes, sir.
McCarter went with the super?
Yes, sir.
Who are they calling?
Well, some executive from the real estate company that manages this building.
Mm-hmm.
The super says he might know where there's a key to the store. If he doesn't, he might know who to call. There she goes again.
Officer?
Yes?
Any news?
They haven't come back yet.
Oh. I'm getting very thirsty.
Thirsty?
Yes. Very thirsty.
Why don't you go behind the soda fountain and get a glass of water?
Do you think it would be all right?
It'll be all right, sure.
If you say so.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I will.
Well, that'll keep her busy for a minute anyway. Yeah.
Hearn.
That's it. Call me, Sergeant? The captain did. Oh, yes, sir.
Take a walk down to the call box. Ring into Lieutenant Gorman and see if he's had any luck in locating the druggist.
Yes, sir.
And tell him I'll be here until we get her out.
Okay, Captain, I'll tell him.
Let me know what he says.
Yes, sir. The 50th was going to send a man around to his mother's place.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Miss Mehart. We're right here.
I got my drink of water.
Well, that's good.
And I found this chair, too. There's no sense standing here when I can be sitting.
Yeah, you'll be a lot more comfortable.
It's not how comfortable I am that makes a difference. It's that I'm getting very nervous.
What?
I'm getting very nervous. I want to get out of here.
All right, we'll get you out.
I want to get out now. Right now. There's no reason why I can't get out right now.
Like I told you, lady, if we can't find somebody with a key, we'll get the emergency squad over here to take off the door.
I'd sure like to know when.
Very soon.
You've been saying that.
Captain. All right.
Just relax and you'll be all right.
Yes, Mikado.
Captain, this is Charlie, the super at number 28.
I'm glad to know you, Captain.
Hello. Some deal we got here.
Yes. Do you have any luck?
No luck at all. I went inside. I called up my boss, which is Mr. Doyle.
Did he have the key?
Well, Mr. Doyle's got charge of apartment rentals only, so he told me call up Mr. Matthews, which is in charge of business rentals. I said, look, Mr. Doyle, Mr. Matthews don't know me from a hole in the ground, so Mr. Doyle called up Mr. Matthews, and Mr. Doyle called me back.
Did Mr. Matthews have the key?
I know, sir. They said they've got no keys to any of these stores. Well, at least that's what Mr. Doyle told me, Mr. Matthews told me. I talked to Mr. Doyle, Captain. He said that Mr. Matthews assured him there was no master key to these stores in their office. The only one who had the key is the tenant.
I rang into the house, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Gorman says the 50th got back to him. They sent a man by the house of the man's mother. She doesn't know where he's living. She hasn't heard from him in over a month.
Captain.
Okay.
Now, look, Miss Mehart, put the chair down. Put it down.
No, I'm going to get out of here.
We've got the emergency squad on the way, Miss Mehart.
You've been saying that.
Now, put that chair down.
Let's stop, Sergeant.
You better get back, Mikado. Hey, keep the rest of them back.
Yes, sir. Come on,
Now, take it easy. Miss Mehart.
Now, you better get out of the way.
I think he means it, Captain.
Get back. Get back.
Put that chair down. We'll get you out.
Get down.
Come on, Captain. Miss Mehart. Captain, come on.
You all right, sir?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Sorry I pushed you, Captain. But I saw that chair coming down.
Well, don't worry about it. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Well, I did it.
Yeah, you did it.
I had to. Please help me.
Now, don't step through there yet. There's a lot of jagged glass hanging there. Mikado,
Yes, Captain, right here.
take a nightstick and clean that glass off around there.
Yes. Stand a few feet back in there, Miss
I
Nehart.
want to come out.
You'll be able to step out in a minute.
All right. If it's only going to be a minute.
Excuse me, son. Go ahead, Mikado. It's all yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mikado, that's good. Well, Captain, I guess she solved the problem for us.
Yeah. From now on, I don't think she'll mind if her roommate overhears her phone conversations.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Well, who are you, the watchman? Well, what'd they break into? Did you see the thieves? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's missing? Oh? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what was all that doing in a tool shack? Yeah. Well, was it locked? Yeah. The lock was jimmied off, huh? All right. I'll send the officers right over there. Yeah. Wait right at the gate.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the weeks, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Les Gaiman in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were John Sylvester, Bill Quinn, Abby Lewis, Santos Ortega, and Lawson Zerbe. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Art Hanna speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." She's jumped or she's going to jump? Yeah. What floor? Yeah. Oh, where is it? I'll get somebody to pull her inside.
You are by transcription in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. Just do what you can until the officers get there. Yeah, that's right. They're coming right over. Okay.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st. 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keogh. Thomas P. Keogh. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was a clear, sunny day and pleasantly cool for the time of year. When I came into the station house at 7:35, I went directly into my office and changed to uniform. Then I sat down at my desk to go over reports and communications that had piled up since I was last on duty 24 hours before. Sharply at 8, I got up and walked out into the muster room where I turned out the platoon for the day tour. After the men who would patrol the precinct for the next 8 hours marched out the front door to take over their posts, I remained behind the desk for a few minutes talking to Lieutenant Snyder, who would be desk officer during the tour. The sergeant on TS duty sat at the switchboard several feet away. What time do you have to be there, Harry?
Well, the subpoena said 10 a.m., Captain. I'll leave here about 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they had to subpoena me down to grand jury for. In that case, anyway.
Well, I suppose they want to definitely establish what property he had on this person when he was searched before the desk.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Collins.
Who's taking the desk when you leave?
All right,
Well, Captain Sergeant Waters will supervise patrol. Sergeant Collins is taking the desk, and we're bringing in Underwood for TS duty.
Okay.
I should be back before noon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excuse me. Who am I supposed to see?
What's the trouble, ma'am?
Well, I found this tag on the steering wheel of my car. I want to thank you very much. I parked my car last night, and I forgot to take the keys out. I really appreciate the police doing something about it. Leaving a tag like this is a very good idea.
May I see the tag, please?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm glad it says on there where to come. I've lived in the neighborhood for 4 years. I always thought the police station on 51st Street was the one for my house.
You have the registration for your car?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here. I always carry it in my purse.
I'd like to see your operator's license, too, please.
Oh, I keep them both together on the other side of that plastic thing.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful service of the police to take the keys out of the car and leave a tag like that so that people won't get worried.
You mind signing your name on this pad, Miss Hoyer?
Why?
Well, I just want to compare the signatures with those on your license for identification.
Oh, of course not. I agree with you that you can't be too careful. There. Well, you can't just give the keys to anybody who walks into the police station and asks for them, can you?
No, we can't. Now, here are your keys.
Oh, thank you. I'm much obliged to you. This is a real fine service on the part of the police. I appreciate it.
And this is for you, too, Miss Hoyer.
Oh, what's that?
That's a summons for you to appear in court next Wednesday morning at 10 a.m.
Summons? For what?
Well, any person that leaves a motor vehicle standing unattended on the street for more than 3 minutes with the ignition key in the lock is violating the law.
You mean you're giving me a ticket?
If that's what you want to call it. Yes, Miss Hoyer.
Well, I like that.
Well, it's an offense to leave the keys in your car.
Yes, I just forgot.
You forgot, and someone might have stolen it if the officer hadn't picked them up first.
Well, I think it's a lot of nerve to give me a ticket over something like that. After all, it's my car. If I wanted to leave my keys in it, I could do it, but I didn't want to. I just forgot.
Well, you won't forget next time, will you?
I don't see why I have to go to the trouble and pay a fine and everything like that. I thought taking the keys out of the car and bringing them to the police station was just a service.
It is a service, Miss Hoyer. We probably prevented your car from being stolen.
Well, I call it anything but a service.
You're welcome, Miss Hoyer. Well, I thought we gained a friend, Skipper.
You did, until you handed her the summons.
Yeah, from hero to bum in one easy lesson.
One hard summons.
Sergeant Collins.
Who's the 124 man on the job this tour?
Fallon, Captain.
Did you tell him to come to my office?
Yes.
Is the emergency squad on the way?
I got to send a 49 down to the license division.
What about an ambulance?
Okay, Skipper, I'll send him right in.
All right. Captain.
Yes, Sergeant?
We got a leaper.
Where's this?
She hasn't jumped yet, Captain. She's sitting on the ledge of her apartment building outside the window, 781 East 66th Street.
Is the emergency squad on the way?
Yes, sir. CB got the call direct.
All right. Have a car come by for me.
Okay, Captain, right away.
Suicide, or attempted suicide, is a serious problem. But its seriousness is multiplied several times because an individual in such a frame of mind generally has no regard for other lives. In the city of New York, it is not unusual for an innocent pedestrian to be killed or injured when a suicide leaps from a high building. Still more common are explosions resulting from gas suicide. To the police, the problem is as much protection of the general public as rescue of the person intent upon destroying himself. For this and other rescue work, the police department maintains 10 emergency service squads. Assigned to each of these 10 squads are 3 sergeants and 24 patrolmen, specially trained for the work. Each squad is equipped with 2 radio emergency patrol cars and a truck, all constructed according to specifications. The cars, which carry light rescue equipment, are in constant patrol of the districts to which they are assigned. The 10 trucks, garaged throughout the city, respond to the scene of an emergency whenever heavier rescue equipment or additional men is needed. When the RMP car, which had picked me up at the station house, arrived in the block, one of the radio emergency patrol cars was already on the job. So were sector cars number 2 and number 5, and a sergeant's car from the 21st. 2 men had been assigned to keep the sidewalk in front of 781 clear. But a crowd of people was beginning to gather across the street. Their eyes were fixed on the 11th floor of the apartment building. I instructed Patrolman Coley, the operator of my car, to pull in. Get busy over there, Coley. I'll keep those people back. Sergeant Waters.
Now, go on, get across the street. This is no place for you. Get over there.
Hello, Captain. How long has she been sitting there, Sergeant?
Since 10 after 8, Captain.
Mm-hmm. What floor is that?
11.
What about life nets?
I just came downstairs to check and see what's holding up the emergency truck, Captain. We'll get the nets up as soon as they get here. You want to come up?
Yeah.
My name is Mrs. Elizabeth Share. Neighbors tell me she's about 50 years old.
Mm-hmm.
All right, get on the job over there. Don't let the people walk down this way, will you? Yes. Go on. Go ahead, Captain. She's a widow, lives here alone. The elevator's back there.
How close can you get to her?
We're in the next apartment, Captain. We can get close enough to talk to her, that's about all. Looking out the window, that is.
Mm-hmm. What about her front door?
It's locked from the inside.
Going up?
Yeah, we're going up.
Some excitement around here this morning, huh? Glad every day isn't like this.
11.
Name is Bugs. I could have told you she was Bugs. Plain nuts. She's a recluse like, you know.
You mean she never comes out of the apartment?
Oh, she comes out all right. She just don't talk to nobody when she does. Takes like a crowbar to get a good morning out of her.
Mm-hmm. Who's on the job up there?
Well, Meister was the first man here. He started to talk to her. He's still doing it. So Lieutenant King, he was out on patrol and responded. He came up. He's talking to her, too.
You think they'll be able to talk her back in?
Believe me, you're going to have some job. 11.
Who are those men?
Some of ours, Captain, and some from the Emergency Service Division.
All right, you men. Get it down. Now, just keep it quiet. If you make too much noise out here in the hall, she's liable to hear you and jump.
Okay,
Captain. Okay, Captain.
This way, Captain.
All right.
That's our door, Captain.
All right, keep those men posted here.
Yes, sir. As soon as the emergency truck comes, we'll have men with bars and axes here to break it down if we have to.
Okay.
Next door there is Mrs. Lanigan. That's where we are.
Uh-huh.
We're talking to her through Mrs. Lanigan's front window. In here, sir. That's Mrs. Lanigan there.
Now, listen, I think it'll be very careful.
Mrs. Lanigan.
Yes.
Mrs. Lanigan, this is Captain Keogh, commanding officer of the 21st Precinct.
Oh, how do you do, Captain? This is awful, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry to have my men going through your apartment.
Oh, that's all right. I'm glad to do what I can. That poor little thing, I never knew she was so troubled. I never had any idea.
Mm-hmm. Do you know her very well?
Oh, no, hardly more than to nod to her. We've been living here 4 years, and she's here longer than that. She's never been in my apartment. I've never been in hers.
I see.
You think you're going to be able to do something? I mean, it'd be awful if she jumped.
Well, we're going to try.
Want to take a look, Captain?
Yeah. Excuse me, Mrs. Lanigan.
Yes, of course.
Now, aren't you getting hungry out there, Mr. Chair? And cold?
Hello, Matt.
Come here and
Captain.
get a nice cup of coffee.
What about the emergency truck, Sergeant?
It's on the way, Lieutenant King. Are you doing any good?
Well, I tried. Now, Meister's trying again. It's kind of hard to get her to answer us.
You really ought to have some...
How far away is she? Well, it's about 8 feet, Captain. I started to climb out on the ledge of this window once. She said if I came out any farther, she'd jump. Told me not to come any farther. Uh-huh. You think we can string life nets below?
Don't you think I've got men down on the 9th floor, Skipper. They're there with the manager of the building. They're going in every apartment and opening the windows. They're getting ready for the emergency truck.
Then you'll be able to get the nets up right away, huh?
What do you say, Mr. Yes, sir. As soon as the truck comes.
All right, let's see how he's doing.
Now, there's something bothering you. If there's something on your mind, just come on inside. We'll talk it over. I tried that before. We'll get it straightened out. You've got the whole police department on your side, Mr. Chair, all of it. If you've got any real problems, we can even get the commissioner up here. You see, the captain came. The captain came to help you. He's here now. Would you like to talk to the captain? Maybe he can help you. All right, just a second. Captain Keel, I think he'll talk to you.
All right.
All right, here's the captain, Mr. Chair. And this is the boss, Captain Keel. Now, he can solve all your problems for you. Go ahead, Captain. I got your legs.
Yeah.
Watch it, Captain. Hold on.
I'm all right.
Mrs. Shayer, this is the captain, the boss of this whole precinct.
How do you do, Mrs. Shayer?
Sorry to cause you all this trouble, Captain. That's all I wanted to tell you.
Now, why don't you come inside? We'll talk about it.
No. I'm going to jump. I don't care to live anymore. There's nothing left, so I just don't care to live anymore.
Well, now, I don't think there's any problem that can't be straightened out.
Not mine. I just don't know what to do about mine. What's that? More policemen?
Yes, I think so.
I'm in so much trouble. I give you problems. I just have to jump. If I jump, I won't be any more of a problem.
Now, that's not so, Mrs. Shayer. It might be a worse problem for many people.
No, I'm going to jump. Goodbye. Goodbye, Captain.
Mrs. Shayer.
Yes?
Mrs. Shayer, it would be a great favor to me if you didn't.
But I should.
It would be a great favor to me.
I'll have to think about it. I can't promise you anything.
All right, Mrs. Shayer. You go ahead and think about it. Mrs. Shayer, apparently demented, remained on the ledge outside her apartment on the 11th floor of the East 66th Street building. Her door was locked from the inside, and we feared an attempt to break it down would cause her to jump. Officers could get only within about 8 feet of her by leaning out the window of the apartment next door. For nearly an hour, Lieutenant King, commander of the 21st Detective Squad, Patrolman Meister, and I talked to her in shifts, attempting to coax her back into her apartment. All our pleas were fruitless. In the meantime, specially constructed rope life nets, 20 by 25 feet, were strung from windows on the 9th floor of the building, directly below the point where Mrs. Shayer was perched. If she jumped, she would hit the net. But the sergeant in charge of the emergency service squad on the job informed me there was considerable chance that the nets would not hold because of lack of adequate support from above. 38 police officers from the 21st Detective Squad, the 21st Precinct, 19th Precinct, Traffic Precinct C, and the Emergency Service Division were assigned to various tasks, both on the street and in the building. For instance, 4 ESD patrolmen stood at the door to Mrs. Shayer's apartment with axes and crowbars, ready to break the door down. An ambulance from Metropolitan Hospital was standing by. In the apartment next door, Lieutenant King and I were close to the window. Our patrolman Meister leaned way out to talk to the woman.
She might sit there all day, Captain.
Well, that'd be better than jumping, Matt.
Yes.
Do you smoke, Mrs. Shayer?
The last leaper we had was that one on 5th Avenue. Remember that one, Captain?
Yeah, I read about that one.
What kind do you smoke?
Captain Keogh.
Yes, Sergeant?
Come on over here, Harry. The elevator man, Captain.
All right. Yes, what is it?
She got a telegram this morning, Mrs. Shayer.
Wouldn't you like to go back?
Well, why didn't you tell us this before?
I just remembered.
How'd you know it was for her?
Western Union boy asked me where she was, Mrs. Elizabeth Shayer.
You took him up there?
Yeah, sure, I took him up.
It'd be kind of hard to lie.
I'll get one of my men on the job. Let him check Western Union.
That's a good idea, Matt. You can try.
Sergeant, grab hold of Meister's legs here, will you?
Yes, sir.
You better get back in the elevator, Harry.
Okay, yeah, I'm going.
I think it'd be a good
I'll get someone right on it, Captain.
Whitey, stay there. I want to talk to you.
This is getting to be a rough one, Captain.
Yeah.
Who?
Oh, he wants to talk to somebody else, I think.
Yeah, he's right here, Mrs. Shayer. You want him to come out? All right. Now, you stay there. I'll get him to come out. Now, you stay there. Just don't move. That's right.
He wants to talk to you again, Captain.
Okay.
He's coming out, Mrs. Shayer. I got you, Captain. Go ahead.
You want to talk to me, Mrs. Shayer?
I got tired of talking to him.
Well, now, why don't you go back inside and you can talk to all of us?
I really don't want to go back inside. I really want to jump. That's all I want to do is jump, and I'm scared. I want to die, but I'm scared.
Well, now, that's a good sign that you're scared. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Nobody wants me. Nobody needs me. This wouldn't make any difference to anyone. No one at all.
It would make a difference to you, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't even make any difference to me. I'm going to jump. I'm going to jump right now.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Shayer.
I'm wasting your time, wasting everybody's time, just making a fool out of myself. That's all, just a plain fool right now. Goodbye, Captain. Thank you.
Who was the telegram from, Mrs. Shayer?
What telegram?
The one you got this morning.
You know everything, don't you? You know, I got the telegram, enough to put those ropes down there. The person wants to do away with themselves. You just let them go ahead and do it. I don't see what business it is of the police anyway.
We're only trying to help you.
You're not trying to help me. You're trying to keep me from doing what I want to do. It's not help. You know I got a telegram.
The detectives found it out.
How'd they find it out?
Well, it's their job to find out things.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Who was it from?
No, I'm not going to tell you that. I don't have to tell you that. It's none of your business.
All right. If that's the way you feel about it.
It's from my son, Ernest.
Oh.
I don't know why you're making such a fuss about it, because I'll be dead. The whole thing will be all over. What are all those people doing down there? Can't they leave someone alone? They have any respect for someone's privacy. It's a shame the way they make a spectacle out of themselves, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Standing on the street like that, just making a spectacle of themselves. My son, he isn't coming here.
Isn't he?
No, it's what he said in the telegram.
Oh, I see.
He lives in California, you know.
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen him in 4 years. He wanted me to come out to California. I would have gone too, except that I'm afraid to fly. I don't like the trains either. I just can't ride on a train. I get sick riding on trains. Sicker than I'd be in an airplane, I guess, only I've never been in one. Anything like this, looking down now, this isn't so bad. Looking down, it's really very nice.
Well, an airplane is a little bit more comfortable, I think, Mrs. Shea.
Oh, I couldn't fly. I just couldn't fly.
You okay, Captain? Yeah, I'm okay.
Hey, look, there's smoke coming out of the chimneys over there. They ought to do something about that because it ruins my curtains. You know how much soot there is in my curtains all the time.
I'd like to see those curtains, Mrs. Shea. My wife complains a lot about soot on hers, too.
Just terrible.
Now, look, why don't you open the door and let me look at them?
No, I couldn't do that. I'm going to jump.
4 years since you've seen your son, is that right?
Yeah. How did you know? Tell me the detectives found that out, too. He was in Washington. He was coming to New York to see me, especially to see me. But he said he couldn't. He's got to fly back to California to hurry. The telegram said if he could come, he'd telephone from the airport. He won't come. He's not going to. Do policemen make a lot of money?
Not very much, no.
How much?
Why don't you go back inside, Mrs. Shea? We can sit down and have a nice, long talk about this and the soot on your curtains, everything else.
No, tell me how much you make. I'd like to know.
The captain makes $7,130.
A year?
Yes.
That all. It's not very much, is it?
It's all right.
How much does he make?
Who's that, Mrs. Shea?
The policeman, the one who was just talking to me.
Patrolman Meister?
I don't know what his name is, I guess. So how much does he make?
Well...
No, don't you tell me. I'd like him to tell me himself.
Well, I can tell you...
No, you might lie to me. I want him to tell me. I'd like him to tell me.
All right.
Come on.
Meister.
Tell me the truth now.
She wants to talk to you.
All right, Mrs. Chair, I'm here. What is it you want, Mr. King? I got you myself.
Have any luck with her, Captain?
What was it?
No, she talks about everything but going in.
We're working on that telegram, Captain.
It was from her son.
Oh, was it?
Mm-hmm.
She tell you that?
Yeah. He was supposed to come visit her and can't make it.
Oh?
Can you handle him there, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I got a good hold on.
You think that's the reason she went out on the ledge, Captain?
Well, could be, Matt. She said she hasn't seen him in 4 years. He was supposed to come visit her today.
And the telegram said he couldn't.
Yeah, but he tried to let her down lightly. He said if he could make it, he'd call from the airport.
Uh-huh.
No, Matt, I think I've got an idea.
What, Captain?
Whose apartment is this?
Mrs. Lanigan.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Lanigan?
Yes. Is there any news, Captain?
Maybe.
Oh, good.
Can I see your telephone book?
Oh, yes, it's right here. I keep it in the cabinet there. Right here.
Thank you. You don't happen to have Mrs. Shea's telephone number, do you?
No, I don't.
Good idea, Captain.
Oh, maybe.
Next page.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here it is. Butterfield 81598.
What do you need a phone number for?
Can we use your phone in a minute?
Oh, yes, sure, if you want to.
Okay. Matt, come on. Let's go talk to those emergency servicemen in the hall.
All right. Might work.
Well, something has got to. You men.
Yes, sir. What is it?
Now, listen, we're going to try something. We think the reason she's doing this is connected with a telegram that was delivered to her this morning. It was from her son, who was supposed to visit her in New York. He said he wasn't going to, but if his plans were changed, he'd call her from the airport. Now, do you think it would take more than 10 seconds to get that door open after you hit it?
Not that long, no.
All right. I'm going back into the Lanigan apartment. I'm going to ring the phone in Mrs. Shea's. If she goes back into her apartment to answer it, you'll get a signal from Lieutenant King, who will be standing there in the door. As soon as you get that signal, you hit this door and get inside fast. Is that clear?
Right.
Get in there fast and grab her. Okay, Matt.
It might work, Captain.
Well, I don't know of anything else that will. Now, you stand right here at the doormat, okay?
Yeah, sure, Captain.
Meister will pass the word to Sergeant Waters. He'll pass it to me, and I'll give it to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, get set with those bars
Is
down
something going to happen?
I just want to use your phone, Mrs. Lanigan. Now, you better stand over there. Get out of the way and keep quiet, all right? I'd appreciate it.
Oh, yes. Anything you say.
Good. Sergeant Waters?
Yes, sir, Captain.
I know it's not much, Mrs. Shea.
Tell Meister we're going to try
Get
something.
an increase.
It might bring her back into the room. When she's completely inside, you tell Meister to give you a signal, all right?
The PBA
Go on
is
in.
working on it.
I hope so. Tell Meister.
I'll tell him. Meister, listen to me.
All right, now. Everybody quiet. Keep quiet in the room. Not a sound, please. Are they set out in the hall, Matt?
Yes, sir. Everybody's set.
All right. Now wait until you get the signal from me, Matt. From me, not Sergeant Waters, okay?
Okay, Captain.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay, Captain.
Now, everyone quiet, and stay quiet. Come on.
Meister says she's going inside.
Hold it, Matt. Not yet.
She's in, Captain.
Okay, Matt, hit it.
All right, hit the door.
Ernest? I'm so glad you came. Oh, stay out of there. Please, no.
They're in.
No, stay away from me. Please, let me go.
Come on, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You all right, Captain? You all right?
All right, now sit down there, Mrs. Chair. Please sit down.
I didn't want to come in. I wanted to jump. I still want to jump. Please let me go, please.
Sergeant. Yes, sir.
Please let me
Get that
go,
ambulance
please.
and send him up here.
I thought it was Ernest. I thought it was my boy. He said he would call. That's what he said in the telegram. That's why I came in to answer the phone. I thought it was him. I really did.
All right, Miss Chair. You'll be all
I
right.
haven't seen him in 4 years. Not in 4 years. Now he came to Washington and didn't even come to New York to see me. He's not very far from Washington to New York. He could have come to see me.
Now, don't worry about it, Mrs. Shea. I'm sure he'll come to see you now.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Well, who got bitten? Oh? How old? 4. Well, where's the dog now? Is the dog there? Well, where is it? Oh, yeah? Well, what's the name of the girl that got bit? How do you spell that? All right, you just wait right there in the emergency room. Yeah, right there. I'll have an officer come over there and talk to you. Yeah, right away. Just stay there.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed. A factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Les Damon in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Frank Behrens, Lawson Zerby, Bryna Rabin, Elaine Ross, and Frank Campanella. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. George Bryan speaking.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." Who? What happened? He fell off a truck. Yeah? Yeah? Well, how old a boy? Now, wait a minute.
You are, by transcription, in the muster room of the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, you just tell them I'm sending the officers right over there. Yeah, and the ambulance, too. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River. The security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Keel, Thomas P. Keel. I'm captain in command of the 21st Precinct. I was doing day duty, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was a bright, warm Sunday morning, and after I turned out the platoon at 8, sector car number 4 came by the house for me, and I went on patrol of the precinct. We had driven uptown on Park to the boundary of the 21st and started downtown on 5th when the number of our car was broadcast with instructions to call the station house. Patrolman Farrell stopped the car at the nearest call box, and I rang in. The desk officer, Lieutenant Gorman, told me that Patrolman Patrick E. Cahill had been injured while chasing boys out of a condemned tenement building on First Avenue. He had been taken to Bellevue Hospital in an ambulance. Because of the possibility of sick leave with pay or disability retirement in such cases, a commanding officer is obliged to make a detailed investigation to determine if the injury was in the line of duty. So I returned to the car and instructed Patrolman Farrell to drive to Bellevue. There we parked the car, and in the emergency ward, I was told where to locate the resident who had treated Patrolman Cahill on admission. Doctor?
Yes.
Are you Dr. Hussberg?
Yes, I am.
I'm Captain Keel of the 21st Precinct.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Captain?
How are you? Patrolman Cahill is one of my men. I understand you treated him when he came in.
Oh, yes, I did.
What does it look like, Doctor?
I think he has a fractured left ankle.
Oh.
He couldn't carry his weight on it. It was swollen considerably by the time he got here.
Mm-hmm.
Even from an examination by palpation, it appeared to be fractured. I sent him back to make x-rays. We'll know for sure in a couple of minutes.
Can I go back there?
Oh, yes, sure, Captain. I don't see why not. This way.
Thank you.
He seems to be perfectly all right otherwise. A few contusions on the leg where he went through the floorboard. No indication of shock. I've given him a needle to calm him down and ease the pain.
I see.
I understand there's a police surgeon on the way.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we'll have the x-rays all made up by the time he gets here.
Good.
Head to the right there. Kids in a tenement. They ought to keep those abandoned buildings boarded up. They're supposed to. Second door down, Captain. In here.
All right.
Go ahead.
Take a deep breath and hold it. Don't breathe. Okay, Commissioner, you can breathe now.
Go right over, Captain. It's all right. Nurse, this is Captain Keel. It's all right.
You won't get in my way.
Hello, Cahill.
Captain? So, how do you feel?
Still hurts some.
Well, I'd be worried if it didn't.
Yeah?
Well, I'll see you, Captain.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Doctor.
It's all right. Don't mention it.
Now, what happened, Cahill?
Well, sir, I was on post there, and a news dealer on the corner told me some kids were in this condemned tenement. Said they were throwing things out of the second and third story windows and just missed a couple of pedestrians.
All right, let's stop the chatter. Take a deep breath and hold it. Don't breathe. All right, you can breathe now.
So I went inside, Captain. I guess they heard me coming. There were 2 little kids, 8 or 9. They were on the second floor. They ran up to the third, and I started up after them. There was a weak board on the landing there, and I went right through.
Now we'll take a different pose. This is a good size.
Any side.
Well, over this way a little bit.
I'll try.
Easy. All right, you don't have to do it all at once.
Brother.
That's it, right there. Well, we'll see how it looks from this angle. This will be the last one.
So there I was. My foot was through the floor. I pulled it out, and I crawled to a window. The boards were out, so I could lean out. I yelled down the street, and this news dealer heard me. He rang in.
The door wasn't battened, huh?
Well, if it was, Captain, it sure wasn't battened very well. Those 8-year-olds got in.
What happened to them?
All right, take a deep breath. Hold on. Don't breathe. All right, you can breathe.
It beats me what happened to him, Captain. They must have went up to the roof and crossed over. I never saw him anymore.
If you want to buy any prints, just let me know.
No, thanks.
I don't think there's any you'll want to show to your grandchildren. Excuse me, Captain. Now, you think you can roll off the table back out of this pushmobile?
Well, I rolled off of there, didn't I? I can try.
All right, let's see how big and brave and strong you are. Come on. That's it. Come on.
Oh, here. Grab hold of me, Cahill.
No, that's all right.
There you are.
Oh, boy, that thing hurts.
Yes, I can imagine.
Come in.
Captain Keogh in here.
Everybody's in here.
Yes, Sergeant.
How you doing, Cahill?
All right, I guess, Sergeant.
What is it, Sergeant?
There's an accident case out there you might be interested in, Captain.
From the 21st?
Yes, sir. A boy about 13 or 14 years old.
Oh. I'll be back to see you, Cahill.
Yes, sir.
All right, Commissioner, let's go for a ride.
You want to leave this door open?
We can't go through with it closed, can we?
To the left, Captain. Doesn't look like the kid's going to make it.
What happened?
Well, he hits the ride on the back of a newspaper truck. Truck slowed down for lights going downtown on Lexington Avenue. Kid jumped off, missed his footing, and fell right under the wheels of a car that was right behind the truck.
How bad is he?
Pretty bad, Captain. He was unconscious when he got there. He's still unconscious.
Do you know who he is?
No, sir. There's nothing in his pockets that shows that.
What about the driver of the truck?
He doesn't know him, Captain. He didn't even know he was on the truck. Oh, down there through the swinging doors. That's him.
Now, another piece. That's good.
Okay. Is he still unconscious, Doctor?
Yes, Sergeant, he is.
I'd make him to be about 13, wouldn't you, Captain?
Yes, about. No name anyplace, Sergeant?
No, sir, nothing.
All right. You better wheel him on back to X-ray.
Yes, that's it.
What does it look like, Doctor? It doesn't look very good. He has no less than a brain concussion. It's possibly a fractured skull. I'd say probably a fractured skull. And there appear to be internal injuries.
Yeah, that's too bad. How are you going to keep these kids off the trucks? I don't know.
Captain, you better find out who he is and get his parents down here. Get them down here in a hurry. With Sergeant Waters, I examined the clothing that was taken off the boy. The most significant item was a red and yellow club jacket with the lettering Red Tigers on the back. In his pockets were a handkerchief, a comb, 2 single cigarettes, a half-dozen kitchen matches, and 32 cents in change. He carried no identification of any kind. Detectives of the 21st Squad under Lieutenant Matt King, detectives of the Manhattan East Homicide Squad, and members of the Accident Investigating Squad, which is responsible for the technical side of investigations in motor vehicle accidents resulting in death or serious injury, are already on the job. Meanwhile, detectives of the 21st Squad were locating witnesses, obtaining statements, and, most important, trying to identify the boy in order to notify his family. I resumed patrol, and it was 12:20 p.m., more than 3 hours after the accident, that I returned to the station house. As I walked in the door, I saw Lieutenant Matt King, commanding officer of the 21st Detective Squad, standing and talking to Sergeant Waters, who was now on telephone switchboard.
Hello, Captain.
Matt? Sergeant?
Busy Sunday, Skipper.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you, Captain.
Be just a minute, Matt. As soon as I sign the blotter.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Kids riding on the back of trucks. What can they expect?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Well, where were you? You're ringing 5 minutes late. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got to admit that's a good one. But just ring it on time, will you? Okay. I don't know, Lieutenant. They seem to have better excuses these days. They're getting a bunch of smarter rooks.
Yeah.
How's the boy, Sergeant? Did you hear?
Still alive, Captain. I just checked a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Any identification, Matt?
No, sir. We're working on that.
I'll be in my office, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Matt.
Yes. I gave it to Dan Goldman, Captain. I've got him out trying to identify the boy.
Good.
I just spoke to him. He hasn't gotten any place yet.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Yes.
The doctor told me the boy probably wouldn't live through the day.
Yeah, no.
I think it's important to get him identified and get his parents down there.
We're trying our best, Captain.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, we don't even have any idea what neighborhood he's from. That newspaper truck was coming all the way down from the Bronx. The driver said he didn't even know the boy was on there, much less where he hopped on.
Oh, we ought to be able to identify him pretty quick through that club jacket.
The Red Tigers, yeah.
The precinct youth patrolman is off, but you ought to be able to reach him at home. He keeps a file on those clubs.
Yes, sir. I know. I had Goldman call his home. He isn't at home.
Well, he might be in church. He should be home soon.
I got a call into the youth squad and the juvenile aid bureau, too. They're checking their records.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a club called the Red Tigers listed someplace.
Yeah, they might.
How's the cop that was hurt, Captain?
Cahill? No, he'll be all right. Fractured ankle. He'll be out about 6 weeks.
There'll be some way to keep those condemned buildings more secure.
Yeah. I don't know what more I can do about it. I send a sergeant out every week to make an inspection of everyone in the precinct. I send a 49 downtown to the Department of Housing and Buildings in connection with everyone that can be entered. And I see the summonses are issued for the owners. You just can't keep the kids out of them. They're attractive hazards.
Well, they're going to tear them down eventually. Why don't they tear them down now?
I don't know, Matt. There's always some good reason.
Yes, sir.
When did JAB and the youth squad say they'd call back?
As soon as they look through their cards.
Well, if you don't hear from them soon, you'll call, huh?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Matt. Yes. 21st Precinct, Captain Keough.
Sergeant Waters on TS, Captain.
Yes?
I just heard from Bellevue. The boy died at 12:16.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, you won't make it, Matt. The boy died. Within a few minutes after Lieutenant King went upstairs to his office in the 21st Detective Squad, he called me on the telephone to inform me that he had heard from the Juvenile Aid Bureau. They had no record of a boys' club called the Red Tigers. Ezra D. Winkler, the precinct youth patrolman, arrived at the station house at 1:35. With Detective Goldman, he checked through his files. There they located a record of the Red Tigers, which showed that the club was composed of some 10 boys, 13 to 15 years of age. They had met in a basement clubhouse on East 73rd Street in the 21st Precinct. The names and addresses of several of the members were on file. There was a big hitch, however. The Red Tigers had disbanded because of a squabble among members and had been inactive since 1951. The boy we were trying to identify appeared to be no more than 14 years old. All the former members of the Red Tigers were now between 18 and 20. It was decided, nevertheless, to check out each of the former members to see if he had any information about the dead boy. By 2 p.m., Detective Goldman and Patrolman Winkler had set about this task. And somewhat later, I was in my office busy reading and signing reports. Out in the muster room, Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer, and Sergeant Waters was still on telephone switchboard duty.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Yeah, where is this? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's the bus stop stanchion doing in the hallway there? Who was it? A drunk? All right, I'll send an officer right over there. No, just leave it where it is. Let the officer attend to it. Yes, ma'am. All right, you're welcome.
Hey, listen, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Is this where I'm supposed to come? I'm Walter Larb.
What do you mean, is this where you're supposed to come?
Well, a cop was around my house to see me.
Yeah?
Yeah, a fellow named Winkler. Ezra Winkler, I think. Is he from here?
That's right. Patrolman Winkler.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't home. He talked to my sister. Told my sister he wanted some information from me. What kind of information, do you know?
Sergeant, would you file these?
Oh, yeah, sure, Captain. Are you one of the fellows who used to be a member of the Red Tigers, Waller?
The Red Tigers? Well, yeah, that was my club. I used to be a Red Tiger. Well, what's that got to do with what he wants me about?
I'm Captain Keough.
Oh, excuse me, Captain. This is Walter Larb.
How are you, Walter?
Well, fine, except this cop was around to see me. He spoke to my sister. Said he wants some information from me. What kind of information, do you know?
Is either Winkler or Goldman around, Sergeant?
No, sir, they're both out.
Who's up in the detective squad?
Nobody now. Lieutenant King went out for a meal. He ought to be back any minute.
Well, what's this all about, anyway? You got me worried, you know. What kind of information is it?
Oh, there's Lieutenant King.
Matt.
Well, I got a right to know.
Yes, Captain. Matt, this is Walter Larb. How are you? Lieutenant King.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Walter used to be a member of the Red Tigers.
Oh, is that so? Listen, tell me what's so important about the Red Tigers. Haven't even thought of the Red Tigers in 4 or 5 years.
Winkler was around to see him, and he wasn't home. He left a message with his sister.
You want to come upstairs with me, Walter?
Well, why?
Just want to show you something.
Listen, I don't know what this is all about, but I didn't do anything.
We know you didn't, Captain. Yeah, Matt, I'll come up.
Can you recall all the members of the Red Tigers?
Well, there were about 10 of us. Yeah, 10 kids.
Upstairs. Where are they now, do you know?
Well, a lot of the guys have moved away from the neighborhood. Some of them I haven't seen for years. different world I live in now.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the problem? Look, I want to help you out if I can, but I'd like to know what it's all about.
In here. Go ahead.
Oh, that's obliged.
Captain.
I couldn't tell you much.
Sit down there, Walter.
Yeah, thanks.
How did the Red Tigers come to break up?
No, you know, it was just one of those things. First of all, we were getting a little too old for that kind of stuff. 15, 16, you know. 13 and 14 is all right, but 15 and 16, you're getting a little too old. A couple of guys had a big fight over a girl in the neighborhood, and we split into two fractions, like. Big brawl was the night of the election. Boy, we really tore up that clubroom. They called the cops on us that night, you know. Yeah, people upstairs, they called the cops. We were in here, right in the station house. Boy, there was some fight. I carried around a mouse for 3 weeks, this size. Well, after there wasn't much reason for sociability among us, so we just gradually drifted apart. Like I said, we were getting too old for that stuff anyway.
Did the club ever have jackets made?
Yeah, we had jackets. We had red and yellow ones with the red tigers across the back there, you know. Boy, did we have to skimp and scrape to get those things. They were $20 a piece. Hey, you know how we did it? We had raffles. It was Thanksgiving, I remember. We raffled off 3 turkeys. We made enough for all the jackets. $200. That was all right for kids, huh? Yeah, we were a pretty smart bunch.
Where's your jacket, Walter?
My jacket?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. I think it's home there hanging in the closet still. It'll be too small for me now. You know, I was 15, maybe 14, something like that.
I've got a jacket in my office, Walter. I'd just like you to take a look at it and see if it's a Red Tigers jacket from your club.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, take your time. Hey, listen, what's this all about? Is somebody in a jam? Somebody who was in a club?
No, it's nothing like that.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. They were a nice bunch of guys. Even if we did fight, you know, nobody got in real trouble. Kid stuff, that's all. They all turned out pretty nice as far as I know. They all got jobs. A couple of guys even went to college there. As a matter of fact, one's a cop. Howard Linden, do you know?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Hey, he lives in Rego Park now. Nice guy. A very nice guy.
Walter, take a look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Is this a Red Tigers jacket?
Yeah. That's a Red Tigers jacket. What'd you get? Hey, how did it get torn like that? That's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, whose is it? Which one of the guys?
We don't know. That's what we're trying to find out.
Oh, you want me to help you with that, huh?
There was no name in it.
Well, no, we didn't like to put names in it because the material was so light it would show through a little bit, you know. One guy tried it. Boy, was he sorry.
There's no way you can tell whose this is.
Well, there were 10 of us. It must have belonged to one of the 10. That's logical, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see this. Yeah, I couldn't tell nothing by the size. We were mostly about the same size. You know, kids.
Yeah.
Hey, for crying out loud.
What, huh?
What? I think that's mine.
Is it?
Well, yeah, I think so. You see that ink spot there on the inside? Well, I wore it in school one day, and I had a fountain pen in my pocket, and the cap came off, and the ink leaked out a little bit. Yeah, I remember the spot. Oh, I was sick, just sick. I think that is mine. I don't remember any of the other guys having an ink spot there. Oh, man, I could have killed myself that day.
I thought you said your jacket was home, hanging in the closet.
Well, that's what I thought it was. I'm sure it was there. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 months ago, my mother said to me, she said, Walter, there's a boy upstairs who could wear some of your old clothes. You got a lot of stuff hanging around in the closet there. I said, all right, give it away, but don't give any of my new suits away, my new shirts and stuff. She said, all right, so I guess maybe she gave it away.
To the boy upstairs?
Yeah.
What's the boy's name?
Carl Paslick. Yeah, he lives upstairs on the 4th floor there. Carl Paslick.
How old is he?
Oh, I don't know, about 13, something like that. 14, maybe. Hey, kid.
Do you know him when you see him?
Sure, I know him when I see him. He lives right upstairs from me. He lived there for a couple of years. Why?
Walter, a boy fell off the back of a newspaper truck this morning.
This kid, this Carl?
We don't know for sure, maybe.
Oh, how is he, bad?
He died. Died in Bellevue about 12:15.
Oh. He was wearing this jacket?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. It's pretty rough. Yeah, kids got no business jumping on back of trucks like that. You know, I did a lot of things. When I was a kid. I never did that. You could count on it. Boy, you're taking your life into your own hands. Do his folks know?
We didn't know who he was until just now. We're not even positive about it yet.
Oh.
We tried to find out who he was before he died so we could Get his parents down there to see him, but we couldn't.
Would you be willing to go down to Bellevue and take a look at the boy and tell us if it's this Carl?
Yeah, if you want me to.
I think it'd be a good idea.
Too bad. It's rough. You know, it's a rotten shame what kids will do today.
The radio call was put out for Detective Goldman. He returned to the station house and took Walter Lobb downtown to the city mortuary at Bellevue Hospital. There, the young man identified the body of the boy killed that morning as that of Carl Paslick, who lived upstairs from him on the 4th floor of a tenement building at 761 East 71st Street. After the identification was made, Detective Goldman and Walter Lobb returned to the station house. Sergeant Waters was instructed to go to the boy's home and notify the parents. He took Walter Lobb, and at 3:10 p.m., they walked up the stairs of the building toward the 3rd floor.
I'm telling you, you don't realize it when you're a kid. There's certain things that are dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never learn. They just never learn. That's where I live here.
You sure your mother's home?
Well, yeah, I think so. Paslicks are upstairs there in the front.
Yeah, I know.
Ma? Yeah, come on inside.
Yeah.
Ma?
Yeah, in here, Walter.
Can you come in the living room a minute, Ma?
What's the matter?
Well, come in the living room. She'll be right in.
All right.
Hey, you want to make yourself at home? Sit down.
No, that's all right.
You could have come in there, Walter. I was washing the dishes.
Oh, excuse me. What's the matter, Walter?
Ma, this is Sergeant Waters here.
How do you do, Mrs. Lobb?
What did you do, Walter? Are you in trouble?
No. I'm not in any trouble, Ma. I didn't do nothing.
It doesn't concern him, Mrs. Lobb.
Oh, that's good. I knew it couldn't be. He's a good boy.
Mrs. Lobb, do you know Mr. and Mrs. Paslick upstairs?
Well, did they do something? What?
Ma, if you'll just listen.
The boy Carl was killed in an accident this morning.
No.
Yeah.
That boy, that little boy.
He was 14.
My goodness. My goodness.
I have to go upstairs and notify them.
Oh, they don't know yet?
No, not yet. He wasn't identified until just a little while ago.
Yeah, I identified him.
Are you acquainted with the mother?
Oh, yes, I know her.
Is she home? Did you see her this morning?
No, I didn't see her.
You know if Mr. Paslick is home?
I didn't see either of them. But it's Sunday. He must be in church.
Mrs. Lobb, we always find it best when we notify someone of something like this if a neighbor will come along. Would you be willing to do that?
Well, if you want me.
I think it would help.
Yeah, I told you she would, see?
All right. I think we'd better do it as soon as possible.
Well, I'm ready.
You better stay here, Walter.
Why?
I think it'd be best.
Go in the kitchen, get something to eat, Walter.
I don't know why I have to miss everything.
We'll go right up, all right?
Yes. Shame. The real shame. Upstairs.
Yeah, I know.
A nice, quiet boy. What happened?
He fell off the back of a truck.
Truck? Well, what was he doing on a truck?
That's what we'd like to know.
Oh, the poor woman. In front there.
Yeah.
You tell her. I don't want to tell her.
I'll tell her.
She's got nothing. Now she'll have less.
Yeah, who is it?
Paslick?
Yeah?
I'm a police officer, Mr. Paslick.
Yeah, what is it?
Hello, Mr. Paslick.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lobb.
Can we come in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
What's the matter? What's the trouble?
I'm Sergeant Waters of the 21st Precinct.
Yeah?
Is your wife home?
Yeah, she's in there. She's getting dressed. What's the matter? Why do you want to see her?
I can talk to you.
Yeah?
It's about your boy, Carl.
Carl, what about him? Is he in trouble?
I'm afraid I got some bad news for you, Mr. Paslick.
What?
Boy hitched a ride on the back of a truck this morning.
Yeah, so?
Fell off the back and he was hit by a car.
Where is he?
Down at Bellevue.
Is he all right? Well, is he?
No, sir.
Well, is he hurt very bad?
He died a little after 12.
Martha?
I'm sorry, Mr. Paslick.
Martha?
Maybe I should get her.
Martha?
I was getting dressed. What is it?
Oh, all right. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'll tell her.
Yeah.
Where is it?
The poor woman.
The poor man. He's got to tell her.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. She's jumped or she's gonna jump? Yeah, what floor? Well, where is it? Where? We'll get somebody to pull her inside. Oh, yeah?
And so it goes. Around the clock. Through the week, every day, every year. The police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring. Or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, transcribed, a factual account of the way police work in the world's greatest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Les Damon in the role of Captain Keogh, Ken Lentz as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, John Aston, Elsbeth Eric, Jack Grimes, Ethel Everett, and Bob Reddick. 21st Precinct is written, produced, and directed by Stanley Niss. Olin Tice speaking.